At the signing ceremony for a new product by the Lu Group, Lu Ruyin arrived with her beloved, Lu Tao. Clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, Lu Tao exuded charm, forming a striking pair with Lu Ruyin. Ruyin, are you truly unperturbed by my wearing He Yingjiu suit? Lu Tao inquired, his handsome visage reflecting a hint of doubt. Lu Ruyin, gazing at her dashing companion, replied gently, it matters not, his suits are ample enough for an entire runway. It's merely a garment. As Lu Ruyin contemplated, she recalled how he had previously gifted her parents and cousin numerous items from He Yingjiu without a word of complaint, entirely unconcerned, for he was genuinely affluent and immensely wealthy. Meanwhile, He Yingjiu was reveling with two of his close friends. I say, Brother Jiu, today marks the signing ceremony for your sister-in-law's group. Are you truly abstaining from attending? Quipped one of He Yingjiu's confidants, Qijan. Why should I go? Those individuals exalt me in my presence, only to disparage me behind my back as a nouveau riche. It holds no appeal, I shall not attend. Are you not worried your sister-in-law will be displeased? Ha, she would rather I not attend, she too deems me an unworthy upstart. Let's not dwell on her. In truth, the fervor with which we pursue worldly matters often exceeds the pleasure derived from their possession. After 3 years, I had anticipated my affection would deepen, yet it has diminished instead. What remains is merely the sentiment of cohabiting for 3 years. He Yingjiu smiled wryly. Lu Ruyin was his university classmate and the campus belle, captivating him at first sight. However, her brilliance and beauty, coupled with her privileged background, rendered him, an orphan from the countryside, hesitant to approach her. It was not until his second year, when the property left by his parents was demolished and the land usurped, that he found himself unexpectedly wealthy overnight. Subsequently, he embarked on a journey to learn the art of business, seemingly destined for success, as fortune appeared to seek him out. Within a mere 5 years, he established his own conglomerate, earning the moniker of a legend in the industry, and he unabashedly named his enterprise the Myth Group. When the Lu family faced turmoil and impending bankruptcy, Lu Ruyin sought investment from his company, leading to their reunion. He Yingjiu proposed, investment is feasible, I possess ample resources, but I desire you. Thus, with He Yingjiu's assistance, the Lu Group persevered, and Lu Ruyin became his wife. After their marriage, he sensed Lu Ruyin's indifference towards him, yet he remained unfazed. He was not a lovesick fool, yet he was accommodating, at least fulfilling her reasonable requests. Over the course of 3 years, Lu Ruyin's attitude towards him gradually improved slowly, yet undeniably. Until the emergence of Lu Tao 3 months ago, Lu Ruyin's demeanor had begun to regress, retreating to a state reminiscent of 3 years prior. By the way, Xiaolei, how is your investigation into that Lu Tao coming along? He Yingjiu expressed genuine curiosity regarding the sudden transformation in Lu Ruyin. Brother Jiu, I've uncovered some details. This Lu Tao is not merely Lu Ruyin's assistant, he is also her senior and unrequited love from university days, Xiaolei revealed. After graduating, Lu Ruyin wished to support him in his entrepreneurial endeavors, but the Lu family faced a crisis that nearly led to bankruptcy. After several years of struggle and failure in business, Lu Tao returned to Linhai, seeking refuge with Lu Ruyin. Ah, so that's how it is. I wondered why she was so attentive to him. It turns out he is her unrequited love, He Yingjiu remarked disdainfully. Brother Jiu, Lu Ruyin brought him to the signing ceremony today. Lu Ruyin, I truly commend your audacity. You dare to bring him into such a gathering. Come, let's take a look. Upon arriving at the signing ceremony, He Yingjiu spotted Lu Ruyin engaged in conversation and toasting with Lu Tao. He immediately recognized that Lu Tao was clad in his suit, their physiques strikingly similar, almost as if it had been tailored for him. At that moment, Lu Ruyin also caught sight of He Yingjiu entering, causing her to panic and rush forward. Darling, didn't you say you wouldn't come? How come? Step aside, I came specifically for him. He Yingjiu offered Lu Ruyin no courtesy. A trait she particularly despised about him is arrogance and nonchalance. He brusquely pushed Lu Ruyin aside and approached Lu Tao, whom he knew well enough to recognize as someone who acted solely based on personal whims, without regard for consequences. You impoverished fool, unable to afford your own attire? Remove it immediately. At this moment, several onlookers turned their attention to the scene. He Yingjiu's group was primarily involved in cash flow management, and many owed him money, while others sought to ingratiate themselves with him in hopes of future favors. Is this suit really President He's? I thought so. This ensemble must cost at least several $100,000, far beyond what an assistant could afford. Ha! To borrow someone else's suit while being unable to purchase one for oneself is utterly humiliating. To wear it is one thing, to steal it, and then have the owner confront you, is quite another. The surrounding jeers and whispers caused Lu Tao's face to flush with embarrassment. Standing there feeling utterly humiliated, his gaze directed at He Ingio, filled with resentment and indignation. Darling, what are you doing? It's just a suit. You have more than enough. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Lu Ruyin hurried to intervene, her voice low and imploring. My possessions are mine, purchased with my own funds. Whether I wear them or burn them is my prerogative. Why should he wear them? He Ingio remained unyielding, disregarding Lu Ruyan's attempts at pacification. He Ingio, enough is enough. You didn't even need to attend my company's signing ceremony, yet here you are causing a commotion? You bring a man, dressed in my suit, and play the part of a couple. Should I simply turn a blind eye? He's my assistant. There is nothing between us. He lacks appropriate clothing, and I permitted him to wear it. What is your intention? What's the matter? I lost my suit. Is there anything wrong with looking for it? And you, even though we are married, shouldn't you discuss it with me before touching my belongings? This is the bare minimum of respect between spouses, isn't it? You keep calling me a nouveau riche. Is this how people of your refinement behave? Lu Ruoyan glared at He Ingio, her eyes ablaze with fury. Can we agree that this suit belongs to me? I will reimburse you for it. Just stop causing a scene. Do I look like I'm in need of money? Was it not I who rescued the Lu Group? And now you dare to bring up finances? What? Are you feeling empowered now? He Ingio showed no mercy towards Lu Ruoyan. Initially, he hadn't given it much thought, but upon learning that she had kept her first love by her side as an assistant for 3 months, he had lost his patience. Regardless of the circumstances, to him, it was already tantamount to infidelity. He had no inclination to indulge a woman who had strayed. He Ingio, can we stop this? I'm begging you. Excuse me? Which gentleman taught you to plead with let's consider us beforehand? You don't need to consider. He Ingio was relentless, believing that Lu Ruoyan's audacity to let Lu Tao wear his clothes and bring him into their home was a blatant affront to his dignity. Since she dared to betray him, he felt justified in overturning the tableau no one was playing anymore. He turned his back on Lu Ruoyan, disregarding her warning gaze, and addressed Lu Tao directly. Take off my suit, quickly. Mr. He, this signing event is crucial for Ruoyan. I promise to return your clothes immediately afterward and apologize to you. Right now. Not taking it off, is that so? He Ingio smiled as he picked up the phone. Police station? I've lost my custom suit. Yes, valued at $278,000. I have a lead. It's at the Sitter Hotel, and a man named Lu Tao is wearing it. All right, he'll await your arrival. He Ingio hung up, a satisfied smile lingering as he looked at Lu Tao and Lu Ruoyan. Everyone else present wore expressions of astonishment and anticipation, while only Lu Ruoyan and Lu Tao appeared visibly distressed. He Ingio, you must call to cancel the report. Do you really want to make it impossible for everyone to save face? To hell with that. The only one losing face here is Lu Tao. What? If he's embarrassed, does that reflect on you? What do you want from me? Lu Ruoyan felt a twinge of fear. She hadn't anticipated that such a trivial matter could escalate to the point of involving the police. He Ingio, enough. Do you still consider me your wife? He Ingio chuckled softly. Of course, which is why I'm only targeting him. As for you, we'll settle our accounts at home. He turned to Lu Tao and commanded, now, take off my suit and get out. I might reconsider withdrawing my report otherwise. When the police arrive, it won't just be a matter of losing face. Lu Tao had never endured such an insult. Tears began to well up in his eyes. In his school days, he was the heartthrob of the campus, and though his entrepreneurial endeavors had met with failure post-graduation, he had always been regarded as a leader. Now, despite seeking refuge with Lu Ruoyan, he held a position of power within the Lu Group, for Lu Ruoyan had always shown him considerable favor. At that moment, someone unable to bear the sight spoke up. Mr. He, it is merely a piece of clothing. I believe you won't dare to do it again. Let's just let it go. It's not easy for an assistant either. He Ingio glanced at the speaker, then surveyed the others, most of whom appeared to feel that He Ingio was being excessively oppressive. Mr. Su, if I recall correctly, you still owe me $80 million. I think it's time for you to repay, He Ingio remarked. Upon hearing his words, Mr. Zu's face flushed with a mixture of red and white, leaving him no choice but to remain silent. He Jiao scoffed disdainfully and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is not that He Jiao, am bullying the weak. This Lu Tao is Lu Ruyan's beloved. She has taken him as her assistant and has been caring for him so tenderly. Now he stand beside her wearing my clothes. What? Do you think I can't retaliate?" The crowd was taken aback by He Yinjiao's words, and then they cast disdainful glances at Lu Ruyan and Lu Tao. Suddenly, with a loud slap, Lu Ruyan struck He Yinjiao across the face, overwhelmed by rage at his audacity to investigate her and reveal such details. Yet, immediately after, she regretted her action. "Darling, I'm sorry But before she could finish her sentence, He Yinjiao, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, delivered a powerful punch directly to Lu Ruyan's face, causing her nose to bleed instantly. "How dare you hit me? You grown bold. You actually struck me?" He Yinjiao offered no reply, but instead advanced, delivering another slap to Lu Ruyan's face. "Are you certain now?" The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that He Yinjiao would resort to violence against Lu Ruyan, a woman he was known to cherish deeply. Lu Ruyan, covering her face, looked at He Yinjiao with tear-filled eyes, unable to comprehend how the man who adored and cared for her could inflict such pain. In 3 years of their tumultuous relationship, He Yinjiao had never laid a hand on Lu Ruyan, for he was not a man who struck women. However, some matters crossed his threshold of tolerance, and he could not abide them. In this instance, He Yinjiao had never contemplated raising his hand against Lu Ruyan, but in such a setting, given that she dared to strike him first, he felt compelled to retaliate to preserve the dignity of all men. At that moment, the police arrived, and upon entering, they inquired who had reported the incident. "Officer, it was I. He stole my clothes," Lu Ruyan asserted. The police followed He Yinjiao's Zhishang as they fixed their gaze on Lu Tao. Lu Tao instantly felt a surge of panic given the exorbitant cost of the suit. If it were deemed stolen, imprisonment would be a very real consequence. Ruyan, please help me explain. I do not wish to face incarceration," he pleaded. Lu Ruyan hurried over, saying, "Officer, this is a misunderstanding. It is my fault. I am his legitimate wife. I inadvertently sent the suit away without informing my husband. This is all a misunderstanding." The officer, upon hearing this, inquired, "Sir, is she indeed your lawful wife?" He Yinjiao cast a dark glance at Lu Ruyan, whose gaze faltered under his scrutiny. Yet, he knew he could not deceive the police, and besides, it would be futile. "Yes," he affirmed. The officer shot a disapproving look at the couple. "Your lawful wife has the right to manage certain personal items, but, madam, while you possess that right, it is imperative to inform your husband out of respect. Consider this a warning. Refrain from such actions in the future, as it wastes police resources." "Understood, officer. This is merely a misunderstanding. I appreciate your assistance," Lu Ruyan quickly replied, eager to resolve the situation. She promptly escorted the 2 officers away, then turned to He Yinjiao, saying, "Darling, I apologize, this was my mistake. However, today's signing event is crucial. Please, let's discuss this at home afterward." "No, Lu Ruyan, I offer you 2 choices. Either demand he remove the suit and leave, or we part ways here. Please, husband, I beg you to cease this commotion. Must you humiliate Lu Tao? If he removes the suit, how will he face others afterward? Tell me your decision. Do not waste time with meaningless chatter. Could you wait for me at home? Once this matter concludes, I will return to apologize, but Lu Tao has only just begun to find his footing, and if He Yinjiao waved his hand, interrupting Lu Ruyan's words, and approached the podium, microphone in hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle. Today, I hereby announce the dissolution of my marriage to Lu Ruyan. Xinhua Group will no longer support the Lu family. Any enterprises collaborating with the Lu Group will no longer be entertained by Xinhua Group. That is all. I urge you to act accordingly." Chapter 3. A price of 100 million below the stage. Lu Ruyan was utterly stunned. She had never anticipated that He Yinjiao would make such a public declaration, leaving no room for negotiation. How could he cherish her so deeply, yet consider divorce over such trivial matters? He Yinjiao, do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? Are you deaf? After speaking, He Yinjiao descended from the stage, and while the audience presumed he would take his leave, he approached Lu Tao once more. "I will ask you again, will you strip or not? He Yinjiao, must you persist in this manner? Lu Ruyin was on the brink of collapse. This man was relentless. Lu Ruyin, utter one more word, and I swear I will strike you. You, with a resounding crack. He Jiao seized a wine bottle and struck Lu Tao on the head, sending shards of glass flying. Lu Tao crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from his wound. Xiao Fei, strip him of my clothing. If he dares to resist, beat him at the cost of 100 million. Yu Fei, a man who had remained silent and closely followed He Jiao, was his bodyguard, driver, and a formidable weapon in his arsenal. Upon hearing He Jiao's command, Yu Fei walked toward Lu Tao with a stoic expression, his gaze icy, as if he had never regarded Lu Tao as a human being. Xiao Fei, what are you planning to do? Do not resort to violence. I will make him strip, Lu Ruyin pleaded, fully aware of Yu Fei's lethal capabilities. He was once a mercenary who had single-handedly eliminated his treacherous comrades, but was left on the brink of death until He Jiao saved him during a trip to Europe. Since then, he had remained by He Jiao's side, rescuing him on numerous occasions, and in return, He Jiao had never abandoned him in times of peril. Their bond was one of life and death. Yu Fei heeded no one but He Jiao. If he were to act, he would indeed fulfill He Jiao's command. A compensation of 100 million would likely leave Lu Tao bedridden for life, and perhaps he would receive further punishment, for 100 million would not be easily expended. Lu Tao, hearing Lu Ruyin's words, gazed at her in astonishment. Ruyin, you want me to strip? Aside from my underwear and socks, everything I wear belongs to him. Lu Ruyin closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. She could hardly fathom that He Jiao would resort to such extremes over a mere triviality. Just do it. I am doing this for your own good. The signing event today is cancelled. I will notify you of the rescheduled time. My apologies. Now, Lu Ruyin could only strive to minimize the number of onlookers witnessing Lu Tao's humiliation. The others understood the implications and began to depart, greeting He Jiao as they left, but none extended any pleasantries to Lu Ruyin. Lu Tao rose, his eyes filled with hatred and humiliation as he began to remove his clothing. Once he had undressed, he asked, He Jiao, is this sufficient? He Jiao clapped his hands with a smile. Yes, indeed. Not bad. No wonder Lu Ruyin is fond of you. He then picked up Lu Tao's discarded clothes from the table, scrutinized them, and tossed them back to Lu Tao. Since you like it, I shall give it to you. I have never been one to wear clothing that has belonged to others. Upon finishing his statement, He Jiao laughed heartily and departed with his companions. Lu Tao observed his arrogant demeanor and the retreating figure, feeling a profound sense of humiliation wash over him. Biting his lip, he struggled to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Lu Ruyin's expression was equally grim. Although her feelings were laced with hatred, they were predominantly tinged with fear. She feared that He Jiao might truly divorce her, and if the Shanhua group were to stand against her, the Lu group would face dire consequences. No one would dare offend that benefactor for their own sake. She still could not comprehend why He Jiao reacted this way. It was merely a piece of clothing, something utterly inconsequential to him. In truth, she had once held affection for Lu Tao and had only kept him close as an assistant to lend him a hand. Their relationship had never crossed any boundaries, nor had she entertained thoughts of betraying He Jiao. Though she sometimes found his nouveau, riche demeanor irksome, boastful, ostentatious, and somewhat vulgar, she had never contemplated divorce. He had treated her well. Yet, why had a trivial matter escalated to such an extent? Lu Ruyin felt it necessary to have a candid conversation with He Jiao to clarify any misunderstandings that may exist between them. Sigh. Lu Tao, put on the clothes and let us leave. Ruyin, I apologize for bringing up wearing his clothes, but he's gone too far. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over something so trivial? He is targeting me, and while I do not blame him for my choice to wear his clothing, his treatment of you is unacceptable, ruining your signing event, berating you, even striking you. That's enough. This is a matter between husband and wife, so do not concern yourself with it. I will have the driver take you home. Ruyin, what will you do? I'm going to find him. Ruyin, there is no need for that. I can endure a little grievance. Please do not provoke him on my behalf. He is far too violent, and I genuinely fear for your safety. Return home. Do not involve yourself in this matter. Take a few days to rest, and avoid appearing before him during this time. With that, Lu Ruyin departed. Meanwhile, He Jiao had arrived at the Tianya Night Business Club in Linhai City. Ji Xiaolei grinned mischievously and asked, "Brother Jiao, are you here to have some fun tonight? You hardly ever come here." "Humph. I used to avoid this place out of consideration for Lu Ruyan. I did not want her to misunderstand my intentions, nor did I wish to engage in anything lacking boundaries. But now, I am single. Brother Jiao, you have merely announced the end of your relationship with Lu Ruyan, yet you are still married." Qi Zhan reminded him. "So what? My previous reluctance was a personal choice. Do you truly believe that a marriage certificate can constrain me? Besides, what is there to fear? I have a prenuptial agreement in place. Even if I conduct my affairs in her presence, she cannot lay claim to a single cent of my wealth." "Haha, that's the spirit. Brother Jiao, be sure to bring me along next time you come." "And me? Ha ha ha, no problem." Ji Xiaolei and Qi Zhan were university roommates of Yinjiao, and together they embarked on an entrepreneurial journey. Now, both hold significant positions within the group. One is the director of human resources and the other as the director of finance. The bond among the three remained strong. Upon entering the club, they were greeted by a resounding announcement throughout the hall. "Welcome, Lord Jiao, to Tianya Nightlife. Tonight, all expenses are waived for you, and we hope you enjoy your time here." Ji Xiaolei and Qi Zhan were momentarily taken aback, but Yinjiao remained unfazed, perceiving such treatment as entirely commonplace. Almost everyone in the hall turned their gaze towards the trio, their expressions a mix of curiosity and astonishment. Few in the entire Linhai could command such esteemed reception at Tianya Nightlife. It was truly a testament to their notoriety, a remarkable display of prestige. Chapter 4. Evidence material. He Yinxiao arrived at the Supreme VIP1 and immediately ordered 9 young models, claiming that it matched his name. Since his name was Yinxiao, he chose 9. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was troubled. She genuinely felt fear creeping in. In the past, no matter how angry they became or how many quarrels ensued, He Yinxiao had never blocked her. Yet now, he had blocked her on the phone, on Feishin, and even on FlashPay. This was truly unprecedented. With no other choice, Lu Ruyan had to send someone to find out He Yinxiao's whereabouts. Upon learning he was at Tianya Night Colors, panic set in. She understood all too well why he had never gone there before, and now she questioned if he genuinely wished to end things between them. He knew well that she despised men who frequented that place. While Lu Ruyan searched for him, He Yinxiao remained blissfully unaware, basking in comfort as 3 young models catered to him. One fed him drinks and food, another massaged his shoulders, and the last pampered his legs. All 3 models were exquisite in both appearance and figure, and He Yinxiao lamented the 3 wasted years of his life. He reflected on how he had been gentle, listened to her, provided massages, engaged in conversations, and offered emotional support without demanding a house or a car, nor clinging to her during shopping trips or movie nights. Such women, at a rate of 1,000 per hour. Was it expensive? Not at all. It was remarkably worthwhile. After some time, one of the girls asked, "Brother Jiao, what do you like? I can sing and dance, you know." "Really? Singing is one thing, but dancing. Let us see," he replied. He sure. What dance would you like to see?" "A dressing dance." "Huh, what is that? I've only heard of striptease." He Yinxiao smirked mischievously. "It's the opposite of striptease. You go on stage naked and put on clothes while dancing." "Brother Jiao, you are quite naughty." At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Lu Ruyan with a stern expression. Her displeasure was evident as she beheld He Yinxiao reclining amidst the women. He Yinxiao, seeing her enter, couldn't he even be bothered to rise, directly asking, "What are you doing here? Don't you well-mannered folks know to knock?" Lu Ruyan felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words. She had often labeled him a nouveau riche with poor manners. Yet now she found herself the target of his mockery. Recognizing his irritation, Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, "You all can leave. I need to speak with my husband." Upon hearing this, He Yinxiao stood up to block those attempting to exit. "No need to leave. Stay right here. Lu Ruyan, there is nothing to discuss between us. You can return from whence you came and await the divorce papers." The mere mention of divorce sent Lu Ruyan into a frenzy. "Husband, today's events were my fault. I'm sorry. Can we please not discuss divorce? I never wanted to divorce you, nor have I ever considered it." He Yinxiao coldly retorted, "Oh really? Yet your actions have compelled me to consider divorce. If you disagree, We could pursue a litigation divorce. What have I done? It was merely a piece of clothing. Does that warrant a divorce? Lu Tao has already faced your punishment. Ha ha ha. Do you still believe this is merely about a piece of clothing? How much could that garment possibly cost? You have gifted your parents items far more valuable than that outfit. Have I ever uttered a word of complaint? I possess ample wealth and am indifferent to such trivialities. My affection for you is genuine, and I indulge you, yet I need not elaborate on who He Yinjiao is. Should you dare to stray, be prepared to confront my wrath. He Yinjiao's expression turned icy as he continued. Lu Ruyan, have I spoiled you too much over these past 3 years? Have I given you the illusion that you are indispensable, rendering me devoid of temper? Darling, what are you saying? What did I ever stray? How could I be unaware of such a thing? My interactions with Lu Tao are insignificant. I merely promised to assist him in the past, and now wish to make amends. Go to hell. Amends for him? I have invested so much in you. Yet you do not consider making amends for me, you wretched creature. He Yinjiao could no longer contain his anger. What had Lu Tao done for you, Lu Rian, that warranted such reparations? Husband, I assure you, there is nothing between Lu Tao and me. Why can't you trust me? I am your wife. How could I possibly betray you? Lu Rian was genuinely distressed, finally realizing why He Yinjiao was acting this way. He suspected her of infidelity, but she knew there was nothing with Lu Tao. She neither desired nor dared to betray him. Thank goodness this was merely a misunderstanding. Once clarified, everything would be fine. Trust you? Very well. Provide the evidence to substantiate your claims. What? Evidence of what? You asked me to believe you, did you not? Fine. I will grant you an opportunity. Produce evidence that there is nothing between you and Lu Tao. But where am I supposed to obtain such evidence? I do not care. Aren't you supposed to be the refined, cultured, and meticulous ones who rely on evidence? I, the nouveau riche, wish to learn from you. Lu Rian gazed at He Yinjiao, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, her tears welling in her eyes. He Yinjiao, are you putting me through this? Huh. It is not I who is making this difficult for you. Rather, it is your behavior over these past 3 months that has grown increasingly neglectful towards me, while you have become more attentive to Lu Tao. He frequently visits your office, often lingering for nearly half an hour. Who knows what occurs during that time? You also share meals together, and you see him home daily, do you not? Yes. But nothing ever happened between us, I assure you. Very well, I have stated my position. Since you claim that, produce the evidence. Otherwise, I shall not believe you. Where am I to find such evidence? Should I install a camera on myself? If you cannot produce it, then leave quickly. Do not waste my time. An hour costs 1,000. Either present the evidence, or we shall divorce. He Yinjiao was growing impatient. This woman seemed to possess a lack of understanding. Did she truly not comprehend what he meant? To emphasize that there was nothing between them was, in itself, quite amusing. Did one need to consummate a relationship for it to be deemed infidelity? Having spoken, He Yinjiao sat down, embracing the model beside him, sipping his drink. He presumed Lu Ruyan would leave, yet to his astonishment, she suddenly knelt before him. Darling, tell me, how can you possibly calm your anger? This kneeling is rather unexpected, yet I still must ask, do you truly believe I could forgive a woman who has strayed? I do not. Lu Ruyan, in your eyes, it seems permissible to engage in ambiguous flirtations and physical contact with others, as long as it does not culminate in bed. Is that correct? Let me clarify. Within my realm, such actions are indeed considered infidelity. I have humbled myself before you, yet it seems it is still insufficient. If kneeling were effective, the institution of courts would not exist. Chapter 5. Have you become indulgent? Lu Ruyan found herself unceremoniously cast aside, utterly astonished that He Yinjiao had played for keeps. She had expected that a simple apology would suffice to soothe his jealousy, yet even her kneeling proved futile. Why? If it isn't the illustrious Lu, our fair beauty, what misfortune has befallen you? Upon hearing the voice, Lu Ruyan looked up to find He Mingyang, the notorious heir of the Lin Hai-he family, known for his cruelty and perversion among the young elites. He Mingyang, this does not concern you, she asserted, attempting to walk away, only to be intercepted by him. Of course it does, Lu, my enchanting beauty. I have long harbored a desire for you. What do you say we indulge in a little rendezvous? Lu Ruyin furrowed her brow at his brazen proposition and retorted, He Mingyang, I am He Ingio's woman. Are you not afraid of the consequences he might impose upon you? Is that so? Yet I have heard whispers that you have strayed, and that he no longer desires you. Lu Ruyin, if you can entertain a man like Lu Tao, surely I am a far more appealing option, he declared, tugging at her garment, intent on crossing boundaries. He Mingyang, do not lay your hands on me. My situation with Lu Tao is merely a misunderstanding. We have resolved it and will reconcile. Do you not fear that he will retaliate against you? He Mingyang scoffed at her words. Lu Ruyin, are you delusional? Do you truly believe He Ingio would still want you? Perhaps you should take a look online. You have made quite the splash. Heeding his taunt, Lu Ruyin swiftly retrieved her phone to peruse the information available online. Indeed, the headline read, Chairman He Ingio of Myth Group publicly announces imminent divorce. Following this was a speech from He Ingio at a signing event. Yet it was the comments and accompanying photos that plunged her heart into despair. The entire Linhai knows how well Mr. He treats his wife. Who would have thought this woman could be so oblivious? Indeed, I capture a video of Lu Ruyin dining with Lu Tao, a chairman and his assistant seated not across from one another, claiming there is nothing between them. Who would believe such a tale? I snapped a picture while vacationing on the island. Lu Ruyin and Lu Tao strolled along the beach like a couple. Truly repugnant. I can somewhat sympathize with Lu Ruyin. It is said that Mr. He lacks decorum and often scolds his subordinates. Coming from a prominent family, perhaps their values simply do not align. Stop spouting nonsense. Coming from a prominent family, possessing grace and refinement, shouldn't that also entail having some backbone? Disdaining Mr. He, yet seeking his assistance and financial support? Precisely. Where's the integrity? Enjoying Mr. He's resources, spending his money, yet looking down upon his character? How laughable. As the sentiments regarding Lu Ruyin emerged, the employees of Myth Group flooded the internet, all attesting to He Ingio's benevolence, acknowledging that while he might occasionally reprimand them, it was justified, and he would invariably come to their aid thereafter. Furthermore, the consensus among the over 30,000 employees of Myth Group and its subsidiaries was that He Ingio was indeed an exemplary leader. Even the technicians of the consortium reported how He Ingio personally arranged for his son to enter a prestigious school, even lending money to help them purchase a property in a desirable school district. To alleviate his worries and reduce his stress, he lent him the full amount without charging any interest, merely deducting 2,000 yuan from his monthly salary, while still leaving enough for the family to live on, totaling 10,000 yuan. When this technician spoke out, numerous employees took to the internet to reveal how He Ingio had assisted them. Though their words were laced with frustration, they were imbued with a sense of care and hope for the employees. I simply wish to say, Mr. He is a true gentleman, genuine in character. It's clear to anyone that one would choose the compassionate over the congenial, yet conniving. No wonder the Myth Group is such a cohesive unit. Indeed, Mr. He's actions truly resemble those of a parent. One can only treat their employees as family to act in such a manner. As she observed the overwhelming comments online, Lu Ruyin felt her mind clouded with confusion. She was indifferent to the praise for He Ingio. Her concern lay in the emergence of those ambiguous photos with Lu Tao and how she would explain them now. Lu Ruyin took out her phone, instructing that the video be taken down immediately, ensuring He Ingio would not see it. Mr. Lu, Mr. He commented. What? Lu Ruyin was taken aback, glancing at her phone, where indeed He Ingio had left a comment. His words were candid, reeking of affluence. As long as you can understand me, that's enough. I'm used to the grumbling. As long as you're not angry with me, remember, the Myth Group is our home, and I am your support, your capital for showing off. Speak up if you need anything. While I may not handle major issues, I can certainly assist with the minor ones. Ha. Upon the release of He Ingio's comment, a wave of admiration swept through, with many envying the employees of the Myth Group. Conversely, Lu Ruyin found herself diminished in value. Countless rumors about Lu Ruyin and Lu Tao surfaced in the comments, leaving her feeling helpless, as many of these were fabricated to curry favor with He Ingio. Under normal circumstances, she would pursue accountability from those spreading falsehoods. However, her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to explain herself to He Jiao. Hey, Lu the Beautiful, have you seen it? Still not giving up? Come follow me, haha. He Mingyang laughed boisterously, reaching to drape his arm over Lu Ruoyan's shoulder. Lu Ruoyan swiftly pushed He Mingyang away, asserting, He Mingyang, I warn you not to lay your hands on me. I will not follow you. I have not been unfaithful, and He Jiao will forgive me. Even if he does not, I remain the young lady of the Lu family, not someone you can bully at will. He Mingyang raised his hand, striking Lu Ruoyan across the face. Lu Ruoyan, have you lost your mind? The young lady of the Lu family? What does that even mean? If it weren't for Brother Jio's protection, what would you be? You seem to have forgotten how you relied on Brother Jio to save face for you multiple times. Without him, I would have dealt with you long ago. And now you dare to act superior? Has Brother Jio pampered you for 3 years, making you lose sight of who you truly are? Lu Ruyan covered her face, gazing at He Mingyang with a mixture of resentment and tears brimming in her eyes. Once upon a time, He Mingyang would respectfully address her as Sister Jio upon seeing her. Little did she expect that even before her divorce from He Jiao was finalized, he would dare to lay a hand on her. He Mingyang, the way you have wronged me today will certainly be reported to my husband. Just then, a familiar voice echoed as He Jiao appeared at the doorway. Mingyang, why are you lingering here instead of joining us inside? Chapter 6. The illusion of pure love. As Lu Ruyan gazed upon He Jiao, it seemed that in an instant, all her grievances dissipated and tears fell uncontrollably. Darling, He Mingyang struck me. He Jiao approached He Mingyang, not casting a single glance at Lu Ruyan. Mingyang, I am so mohat fatigued. Just tell the Li family how much you need from Zhou Yi. I already greeted him earlier. All right, Brother Jio, you rest for now. I'll only need it for 2 months. There are too many projects at home, and our liquidity is insufficient. Rest assured, the interest is negotiable. Please, we're friends. It's merely 2 months. Let's not discuss interest. It feels too formal. Just give me some of the finest tea from your family's tea mountain. Haha, no problem. Consider it done. All right, I shall take my leave now. Oh, and by the way, this woman hasn't divorced me yet, so you can do as you please afterward. Understood. Brother Jio. After exchanging these words, He Jiao prepared to depart, but Lu Ruyan immediately followed, grasping his hand. Darling, please forgive me. I realize my mistakes. I beg you. I have stated provide evidence. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Darling, I truly did not betray you. My body has only been touched by you. Will you believe me? He chuckled at Lu Ruyan's words. He Jiao turned back, lifting her chin with his hand. Lu Ruyan, do you truly underestimate me? He Jiao, do you think I'm akin to those spineless ninjas? Let me clarify whether you dined or traveled with him, engaging in ambiguous and physical contact. It all constitutes betrayal in my eyes. Understand? Do not speak of my supposed obsession with purity. I possess ample wealth, and there are many who would remain virtuous and emotionally steadfast for me. Why should I settle for a woman devoid of shame? To speak plainly, I believe you did not sleep with Lu Tao, not because you do not desire to, but because you lack the courage. Upon finishing his words, He Jiao forcefully pushed Lu Ruyan away, causing her to fall to the ground, lost and forlorn as she watched him walk away. She had never imagined that one day He Jiao would treat her with such cruelty, ignoring her pleas while she lay battered, still reeling from his words. Lu Ruyan's phone rang. Hello, Dad. You better return home immediately. Hurry. Her father bellowed before abruptly hanging up. Lu Ruyan realized that her father must have learned about the online incident, and she needed to return to offer him an explanation. Upon arriving home, Lu Ruyan found her parents seated in the living room, both visibly incensed. As she entered, her father stood up and struck her across the face. How could I have given birth to such a brainless child? Have I not warned you to stay away from Lu Tao? He Jiao will never accept this. Dad, I'm sorry, but I truly have nothing with Lu Tao. What's the matter with you? How old are you? Do you not understand that the distance between a woman and a man depends on her husband's tolerance? Who is He Jiao? Do you think he is the kind of man who is impoverished and unafraid of a little infidelity? Dad, I realize my mistakes. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt immense regret. She never anticipated that He Jiao would have such high expectations in a relationship, considering even a simple exchange with Lu Taofei as betrayal. Oh, old Lu, Xiaoyan understands her faults. Please refrain from scolding her. What matters now is how to reassure He Jiao. Without his support, our family, sigh. Lu's father sighed and instructed, tomorrow, dress beautifully. Word He Jiao likes. I'll invite him over for dinner tomorrow night, get him drunk, and you need to perform well. After all, he has a fondness for you. You should charm him. Dad, isn't that inappropriate? Inappropriate? You can flirt with other men without hesitation, yet you find it wrong to do so with your own husband? Are you suddenly concerned about reputation? Lu Rian sighed, ultimately nodding in resignation. Meanwhile, He Jiao did not return home, but instead went to his company's lounge. Hey, Eli Cohen. Lu Rian will certainly refuse to agree to the divorce. I know you aren't adept with divorce cases. Is there anyone in the legal department who is? Boss. Do you think it's necessary for our company to hire a lawyer specialized in divorce cases? If they're ISNT, just say so. Enough with the nonsense. Goodbye. He Jiao hung up abruptly, leaving Li Kuan momentarily stunned. The boss had said goodbye, not get lost. When did he become so polite? However, he soon received a message from He Jiao. Find me a lawyer for the divorce. Boss, the law office next to the Civil Affairs Bureau specializes in these cases. You go find one. Should I go myself? You're the boss. I'm the boss. But boss, I'm on a business trip collecting debts for you. Stay out there, don't come back. The next day, He Jiao indeed arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, observing the 3 law offices nearby. He chose the largest one and entered. Sir, do you wish to consult a lawyer? Have you made prior arrangements with any attorney? Is your case related to marriage litigation? Your relentless questioning is quite impressive. The young receptionist blushed at his words. He Jiao, no longer jesting, stated, I want a divorce. But the other party disagrees. Please send me your best lawyer. I'm not sure on money. He Jiao exuded an air of nouveau, riche, and extravagance. He was escorted to a consultation room, and soon the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. The door swung open, and the same young receptionist said, Lawyer Chin. This is the gentleman. Mr. He, this is our firm S. Lawyer Chin, who has a 100 success rate in marriage cases. Thank you, little sister, He Jiao replied, producing a bundle of cash from his bag and handing it to her. Sir, what does this mean? It's nothing, just take it and enjoy. The receptionist, a young girl, suddenly found herself at a loss, nervously glancing at He Jiao. At that moment, the lawyer interjected, Lily, take this. To Mr. He, this amount bears little significance, akin to a mere coin. He Jiao regarded the lawyer with a smile, remarking, how astutely put. The timid girl shyly accepted the money, perhaps feeling embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly exited the room. Once she had left, the lawyer's expression turned cold as he took a seat opposite He Jiao. He Jiao then turned to Yu Fei behind him and said, Xiao Fei, look at this lawyer. Her demeanor is even more frigid than yours. The lawyer remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by He Jiao's words. He Jiao nodded slightly, acknowledging the lawyer's commendable composure. Chapter 7. From unrequited love to mutual affection, He Jiao gazed at the lawyer before him, unable to fathom how he had overlooked such a stunning beauty as Lin Hai. The lawyer, named Qin Qing, was a woman of remarkable allure, standing at 170 centimeters, though with her high heels, she undoubtedly surpassed 175. Her long black hair was elegantly styled in a 3/7 parting, complemented by subtle makeup and a delicate pink lip color. She donned a professional attorney's outfit, complete with a form-fitting skirt, nude stockings, and sleek black stilettos with red soles, with a figure that could be described as a 36D and petite feet. He Jiao was not one to underestimate. His gaze was discerning. Her exquisitely chiseled features seemed as though they had been sculpted by divine hands, surpassing even the beauty of those who had undergone extensive cosmetic enhancements. Her flawless physique, with an hourglass silhouette and perfectly proportioned curves, was accentuated by her elegantly crossed legs, exuding both beauty and sensuality. He Jiao found himself momentarily entranced, captivated by her beauty and poise, envious of whoever had the privilege of engaging her in conversation. Sensing his gaze, the woman furrowed her brows slightly but chose not to comment. After all, she had grown accustomed to such attention over the years. During her school days, she had refrained from adornment, even deliberately downplaying her appearance, for her mother had instilled in her the belief that given her impoverished background. Her looks were a form of original sin. Yet, despite her efforts, she had still faced her share of harassment. It was only after graduating from university and becoming a lawyer that she found the courage to embrace her true self, shielded by her professional status. However, that status offered little deterrence to some, compelling her to accept the advances of a wealthy young man, relying on his reputation to fend off unwelcome attention. "Mr. He, may we discuss your matters now?" "Ah, haha, I was just mesmerized by your beauty, Lawyer Qin." Qin was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with surprise at He Yinjiao's candidness, which was refreshingly unpretentious. They proceeded to engage in a discussion regarding the divorce proceedings. Qin exhibited a high degree of professionalism and confidence, assuring him that Lu Ruyin would not be able to claim a single penny from him. As their conversation drew to a close and they prepared to leave, He Yinjiao inquired, "Lawyer Qin, do you have a boyfriend?" Qin sighed. She had anticipated this question. "Yes, I am seeing the young master of the Wu family, Wu Jibua." He Yinjiao sighed in response. "Very well, but Lawyer Qin, you are truly beautiful. Your looks, your figure, they align perfectly with my aesthetic preferences. I also admire your poise and attire. Should you find yourself single one day, do consider it. Mr. He, we have only just met, and it has barely been an hour. I am aware. I merely wish to express my genuine thoughts. I have never harbored unrequited feelings for anyone. That would be unmanly. I only pursue mutual affection. Mr. He, perhaps you should first finalize your divorce before contemplating other matters. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Damn it, had I encountered you sooner, Lu Ruyin would be a non-issue." Sigh. Qin couldn't help but smile at He Yinjiao's words. This man was refreshingly forthright. Indeed, he seemed unperturbed, leaving others to feel the awkwardness. As He Yinjiao stepped out of the law firm, his phone rang. "Hello, Uncle Lu." "Ah, my child, why do you still refer to me as uncle? I am on the verge of divorcing your daughter. Do you think I would allow you to take advantage of me?" He Yinjiao spoke with a smile, a jest that belied a deeper understanding between him and Lu's father. It was more than merely a matter of address. It signified his withdrawal of support from the Lu family. Sighing, Lu's father replied, "Ah, Yinjiao, I mean no offense. You should come over for dinner tonight. Even if we are indeed to divorce, we ought to discuss it together. Don't you think?" He Yinjiao chuckled in response. "Old man, after 3 years, do you think I remain unaware of your ways? Inviting me to dinner, then slipping something into my drink to send Lu Ruyin to my bed. Is that the plan? Very well, but the divorce is a certainty. If you wish to put on a show, I shan't be the one to suffer. I might as well enjoy the benefits. Your daughter is rather delightful in bed, I must say. You. Fine, let us have dinner tonight and discuss the divorce," Lu's father conceded. "All right, I'll hang up now." He Yinjiao finished and ended the call, bemused by the old man's self-importance. He had once held respect for him as his father-in-law, but now preferred to let things slide without confrontation. His demeanor was one of indifference, yet not devoid of intelligence. After all, a daughter and a son-in-law would hardly expect him to take their side. Meanwhile, at the Lu household, Lu Ruyin was dressed exquisitely, though a mark from He Yinjiao's earlier encounter remained on her face. Nevertheless, she adorned herself with his favorite things: rosy lips, a qipao, sheer stockings, delicate white lingerie, and golden high heels. Noticing her father's irritated expression after the phone call, she inquired, "Dad, what's wrong? What did he say?" That boy appears carefree, but he is sharper than a monkey. He has guessed my intentions." Lu Ruyin and her mother were taken aback. "What shall we do?" her mother asked. "He has agreed to dinner. Ruyin, invite Lu Tao to join us as well, and make him kneel before He Yinjiao to apologize, clarifying your relationship. Then, in front of He Yinjiao, you must dismiss him, sending him away. We have no choice now. We must compel him." "Dad, that's what you mean? Do you want the corporation, or do you want Lu Tao?" "Fine, I understand, Dad. Ruyin, I'm telling you, even if you have to tie him up, bring him here. Otherwise, I will have his limbs broken." With her head bowed, Lu Ruyin fell silent, feeling she had endangered Lu Tao. Knowing the nature of He Yinjiao, she realized that keeping Lu Tao around was merely inviting disaster upon him. At that moment, she regretted her underestimation of He Yinjiao's capacity for affection, It could extend to the utmost, yet he could just as easily trample upon one's heart without remorse. That evening, He Yinjiao arrived, accompanied by Yu Fei and Ning Xian. Ning Xian was a former female Special Forces soldier during her service. Her parents worked for a company under the Myth Group, where her father died of a heart attack while on watch. He Yinjiao not only organized a splendid funeral for his father, but also provided substantial financial support to his family, ensuring that his mother was well cared for and facilitating his brother's education, even backing his brother's pharmaceutical research endeavors. Ningxin was deeply moved upon learning of this, and, after his retirement, devotedly followed He Yinjiao, having previously been responsible for protecting Lu Ruoyan. Observing He Yinjiao's arrival at the Lu residence, armed with 2 sharp blades, Lu's father realized that He Yinjiao was genuinely prepared to sever ties with the Lu family, leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Ruoyan, understanding the gravity of the situation, asked with a hint of sadness, "Darling, are you truly this resolute? Do you feel no regret or sorrow about our divorce?" He Yinjiao flashed a grin and replied, "An old garment can simply be discarded and replaced. What is there to lament or regret? It's quite amusing, really." Chapter 8. A spoon for your grandmother. Listening to He Yinjiao's words, Lu Ruoyan immediately retorted, "Darling, I did not." While there was some physical contact with Lu Tao, it was merely, "Stop right there. Must clothes be torn to count as a breach?" He Yinjiao scoffed, clearly uninterested in Lu Ruoyan's justifications. Isn't it absurd to claim that not having slept together absolves one of infidelity? What logic is that? Upon hearing the phrase evidence materials, Lu Ruoyan felt a shiver down her spine. It had become a recurring nightmare over the past few days. Who would even conceive of the idea that one must submit evidence for such matters? Should one record oneself with a camera running 24/7? At that moment, Lu's mother approached, taking He Yinjiao's hand in hers. "Oh, look who is here, my son-in-law. Today, I personally cooked your favorite dishes." He Yinjiao replied with a hint of exasperation. "Annie, heed my advice and refrain from entering the kitchen in the future. As your son-in-law, I cannot disregard your good intentions. But to be frank, your culinary skills leave much to be desired." The last meal felt as though I had ingested half the periodic table. "It's a wonder your husband has survived this long. He must be one of the world's wonders. I can believe him when he says he's quenched his thirst with chemotherapy drugs. For heaven's sake, don't ever cremate him. He might just explode. Yu Yinjiao, haven't he your father and I treated you well over the past 3 years? How can you speak to me like this?" He Yinjiao waved his hand dismissively. "Stop. Do you really think I'm unaware of your motives? You're all living in the realm of the living, so spare me the ghostly deceptions. If we're discussing kindness, I've treated you better than you have treated me. Remember, my goodwill stemmed from the fact that Lu Ruoyan was my wife. Now that I no longer want her, why would I still want you?" Upon hearing He Yinjiao speak about her parents so disdainfully, Lu Ruoyan could no longer hold back. "He Yinjiao, you have gone too far. How can you speak like that? Step aside. Don't forget, you still have matters to discuss with me today. Mind your attitude." He Yinjiao retorted, fully aware of their intentions. Their plan was clear. They merely sought to maintain a facade of civility in the hope of gaining something from him. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. He Yinjiao was affluent, but he was no fool. For someone worthy, he would spend lavishly. For those unworthy, he would hardly spare a dime. Enough of this. "Yinjiao, come to the table. Lu Ruoyan, please fetch Lu Tao for me." Upon hearing this, He Yinjiao smiled, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. Soon after, Lu Tao entered the room and immediately knelt before He Yinjiao. There was no choice. Lu's father had promised Lu Tao a sum of 5 million to follow his instructions, assuring him a new life in another city. If he refused, he would be coerced and made to suffer grave consequences in front of He Yinjiao. A wise individual undoubtedly knows how to make the right choices. However, he has misjudged the ruthlessness of Lu's father. At this moment, Lu Tao, kneeling and bowing, pleaded, "Mr. He, I was wrong. I apologize. It was my impure intentions towards Ruoyan. I sought to seduce her, yet she consistently refused, merely offering friendship and some care. There truly was nothing between us. I implore you to forgive us." He Yinjiao, leisurely smoking a cigarette, paid no heed to Lu Tao's desperate kneeling, as if he were invisible. Lu's father exchanged a glance with Lu Ruoyan, who immediately said, "Darling, please forgive me. I genuinely recognize my mistakes. I will call to have him dismissed right away." With that, Lu Ruyin placed the call to terminate Lu Tao's employment. Clap, clap, clap. He and Jiao chuckled, applauding. "You two make quite the pair. Oscar owes you both a little golden statuette. Lu Ruyin, I often ponder, what do you truly desire? I possess ample wealth and indulge you. Yet you secretly pursue some ephemeral ideal, only to now treat that ideal poorly for my money. Have you discovered that money holds greater significance? Or was your love never truly valuable? If I were to provide for you, would you consider becoming a mere tool after divorcing me?" Listening to He Jiao's scornful remarks, Lu Ruyin suppressed her humiliation and replied, "Darling, will you forgive me? At least I genuinely realize my errors now and will wholeheartedly love you in the future. I have made mistakes. If you were to divorce me, can you assert that other women would not replicate this situation? They might be far worse. At least I am clean and can assure you it will not happen again. Will you grant me a chance?" He Jiao scoffed at her rationale. "Lu Ruyin, do you believe all women are as cheap as you? I will not hesitate to tell you that I have also erred in love, and it is far from pleasant. Henceforth, I shall only allow women to love me. Loving others? That experience is sufficient. Your theory fails. They are interchangeable, providing me with an excuse to seek new pleasures. For I have plenty of wealth." Hearing his words, Lu Ruyin sighed and implored, "Then grant me a chance to love you. I'll give your grandmother a spoon." He retorted, "Do you even understand what love is? In my eyes, you are no better than the courtesans at the club. At least they only discuss money, not emotions. You, however, embody the essence of hypocrisy. Do you comprehend?" Lu's father's expression darkened. "Bring forth Lu Tao and break his legs. Toss him out." Lu Tao, hearing this, was immediately alarmed. "Uncle, please. You promised me that as long as I followed your instructions." Lu's father sneered. "You truly believe that? Do you think I would spare someone who nearly shattered my daughter's family and almost cost me a fine son-in-law? And you, Lu Ruyin, take a look at the kind of fool you are enamored with. He, even in a bundle of 10, could not compare to a mere finger of Jiao." He Jiao chuckled derisively. "Remove the almost. Don't engage in wordplay with me. Lu Tao, you truly display a remarkable degree of foolishness. It is only at this moment that I realize how utterly disgraceful it is to consider you a rival. Do you believe that Lu Ruyin harbors any affection for you? She is merely using you, keeping you close so that I may have my amusement at your expense. Do you understand?" As He Jiao finished speaking, the bodyguards of the Lu family were already poised to act. At that moment, Lu Ruyin positioned herself protectively behind Lu Tao, stating, "Father, you promised that as long as he..." Before Lu Ruyin could complete her thought, He Jiao interjected, "Ning Xian, Lu Ruyin and I are not yet divorced." Ning Xian, fully grasping He Jiao's implication, stepped forward to pull Lu Ruyin aside. This act, though appearing protective, was in reality a maneuver to prevent her from interfering with the bodyguard's actions. With two cries of agony, Lu Tao's legs were shattered, and he was unceremoniously dragged away by the bodyguards. Chapter 9. The most beautiful woman in 3 provinces and 1 city. After witnessing the performance of several individuals, He Jiao was disinclined to engage in further conversation. He promptly produced the divorce agreement prepared by Qin Qing. Lu Ruoyan, sign the divorce agreement, and let's set a date to finalize the divorce. Do not dally. I do not have the luxury of time to indulge you," he stated bluntly. Trembling, Lu Ruoyan took the divorce agreement and, with a choked voice, implored, "Husband, must we truly divorce? I do not wish to. I love you." He Jiao retorted, "You are enamored with my wealth, not me. Regardless of whether we divorce or not, I shall not provide you with another cent. Perhaps you should grant yourself the freedom you seek." He Jiao regarded Lu Ruoyan with disdain. He was a man who could easily detach himself from emotions. He believed in feelings, but not in love. Those who merely profess love often lack true understanding of it. Son-in-law, consider this. A day as husband and wife fosters 100 days of affection. Though Ruoyan has erred, she has not crossed a fundamental line. Moreover, recognizing her mistakes and striving for improvement is commendable. Grant her another chance, Lu's mother urged, genuinely fearful that Lu Ruoyan and He Yinjiao might part ways. Over the years, she had wielded her status as He Yinjiao's mother-in-law to considerable advantage. He Yinjiao remained silent. Prior to his arrival, he had already anticipated the arguments they would present as a family. Yinjiao, let us not dwell on trivialities. For my sake, could you grant Ruoyan another opportunity? Should she disregard your feelings again, I shall not hesitate to break her legs before you, Lu's mother stated. He Yinjiao scoffed. Is your face truly worth anything? Lu Ruoyan, I shall ask you one final time. Will you sign or not? Husband, I beg you, grant me one more chance. Just once. Can our 3 years of love not earn us a single opportunity? You still remember our 3 years together? He Yinjiao replied. I have sensed your attitude toward me gradually improving over these 3 years. I admit, I once took advantage of your vulnerability. I understood your disinterest in me and endeavored to treat you well, hoping we would one day become a genuine couple. However, upon the arrival of your white moonlight, you swiftly dismissed everything I had done over those 3 years in a mere 3 months, reverting to your former attitude. I am sorry, but the sacrifices I made over these 3 years cannot be met with such disdain again. Accepting it would render me a mere sycophant. As He Yinjiao's words sank in, Lu Ruoyan's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Husband, I am sorry, truly sorry. It is my fault, but I shall not divorce you. I will do everything in my power to compensate you. We have not committed any fundamental wrongs, have we? We can reconcile. He Yinjiao grew increasingly irritated, tired of the repetitive dialogue. This is exasperating. If you refuse to sign, then prepare for a lawsuit for divorce. With that, He Yinjiao departed, sending a message to Qin Qing. Prepare to file for divorce. She refuses to sign. Understood. There is undeniable joy in a life unencumbered. He Yinjiao returned to the club, this time foregoing alcohol, and headed straight to the lounge area. Continuing, there are 9 technicians. 1 for head massage, 2 for hand massages, 2 for leg massages, 2 for foot massages, 1 to serve fruit, and 1 to engage in conversation, meticulously arranged and undeniably abundant, with unlimited extensions. The following day, He Yinjiao arrived at the group. As soon as he entered his office, his assistant Lin Ran came in to report. President He, numerous business leaders have asked me to convey that after their contracts expire, they will cease cooperation with Lu Shi, and they hope we do not misunderstand their intentions. Our entertainment company has requested funding from the group to fully support the emerging artist Zhang Yike. At 2 p.m., the mayor has invited you to the government to discuss the lawsuit concerning Huiguang Dairy. The mayor wishes to avoid litigation, as the government is deliberating on the matter of taking over. Additionally, President Yun Bing of the Yun Group in Jiang Province wishes to meet with you at 6 p.m. at Yeheju, seeking a loan of 2 billion. And, after hearing this, He Yinjiao felt utterly despondent. Despite his significant wealth, he still felt like a mere pawn. Reply to them. My stance remains unchanged. Anyone who collaborates with Lu Ruoyan is opposing me. Whenever they cease their partnership, we can discuss matters again. As for the entertainment company's funding request, have Lao Zhao submit a detailed document to me. Regarding the mayor, well, I suppose I should attend. As for the Yun Group, inform them of the interest rates and the necessary procedures. I don't need to meet them. Lin Ran nodded, saying, understood, President He. However, I have already conveyed to the Yun Group that they wish to discuss the interest rates directly with you. He Yinjiao scoffed. Tell them I have never changed my interest rates for external loans. If they wish to use my funds, they may, but frankly, I am not inclined to lend. Very well. However, President He, the president of the Yun Group, is called Yun Bing, reputedly the most beautiful woman across 3 provinces in 1 city. After a moment of thought, He Yinjiao replied, Beauty is of little consequence. What matters is that our money should be utilized effectively to generate more wealth. Thus, I shall agree and attend the meeting personally this evening. Lin Ran rolled her eyes, uttering, got it, before leaving the office. He Yinjiao pondered, the most beautiful woman across 3 provinces in 1 city? What a boast. Who endorses that? Qin Qing has already reached the pinnacle of beauty. Is there anyone more stunning than her? At 2 p.m., He Yinjiao arrived at the conference room designated by the mayor, where numerous business leaders had already gathered. As soon as he entered, he became the focal point, not merely due to his striking appearance, but because of his remarkable youth, At 29, he stood among the elite tier of Linhai's upper echelon. The mayor greeted him warmly, saying, "Yin Jiao, welcome. Please take a seat. Let us commence." The purpose of this gathering was to address the issues surrounding Huiguang Dairy, which owed money to the attendees, but the responsible parties had absconded, reflecting a dereliction of duty on the part of our government. Nevertheless, since the situation has arisen, our immediate priority is to resolve the matter, and the government's stance is to advise against litigation and division. Huiguang Dairy is currently under consideration for acquisition. However, the government is unable to immediately provide the necessary funds. Therefore, we kindly request some time from you. Ingio, as the principal creditor, what are your thoughts? Please express your position. After a moment of contemplation, Ingio replied, "I fully support Mayor Zhang's proposal. Rigangoes Monsieur André Medion. I will not pursue legal action, not a problem. Moreover, Mayor, if you need additional funds, I am willing to contribute." Upon hearing this, Mayor Jiang was taken aback momentarily, but then a wave of joy washed over him. "Ingio, are you serious? This is no jest. Of course, but I shall not require repayment in cash. I desire shares in Huiguang Dairy. As for the amount the government owes me, we can discuss it when Huiguang resumes operations. What do you think?" "Absolutely fine." Mayor Jiang was elated, realizing that Ingio had indeed been a loyal ally, effectively resolving a significant issue. Otherwise, if the publicly listed company absconded with funds and faced multiple lawsuits, it would not only tarnish the government's reputation, but also implicate him personally. Chapter 10. Marriage as a dead end? Don't even think about it. There was no room for dissent. With Ingio, the largest creditor, having made his stance clear, others naturally could not voice any objections, lest they incur the wrath of Mayor Jiang, which would yield no favorable outcomes. After the meeting, Mayor Jiang retained Ingio for a private conversation. At the age of 46, Mayor Jiang, who had initially taken up the position of deputy mayor in Linhai, had been quite taken with the young man upon their first encounter. He perceived in Ingio a fierce determination reminiscent of his own youth, coupled with a remarkable ability to disguise his true intentions, exhibiting a wisdom that belied his years. During Ingio's early endeavors, Mayor Jiang had lent him a helping hand. Over the years, Ingio had indeed lived up to expectations, never neglecting the formalities and assisting the mayor in extricating himself from various predicaments. In the office, Mayor Jiang patted Ingio on the shoulder and expressed his gratitude. "Ingio, I appreciate your help with this matter. Mayor, it is but my duty. I have always assured you of my integrity." Ingio replied earnestly. Mayor Jiang nodded. "Rest assured, I will not let you suffer losses. When the time comes, feel free to express any requests. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you within reason. I have no specific demands. My sole request is for you to advance further and continue to support me." Ingio responded with a playful grin. "Young rascal, do you speak so lightly of such matters?" "Very well, be on your way," Mayor Jiang chuckled. Before I forget, Uncle Jiang, your brother Jiangcheng has mentioned that his class is too warm. In light of your commitment to educational environments, I took the liberty of donating 10 central air conditioning units to their school, along with a prepayment of $1 million in electricity bills. The banner of appreciation was personally delivered by Jiangcheng himself, Ingio added. Upon hearing this, Mayor Jiang shook his head with a wry smile, gesturing for him to leave. "I see, now go on." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ingio arrived punctually at Yeheju with Lin Ran and Yu Fei. Entering the prestigious private room, as they stepped inside, they were greeted by an extraordinarily beautiful woman preparing tea, accompanied by another woman who appeared to be her assistant. Yun Bing, upon noticing Ingio's arrival, promptly rose and offered a slight bow, her demeanor exuding grace and elegance. "Mr. He, you have arrived. Please take a seat." Ingio nodded and settled down. While Qin Qing had previously been the most exquisite woman he had encountered, he found that this young lady from the Yun family, the president of Yun Corporation, surpassed her in elegance. Both women shared similar heights, around 170 centimeters, embodying the ideal physique, neither too plump nor too slender, with exquisite features. However, what set this woman apart was her flawless complexion and refined demeanor. It was evident that her skin was the result of years of meticulous care. hinting at a life of exceptional refinement. Moreover, her composed elegance, coupled with a hint of aloofness, exuded a poise that was unattainable without the experience of high status, something that Qin could not match. Mr. He, I took the liberty of inviting you and was uncertain if you would accept. Your presence has truly astonished Yun Bing, she remarked. I was unsure of your preferences, so I ordered the specialties from here. Should they not be to your liking, I can have them changed immediately. He Jiao glanced at the table laden with dishes and remarked, I am weary of such discussions. Let us address the matter at hand. With a chuckle, the host replied, Indeed, your candor is refreshing. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. I am aware that you seek external financing, with interest rates of 3 per thousand within the city and 5 per thousand beyond. Might I propose a more favorable rate of 1 per thousand? He Jiao remained silent, fixing his gaze intently upon Yun Bing, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Observing his demeanor, Yun Bing sighed in resignation. I understand that my request is quite audacious, but the Yun Group is currently facing significant challenges and desperately requires this funding. The 5 per thousand interest is simply untenable for us. 1 per thousand is already at the very limit. 20 billion at 5 per thousand amounts to a daily interest of 10 million. I need this sum for a month. So, what troubles the Yun Group? We are fragmented. My grandfather is gravely ill and is dividing the family assets. Each family member is acting independently, which has resulted in a severed financial chain. We have a project set to launch imminently, yet we lack the necessary funds. We cannot afford to pay the penalty for breach of contract, and the other party will remit payment in a month's time. So, I implore you to assist me, Mr. He. With a wry smile, He Jiao replied, What makes you think I should bear such a substantial risk while conceding 4 percentage points to you? Do I appear to be a fool? Ah, mister. He is certainly no fool. Rather, he is keenly astute. I have long admired you. In these turbulent times, few dare to engage with cash flow, yet you have never faltered. This alone indicates that you are far more complex than you seem. Who says I have never faltered? Did not Huiguang fail? Yun Bing suddenly laughed, saying, I have tasted Huiguang's yogurt and found it delightful. Its failure was merely due to the flight of those who absconded with funds. The unique sterilization technology of Huiguang is exceedingly rare. Once revived, that yogurt alone could resurrect the company. Surely, you too must see this potential, which is why. He Jiao was somewhat taken aback, not expecting this woman to possess such insight. Continue. I'm curious to know what else you have uncovered. Yun Bing chuckled softly. I have not investigated your affairs, Mr. He. Moreover, what can be discovered is often what you wish to reveal. You present only what you want others to see, including your brazen personality and your tendency towards emotional impulsiveness. Yet, in my eyes, these are merely facades. You are truly a master of feigned ignorance. He Jiao smirked and replied, Flattery will get you nowhere, Miss Yun. We are all intelligent individuals here. Your willingness to propose a 1 per thousand interest rate indicates your confidence in securing a deal. Let us be forthright. Spare me the pleasantries, as I have little time to waste. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Bing sighed and said, Mr. He, the Shenhua Group is vast and prosperous. Frankly, I, Yun Bing, possess little of tangible value to offer. My only asset is myself. I am aware that you are embroiled in a divorce. Should you assist me in overcoming this crisis, I will be willing to marry you. With a chuckle, He Jiao retorted, Are you suggesting you intend to borrow and not repay? What a bold proposition. Does Mr. He feel it is not worth it? One must understand that marrying me equates to an alliance with the Yun Group. He Jiao chuckled, pondering why these women consider themselves so valuable, all desiring marriage for their own benefit. A mere 1,000th would be acceptable, but marrying you is out of the question. Firstly, the asset transfer agreement worth 2 billion must be signed and presented. Secondly, the licenses and official seals must be submitted, should you wish to utilize them. I will arrange for someone to assist. Thirdly, you, Yun Bing, must accompany me for a month. Once the financial obligations are settled, you will be free. These 3 conditions are non-negotiable. As for the notion of marriage being a lifeline, do not even entertain the thought. Chapter 11. Spare the Liu family. Listening to He Jiao's words, Yun Bing felt a surge of anger. while she could accept marrying He Yinjiao. The notion of selling her own body was simply intolerable, for that was an entirely different matter. However, with the Yun Corporation on the brink of collapse and time slipping away, her choice of He Yinjiao stemmed from his genuine reputation in the industry. He merely profited from interest. The local banks in Jiang province were fully aware of their plight and had all declined to extend loans. She dared not seek assistance from other companies, fearing they would revel in her misfortune, while those with credibility lacked the financial capacity to provide substantial cash. He Yinjiao was her sole hope. After much internal struggle, Yun Bing ultimately yielded. Very well, but I wish for our affair to remain confidential. He Yinjiao remained silent, picking up his chopsticks to begin his meal. Let's eat, we're both famished. Lin ran. Upon receipt of the transfer agreement and other documents tomorrow, ensure that Miss Yun receives the funds promptly. Understood, Mr. He. At this moment, Yun Bing's assistant produced the necessary documents. Yun Bing remarked, no need to wait until tomorrow. Mr. He, everything you require is here for your review. He Yinjiao confidently perused the papers and, upon confirming their validity, teasingly remarked, it appears Miss Yun is rather anxious. If that is the case, let our agreement commence tonight. Lin ran. Instruct Zhou Yi to transfer the funds. Yun Bing sighed, fully aware of what He Yinjiao meant by agreement. Mr. He, I have 3 days. I will retrieve the funds and arrange matters before fulfilling my promise, with the timeline commencing from 3 days hence. Certainly. Then, Mr. He, please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. Do not trouble yourself to see me out. Once in the car, Yun Bing could no longer contain her emotions and broke down in tears. Her assistant looked on sympathetically, yet felt powerless. The Yun Corporation was beset by troubles, and she bore the weight of her future and that of those around her. She had believed that her decision to marry would suffice to stir any man's heart. Though devoid of emotional foundation, it was a conventional marriage, and she was confident that she could cultivate affection in time. Yet, He Yinjiao remained utterly unmoved, perceiving her intentions as an attempt to ensnare him, and even suggested that she accompany him for a month without the promise of marriage, an outrageous affront. Sister Bing, do not weep, consider it merely a dog bite. After a while, Yun Bing regained her composure, nodding resolutely. Very well, as long as it saves the corporation. This is a small price to pay. Let us proceed. Yun Bing required 3 days to organize the internal affairs of the company, while He Yinjiao needed to resolve the issues surrounding Lu Ruyin in the meantime. Upon returning home, He Yinjiao discovered a pair of Lu Ruyin's high heels left at the door, with the bedroom light illuminating upstairs. He understood that this woman had not given up, waiting for his return. He chose to disregard her presence, proceeding directly to his study to open his computer. He sought to uncover the troubles plaguing the Yun Corporation that had driven the cold and proud Yun Bing to such desperation. Yun Bing, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the 3 provinces and 1 city, was certainly well known to him. He had even taken an interest in her at one point. For no man is entirely immune to the allure of beauty. Yun Bing possessed an extraordinary acumen for business. At a tender age, she earned the trust of the older generation to manage the family conglomerate, and she did not disappoint. Under her stewardship, the Yun Corporation's performance saw annual growth over the years. Her demeanor mirrored her name, infamously frigid. Suitors lined up from Jiang province to Linhai, yet there were no rumors surrounding her. This was due, in part, to her own integrity and her adeptness at self-protection. There was little information about the Yun Corporation online, suggesting that Yun Bing had effectively sealed off any leaks, which only elevated He Yinjiao's regard for her. He once believed he was the sole individual capable of managing a large corporation at such a young age, but he realized that brilliance was not singular. While much of his success stemmed from fortune, Yun Bing's was rooted in her family's legacy. Nonetheless, her talent and diligence could not be overlooked. As He Yinjiao pondered, the door to his study creaked open, revealing Lu Ruyin clad in a bathrobe. Darling, when did you return? I was just in the shower and didn't even notice. Lu Ruyin approached him, wrapping her arms affectionately around his neck. Get away from me. Who told you to come back? Don't disgust me, he replied, his irritation palpable. Lu Ruyin sighed at his dismissive attitude. Please, don't be like this. I know my actions lacked boundaries, causing you misunderstanding and anger. But I acknowledge my mistakes. Forgive me, I beg you. Whether you wish to scold or strike me, I will accept it. Just please let us be together. You have indulged me for 3 years. I'm not heartless. I have long since fallen for you. Don't allow an inconsequential person to disrupt our relationship. Lu Ruyan spoke slowly, yet He Jiao found himself wanting to laugh. Lu Ruyan, you are aware that I have pampered you for 3 years. Alas, my 3 years cannot compare to your fleeting moments with your white moonlight. I am indeed a failure. He continued, today, I am in a good mood and do not wish to unleash my anger upon you. Pack your belongings and leave, then proceed to divorce me amicably. Do not push me to take drastic measures. Lu Ruyan gazed at him, biting her lip. After a long silence, she said, Darling, divorce is acceptable, but as a favor for our time as a couple, could you grant me one condition? He Jiao scoffed. Absolutely not. If you think I will let your Lu family off the hook, you are delusional. Only with the decline of your Lu family can the resentment in my heart dissipate. Are you truly so heartless? Are you not a man? Can you not part ways amicably? He Jiao laughed heartily. I am indeed a man and can achieve a graceful separation, but only if you are honest with me. If you confess that you do not love me and wish to be with someone you do, I can set you free. Frankly, after 3 years, I have attained what I desired. I no longer yearn for what is unattainable. Yet, you dare to betray me, Lu Ruyan. You have trampled my dignity. How can you still expect an amicable parting? Have you ever contemplated the consequences of your actions? Are you unaware of who He Jiao is? Lu Ruyan, it was you who first crossed the line. Thus, I am left with no choice but to overturn the table. You ought to be familiar with my approach to matters. If I am to suffer, then no one shall prosper. As Lu Ruyan listened to He Jiao's words, she found herself utterly helpless. With a single utterance from this man, everyone began to regard her with trepidation, as if she were a venomous serpent. If this continues, her Lu corporation will inevitably decline, leading to its eventual bankruptcy. He Jiao, you face the consequences of your own actions. Spare the Lu family. If you harbor any grievances, direct them towards me. Chapter 12. A flurry of strikes. He Jiao gazed at Lu Ruyan, shaking his head in disbelief. Lu Ruyan, am I not addressing you directly? Do you truly think I would resort to cursing or striking you? Frankly, such actions are neither necessary nor meaningful. After the shouting and the blows, you would still remain the esteemed General Lu, while my aim is to ensure that you and Lu Tao, this treacherous pair, endure a miserable existence while I revel in the heights of my triumph. At that moment, Lu Ruyan trembled, recognizing the devilish nature of He Jiao. She had not betrayed him. The misunderstanding and public gossip were mere trifles, yet he treated her as if she were his mortal enemy. He Jiao, if that is your stance, then there is nothing left to discuss. You shall not relent, and neither shall I. I refuse to grant you a divorce. You will not attain your freedom. Upon hearing her words, He Jiao rose and approached her. Damn it, you have turned my good mood into this chaos. Do you still think of me as the man who cradled you in my palms, tenderly nurturing you? With that, he unleashed his fury upon her. This audacious woman had committed acts that tarnished his dignity, and though he had restrained himself, reminding himself that a man should never strike a woman, Lu Ruyan had successfully pushed him beyond his limits. The villa echoed with Lu Ruyan's agonizing cries, a sound so chilling it sent shivers down one's spine, revealing the ferocity of He Jiao's assault. After a series of blows, He Jiao, panting, quaffed water with fervor. After all, striking someone requires considerable stamina. Glancing at Lu Ruyan sprawled on the floor, he remarked, Lu Ruyan, in Lin Hai, no one dares to threaten me. It was my indulgence that led to your current state. I never anticipated your utter lack of awareness. I offer you the opportunity to accuse me of domestic violence. I await your move, he taunted. Lu Ruyan, despite her injuries, responded defiantly, He Jiao, you are dreaming. Unless you kill me, you shall never achieve a divorce. Very well, let us see whether your words would stand my fists. You wretched creature, you reveled in deceit behind my back with Lu Tao, and now, even my blows cannot drive you away. How shameless you truly are. Lu Ruyan remained silent, fully aware of her own shortcomings, yet she felt powerless against his relentless pursuit of the Lu family. All she desired was to exchange her freedom for the safety of her kin. He Jiao, I reiterate, if you would spare the Lu family, I would accept my fate, be it divorce or otherwise. He Jiao ignored her pleas, instead picking up the phone. Be cautious. Bring people to the house and throw out Lu Ruyin and everything related to her. He then turned to Lu Ruyin, stating, what makes you think you can barter your freedom for a divorce? Prepare for your lawsuit. I will expose every detail of your affair with Lu Tao. If you wish to escalate this, I shall gladly accompany you. Suddenly, Lu Ruyin smiled. He Jiao, cease with your grandstanding. You will not file a lawsuit. After 3 years together, I know all too well how much you value your reputation. You would never want others to discover the truth of my relationship with Lu Tao. He Jiao pondered if his flurry of strikes had rendered her senseless. Lu Ruyin, have you forgotten the trending topic? This matter is already common knowledge. Do you really think I would still care? The moment I took the stage to speak, I had no intention of allowing us to find peace. It dawned on Lu Ruyin that indeed, this incident had long been exposed. For the past few days, she had been consumed with regret, preoccupied with the affairs of the corporation and how to mend a rift with him, completely neglecting the trending topic. Before long, Ning Xin returned, following He Jiao's orders to dispose of all of Lu Ruyin's belongings. However, the exquisite jewelry that He Jiao had gifted her over the years was not thrown away. After all, He Jiao had experienced hardship. He knew when to save and when to spend. Upon returning home, Lu Ruyin's father exploded in anger upon learning of the events. He felt that He Jiao showed no regard for their relationship, even going so far as to harm his daughter. Yet, all he could do was scold, feeling utterly powerless, and the fury of his impotence only deepened his anguish. Lu Ruyin's mother was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. What are we to do, Lao Lu? He Jiao is pushing us to the brink. What should I know to do? Ask your shameless daughter. If it weren't for her flirtations, would any of this have happened? Lu Ruyin looked at her parents, feeling a mix of regret and grievance. When a Lu family faced adversity, it should have been her father to step forward. However, upon discovering He Jiao's affection for her, he urged her to pursue him. When Lu Ruyin learned of He Jiao's conditions and expressed her unwillingness, her father ignored her concerns and was instead delighted at the prospect of having He Jiao as a son-in-law. Now, he blamed her while conveniently forgetting the past. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will ensure that He Jiao spares the Lu family, Lu Ruyin declared before departing. She needed to go to the hospital. The adrenaline had masked her pain, but now her body ached intensely. That wretched man truly showed no mercy. On the other hand, He Jiao slept soundly that night. After unleashing his pent-up frustrations, the gloom that had clouded his heart seemed to dissipate significantly. He had enjoyed some lively days, though it was exhausting. The next morning, He Jiao arrived at the corporation to find a crowd gathered at the entrance, with many snapping photos, including media reporters. Confused, he hastened to the front, only to be met with a scene that filled him with both anger and helplessness. Lu Ruyin was kneeling before the entrance, a sign placed in front of her. The message conveyed her acknowledgement of wrongdoing, her lack of boundaries, and her plea for He Jiao to spare the Lu group after all the beatings and scoldings. She agreed to divorce him and expressed her willingness to atone for her actions. He Jiao was taken aback by Lu Ruyin's drastic actions, yet reflecting on it, he found it somewhat understandable. Compared to the struggles of a future devoid of dignity and reputation, what did those concepts truly matter? However, the current situation left He Jiao in a passive position. In society, women are generally viewed as the vulnerable demographic, easily evoking sympathy. Coupled with her injuries, Lu Ruyin's undignified kneeling at the gates of his corporation to plead for mercy placed him squarely in the public eye. At that moment, a reporter spotted He Jiao and swiftly approached for an interview. Mr. He, may I inquire if the injuries sustained by Miss Lu were inflicted by you? He Jiao, possessing a sense of pride, had always been a man of his word, disdainful of deceit. Indeed, it was I who struck her. She engaged in infidelity during her marriage and refused to agree to a divorce. Just yesterday, she even harassed me. Mr. He, given that Miss Lu is now kneeling here, seeking your forgiveness and imploring you to spare the Lu group, how do you intend to address this matter? Chapter 13. The inevitability of life's frustrations, He Jiao pondered for a moment, surveying the surrounding crowd before glancing at the kneeling and somewhat fearful Lu Ruyan. With a resigned sigh, he recognized the gravity of the situation. He was compelled to provide the public with an explanation. Moreover, he possessed no concrete evidence of Lu Ruyan's alleged infidelity. After extensive investigation, he confirmed that she and Lu Tao had not shared a bed. Even if she had been unfaithful, the public would likely not comprehend his extreme actions, for sympathy for the vulnerable is inherent in human nature. Should he fail to deliver a satisfactory response today, the repercussions will be profound for both the conglomerate and himself. He regarded Lu Ruyan with a mixture of resentment and resignation. Well, since President Lu has reached this juncture, I shall refrain from being overly aggressive. A peaceful divorce will be the most prudent course for all parties involved. As He Jiao spoke, he left some words unuttered, but unexpectedly, a reporter interjected with a question. Mr. He, will you continue to target the Lu Group? His expression darkened, yet he replied, let us part amicably. From this day forth, the Myth Group shall have no ties with the Lu Group. We will neither assist nor antagonize them. As for other enterprises wishing to collaborate with the Lu Group, that is no concern of mine. He then turned his attention back to the kneeling Lu Ruyan. Miss Lu, are you satisfied now? May you leave? Your presence is hindering my employees from performing their duties. Lu Ruyan rose and said, Jiao, thank you. I know I have wronged you, and I will. Enough. No need for further words. I, He Jiao, am a man of my word. I shall not deliberately target the Lu Group. However, in the marketplace, we shall rely on our respective merits. If you truly wish to make amends, please sign the divorce agreement. Jiao, must we divorce? I love you. Can't we reconsider? Lu Ruyan, do not overstep. If you push me too far, you shall regret it. Lu Ruyan understood that He Jiao was not jesting, and with a heavy heart, she chose to depart, having achieved her objective. She knew him well. This man held honesty in high esteem and would not go back on his word. Since he vowed not to target the Lu Group, he would undoubtedly uphold that promise. His success in expanding the Myth Group was inextricably linked to his reputation for integrity. Watching Lu Ruyan leave, He Jiao sighed with resignation. Indeed, despite his considerable wealth, certain matters in this world necessitate compromise. The inevitability of life's frustrations is the true norm. He Jiao gathered his thoughts and entered the office, commencing a day of work. Brother Gio, are you really going to let that scoundrel Lu Ruyan off the hook? Lin Ran inquired cautiously. Hearing her refer to him as Brother Gio and noticing the attention of those around them, He Jiao stated firmly, how many times must I remind you? In the workplace, address me by my title. Oh, understood, Mr. He. He Jiao cast a glance and said, I am a man of my word, and any further antics would only incite greater resentment among the masses. However, do not fret. Lu Ruyan will come seeking me. When that time comes, I shall ensure she pays a grievous price. Lin Ran nodded, sensing that He Jiao would not simply let the matter rest. Mr. He, Mr. Guan from Jixin Technology has been waiting for you since 7 a.m., she informed him. Jixin Technology? What brings him here? Is it for a loan or to solicit investment? To solicit investment, he replied. Let's go and see. He Jiao proceeded directly to the reception room, where Mr. Guan, a man in his 30s, appeared somewhat disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes and unkempt hair, clad in glasses. Yet, He Jiao felt that such a look was fitting for someone engaged in research. A polished appearance might even seem unprofessional. Mr. He, good day. I am Guan Jia from Jixin Technology. I apologize for my appearance. I was working late into the night and rushed here without tidying up, Guan said. He Jiao smiled and extended his hand for a handshake, saying, no worries. If securing investment proved challenging, seeing you like this actually reassures me. Haha. Guan Jia chuckled in return and promptly handed over the project proposal, launching into a detailed explanation. He Jiao listened as if deciphering an ancient text, concealing his lack of understanding and nodding earnestly as though he comprehended fully. Guan Jia demonstrated remarkable capability, providing a thorough analysis of research principles and speaking with impressive professionalism without even referencing the proposal, which made He Jiao regard him as a reliable individual. Moreover, He Jiao held a favorable view of the new energy industry. believing it to be a burgeoning trend and a product of the prevailing circumstances. He patiently listened to Guan Jie's presentation, though he scarcely absorbed any of the information. Once Guan finished, He Jiao pretended to contemplate the proposal, closing it with a nod, saying, quite impressive, a very innovative concept. I also see great potential in this project as future. These two sentences were learned phrases he resorted to whenever he encountered something beyond his grasp. Guan Ye, exhilarated by He Jiao's words, asked, "So, Mr. He, does that mean? How much do you need for development?" He inquired. Guan Jie, sensing success, replied, 1 billion. He Jiao regarded Guan Jie in silence, tapping his fingers on the table. Guan Jie cautiously asked, "Mr. He, is that too much? If you find it excessive, a smaller amount can be arranged, and I will seek the rest elsewhere." He Jiao smiled and said, "Mr. Guan, I have great confidence in you, and even more so in your project and team. Would you be interested in joining Myth Group? I would invest 1 billion to acquire Jixin technology, and you would take the helm. What do you think?" "Mr. He, that is far too much. Jixin Technology is merely a small company and not worth such a sum." He Jiao smiled again, saying, "What I value is not the company itself, but you. I believe in you, and Jixin Technology will surely soar to great heights." Listening to He Yin's words, Guan Jie felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. For so many years, it was the first time someone acknowledged his worth. He was merely a junior researcher, striving to lead his team in their scientific pursuits. They had traversed through several companies, yet faced neglect and ultimately dismissal. With no other options, he sold his house and car to establish Jixin Technology, driven by the ambition to develop new energy sources and soar to new heights. He had long been overlooked. His parents' lack of understanding, the breakup with his girlfriend, and the disdain from other company executives had caused him to doubt himself. However, he sensed that he had finally encountered a patron. This man, not yet 30 and younger than himself, had the audacity to proclaim his worth at 1 billion. "All right, Mr. He, I am committed to working with you. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly develop new energy, and your 1 billion will not be in vain." Chapter 14. I do not believe in coincidence. After finishing work in the evening, He Jiao was preparing to visit a massage parlor for some relaxation following a series of social engagements. As he passed by a training institution, he witnessed a couple embroiled in a heated argument, during which the man struck the woman, sending her sprawling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, He Jiao realized that the woman was none other than his divorce attorney, Qin Qing. He shook his head and asked Yu Fei to pull over so he could approach them. "Qin Qing, do you truly think me a fool? After more than a year of our relationship, all you've done is engage in trivial matters. Aside from holding hands, I have gained nothing." Qin Qing, covering her face, replied, "Wu Jibua, I have my own career. I work at the law firm during the day and tutor students preparing for the bar exam at night." Wu Jibua laughed derisively. "Qin Qing, do you think you can deceive me? I have told you repeatedly that if you need money, I can provide it. I have plenty. But what do you offer in return? Don't think I'm unaware that you are merely using me as a shield. You refuse my gifts and money, filling your schedule with excuses to avoid seeing me. Yet you continue to present me as your boyfriend to others. The result? No one bothers you, and many treat you with great care. You play your cards well, don't you? Do you truly believe I am naive?" He Jiao found their exchange amusing. He had not expected Qin Qing to be so cunning, nor Wu Jibua to engage in such naive romanticism. In contrast, he had been entangled with Lu Ruyin for at least 3 years. At that moment, Qin Qing stood up, fixing her gaze on Wu Jibua. "I do not understand what you are saying. If this is how you feel, we can end our relationship. I made it clear that I would not cross any boundaries before marriage, and you assured me that was acceptable." Wu Jibua, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Do you think I'm a child? We are adults, and your words are absurd. I believe this was a test, but you have taken it seriously. If you cannot meet my expectations, then let us part ways." "Part ways? You think it is that simple? You have played me for over a year, and now you think you could just walk away?" Qin Qing's voice trembled with fear as she asked, "What do you want, Wu Jibua? I warn you, do not act recklessly, or I will take legal action." "Infuriated," Wu Jibua's nept, "Swime? Fine, but only after I am done with you. Come with me." With that, he seized Qin Qing's hand, attempting to drag her forcefully into his car. "Wu Jibua, this behavior is rather unbecoming. He Jiao interjected, approaching them with an air of indifference. Wu Jibua turned, his brow furrowing as he recognized He Jiao. What are you doing here? This is between my girlfriend and me. It does not concern you. However, He Jiao maintained his composure, stating, she is my attorney, and my divorce from Lu Ruyin is imminent. I cannot allow anything to happen to her that could jeopardize my case. He was determined that a woman like Qin Qing should not fall victim to Wu Jibua's whims. If anyone were to take advantage of her, it would be himself. Wu Jibua gazed at He Jiao and remarked, He Jiao, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. While others may fear you, my Wu family does not. If it comes to litigation, we can simply hire another lawyer. The cost is inconsequential to me. With a resounding slap, He Jiao struck Wu Jibua across the face. Your family may not fear me, but that does not grant you the liberty to speak so brazenly. I am of the affluent generation. What generation do you belong to? The only member of the Wu family who can engage with me on equal footing is your grandfather. Even your father does not possess that privilege. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You dare strike me? Do you wish to receive another? He Jiao retorted. Some matters are mutual agreements, and in this circle, there is no room for bullying. Should I call your grandfather? The upbringing of these young masters is indeed quite strict, contrary to the depictions found in novels. These top-tier heirs are more fearful of negative public opinion than one might expect. Firstly, the more illustrious the family, the greater the emphasis on the education and cultivation of the next generation. They may spend freely, yet they will never condone wrongdoing. Secondly, they embody the reputation of their family and conglomerate, placing immense value on public sentiment, should any scandal come to light. It not only tarnishes the family's image, but also adversely affects the conglomerate's reputation and stock prices. Thirdly, the desire to engage in wrongdoing has not yet arisen. Competition among great families is fierce. They may indulge in revelry, yet they must adhere to strict self-discipline. Otherwise, being discovered by competitors could lead to dire consequences. Wu Jibua, fully aware of this dynamic, darkened his expression upon hearing He Jiao's words and replied, He Jiao, I shall remember today's incident. He Jiao chuckled nonchalantly and said, make sure to jot it down in your little notebook. Don't forget. The Wu family is formidable, rivaling his own mythological conglomerate, perhaps even surpassing it. However, the power within the Wu family is fragmented, unlike his own consolidated influence. In a true conflict, the Wu family would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. Discontented, Wu Jibua departed. He Jiao approached Qin Qing, looking at her intently. Busy are we, Lord Qin? In need of funds? Qin Qing nodded, responding, my mother has been hospitalized, and I need to support my younger brother's education. He Jiao promptly produced a check, writing down 5 million, and handed it to Qin Qing, saying, join me, and this 5 million is yours. Qin Qing smiled slightly, retorting, Wu Jibua could easily come up with that amount. He seeks to buy you out. I merely wish to have some fun. How about 5 encounters at 100 each? Qin Qing smiled bitterly and replied, Mr. He, while I am indeed in need of money, I am not for sale. Do you know why I am involved with Wu Jibua? Because he has a fiancée. He will never marry me. He Jiao chuckled and said, what if I were to marry you? Would you then consent? It is worth considering. How about this? I will divorce first, you keep the money for emergencies, and we can see how we fare together. Sound good? Qin Qing lowered her head in contemplation and finally said, well, at least you possess one quality superior to Wu Jibua. You have never been untrustworthy. He Jiao smiled and turned to leave, adding as he departed, Lawyer Qin, please pay attention to my affairs. Tomorrow, go speak with Lu Ruyin. After getting into his car, He Jiao glanced back at the still-standing Qin Qing before instructing the driver to proceed. In the car, He Jiao remarked, Xiao Fei, have someone investigate Qin Qing and Wu Jibua. I do not believe in mere coincidence. Xiao Fei replied, understood, Brother Jiao. Do you mean? He Jiao chuckled. Do you truly believe that Wu Jibua could be manipulated by a woman for over a year? Moreover, it did not erupt sooner or later, but precisely when I decided to divorce, after finding Qin Qing, and this route is one I must take, either to the club or home. Why would they choose such a conspicuous place to meet, rather than a more discreet location? Both of them are respectable individuals. Does this not strike you as odd? Yufei contemplated for a moment before responding. Understood, Brother Jiao. I will expedite the investigation. He Jiao nodded and fell silent. Wu Jibua, if you intend to scheme against me, you truly overestimate your own capabilities. Chapter 15. Wu Jibua and Qin Xing. On the third day, Yunbing made a call. Upon seeing her name on the screen, He Jiao felt a flutter of anticipation. That woman was undeniably enchanting, radiating an elegance that could ensnare any man like a potent poison. Mr. He, is something amiss? Are you going to break our appointment? Yinbing's voice on the other end revealed her surprise. After a brief pause, she replied, I apologize, Mr. He. Could you grant me an extension of 2 more days? Our group has yet to finalize arrangements. Very well, I am a businessman. Let us discuss the terms. After a moment of silence, Yinbing responded, 2 days, and I shall return 5 days. 10 days. If you fail to appear in 2 days, do not blame me for seizing your group's headquarters. Imagine the consequences. He heard Yinbing sigh. Understood. I assure you, I will meet you in 2 days. After hanging up, He Jiao rose and headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the past couple of days, Qin Xing had been rather attentive, and Lu Ruyan had finally consented to the divorce. Upon arriving at the bureau, Lu Ruyan attempted to speak, but He Jiao interrupted her. No need for hesitation. I fear I might lose my temper. To his surprise, Lu Ruyan spoke nonetheless. He Jiao, I truly love you. He scoffed. You do not love He Jiao. You love the chairman of Shenhua Group. With that, he stepped inside. They submitted their documents. And due to prior arrangements and the public nature of their situation, the authorities hastily processed their request, eager to avoid any further scandal. Holding the divorce certificate, He Jiao smiled faintly, choosing not to utter a word to the silent Lu Ruyan as he drove away. She watched him leave, sighing. He Jiao, why can't you believe that I genuinely love you? Since you doubt me, I shall prove it. I will win you back. I refuse to accept that our 3 years together can be so easily dismissed. That evening, He Jiao arranged a date with Qin Xing. Upon learning that she agreed, a smirk of disdain crept onto his lips. Surely, there is something amiss. This fiercely independent woman who was so preoccupied before, now suddenly. That night, during their rendezvous, He Jiao could not deny that Qin Xing was indeed breathtaking. To his astonishment, she presented him with a card, handing over 2 million. What does this mean? He inquired. Qin Xing explained, my mother is in urgent need of funds. This 800,000 is sufficient for now. Consider a loan. I will repay you. Since you wish to explore a relationship with me, let us keep our dealings free of excessive entanglements. I ask for only one thing. Pray tell, I wish to work in your group. I need a lucrative position, and being close to you will help us understand each other better. Very well. Report for duty tomorrow as my assistant. Really? He Jiao nodded with a smile, of course. Qin Xing expressed her gratitude, blissfully unaware of the mischief glimmering in He Jiao's eyes. Last night, He Jiao received the investigation results. The performance she and Wu Jibua put on appeared captivating. Yet in He Jiao's eyes, it was riddled with flaws. Qin Xing is Wu Jibua's girlfriend, a perfectly normal relationship, and he even discreetly supported her through college. However, Wu Jibua is indeed engaged to his fiancée, the heiress of the Shao family, Shao Churan. Wu Jibua harbors deep affection for Qin Xing, who is undeniably more beautiful than Shao Churan. Yet their differing social statuses create a significant chasm, and Wu Jibua does not enjoy the favor of his family. Their romance was uncovered over a year ago, inciting anger from both the Wu and Shao families, who forbade them from being together. Under pressure, Wu Jibua claimed that Qin Xing sought his assistance, leveraging the Wu family name to ward off other suitors. And they have indeed navigated their relationship in this way for over a year. To escape their family's control and to be with Qin Xing, they devised schemes until He Jiao sought out Qin Xing at the law firm. Together, they orchestrated a tragic tale, portraying Qin Xing as a virtuous and pitiable woman. Subsequently, Qin Xing would seduce He Jiao and marry him, after which they planned to stage an accident to eliminate him, as He Jiao had no relatives, making Qin Xing the sole heir as his wife. Once Qin Xing acquired the myth group, her status would naturally elevate, and the Wu family would not obstruct their union, but rather support it wholeheartedly. With Qin Shing's assistance, Wu Jibo would thrive within the Wu family. They envisioned a future where one would lead the myth group and the other the Wu family, a powerful alliance basking in happiness. When He Yinjiao unraveled the truth of their relationship, this script crystallized in his mind. Frankly, it was a melodramatic yet pragmatic plan. Indeed, lacking family ties. Even if he were to perish, Qin Shing, as his wife, could easily suppress any aftermath while inheriting his estate. While their dreams were grand, they underestimated He Yinjiao. He had indulged Lu Ruyin for 3 years, projecting an image of being lecherous, infatuated, and carefree, seemingly devoid of cunning. Yet, they failed to consider that if He Yinjiao truly embodied such traits, the myth group would have long been depleted, rather than thriving as it is now. He had merely played the part for so long that it became a habitual perception for many. Qin Shing aimed to join the myth group, not only to cultivate her relationship with him, but also to familiarize herself with the company's affairs, laying the groundwork for her future inheritance. He Yinjiao had to admit that Wu Jibwa had indeed concealed Qin Shing well. However, there was nothing beyond Yu Fei's investigative prowess. If they wished to play games, he would indulge them, especially after his recent divorce, finding himself in need of distraction. The following day, Qin Shing commenced her position at the myth group. The news of He Yinjiao hiring an exceptionally beautiful woman as his assistant spread rapidly, prompting an immediate reaction from Lu Ruyin. By noon that day, Lu Ruyin appeared at the myth group, showering He Yinjiao with attention. "I say, Lu Ruyin, we are divorced. Why are you still seeking me out?" Lu Ruyin, however, remained unfazed, remarking, "Is it not because I fear you might not eat well? You are so discerning about your food, yet I have heard you have been dining at the canteen lately, which surely does not serve your preferred dishes. Are you suffering from some grave illness? We are divorced, you understand? I am aware. Yet does our divorce strip me of the right to pursue you? What did you say? You wish to court me anew?" Lu Ruyin nodded earnestly, reiterating words that made He Yinjiao feel quite nauseated. "Yinjiao, I love you. Truly. For heaven's sake, Lu Ruyin, our relationship has come to an end. However, I might consider allowing you to be a bedmate." He Yinjiao had expected Lu Ruyin to be unable to withstand such an insult. Yet to his surprise, she did not hesitate. "Very well, that is acceptable." Chapter 16. The arrival of Yun Bing. He Yinjiao's statement was not an exaggeration. Thus far, only he had ever touched Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin was indeed remarkable, and over the past 3 years, their married life had been relatively joyful, as they harmonized well together. He Yinjiao, nonchalant, remarked, "All right, then find a time to move back." After saying this, he departed, leaving Lu Ruyin with a bittersweet smile, though she chose not to respond. The physical affection they shared was, after all, the foundation of love. She thought to herself that they could take their time. In the afternoon, Lu Ruyin truly found someone to help her move back, but what she did not anticipate was that upon He Yinjiao's return, he seemed to have transformed entirely. The dynamic between them had shifted. He no longer cared for her or cherished her as he once did. Instead, he was solely focused on his own enjoyment, completely disregarding her feelings. He ceased to hold her while they slept, and after their encounters, he would rise and leave, treating her merely as a tool. That day, Lu Ruyin toiled at home, preparing a lavish meal, her hair clinging to her forehead in exhaustion. For the past few days, she had meticulously catered to He Yinjiao, hoping to rekindle his affection. Unexpectedly, he returned, accompanied by a woman who resembled a goddess. In that moment, Lu Ruyin felt a pang of insecurity regarding her own appearance. Compared to this woman, she felt like an ugly duckling. This newcomer, in every aspect, beauty, figure, skin, and grace, overwhelmed her. Only then did she comprehend that perhaps He Yinjiao would truly not turn back. With this woman by his side, what man would still consider her? Indeed, the visitor was Yun Bing, the most beautiful woman in 3 provinces and 1 city. She had concluded her corporate duties and come to fulfill a promise. Lu Ruyin approached, her face unable to conceal her desolation. "He Yinjiao, you've returned. This is my woman, Yun Bing," he interjected. Yun Bing glanced curiously at the two, remarking, "This is my ex-wife, who foolishly insists on pursuing me again." He chuckled. "He Yinjiao, you certainly know how to play. Yun Bing scoffed, and Lu Ruyin, upon hearing He Yinzhou's words, lowered her head, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. He Yinzhou said no more and instead seated Yun Bing at the dining table. Let us eat. My ex-wife's culinary skills are average, but what she prepares is clean. Yun Bing cast an irked glance, feeling discomfort despite knowing that her relationship with He Yinzhou was merely transactional. Bringing her home while his ex-wife was present. What was this? Lu Ruyin, her eyes reddened, sat on the opposite side, taking small bites as she valiantly fought against the tears threatening to spill. Yet, they fell one by one into her bowl. She bowed her head further, fearing the other two would notice her silent tears. This was her last semblance of dignity. That night, He Yinzhou did not seek her out, and Yun Bing's melodious voice filled the air. He Yinzhou remained absent throughout the evening, and Lu Ruyin understood that he was in bed with Yun Bing. She knew him well. He had once claimed that he would only spend the night with the woman he loved. The next day, He Yinzhou awakened, reflecting on the previous night, which had been the most comfortable moment of his life. Yun Bing was truly exquisite, providing him with unparalleled pleasure. Sitting in a chair by the window, He Yinzhou smoked, feeling somewhat disoriented. Upon waking, Yun Bing's delicate face flushed. She recalled the events of the previous evening, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had already wept the night before and even shed tears on her way here. Observing her rise, He Yinzhou, slightly irritated, asked, "Was it your first time? Why didn't you tell me?" Yun Bing managed a sorrowful smile and replied, "Does it matter if I tell you? Would you let me go? I simply didn't expect it." "Huh. He Yinzhou, what gives you the right to think that way?" He retorted with a chuckle. "In this society, a woman as beautiful as you. Let us be honest, it's a miracle if you've kept your first child for 27 years. I'm not as worthless as you might think. Everyone knows I maintain my distance from the opposite sex and take great care to protect myself. At 27, you've never had feelings for anyone? Not a soul. They're all unworthy. Come on, spare me the act. I detest when women talk about worthiness. I just got divorced, yet here I am, sleeping with you." Listening to He Yinzhou, Yun Bing bit her lip in silence, gazing stubbornly at him. He stood up and said, "All right then, since you were unaware last night, you can rest at home today while I head to the company. You needn't concern yourself with me. I have my own affairs to attend to. I merely promised to keep you company while you slept. You have no right to restrict my freedom. Do as you wish." With a cold snort, He Yinzhou departed. Descending the stairs, he noticed the absence of Lu Ruyin, indicating she had wisely retreated. Why bother exposing oneself to potential harm? As He Yinzhou left, Yun Bing could no longer contain her emotions and buried her face in her knees, weeping openly. Throughout the day, she continued to remotely manage the operations of the Yun Corporation until He Yinzhou returned that evening. Upon entering the room, He Yinzhou saw Yun Bing still lying in bed and remarked with a smile, "Aren't you rather obedient?" Yun Bing coldly replied, "It hurts. It's just inconvenient." He shook his head and inquired, "What did you have for lunch?" "Nothing. I had no appetite." "You went a whole day without eating?" Truly deserving of the title fairy. Ignoring his taunts, Yun Bing chose not to engage, thinking it was only a matter of 40 days she could endure. He Yinzhou said nothing further and simply walked over, lifting Yun Bing effortlessly. "What are you doing, He Yinzhou? Carrying you downstairs to eat. Don't starve to death. If you want to perish, you must wait until I'm finished." "He Yinzhou, you jerk." "Thank you." He Yinzhou brought Yun Bing downstairs and placed her on the sofa, where she noticed an array of new items scattered about the living room. From clothing to toiletries, everything was of the highest quality. "Did you buy all this? Do you believe I scavenged it?" Yun Bing shot him a glance, too weary to continue the conversation. This man truly had a way with words, both foul and unyielding. He Yinzhou switched on the television and tuned into an animated show, while also fetching some snacks for Yun Bing. "Here, enjoy these treats to tide you over. I shall prepare the meal," he said. You cook?" she queried, astonished. "Isn't there a maid here? I have endured hardship in the past, unable to afford fine meals, so I learned to cook for myself. As for the maid, I dismissed her. She was once Lian's, and I have yet to find a suitable replacement." "Oh," Yun Bing replied, falling silent as she genuinely immersed herself in the animated series. This was her first experience watching such a show. Her life had always been meticulously scheduled, and now that she had grown older, such frivolities seemed no longer suitable. Dressed in her pajamas, she sat on the sofa, indulging in snacks while occasionally glancing back at He Yinjiao, who was busy in the kitchen. In that moment, a profound sense of belonging washed over her, evoking the warmth of home. Chapter 17. The Trials of Jiugong. After approximately an hour, He Yinjiao had prepared the meal, coming over to assist Yun Bing in walking to the dining table. Yun Bing's cheeks flushed crimson. What a predicament this was. Last night, this scoundrel had treated her so poorly, leaving her in such a state, and now she required his support. Upon reaching the table and observing the 4 dishes and a soup that He Yinjiao had prepared, Yun Bing was momentarily taken aback. These are all my favorites, and you even know what I'm averse to? Such knowledge isn't particularly difficult for me to acquire, He Yinjiao replied, presenting her with disposable chopsticks. You're aware of my germophobia as well? Indeed, I noticed it yesterday when we were together. You were on the verge of retching. Yun Bing's face turned scarlet as she retorted, so you deliberately investigated my preferences? He Yinjiao sighed in exasperation. Can you refrain from rambling and simply eat? I'm utterly exhausted, and this trivial matter isn't unknown to many in Jiang province. Yun Bing shot him a glare, feeling a twinge of disappointment for having formed a slightly favorable impression of him. In the following days, Lu Ruyin did not make an appearance, while He Yinjiao returned home every evening, relishing his time with Yun Bing. One day, as Yun Bing sat at home, pressing her forehead with her hand, she realized her menstrual cycle had commenced. Each time it arrived, she experienced considerable discomfort, with abdominal cramps and headaches. Upon returning, He Yinjiao noticed her condition and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Yun Bing remained silent. "Hey, are you deaf? I'm speaking to you." "It's none of your business," Yun Bing stubbornly replied. He Yinjiao, uninterested in engaging further, stated, "You can order takeout tonight. I have a cocktail party to attend." Yun Bing continued to hold her silence. He Yinjiao cast her a glance before ascending the stairs to change into a suit. After changing, He Yinjiao descended and, with a fleeting glance at Yun Bing, exited the house. Once he was gone, Yun Bing could no longer endure the pain, clutching her abdomen, her lips turning pale from discomfort. Before long, the door of the villa swung open once more, revealing He Yinjiao, donned in a mask and a hat. Immediately upon entering, he tossed a black plastic bag towards Yun Bing. Curious, she looked inside to find several packs of sanitary napkins. Observing that He Yinjiao had concealed all but his glasses, she couldn't suppress a giggle. "What is so amusing?" He Yinjiao retorted. Subsequently, he pulled out his phone and said, "Let us cancel tonight as cocktail party. I have matters to attend to." After hanging up, He Yinjiao moved to the kitchen, busily preparing something. Before long, he emerged with a bowl of brown sugar water and a piece of donkey hide gelatin, placing them expressionlessly in front of Yun Bing. Suddenly, Yun Bing burst into laughter. "He Yinjiao, where did you learn this? Are you trying to kill me? It's all over the internet. Isn't it? Why do you concern yourself with such trivialities? All right, stop fussing over this. It will resolve itself in a couple of days." He Yinjiao paused, realizing that in the span of their 10 days together, this was the first time he had witnessed such tenderness from Yun Bing. It turned out that this woman possessed a gentle side as well. He Yinjiao remained silent, sitting beside her as they watched television together. Yun Bing's breath became uneven, and He Yinjiao shook his head, pulling her into his embrace and gently massaging her abdomen. Instantly, Yun Bing's body tensed, and she began to tremble slightly. It was her first experience of someone massaging her stomach. With a hint of irritation, He Yinjiao remarked, "What is wrong with you? It's just a stomach rub. You've been in bed countless times, so why be so tense? If you don't relax, you might cramp up, silly woman." Initially touched by his gesture, Yun Bing's mood soured upon hearing his words. It felt as if he was claiming her, bringing it up for no reason. It was truly annoying. Yet, the comfort of his hands on her abdomen was undeniable. A dog cannot spit out ivory. "Considering you are massaging my stomach, I shall refrain from holding a grudge against you." He Yinjiao remained silent and avoided looking at her, but Yun Bing, being perceptive, understood that this man had canceled his appointments for her sake and even stooped to buy sanitary pads. Though his words were harsh, his hands continued their soothing rhythm. "He Yinjiao, You wouldn't have fallen for me, would you? She mused. Yunbing. Even if a small cat or dog were to suffer before me today, I wouldn't turn a blind eye. I hope so. Don't let me lose respect for you. Jiao ignored her, his thoughts drifting back to Qin Qing. Over the past few days, it seemed that Qin Qing had truly embraced her role, handling matters as if she were his girlfriend. Should he devour her? Not doing so would be a loss. But if he did, would Yunbing, why was he even contemplating her? In less than a month, she would repay her debt and leave. The next day, Jiao went to the company, leaving Ning Xin to care for Yunbing. Miss Yin, I am Ning Xin. Please let me know if you need anything. Yunbing, having researched Jiao, was well aware of Ning Xin's identity. This woman could easily be deemed a Valkyrie. All right, I understand. The pain has subsided. I can manage on my own. Ning Xin nodded and refrained from further conversation, as she was not one for excessive words. After a busy morning, Ning Xin prepared lunch for Yunbing during their midday break, and they dined together. Yunbing inquired, Ning Xin, as a girl, is it convenient to be beside Jiao? Have you considered coming to work with me? Ning Xin lifted her gaze, her expression icy as she replied, Miss Yun, it would be best not to make such jokes. I'm serious. He is a man, and with you Fei around, it must be inconvenient for you. You might as well follow me. I hold you in high regard. Miss Yun seems quite knowledgeable about Brother Jiao and us. Of course, Jiao investigated me, so I naturally had to look into him. Ning Xin was taken aback by this unexpected side of the renowned Ice Queen of Yun Corporation. Miss Yun, if you truly wish for me to accompany you, it is quite simple, and there is no need for any compensation. Yunbing's eyes brightened at this, asking, what do you mean? You simply need to marry Brother Jiao. Once you do, he will assign me to protect you. He refuses to marry, fearing that I might consume his fortune and refuse to repay him. Upon finishing her words, Yunbing's cheeks flushed, realizing she had perhaps misspoken, as if she were pleading for him to wed her. Ning Xin, for the first time, smiled brightly and said, Miss Yun, perhaps that was indeed the case at first. However, I have known Jiao for over 5 years now, and I can assure you that he holds a fondness for you. Miss Yun, if ever you find yourself together with Jiao, I hope you will show him the care he deserves. He is, in truth, quite burdened and weary. Yunbing was momentarily taken aback, understanding that Jiao had undoubtedly endured much hardship and toil to establish a success. Yet, Ning Xin claimed that he harbored feelings for her. It was a jest. Indeed, he was fond of her, but only in a physical sense. Chapter 18. Better to inspire fear than to seek approval in the office of the president of the Myth Group. Qin Qing found herself seated upon Jiao's lap. Jiao, you are taking advantage of me again, she said, a hint of shyness lacing her voice. Jiao grinned mischievously. You will soon be my wife. I'm merely collecting some interest for now. Is that so unreasonable? This was the first time in over a fortnight that Qin Qing had heard such words from him, and it immediately brought to mind the notion that men often behaved in such a manner. She mused that perhaps she was better off with Wu Jibua. Jiao, are you serious? You would marry me? What other choice do I have? For you, I've even offended the Wu family. My haste to divorce should make my intentions clear, do you not see? Qin Qing smiled radiantly. If you marry me, I will finally feel at ease. Jiao narrowed his eyes playfully. Darling, shall we go get our marriage certificate tomorrow? Without hesitation, Qin Qing nodded enthusiastically. That sounds wonderful. She completely overlooked the absurdity of such a rapid commitment, attributing it to her own allure and Jiao's eagerness, having previously declared that without a certificate, she would never surrender herself. It was important to note that, in order to further their plans and facilitate Jiao's involvement, Qin Qing had undergone surgery for restoration. Yet Jiao remained rational, contemplating, Qin Qing, are you clever or foolish? Agreeing to marry me after just over 10 days, do you not find this illogical? Qin Qing was oblivious to this contradiction, for her desire to be with Wu Jibua consumed her. She was not a frivolous woman. Each moment of ambiguity with Jiao made her feel repulsed, not just by him, but by herself as well. Nevertheless, she thought just a few more months of perseverance, and once their plan succeeded, nothing would stand in the way of her union with Jibua. Meanwhile, Jiao pondered, Wu Jibua, Qin Qing, you two are far too naive to engage in this game. Elsewhere, In the villa, Yun Bing spoke on the phone with a furrowed brow. Why is there a funding shortfall? We calculated thoroughly. 2 billion should suffice. Why is that? Ms. Yun, it was decided by the board. They stated that compensation for the unfinished buildings must come first, and we should merely delay the rest. They mentioned that the projects under the young master are now at a critical juncture, hence, an additional investment of 1 billion has been added. A bunch of fools. The unfinished building issues have already escalated significantly. If a life is lost, the Yun family will suffer dire consequences. Have I no sense? Moreover, what kind of worthless project is Yun Tao running that requires 1 billion? That money was painstakingly obtained, for which I even sacrificed. Ms. Yun. The chairman has always favored the young master. Thus, Yun Bing felt a surge of rage. The 2 billion was a price she had paid with her integrity, and now they had quietly taken half of it. She hung up the phone, feeling a wave of anger and injustice, and began to weep once more. Just then, He Jiao returned, carrying some snacks, including a fluffy cotton candy. Observing Yun Bing in tears, he approached her and offered the cotton candy. Here, I presume you have never tasted such a thing. As the esteemed daughter of the Yun family, indulging in such treats is likely forbidden. Yun Bing lifted her gaze to behold a cotton candy as large as her own head, a confection she had longed for her childhood but was denied by her parents, who deemed it junk food unworthy of her status. Now, gazing at the fluffy delight, she felt an irresistible urge. Taking the cotton candy, she bit into it, savoring its sweetness. Thank you. Is it really such a big deal to cry over? I could simply lend you another 1 billion, He Jiao remarked nonchalantly. However, Yun Bing's eyes widened in alarm. She was troubled about how to negotiate with him, as she had nothing of value left to offer as collateral. I have nothing left to pledge, and I cannot bear the interest, she confessed. He Jiao chuckled softly. No need for collateral or interest. I will have someone transfer the funds to you. You may return tomorrow and handle your affairs. For now, there's no need to accompany me. Yun Bing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, He Jiao, thank you. I didn't expect you to assist me. He Jiao shot her a sidelong glance and replied, What would I do if I didn't help you? You possess potential, yet you seem to have a pig's brain. That unfinished building was initially your uncle's responsibility, and when it fell through, it was handed to you. How could you possibly take it on? Now, they're using your funds, hoping to exploit the situation to oust you from the Yun family enterprise, sell it off, and return the money to others. Why would I lend you money if you cannot repay it? That decrepit structure holds no value for me. I desire cash. Yun Bing sighed in resignation. There's no choice. My grandfather favors my uncle's family due to his preference for males. I must toil and strive to prove my worth to him, hoping to secure my place within the company. Such naivety, Yun Bing. Let me enlighten you. In this world, one either devours or is devoured. Remember, without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. Instead of seeking others' approval, consider how to instill fear in them. Yun Bing nodded. I understand now. I have sacrificed my innocence, yet failed to sway my grandfather's favoritism. Henceforth, I shall not hope for it. He Jiao, may I ask one more favor? Don't push your luck, he retorted crudely. Ignoring his brusque words, she continued, Please lend me Ning Xin for a while. Upon my return, it may. Dream on. You dog of a woman. Ning Xin is no Zhao Yun, and you're certainly not Liu Bei. I am not Gong Sun Zan. Spare me this nonsense. By the way, I'm in a temporary pause. Not that you won't accompany me. Once your matters are resolved, the remaining time must be compensated. Additionally, that 1 billion, add another half month to it, and remember to account for the days of your monthly cycle as well. Yun Bing gazed at He Jiao, who was being petty and relentless, yet she offered him a gentle glance and said, Very well, once everything is settled, I will make it up to you. He Jiao never anticipated that this woman would agree so readily, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. All right, I'm hungry. Let us have a meal, some local delicacies from Linhai that I believe you Haven Tea tried. After their meal, the two settled onto the sofa to watch the news, while He Jiao placed his hand unobtrusively on Yun Bing's delicate little foot. Yun Bing shot him a glance, then boldly rested both of her silk-clad feet on his lap, feeling somewhat amused by his persistent fascination with her feet over the past few weeks. He Jiao maintained a serious demeanor as he watched the television, yet his attention was clearly captivated. He often found himself pondering whether such a flawless woman truly existed in the world. Indeed, the renowned beauty of the 3 provinces and 1 city lived up to her reputation, with even her feet possessing remarkable grace. Chapter 19. All set Yunbing observed He Jiao's pretentious demeanor with a hint of amusement. Over the past few weeks, He Jiao had instilled in her a sense of home, allowing her to experience, for the first time, the comfort of having someone to care for and rely on. She remained uncertain about her feelings towards He Jiao, yet she was acutely aware that he would forever hold a uniquely significant place in her heart, as he was her first man. It is often said that no matter how many men a woman encounters throughout her life, she will never forget the one who claimed her first. She recognized that during these days, her resistance towards him had diminished, and it seemed that he was increasingly attentive to her as well. Could such profound feelings truly develop in such a brief span of time? Or, as others have suggested, could the physical closeness accelerate emotional intimacy? Yunbing was uncertain and bewildered. All she knew was that this man held a special significance in her heart. He Jiao. What is it? Are you looking for idle chatter? Do you think I can win when I return? You won't lose. Why? I've calculated, I've prayed. And I've made wishes with a turtle. Isn't that sufficient? How mundane. Don't you understand that outcomes are determined by human effort? Now let me sleep. Yunbing rolled her eyes at his coarse nature, thinking him an insensitive brute destined for divorce. In bed, she softly said, He Jiao, I will be leaving tomorrow morning. I know. Please help me out. With what? What do you think? I'm on my period. Use your feet. How annoying. The next morning, as Yunbing gazed at He Jiao sleeping beside her, she quietly slipped out of bed, preparing to return to Jiang province to seek justice for herself. Upon exiting the villa, she encountered Ning Xian. Ning Xian, what are you doing here? I'm waiting for you. Brother Jiao instructed me to accompany you back to Jiang province for your protection. At this, Yunbing instinctively glanced back at the bedroom she had just vacated. There stood He Jiao by the window, smoking while watching her. In that moment, Yunbing acknowledged her feelings. For the first time in many years, she found herself moved by a man. Even during their previous encounters, she had regarded them as mere tasks without any deeper emotions. He Jiao opened the window and said, Go on, if you can't win, don't bother coming back. I can't afford to lose face. Yunbing suddenly smiled brightly and replied, What if I really do lose, He Jiao? He Jiao scoffed, closed the window, and walked away. TCH, insufferable man. Yunbing has departed, and He Jiao has arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Damn, twice in half a month. One might think I'm a scoundrel engaging in a sham marriage. As Qin arrives, the two pose for their wedding photos, preparing to collect their marriage certificate at the front desk when He Jiao's phone rings. After the call, He Jiao appears quite anxious. Darling, return to the company with me. Xiaoran, the wedding photos are finished. Please arrange to collect the marriage certificate. Your sister-in-law and I will head back first. There has been an incident. All right, leave it to me. You go ahead. Once in the car, Qin does not dwell on the matter. For someone like He Jiao, the act of collecting the certificate is inconsequential. An assistant could easily handle it. Upon arriving at the company, He Jiao leads Qin directly into the conference room. He sits down and immediately inquires, What is the situation? How can there be a funding shortage for the research project? Guanjie responds, Mr. He, the development of new energy inherently carries the risk of failure. We can only say we've had ill fortune. Out of 10 options, we might select correctly once. Yet we've chosen 10 times and cut the nonsense. How much more funding is needed? 50 to 80 billion. What about the finance department? Mr. He, it's right here. The amount of funds the group can still utilize is significantly diminished. We've lent out much of it and transferred another 10 billion this morning. We currently have only 12 billion available. He Jiao taps his fingers on the table, contemplating for a long moment before stating, Let us seek a partner for collaboration. Mr. He, isn't there another way? Sharing such a substantial opportunity with others. What choice do we have? It's your fault for not performing well. The group's funds have yet to return, and we cannot afford any delays with the project. There is no alternative. I apologize, Mr. He. It's all my fault. Enough. I am not blaming you. Prepare to recruit partners for joint development. This meeting is adjourned. Guanjie, do not carry such heavy burdens. We will recoup our losses, whether it be more or less. With that, He Jiao departs, yet Qin remains. Guan, do not be disheartened. Yin Jiao does not hold you accountable. Guanjie nods bitterly. I understand. Thank you, madam. Qin feels a surge of joy at being addressed as madam and asks, Guan, I see that both you and Yin Jiao place great importance on this project. Why do you hesitate to seek partners? Madam, unbeknownst to you, this new energy sector is a significant opportunity. We are currently in a leading position. Should we succeed first, the returns would be immeasurable. Qin is aware of the potential in the new energy project, recognizing its vast promise and trend, as even the Wu family has been pursuing similar ventures. Is that so? No wonder both you and Yin Jiao value it so highly. Alas, it is my inadequacy that has disappointed Mr. He. Madam, I shall take my leave now to focus on my research. Returning to the president's office, Qin observes Yin Jiao's fluctuating expression. Yin Jiao, what troubles you? Why the grim demeanor? It's frustrating. Such a significant opportunity must be shared with others. You seem to be utterly exhausted. It pains my heart to see you so worn out. Perhaps the matter of recruiting partners could be entrusted to me? We have also obtained our marriage certificate, and I wish to alleviate some of your burdens. Otherwise, people might perceive me as merely a decorative figure. At this moment, Lin Ran entered and said, Mr. He, madam, the marriage certificate has been processed. She presented the 2 red books to them, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Yin Jiao pondered for a moment and remarked, We are now a legitimate couple. You should indeed attempt to partake in the affairs of the group. I shall leave the recruitment to you, Xiaoran. Your sister-in-law is still new to this, so please assist her. Understood, Mr. He, replied Qin. Then, Yin Jiao, I will go prepare. All right, off you go. After Qin departed, Yin Jiao's earlier despondency vanished, and with a playful expression, he said, Xiaoran, splendid. This marriage certificate could easily pass for a genuine document. Need I even mention it? You should trust my capabilities. Indeed. Have you made arrangements regarding the counterfeit projects with Guanjie? Everything is prepared. Yin Jiao rose and approached the window, lighting a cigarette. All is set. We merely await the favorable winds. Chapter 20. Farewell to Wu Jibwa that evening. Yin Jiao showed no mercy and swiftly dealt with Qin. Observing the slumbering woman beside him, Yin Jiao wore a sinister smile. Merely 2 jesters. How dare you attempt to scheme against me, Yin Jiao? The Wu family shall not be allowed to inflict any substantial harm this time. Otherwise, it would render my years of effort fruitless. In recent days, Yin Jiao had been living quite comfortably, indulging in feasting and revelry, akin to a honeymoon with Qin. Qin, in turn, proudly showcased their marriage certificate and shared snippets of their daily activities. Yin Jiao accompanied her to various social events, presenting themselves as a model couple. Yin Jiao was well aware of Qin's intentions, but chose not to expose them. However, this news spread not only among the people of Linhai, but also reached Jiang province. Nearly everyone at the Yun Corporation sensed something was amiss, particularly Yun Bing and President Yun, who had been in exceptionally poor spirits lately. On this particular day, Yin Jiao took Qin to a banquet, where they encountered a familiar face, Wu Jibwa. Yin Jiao was suddenly struck by a wicked delight, wrapping his arm around Qin's waist as they approached. Isn't this young Master Wu? Long time no see. Which woman are you pursuing this time? Seeing the intimate display between Yin Jiao and Qin, Wu Jibwa felt an unbearable pressure in his chest, rendering him speechless. He refrained from engaging further, fearing he might inadvertently reveal his true feelings. You know, young Master Wu, Yin Jiao taunted, a wealthy heir like you can't compare to a man like me, who's been married before. My wife has resisted your advances for over a year, yet in less than a month with me, I have savored all her charms. Wu Jibwa's grip on his wine glass trembled, his fingers turning pale from the strain. He turned to face them and remarked, What can I say? Master Jiao enjoys a certain freedom. He can marry whomever he pleases. Unlike me, I face far too many obstacles. Yin Jiao chuckled, noticing a slight tremor in Qin's form at Wu Jibwa's words. Young Master Wu, aren't you going to offer a few words of blessing? Forget it. After all, he's an ex-boyfriend, which makes it rather awkward. Let's go. Qin Xing finally interjected, unable to fathom the pain it would cause Wu Jibua to utter words of congratulations. He Jiao frowned and asked, "Wife, what did you just call me?" "Husband. I just felt a bit awkward calling you that in front of my ex," she replied hesitantly. "Haha, no worries. What does young Master Wu count as an ex? If a simple handshake qualifies, then I could go greet a Miss Xiao, and that would count too, right?" "Haha." Wu Jibua gasped for air, saying, "He Jiao, I advise you to know when to stop. I have no time for this verbal sparring." "Very well, then please, young Master Wu. I'm tired as well. Come, wife. Let's return home. What color stocking should I wear today?" Qin Xing remained silent, while Wu Jibua was seething with rage. He Jiao continued, "Wife, do tell. I've forgotten." Qin Xing, feeling helpless, replied nude. "Ah, splendide. My favorite. I can hardly wait. Let's go." Watching He Jiao leave, Wu Jibua's eyes brimmed with malice. "He Jiao, indulge in your arrogance while you can. It shall not last long. You would never dream that the woman you cherish is not only my possession, but also a dagger I have poised at your side." The following day, Jixin Technology unexpectedly secured an investment of $6 billion, sourced from Hongxing Pharmaceuticals. Qin Xing's report indicated that Hongxing Pharmaceuticals intended to expand its business and seek transformation. However, He Jiao was acutely aware that this capital originated from the Wu family, and the head of Hongxing Pharmaceuticals, Li Wei, was the son-in-law of Wu's sister. Few were privy to this connection, and even fewer knew that the Tianya Club in Linhai was the largest intelligence organization in the city, with its proprietor, Wen Hong, known as Red Sister, actually being Yu Fei's woman. In truth, the entire Linhai city lay beneath Yu Fei's watchful gaze. The world-renowned mercenary group, the chief assassin of Tu Ming, had earned its reputation through sheer prowess. At the office, He Jiao was sipping tea with Yu Fei. "Xiao Fei, what is the status of that woman, Lu Ruyan? She has been absent for quite some time, and I sense something amiss." "Brother Jiao, the Lu Group is currently developing a project in the Western District, and they have been quite busy. Lu Ruyan has been heavily involved, and furthermore." "Speak freely. Is there something you cannot share?" "She has summoned Lu Tao back." He Jiao scoffed. As expected, the earlier talk of breaking legs was merely a ruse. Yu Fei lowered his head and said, "I apologize, Brother Jiao, but since she was once your wife, neither Wen Hong nor I dare to have her monitored, so." "It's fine. I bear no blame." He Jiao picked up the phone. "President Lu, it has been a while since we gathered. How about calling the other presidents? I'll host tonight. Let us enjoy ourselves." "All right, tonight at Shengtian Tower. See you there." After hanging up, He Jiao instructed Xiao Fei, "Inform Wen Hong to keep a close watch on Qin Xing and the Wu family's every move. No unexpected incidents must occur." "Understood, Brother Jiao." That evening, He Jiao summoned nearly all the bank presidents in Linhai City. After several rounds of drinks, President Lu remarked, "Yin Jiao, what prompted you to gather us all of a sudden?" "I simply missed you all. Do you believe me?" President Li chuckled. "Yin Jiao, you jest. If we were women, I might have believed you." "Li Yi, your words betray a lack of sentiment." Laughter ensued. President Zhu shook his head. "Enough, Yin Jiao. You must have a purpose for calling us. We are here as brothers to assist you. Speak plainly." "Indeed, there are no secrets among us. Are you in need of funds? Just say how much, and we shall contribute. The interest will be minimal." He Jiao smiled. "Brothers, you underestimate me. He Jiao, lack for nothing. I am the god of wealth. I wish to inquire, how much does Lu Ruyan owe each of your banks?" Listening to their responses, He Jiao calculated approximately 500 million. "When is the repayment due?" "It won't be long. Merely about a week, right? Last year, it was you who spoke of affection. Have you forgotten? What? Are you still entangled with Lu?" He Jiao chuckled softly and said, "My brothers, let's refrain from lending money to the Lu family in the future. I am preparing to confront her. We wouldn't want to complicate matters should she fail to repay, which could not only bring you trouble, but also tarnish our brotherhood." Upon hearing this, the others shook their heads, contemplating how resolute He Jiao truly was. It seemed he was determined to eliminate Lu Ruyan once and for all. "No witties. Should you take action, she will undoubtedly find herself without escape. We are not inclined to see our funds turn into bad debts, after all." "Very well. Let it be so. My only concern is causing trouble for you, my dear brothers. I wanted to inform you in advance. Now let us continue our revelry, and later, we shall visit the Tian Sha Club for some amusement. Chapter 21. So, are we just trading? Half a month has passed, during which He Jiao and Qin Xing have been reveling in each other's company every night. In He Jiao's mind, this enchanting woman might soon vanish, and he felt compelled to indulge himself while he could. On this particular day, He Jiao was en route to meet the chairman of the Lin Group, who had traveled from Su province for a project discussion when his phone rang. It was Ning Xian, stirring a hint of concern within He Jiao. Had something happened to her? Hello, be careful, it's me, Ning Xian said. Jiuge, Miss Yin is making her move tomorrow, but preparations are insufficient. There is no other choice. What are our chances? He Jiao inquired directly, uninterested in the reasons for the inadequacy, solely focused on the outcome. The odds are not promising. Ning Qing replied candidly. I understand. After hanging up, He Jiao pondered for a moment and then turned to Lin Ran. Xiao Ran, you should meet with Chairman Lin and help explain the situation while securing the collaboration. Lin Ran was taken aback, her eyes wide as she stared at He Jiao. Jiuge, are you joking? Surely, you can't be serious. What am I, an assistant? How can I go meet Chairman Lin and secure a deal? You can do it. Which of your eyes saw that I could? Suddenly, He Jiao chuckled and replied, That's your father. Your words carry more weight than mine. Lin Ran gazed at He Jiao in astonishment, her expression shifting to anxiety. Jiuge, you know? Little girl, you're far from it. Now, tell me, can you do it or not? With a resigned sigh, Lin Ran responded, Don't worry, go find my future sister-in-law. The collaboration is already in motion. After all, I was the one who asked my father to pursue it. He Jiao smiled, ruffling Lin Ran's hair. Little girl, if you keep teasing your Jiuge, I'll make sure the cafeteria serves lamb every day. Lin Ran scrunched her nose and retorted, He Jiao, you're ruthless. Go now, Xiao Fei. We're heading to Jiang province. Lin Ran was a junior from He Jiao's university, the only daughter of the Lin family from Su province. During their university days, He Jiao looked after her, even helping her through a tumultuous relationship with a former boyfriend. And it was he who took her for an abortion during a particularly harrowing time in her life. He Jiao cared for her as though she were his own sister. And Lin Ran had since followed him, regarding him as an elder brother. In a villa in Jiang province, Yun Bing sat lost in thought, perplexed by the impending revelation of her plans. Success or failure hinged on this moment, yet her chances seemed slim. At that moment, however, her mind wandered not to the events of tomorrow, but to that man, reflecting on the days spent together, especially that fateful morning when he said, If you lose, don't come back. I cannot afford to lose face. Ning Xian remained by her side, having provided unwavering support during these trying days. Without Ning Xian, she might well be lying in a hospital bed now. During this period, she and Ningxin shared a harmonious bond akin to that of sisters. Likewise, she gleaned much about that man from Ningxin. Yunbing, Jiuge is here. Oh, what? What did you say? Ningxin shook her head with a bitter smile. Recently, she had come to realize that Yunbing perpetually maintained an air of nonchalance, her demeanor as frosty as her personality, especially given the multitude of recent events that rendered her unusually silent. Yet at this moment, perhaps only Jiuge could elicit such a profound reaction from her. I said, Jiuge has arrived. How could he come? What's his purpose? I informed him that you will be vying for power tomorrow, though the odds are not in your favor. Sister Xian, how could you? Never mind. With that, Yunbing dashed up the stairs. Ningxin, feeling helpless, stubbornly insisted that her relationship with Jiuge was merely transactional, devoid of any emotional ties. Yet upon hearing of his arrival, she busied herself with bathing and dressing up. She claimed it was to maintain her image, though Yunbing herself was unaware that she simply wished to present her most beautiful self to He Jiao. In the afternoon, He Jiao entered Yunbing's villa. Upon seeing him, she immediately rose, her enchanting eyes fixed upon the man. He Jiao casually remarked, What are you two up to? I haven't eaten anything on my way here. I'm starving. Is there any food? Yunbing quickly responded, Oh, I forgot. I'll ask Aunt Wang to prepare something. He Jiao disregarded her and opened a refrigerator himself, pulling out bread and milk, and began to eat. His demeanor resembled that of the villa's master. Yet Yunbing felt no semblance of distaste, as if it were entirely natural. While He sat there eating, Yunbing kept him company, and Yu Fei and Ningxin tactfully excused themselves, leaving the two alone. Perhaps still elated from seeing He she momentarily forgot her concerns. However, as she observed him eating and drinking, her expression turned icy. He, why are you here? Shouldn't you be with your new wife, Qin Qing, the stunning beauty? He glanced at her, chewing his bread as he replied, what stunning beauty? None can compare to your allure. But she is your legal wife. Legally? That marriage certificate is fake. That woman conspired with others to set me up, and I merely played along. Yunbing was taken aback, astonished. Is that true? You should know I am accountable for my actions. Yunbing nodded but suddenly asked, so have you two been intimate? Well, if she dares to scheme against me, I shall ensure they lose both the lady and their troops, and I'll indulge myself. Why should I tolerate that? Yunbing's eyes widened. She felt a mix of anger and grievance upon hearing this news. He, you scoundrel, that is truly repulsive. He raised his head, looking at her in confusion. What is wrong with me? Am I insane? I came to help you, even foregoing the collaboration with the Lin group in Su province, and you dare to scold me? Suddenly, He seemed to recall something, grinning as she said, Yunbing, you're not feeling jealous, are you? Jealous? Me jealous of you? Have you not fully awakened? At that moment, He finished the last sip of her milk and promptly lifted Yunbing into her arms. He, what on earth are you doing? What do you think? Naturally, it's time to collect some interest. Put me down. Yunbing struggled vigorously, prompting He to wonder at her unexpected reaction. Yunbing, do not forget our agreement. He, so our relationship is merely a transaction, is it? What else could it be? Then why did you forego the collaboration with the Lin family to assist me? I have stated, I only desire cash, and besides, Qin Qing is not as beautiful as you. I miss you. Upon hearing He words, Yunbing bitterly smiled. All right, I understand. Let us honor our agreement. Chapter 22. The thoughts of Yunbing in the evening. The two sat on the sofa, discussing Yunbing's plans for the following day. It seemed as if they had returned to the early days of their acquaintance. Yunbing's demeanor grew cold once more, as she began to distance herself from He again. He, still preoccupied with her delicate feet, longed to grasp them in his hands, yet this time, Yunbing did not acquiesce to him. Do not touch me, He. This is merely a transaction, she declared. I shall fulfill my part, but it is limited to spending each night with you, just one night at a time. In truth, Yunbing was deeply wounded. The moment she learned that He had registered his marriage with another, she was on the verge of collapse. From that point onward, she ceased to discuss him with Ning Xin. When Yunbing first entered into a relationship with He, she had envisioned exchanging her innocence for a promising future. She was not a selfish individual. Her father was overlooked and rather mediocre, while her mother's family had fallen into decline. The entire family relied upon her, along with a few loyal employees who followed her. She understood that should she falter, their fates would not be favorable. Thus, she aspired to secure a future through her marriage, believing that feelings could be cultivated gradually, as she had never doubted that a man could refuse her. However, when he proposed that their marriage be a means for He to assist him, he turned her down. Reflecting on his words at that time, Yunbing considered the possibility that he was acting out of self-protection, having been hurt by his ex-wife, or perhaps employing some subtle means to attract her, methods that were not entirely unfamiliar. She even speculated that perhaps this man was simply lustful, eager to possess her. Influenced by her mother, she was a woman of traditional values, believing that both physically and spiritually she would only ever truly connect with one man. Her thoughts were straightforward. If He possessed her, she would endeavor to accept him, nurturing their feelings until they could support one another for a lifetime. Thus, she embraced He, genuinely sensing his kindness and care for her. It was only after he chose to forego social engagements to be with her, setting aside his pride to buy her sanitary napkins, brewing sweetened water for her, and soothing her stomach, that she contemplated the possibility of spending her life with him as a commendable choice. She would forever remember her mother's words. A woman is particularly sensitive to the man who takes her innocence, just as a man will cherish the woman to whom he gives his heart. Yunbing recognized that, aside from He, No one else would understand how pure she truly was. Only he would regard her as a treasure. Yet, when she faced challenges, despite his brash demeanor, he provided her with unconditional assistance. As for the conditions he mentioned, she dismissed them as mere excuses for wanting to spend more time with her. Their relationship evolved into one where he cared for her well-being and emotions, rather than simply taking from her. They genuinely resembled a married couple, especially since he was someone with whom she shared profound intimacy. On the morning of her departure, when she spotted Ning Xin waiting for her and turned to see him gazing at her from the window, she felt her heart stir. Since returning from Linhai, thoughts of him occupied her mind daily, and her conversations with Ning Xin consistently circled back to He Yinjiao. Until she heard about his marriage certificate with Qin Qing, she had felt quite defeated during that period. However, today, upon hearing He Yinjiao's explanation, a wave of joy washed over her. Yet his subsequent words wounded her deeply, leaving her with a sense of self-mockery. In her heart, she was merely a fleeting specter. Thus, today, in their intimate encounters, she passively endured, reverting to her previous demeanor with him. Yun Bing was a proud woman. She would never stoop to seek a man's affection or feelings. Observing Yun Bing's demeanor, He Yinjiao lost interest and inquired about her plans for the next day. My grandfather will hold a meeting to draft his will. I can only present the evidence of Yun Tao's embezzlement that I have gathered. I have allied with several high-ranking officials who support me. Yet my grandfather's bias towards males diminishes my chances. I understand. Rest early to prepare for tomorrow. I shall take my leave. Oh, Yun Bing responded coldly. In the past, she would have asked where he was going. The following day, at the Yun group's meeting, the elderly patriarch, gravely ill, summoned the strength to convene one last assembly to draft his will and announce the succession of the group. Yun Bing presented the evidence of Yun Tao and his family's corruption, yet the desired outcome eluded her, met instead with her grandfather's disappointment. Xiao Bing, family scandals should not be aired publicly. Can you not bear to see Xiao Tao succeed? He is my grandson. What is embezzlement but merely spending a portion of the inheritance I intended for him? Grandfather, you exhibit blatant favoritism. Can embezzlement and expenditure be equated? Are you not afraid that placing the group in his hands will lead to its decline? Ha ha, Yun Bing. As my sister, I did not wish to utter harsh words. The group, once in my hands, will not falter. At least, it shall always bear the Yun surname. And you? You are a woman destined to marry and eventually belong to another family. Yun Tao gazed disdainfully at Yun Bing, fully aware of their grandfather's heavy patriarchal bias. Yun Bing regarded Yun Tao coldly before glancing at the others present. Many high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, discussing the disparity in capabilities between Yun Bing and Yun Tao, highlighting Yun Bing's achievements and contributions, while pointing out Yun Tao's laziness and lack of merit. Handing the group over to Yun Tao would surely spell its downfall. Grandfather, see? I have long warned you of Yun Bing's ambition. Even before you took action, she began to court the support of the group as executives. Yun Bing and Yun Tao were on divergent paths, each leveraging their respective strengths. Yun Bing's abilities were superior, while Yun Tao basked in favoritism. Though grandfather Yun harbored discontent towards Yun Bing, he recognized her newfound strength, bolstered by the support of numerous high-ranking officials. Without Yun Bing and their backing, Yun Tao would be incapable of shouldering the group's responsibilities. After a moment of contemplation, grandfather Yun declared, both children present valid points. Henceforth, the group's share shall not be relinquished. Yun Tao will inherit them. However, the distribution of dividends will be shared equally between you two, and the positions of chairman and CEO shall be entrusted to Yun Bing. What does everyone think? Ha! The venerable Lord Yun truly excels at strategizing. Allow me to summarize. It essentially involves having Yun Bing work for Yun Tao, who can dismiss Yun Bing at any moment, correct? Just as these words left his lips, He Yinjiao entered, accompanied by a man of similar age. Upon their arrival, everyone greeted them warmly. Mr. Qian, what brings you here? Chapter 23. Yun Bing ascends. The newcomer was none other than Qian Ziyang, the young heir of the prestigious Qian family from Jiang province. There's no need for concern. I merely accompanied my good brother to assess the situation, he stated politely with a nod. Upon seeing He Yinjiao's arrival, Yun Bing felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She anticipated his presence, yet remained uncertain of how he would assist her. Many onlookers regarded He Jiao with discontent after his blatant disregard for the elder's dignity. This young man is, he began, and I'm known as the foremost creditor of Lin Hai. Likewise, your Yun group owes me a considerable sum, and I am here to collect. Old Master Yun furrowed his brow, aware of the loan taken by the Yun group, which he had consented to, for without his approval, Yun Bing could not have mortgaged the corporate headquarters. Ah, you are the ninth god of wealth of Lin Hai, Mr. He of the Myth Group. Indeed, my Yun group owes you money, but it is not yet due. Upon maturity, we shall certainly repay it. He Jiao let out a derisive laugh. Repay? Very well. I am merely here to inform you that this is the loan contract, stipulating an interest of 5 per thousand per day on a total of 3 billion. Considering my respect for Yun Bing, I lent you the sum, demanding only 1,000th of 20 billion. Given that Yun Bing is disregarded and on the verge of being cast aside, I must reclaim this sum. Old Master Yun, does this not seem reasonable? Huh, Mr. He, is it not somewhat ruthless of you? Without the Yun group, how could Yun Bing have secured such a loan? This is a matter between our two families and has no bearing on her. He Jiao narrowed his eyes, surprised by the elder's audacity, explaining the difficulty of Yun Bing's situation. Old man, you are mistaken. Without Yun Bing, I would not have lent you a single cent. Furthermore, what do you know of compassion? You dare to invoke the concept of sentiment? Consider your options. Either repay the debt today or face homelessness. Your company seal and the documentation for the corporate building are in my possession, and I can transfer ownership at any moment. Old Master Yun, his countenance dark, remarked, as far as I am aware, Mr. He of the Myth Group has always been a man of his word, renowned for his integrity. Is this not detrimental to your reputation? Who would dare to borrow from you in the future? I converse solely with Yun Bing, not with the Yun Group. If she is absent, my actions cannot be deemed dishonest. Besides, I, He Jiao, am not a virtuous man. Dishonesty is but a trivial concern. I have amassed sufficient wealth and can simply liquidate my assets to enjoy life. You, what is your relationship with Xiaobing that you would go to such lengths for her? At this moment, Qian Ziliang interjected, Old Master Yun, I also have another matter to address. I hold great faith in Yun Bing's capabilities and wish to establish a long-term strategic partnership with your Yun group. However, it seems... Old Master Yun found himself at a loss, having hesitated for a considerable time before responding. This is, after all, my family's enterprise. How could I possibly relinquish it to outsiders? Yun Bing let out a bitter laugh, saying, Grandfather, do you perceive me as an outsider? But ultimately, you are destined to marry. Grandfather, I assure you that even after I marry, I will bear a son who will carry the Yun surname. Is that satisfactory? Upon hearing Yun Bing's words, everyone was taken aback, effectively silencing the elder Mr. Yun. He Jiao squinted at Yun Bing, who, upon noticing his gaze, quickly averted her eyes. The elder Yun, after a prolonged moment of bitter amusement, replied, Very well, Xiaobing, remember what you have said today. I hereby declare the distribution of Yun Group's shares. The second heir will inherit 25, Yun Bing will inherit 25, the first and third heirs will each inherit 10. And Yun Tao and Yun Long will each inherit 10, while my youngest daughter will also inherit 10. The positions of chairman and CEO of the group will be held by Yun Bing. After making this announcement, the elder Yun turned to He Jiao and asked, Are you satisfied now? He Jiao responded indifferently, What does it matter to me? I am only conversing with Yun Bing. Since she is still in the game, the previous terms remain. As the crowd dispersed, only He Jiao, Yun Bing, and Qian Ziliang remained in the conference room. Old He, are you satisfied now? Let us not revisit those matters. Seriously? You think it's that easy to repay the favors for back then? Come on, Old He, you're overreacting. Wasn't it just helping me with a fight? You supported me for a semester when I was broke. Is that really worth this fuss? Fine, just leave. By the way, don't forget about collaborating with the Yun Group. Qian Ziliang waved his hand as he departed, assuring, Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. Once Qian Ziliang left, He Jiao turned to Yun Bing and said, Let us return to Lin Hai. Our transaction is not yet complete. No. Hey, are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? No, it's just that the group is undergoing significant changes, and there is too much to attend to. If you wish, stay in Jiang province. I will accompany you. Please, do you think I have all the time in the world? I'm leaving. Find me in Linhai once you're done. Hiingio stood to leave. Don't go. Why? Thank you. Huh. Remember, pay me back promptly. Upon returning to Linhai, Hiingio found that Lin Ran had indeed exceeded his expectations, skillfully managing her father and securing considerable benefits for the group. A month swiftly passed. Hiingio called Yun Bing, inquiring if she was still busy and when she would return to accompany him. He found himself constantly thinking of that woman. Despite his extensive experiences with women, none could compare to Yun Bing, not even those who came close. Not to mention her physique and complexion, merely holding her while sleeping was an exquisite pleasure. However, Yun Bing's response was, I will come once you resolve the matter with Qin Xing. Today, Jixin Technology announced a significant piece of news. Their research on new energy had utterly failed. This revelation left Wu Jibua and Qin Xing unsettled. Even the elder Wu was stirred. Wu Jibua had shared his plans with his grandfather in a bid for funding, receiving praise for his potential to undertake great endeavors, enduring what others could not. Now, they could no longer endure the situation. It was a staggering 6 billion, not merely assets, but liquid cash. The loss of such a sum would significantly cripple the Wu family, as their financial chain would remain taut for a considerable period, and a single misstep could lead to its rupture. In a state of urgency, Qin rushed into He Yingjiao's office and inquired, Darling, what is happening? How could this fail? Wasn't Guan Jie confident of success? He sighed. Such matters are inherently fraught with uncertainty. Failure is not uncommon. We shall conduct further research. But what about the investment made by Hongxing Pharmaceuticals? She pressed. What else is there to do? The terms were clearly stated in black and white. Research entails risks, and investments must bear those risks. They can either choose to inject more capital or bid farewell. Qin almost fainted at He Yingjiao's words. How could he not recall such a clause in the contract? Chapter 24. The mask is off. He Yingjiao observed Qin Xing with a hint of amusement. After all, the money had been secured, and he had tired of the charade. His thoughts were now consumed by Yun Bing. He produced the contract and tossed it to Qin Xing, saying, Take a look for yourself. As Qin Xing perused the document, she suddenly collapsed onto the floor. Darling, this contract. A chuckle escaped him. Li Wei was indeed foolish. The two contracts he had signed were stuck together, and he hadn't even noticed it. Had he not even glanced at the exchange contract? Upon hearing this, Qin Xing's expression shifted to one of shock. Darling, what are you saying? Are you still acting with me? I was puzzled as to why you and Wu Jibua thought you could outsmart me. If she remained oblivious to how they had been played by He Yingjiao at this moment, she would be a complete fool. He Yingjiao, did you know from the very beginning? Of course. I even knew about your surgical procedure. Do you think there's anything I'm unaware of? I see. Qin Xing struggled to accept the reality. She had believed that her scheme with Wu Jibua was sound, only to discover that He Yingjiao had been fully aware of their every move. They had merely been indulged in their little game, while she had devoted herself to serving him for over 2 months, and Wu Jibua had been swindled out of 6 billion. Their downfall was inevitable. Old Wu would certainly not let them off the hook. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Darling, we are legally married. Return the money to the Wu family and save him. I promise to sever ties with him. I owe him this, so let us consider it a repayment, shall we? He Yingjiao regarded her with a smile. Finding her sentiments commendable, she was indeed a devoted woman. Yet, it was unfortunate that they had plotted against themselves, and he would not show them mercy. At that moment, Lin Ran entered the doorway with another individual. Instantly, He Yingjiao embraced Qin Xing. My dear, thank you. I understand your intentions now. Rest assured, your past with Wu Jibua is behind you. Without you, I could not have orchestrated such a grand scheme against them. Observing the embrace, Lin Ran and her companion discreetly retreated. Meanwhile, Qin Xing remained perplexed by He Yingjiao's behavior. Darling, have you agreed? What have I agreed to? But you just... Oh, I just remembered. You mentioned the marriage certificate. Did you truly think I would marry a woman who plotted against me? Remember that day when I hurried back to the company? That marriage certificate is a forgery. As He Yingjiao spoke, he tore the marriage certificate into shreds. In a corner of the office, a man who had just entered with Lin Ran was making a phone call. Wu Xiao, Qin Xing has betrayed you. She has fallen for He Yingjiao. This incident was orchestrated by her and He Yinjiao. I just witnessed He Yinjiao embrace her in gratitude, saying he didn't take care about her past with you. This wretched woman, I will see her perish. In the office, He Yinjiao leaned back, eyes closed, listening to music. Amoxicillin is my brother, my brother, my brother. Suddenly, the music ceased, and Lin Ran stood there, speechless. Ninth brother, I understand your joy, but we are at work now. You've turned the music up so loud that even those outside can hear it. Oh, just a bit happy, he replied. Lin Ran smiled slightly. Indeed, after 2 months of clever maneuvering, they had deceived the Wu family out of 6 billion. That was reason enough for celebration. Xiao Ran, has that mole from the Wu family informed Wu Jibwa? Yes, not only that, but they also embellished the details. Qin Qing is currently on her way to Wu Jibwa. He nodded, saying, Good, let them tear each other apart. By the way, inform Wen Hong to keep a close watch. Wu Jibwa may take action against Qin Qing, and we must gather evidence. Rest assured, Hongjin knows what to do. All right, you may leave. I need to make a call. Lin Ran shot him a glance, fully aware of whom he intended to contact. When the call connected, a melodious female voice came through. Hello, what is the matter? The issue with Qin Qing has been resolved. Come back and keep me company. There was a long silence on the other end before a resigned sigh replied, Understood. That evening, He Yinjiao received a message from Wen Hong. Wu Jibwa completely dismissed Qin Qing's explanation and severely injured her, resulting in significant harm. All the evidence was securely in Wen Hong's possession. With a smile, He Yinjiao dialed Li Yi's number. Li Yi, my girlfriend has been gravely harmed. What should I do? On the other end, Li Yi rolled his eyes. Report it. However, you should discuss it with the PR department. The Wu family used Qin Qing to get close to me, plotted against me, and deceived me with a fake marriage certificate. When the truth came to light, Wu Jibwa retaliated against Qin Qing in a fury, leading to her injury. Additionally, the exposure stemmed from the failure of our research. We must ensure that this does not become public knowledge. Rest assured, boss, I will handle it. The following day, news of the incident spread widely across media and the internet, provoking a massive public reaction. Wu Jibwa was promptly taken into custody with irrefutable evidence against him. Consequently, the stock price of the Wu family conglomerate plummeted. Meanwhile, He Yinjiao arrived at the airport to welcome a beautiful woman. Yun Bing appeared at the exit like a picturesque sight, her wavy chestnut hair cascading elegantly, her makeup subtle yet exquisite. She wore a knee-length beige dress that revealed her legs clad in nude stockings, complemented by high nude heels that added several inches to her stature. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, garnering nearly 100% attention, yet her gaze remained fixed on the man waiting for her at the exit. She had kept track of the events in Linhai and was taken aback by He Yinjiao's ruthlessness toward the woman who had accompanied him for over 2 months. Devoid of any semblance of compassion, Yun Bing carried only her handbag, prompting He Yinjiao to remark, Why didn't you bring anything? Don't tell me you plan to leave again in 2 days. Yun Bing shot him a glare and retorted, Don't you have plenty of my belongings there? Let Qin Qing throw them out. Yun Bing, infuriated, looked up at He Yinjiao. As she moved in, seeing He Yinjiao remain silent, Yun Bing abruptly shook off He Yinjiao's grasp and declared, I'm going to the hotel. Why? I find it disgusting. Hey, young lady, have you forgotten your position? Yun Bing suddenly halted, turned to face He Yinjiao, and smiled. He Yinjiao, enlighten me, what is my position? Do you wish for me to accompany you solely until the debt is repaid, or do you desire to maintain contact with me thereafter? Contemplate your answer before responding. Goodness. Yun Bing, has the Yun Group made its move, and now you dare to speak to me this way? Tell me, what is my position? Bedmate. Very well. He Yinjiao, do not regret it. Yun Bing said through gritted teeth. He Yinjiao too was incensed. Whoever regrets is a dog. TSK. Chapter 25. Repayment in the ensuing days. He Yinjiao and Yun Bing found themselves with little to occupy their time, spending nearly every evening at home. However, Yun Bing maintained a frosty demeanor towards He Yinjiao. In turn, refrained from pursuing her affections, content as long as she fulfilled her promises. Having experienced love firsthand, He Yinjiao found it rather tiresome and painful. Yet, Yun Bing sensed that He Yinjiao's infatuation for her was deepening. He Yinjiao, just you wait. When you fall for me and find yourself unable to let go, you will witness how I handle you. One day, while He Jiao perused documents in the corporate office, Lin Ran entered, announcing, "Brother Jiao, Miss Yun has arrived." He Jiao frowned. "What does she want? Bring her in." As Yun Bing stepped into the office, He Jiao approached her with the intention of embracing her, only to be met with a firm push away as Yun Bing coldly stated, "I have come to repay you. Please return the contract and the items belonging to Yun Group." Taken aback by her words and demeanor, He Jiao felt an unsettling discomfort. Nonetheless, he dismissed his thoughts and instructed Lin Ran to retrieve the items. Before long, over 3 billion was transferred into the account of the Myth Group. Yun Bing looked at He Jiao and declared, "Mr. He, we are settled." He Jiao narrowed his eyes. "What did you call me? Mr. He, is there an issue?" She retorted. "Huh, how quickly you turn your back on people," Yun Bing scoffed. "Isn't that better than Mr. He? You've never treated me with any respect, have you? You explicitly stated that our relationship is merely transactional, that I am but your bedmate." He Jiao's expression darkened as he nodded angrily. "Fine, remember what you said today. Now leave." The word leave struck Yun Bing hard, her eyes welling with tears, yet she slammed the door behind her as she departed. "Miss Yun, allow me to drive you," Ning Xin offered upon encountering Yun Bing, who accepted without protest and got into the car. Inside, Ning Xin observed Yun Bing's troubled expression and her reddened eyes, sighing softly. "Miss Yun, in truth, Brother Jiao struggles with romantic relationships. The women in his life, including his ex-wife, all began as transactions. Yet, his feelings for you are unique. With others, including his ex-wife, he resorts to threats and temptation. But with you, he appears rather helpless." Yun Bing paused, taken aback. "Sister Xin, is that true? But he treats Qin so well, why not me?" "Ah, Miss Yun, Brother Jiao has never truly cared for Qin. Everything has been calculated and performed. Qin has no sway over him. Have you not noticed? Brother Jiao doesn't understand how to love a woman. In his mind, being good to you and assisting you equates to love. And he extends the same sentiment to Lu Ruyan. He believes he loves Lu Ruyan, but we all see that his feelings are merely possession and obligation. When he is upset, he takes it out on Lu Ruyan and expresses his dissatisfaction directly, never holding back or altering his plans for her. Jiao holds a rather special place in your heart, though perhaps only the two of you are aware of it." Yun Bing pondered for a moment, then sighed and remarked, "Perhaps, but I cannot accept the constant presence of women around him, nor can I reconcile our current relationship." "Huh, Miss Yun, during the 3 years Jiao spent with Lu Ruyan, he was quite disciplined," he quipped. "He does not wish to marry me. He only seeks to indulge in my physical presence." Time flew by, and for a period, neither He Jiao nor Yun Bing reached out to one another, oblivious to the fact that both were preoccupied with thoughts of the other. Lu Ruyan returned once more to the Myth Group. "Jiao, could you lend me 500 million? He Jiao regarded Lu Ruyan with a mocking expression. "You actually dare to come and ask me for money? Have you no shame?" "Jiao, I am not here as your ex-wife. I come as the president of the Lu Corporation to discuss business," she asserted. "Very well. The interest will be 1%. Use it if you wish," he replied. "Jiao, since we're discussing business, you should address me as President He. We are not familiar." "All right, President He. Why is the interest so high? Isn't it normally 3 per 1,000? Because I find you repugnant and have no desire to lend you anything. I heard you are involved with Lu Tao again." Lu Ruyan was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and said, "You still keep tabs on me, don't you? However, you are mistaken. My relationship with Lu Tao is strictly professional. You may not know, but Lu Tao is actually the lost heir of the Lu family from Fu Province. Currently, I have secured a partnership with the Lu family, and while Lu Tao is indeed pursuing me, I have not acquiesced." Jiao scoffed. "The Lu family? The son of Lu Bingxin?" Lu Ruyan observed Jiao's derisive demeanor and said, "Jiao, you still harbor feelings for me, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't react so strongly to Lu Tao. He has indeed been acknowledged by the Lu family, and his status has changed significantly." Jiao rolled his eyes. "Lu Ruyan, spare me your delusions. I genuinely consider both of you to be worthless." Lu Ruyan sighed and replied, "Let us not dwell on him. I want to be with him. I said I would wait for you." Now, let us discuss the loan. Ingio, I know you despise me now. So how about 5 per thousand? I only need it for 2 days. Refinancing? Lu Ruyin nodded. Fine, go find Xiaolei. Thank you, Ingio. I reiterate if... Stop. Enough with the chatter. Leave. After Lu Ruyin departed, Ingio let out a derisive laugh. Lu Ruyin, you really dare to come and ask me for money? You're digging your own grave. I want to be held responsible. Let me see just how much Lu Tao loves you. Upon receiving the funds, Lu Ruyin immediately paid off her bank debts. However, the following day, the bank did not disburse the loan to her. Normally, repaying the loan on the same day would lead to the bank re-lending her the money the next day. However, this time the bank provided no information whatsoever, which instantly instilled a sense of unease in Lu Ruyin. 500 million, 2.5 million a day. It was manageable for a short span, but over an extended period, it was beyond her capacity to bear. Ji Xiaolei had been following Lu Ruyin closely. There was no alternative, as the mortgage contract of the group, along with the official seal, was in his possession. He was merely waiting to complete the transaction before departing with the funds. By afternoon, the bank still had not communicated any updates, leaving Lu Ruyin increasingly anxious. Ji Xiaolei remarked, Lu, we agreed on 2 days. What is the situation? Xiaolei, please do not be anxious. I will make a phone call to inquire. Lu Ruyin replied, picking up the phone to contact President Lu. President Lu, I apologize for bothering you, but I would like to inquire about my loan. Loan? What loan? The one for which I repaid your bank. It should ordinarily be disbursed today, correct? President Lu chuckled lightly and responded, Lu, I believe you may be misunderstanding something. I never promised to extend another loan to you. The previous arrangement was facilitated by General He, and I granted it out of respect for him. After all, the Myth Group is financially robust. Even if you default, it would pose no significant concern for General He. Chapter 26. His powerful group. Upon hearing the news, Lu Ruyin felt a chill descend upon her heart. If the bank were to deny her loan, how could she possibly explain herself to He Yingjiao? The daily interest on 2.5 million would be suffocating. President Lu, as you are well aware, my Lu Group possesses the capability to repay. Haha, capable of repayment, yet seeking a loan from President He? Do you presume I am oblivious to this? Ji Xiaolei has been at the bank all day. With that, President Lu terminated the call. Lu Ruyin endeavored to contact other bank presidents, but their responses mirrored President Lu's. Without He Yingjiao's guarantee, the bank would not extend such a substantial loan. Ultimately, Lu Ruyin resorted to mortgaging her properties and vehicles, managing to secure 200 million. Yet 300 million remain elusive. With no alternative, she once again sought He Yingjiao's assistance. Yingjiao, could you possibly provide a guarantee for me? No, but, nobles, this matter is non-negotiable. We were once married. I must provide a guarantee. After all, if you default, I would still be liable. Now, Lu Ruyin's face bore the marks of exhaustion. She had spent the previous night sleepless, borrowing from numerous acquaintances, individuals who had once sought her favor when she was He Yingjiao's wife, yet now. This society is starkly pragmatic. Yingjiao, I implore you, please help me. Why not seek assistance from Lu Tao, the young master of the Lu family? He Yingjiao's expression was one of derision. However, Lu Tao had shown prudence, refraining from approaching him despite the shift in their circumstances. It seemed he recognized that not only he, but even his father, would need to show respect in his presence. Lu Ruyin understood that He Yingjiao had resolutely decided against assisting her, and the bank had already received his implicit refusal, providing her with no leeway. Departing, she now had no choice but to turn to Lu Tao, hoping he might offer her some aid. When they met, Lu Tao was taken aback as Lu Ruyin recounted her predicament. Ruyin, does the Lu Group not possess surplus funds? Lu Ruyin shook her head, replying, 3 years ago, the Lu Group nearly faced bankruptcy. For these past 3 years, it has been He Yingjiao who has supported us. To this day, the Lu Group has not fully recovered, relying on loans to sustain itself, dwindling from an initial 1 billion to the present 500 million. This, Lu Tao, could you assist me? Surely your family could manage it. Lu Tao found himself in a difficult position. He returned home late, only to discover that his brother had entirely taken command of the Lu family's enterprise, harboring significant animosity toward him. Though he lived comfortably, he had no influence over the family's affairs. Thus, he had considered pursuing Lu Rian, aiming to gain control of the Lu group to rival his brother, only to find the Lu group in such dire straits. Rin, you know I do not involve myself in the Lu family's business. That is entirely my brother's domain, and he feels quite hostile toward me. Lu Rian sighed and said, I understand. I shall find a way on my own. With that, she prepared to leave, but Lu Tao grasped her arm. Rian, please listen to me. Although it is as you say, if we marry, you will become a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, and my parents will undoubtedly support you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Rian hesitated slightly. If she were to wed Lu Tao, her relationship with He Yinjiao would be irrevocably severed. However, given the current circumstances, Lu Tao, I can agree to your proposal, but can we keep it private for now? Of course. The following day, Lu Tao introduced Lu Rian to his parents, and after much insistence from him, they ultimately consented and promised to assist Lu Rian through her difficulties. Yet, Lu Tao's brother, Lu Ming, persistently withheld financial support, telling their parents to wait, as the money had not yet been returned. Lu Ming had investigated the Lu group's situation and realized that with each passing day of delay, the Lu group incurred greater losses. If he prolonged it long enough, he could potentially drive the Lu group to bankruptcy. He Yinjiao, meanwhile, remained unfazed, thinking to himself that with a daily loss of 2.5 million, it was quite advantageous. Recently, He Yinjiao had also been busy. The Wu family's troubles were far from over, and their stock prices had plummeted to an all-time low. He Yinjiao took action, not only beginning to acquire stocks, but also collaborating with several groups to systematically seize the Wu family's market share in projects. The Wu family found themselves in disarray, their assets rapidly diminishing. Meanwhile, under the auspices of the Myth Group, Zhixin Technology successfully developed a new energy source. On the day of the press conference, it was rumored that the Wu family's patriarch spouted blood over 3 meters, landing him in intensive care. The Myth Group's aggressive takeover of the Wu family continued unabated, and everyone bore witness to the terrifying financial power of the Myth Group, marveling at their adeptness in cash flow management. In just 1 month, the Wu family was on the brink of delisting, yet He Yinjiao showed no signs of relenting. He aimed to send a clear message to all. Those who dared to covet what belonged to He Yinjiao must be prepared for total annihilation. The Wu family's primary business was healthcare, owning 5 large private hospitals in Linhai, a highly lucrative industry that also garnered goodwill. With the generous 6 billion offered by the Wu family, He Yinjiao purchased and revamped 3 private hospitals, declaring that all patients transferred from Wu family hospitals would receive a 50% discount. This strategy, which inflicted heavy losses on himself while severely damaging the enemy, demonstrated He Yinjiao's resolute determination, but there was nothing to be done. He was genuinely wealthy. When the Wu family realized that He Yinjiao was utilizing their own funds against them in such a manner, they seethed with fury, wishing they could eliminate Wu Jibua. Ultimately, the Wu family faced delisting, selling 3 out of 5 hospitals and suffering a 70% reduction in assets. Wu Jibua was expelled from the family, and the Wu patriarch fell ill and never recovered. Major corporations in Linhai recognized the formidable strength of the Myth Group. This emerging group, once regarded as a mere nouveau riche, had astounded everyone, showcasing the power of both He Yinjiao and his enterprise. A Wu family that had stood for many years found itself utterly powerless against He Yinjiao, on the verge of bankruptcy. Over this month, Lu Rian managed to repay her debts, but the exorbitant interest had taken a heavy toll on her. However, He Yinjiao couldn't help but curl her lips in surprise. She had not anticipated that Lu Tao truly cherished Lu Rian. Initially, she had presumed that Lu Tao would abandon Lu Rian, exploiting the guise of interest to have her generate wealth for him. Yet, the power of love indeed proved to be remarkably profound. When the subject of love arose, He Yinjiao, for reasons unbeknownst to her, found herself reminiscing about that woman, the heartless, pretentious woman. This train of thought, once ignited, surged upon her like a relentless tide. For the first time, He Yinjiao found herself captivated by a woman. It was inescapable, for she was simply enchanting, and the pleasure she bestowed were unparalleled. Chapter 27. I miss you on this particular day. He Jiao was presiding over a meeting, the focus of which was the strategic utilization of renewable energy to expand their enterprise. He surveyed the attendees with great satisfaction. They were his trusted allies, the very foundation upon which he built his empire. He Jiao was never one to withhold praise, nor adopt an air of superiority as a leader. In the workplace, everyone was encouraged to express their opinions freely, ultimately leading to He Jiao making the final decisions. Outside of work, they were like brothers and sisters, bonded by loyalty. Mr. Guan, please share your thoughts on how renewable energy can be maximized for profit, he prompted. Mr. He Guan replied, the most promising application for this new energy battery lies within the automotive sector, which is currently flourishing and holds great potential for the future. The portable electric tools market is another viable avenue, although the profit margins may not rival those of the automotive industry. The sheer volume and variety of applications make it a very attractive prospect. Yi. Lin Ran interjected suddenly. You little rascal. How many times must I remind you that this is a professional setting? He Jiao began, but she quickly interrupted. I know, Mr. He. The Lin Group primarily focuses on the production of various hardware tools. Among this familiar crowd, Lin Ran's identity as the heiress of the Lin Group was hardly a secret. The others exchanged amused glances. This girl was even attempting to secure a project for her own family business. Mr. He, we shouldn't let the good opportunities slip away, she added playfully. He Jiao chuckled and said, those in favor of collaborating with the Lin Group in the portable tools sector, please raise your hands. In an instant, every hand shot up, and He Jiao couldn't resist joining them. Yay! Thank you, Jioge. Thank you, everyone, Lin Ran exclaimed gleefully, her joy palpable. Haha, little girl. Don't bring it up yourself next time. Did you not notice how Mr. Guan glanced at you when the topic of portable tools was raised? He Jiao observed, feeling a sense of warmth, seeing everyone harmoniously united as a family. This sense of cohesion made him confident that the Myth Group would not falter. All right, let us discuss the automotive sector, He Jiao continued. Jioge, I have something to add, Lin Ran chimed in once more, eliciting laughter from the group. He Jiao rolled his eyes and said, go on. Mr. He, Jiang Province has historically been a vital transportation hub, well-connected and with major rivers facilitating exports. There are 4 automotive manufacturing companies in Jiang Province, and the Lin Group has a factory there as well. Therefore, as she spoke, Lin Ran winked at He Jiao, who was well aware that he had never forgotten that woman. Very well. Let us choose a site for the renewable battery factory in Jiang Province. Meeting adjourned. He Jiao was known for his decisive approach, and the very next day, he personally led a team to Jiang Province for inspections and site selection. In the car, Lin Ran cheerfully said, Jioge, I think Jinling is quite promising. It's well-connected and close to Jiang. What do you think? Should we check out Jinling first? He Jiao shot her a knowing glance. How could he not understand her intentions? The Yin Group was based in Jinling, and Yun Bing was Lin Ran's idol. She had dreamt of having Yun Bing as her sister-in-law. Upon his arrival in Jinling, He Jiao was warmly welcomed by local government officials at the highway entrance, for this was indeed a monumental occasion for Jinling. Concurrently, various enterprises within the region learned of the news that the Myth Group intended to establish a new energy battery factory in Jinling, actively seeking partners, with the chairman and CEO personally leading the initiative. Naturally, the Yun Group was also privy to this information, and upon hearing it, Yun Bing felt a tumult of emotions within her, to the extent that she was oblivious to some suggestions from the vice president that followed. President Yun? President Yun? The vice president called out twice before Yun Bing finally acknowledged him. What were you just saying? President, our group does possess an automotive brand, albeit it has remained rather stagnant. This represents a splendid opportunity. Considering the rising trend of new energy, we must strive for this collaboration, as it is advantageous for us. Oh, I understand. He will undoubtedly collaborate with me. Pardon? What did you say, President Yin? Nothing, just carry on. The vice president left, perplexed. What was going on with President Yin? She seemed distracted, a rarity for her. In the office, Yun Bing rose from her seat, her professional attire accentuating her figure perfectly. Standing by the window, she murmured to herself, did he choose Jinling for me? Did he come personally because he misses me? After finalizing the location, she had lunch with the government officials and spent the afternoon negotiating various matters, remaining busy until late into the evening. Meanwhile, He Jiao was indulging in leisure with his subordinates. Around 8 o'clock, He Jiao stood and said, "Xiao Ran, I'm feeling tired. I'll take my leave. Enjoy yourselves, and ensure everything is arranged for the night." "Understood, Brother Jiao, goodbye." He Jiao smirked slightly, feeling somewhat dejected that his departure seemed to bring them joy, with not a single person wishing to stay with him. He hailed a taxi and set off towards Yun Bing's residence. At that moment, Yun Bing was at home, seething with frustration. "He Jiao, you scoundrel. You come to Jinling and don't even bother to check on me. Not a single call, not even an inquiry. You remember this. When I go to Lin Hai, I won't seek you out either, and I won't acknowledge you if I see you." Yun Bing was clutching a plush bear, its head adorned with the name He Jiao. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone rang. It was He Jiao. A flicker of joy surged within her as she thought, "Humph, at least you have a conscience." Though elated, she composed herself and answered with a calm, icy tone, "Hello. What is it? I forgot my wallet and I'm at your Villa S entrance. Please come out and pay for my cab fare." "Are you joking? You have no money on your phone? It's limited." "You. Fine, I'll be right there." Yun Bing felt utterly exasperated. This rascal only knew how to torment her. She donned her silk pajamas and stepped outside, casting a glance of disdain at He Jiao upon seeing him. Before paying the fare, after completing the transaction, Yun Bing said nothing and turned to leave, but He Jiao approached from behind and embraced her exquisite form. Yun Bing's body stiffened, and she spoke coldly. "He Jiao, you have crossed the line. Our transaction has concluded, and I am no longer your companion. Please release me." "Then why did you come out to pay me?" he inquired. "Because I still consider you a friend. I have covered the fare. I wish to return and rest." She replied, "And what about me? I cannot concern myself with you, nor can I afford to. Yun Bing, I have nowhere to stay." "Huh? The illustrious He Jiao of the Myth Group, without a place to reside? Do you truly believe your own words? I miss you." Those 4 words echoed in Yun Bing's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned, her body tensing up. This was the first time this man had spoken to her with such tenderness. Yun Bing bit her lip, trembling as she said, "I'm feeling a bit cold. Let us go inside." "Certainly." Yun Bing opened the door, politely allowing He Jiao to enter first. Yet, as a thought struck her, it was already too late. She watched as He Jiao approached the sofa, picked up the plush bear, and gazed at the name above it, his lips twitching involuntarily. Chapter 28. Eating, sleeping, and bullying Lu Tao. Yun Bing, in a fit of madness, swiftly seized the plush bear and concealed it behind her. He Jiao remarked, "You've been caught red-handed. Why hide it? Are you deaf to your own deception? I never realized how childish you could be. You're the immature one. Who asked you to come here? Come here to do what?" "Nothing." Yun Bing defiantly turned her head away. He Jiao chuckled softly and embraced her waist, leaning in for a kiss. Despite her feeble attempts to push him away, she could not escape, and instead turned her head to evade him. He Jiao sighed. "What's the fuss? It's not as if we haven't been through this before. He Jiao, we are finished. Unless you marry me, I will never allow you to touch me again." "Marriage? Is that truly so significant?" Yun Bing gazed into He Jiao's somewhat mocking eyes. "Extremely significant. At least for me, it is. Is our current relationship not satisfactory?" "Not at all." He Jiao laughed, saying, "Do you have any idea how troublesome divorce can be?" "Huh. He Jiao, you're something else. Get away from me." Yun Bing forcefully pushed He Jiao away, glaring at him with anger. "He Jiao, you disgust me. The very fact that you would consider divorce first is revolting. Leave. I do not wish to see you." He Jiao's smile faded as he stepped closer to Yun Bing, gripping the hair at the back of her head and pulling her towards him. "Yun Bing, you've investigated me. You must be aware of my history with Lu Ruyan. Can you truly trust women? I spent 3 years for what? Why should I marry you after just a few months?" He Jiao, when I initially suggested marriage, it was merely a rationale I could accept more easily. I'm not begging you to marry me now. I simply wish to convey that if you do not marry me, you will not have the right to touch me. I'm not so cheap. He Jiao released Yun Bing and said with a smile, "Yun Bing, accompany me tonight. I can choose your Yun Corporation for the electric vehicle collaboration." Yin Bing smiled in response. He Ingio, I have made it clear that I am not so cheap. If not for the dire circumstances I faced then, fearing for those who trusted and followed me, I would never have acquiesced to your shameless proposal. I no longer desire the collaboration. Haha, Yin Bing, am I shameless? Was I the one who begged you for help while holding a knife to your throat? I know. It was my own folly. Is that sufficient? I have fulfilled my promise. Now, please leave. We have no connection. He Ingio's expression darkened, his breath growing heavier. Fine. I will go. With that, He Ingio turned to leave, and Yun Bing's eyes reddened as she bit her lip, remaining still. The sound of the door opening echoed, and Yun Bing could no longer contain herself. He Ingio, is there something else? I take this money. Yun Bing retrieved her bag and produced a stack of cash, offering it to him. No need. I'm not in want of money. Isn't your phone limited? I was deceiving you. Yun Bing fell silent as He Ingio stepped outside and closed the door. Yun Bing's heart was in turmoil. She did not wish to sever ties with the man she held most dear. Yet, his attitude was something she could not abide. She would gladly accept marriage, striving to be the perfect wife, but the notion of being merely a lover or a casual partner was utterly unacceptable to her. Ultimately, she remained motionless, watching as He Ingio departed. When his figure vanished from her sight, it felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from her, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. In the days that followed, He Ingio was preoccupied with establishing a factory and facilitating the relocation of Jixin technology, and he had not reached out to Yun Bing again. Over the years, there had been countless women who sought to gain from him. Particularly after his experience with Lu Ruyin, he had grown wary and reluctant to trust any woman easily. Lu Ruyin, the woman he had earnestly committed to for 3 years, had become akin to a sole family member for him. Yet the outcome had been disheartening. Now, he believed that when encountering a beautiful woman whom he desired, it was far more prudent to engage in exchanges of benefit rather than risk emotional entanglements or marriage. He was a man of great responsibility and integrity. Otherwise, so many would not willingly follow him. Thus, when he did invest emotionally, he felt compelled to shoulder the associated responsibilities. This was why, during their time together, he would still exhibit care and concern for her, despite knowing the nature of their relationship. Reflecting upon it now, he felt that a transaction of clarity was far more advantageous. After spending a few days in Jiang province, finalizing arrangements, He Ingio returned to Linhai. When Yun Bing learned of his departure, she was taken aback that he had not informed her, and once again, tears streamed down her face in the office. Yun Bing constantly pondered why, despite his evident infatuation with her, he refused to marry her. Surely, he understood she was not merely a gold digger, and a prenuptial agreement could safeguard his interests. Having shared a bed with him for nearly 2 months and experienced his kindness, she could not fathom that he had never loved her. He Ingio had been absent from Jiang province for half a month, and during this time, he had not communicated with Yun Bing even once. On the day he left, she had braced herself for a life of solitude, believing that her existence would only ever encompass one man. Initially, she thought that with the passage of time, their relationship would fade. However, she could not have anticipated that. Instead, her longing for him would intensify over the course of 2 weeks. Almost daily, she found herself instinctively monitoring the developments of Linhai and the Myth Group in relation to He Ingio. She even resorted to discreetly calling Ning Xian under the guise of casual friendship, merely to glean information about him. Unbeknownst to her, He Ingio was engrossed in his own pursuits in Linhai, indulging in meals, slumber, teasing Lu Tao, drinking, enjoying massages, and plotting against the Lu family. On this particular day, as the esteemed elder celebrated his 60th birthday, the Lu family, accompanied by Lu Tao, arrived early at the banquet hall. The family, a venerable lineage with profound heritage, found itself in a precarious situation one day when the elder, while fishing, unexpectedly fell into the water, perhaps due to the weight of a particularly large catch. However, Lu Tao, exhibiting swiftness surpassing even that of the bodyguards, leaped into the depths to rescue the elder. In gratitude, the elder extended a personal invitation to Lu Tao and the Lu family to join in the celebration of his 60th birthday. The Lu family, having recently forged a connection with the family, has been notably more conspicuous in their endeavors. Lu Ruyan's father has taken it upon himself to accompany Lu Tao to various events, eager to integrate him into their social circle. Yet they often encountered He Yinjiao, whose presence frequently left them in a state of disarray. Fortunately, the elder, aware of the animosity between them and He Yinjiao, chose not to invite him to the banquet today, with the Lu family and Lu Tao determined to engage meaningfully with the attendees. They aimed to negotiate benefits for the Lu group, relishing the rare opportunity to do so without the interference of He Yinjiao. Chapter 29. Father. Played dumb as the banquet commenced. The venerable Mr. N emerged, first offering words of gratitude before inviting the Lu family to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce this young friend, Lu Tao. Beside him is his wife, Lu Ruyan, along with his parents-in-law, whom I trust you are all acquainted with. Young Lu has rendered me a life-saving favor, and I earnestly hope that you will extend your support to both Lu Tao and the Lu family in the future. There have been some unpleasant matters, which I believe you are all aware of. It is said that enemies should be reconciled rather than deepened. Let bygones be bygones. After today, I shall personally speak with the god of wealth, Geo. Mr. N displayed an air of grandiosity, exuding the confidence of a seasoned elder. At that moment, a voice from the audience interrupted. Mr. N, you intend to speak with Geo? Do you truly believe he will grant you that favor? Mr. N turned to see the speaker, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was none other than Mr. Zhao from the Feng Rao group. I am aware of your close relationship with the god of wealth, Geo. However, I must speak candidly. In my eyes, you are still but children. My discussion with him is not contingent upon his granting me favor, but rather, I have already bestowed him sufficient regard. Laughter erupted. Oh, Mr. N, what audacity! I have made it explicitly clear that any family or corporate entity in the Linhai realm daring to assist the Lu group or Lu Tao shall be deemed an enemy of me. He Yinjiao. As those words fell, He Yinjiao entered with Yufei, Ning Xin, and Lin Ran. Mr. N, at your age, how have you mastered the art of shamelessness? Fubbler? What are you? Do you believe I won't take care of the entire family? Mr. N's countenance soured. He had not anticipated He Yinjiao's arrival or his blatant disregard for decorum. Ah, the god of wealth Geo has graced us with his presence. However, I seem to recall that my banquet did not extend an invitation to you. Your uninvited attendance is rather, well, with a sigh he lamented, it appears I have indeed lived too long. Is a banquet truly a banquet without the presence of He Yinjiao? Mr. He, today marks my father's birthday. He merely expressed gratitude for Lu Tao's kindness. As for your affairs, the Yin family prefers not to become entangled. Yet I would appreciate it if you refrained from disrupting this celebration. And Zai Yi, the current head of the Yin family, rushed over upon learning of He Yinjiao's arrival, only to realize the implications of his father's earlier words, leading him to ponder his father's folly. The Lu family and Lu Tao exchanged worried glances at Zai Yi's words, questioning the meaning behind them. Hadn't they agreed to support the Lu family? At this juncture, Mr. N's expression darkened as he retorted, Nonsense. What do you mean by not participating? Lu Tao is my benefactor. Any hostility towards him is hostility towards me. Father, you have lived a life of comfort, detached from worldly affairs. You are unaware of the situation. He Yinjiao is not to be trifled with. He is merely a newly emerged group, appearing grand and illustrious. Yet his foundation is still too shallow. The Yin family has stood firm in Linhai for nearly a century. He cannot possibly compare. He Jin, upon hearing old Master N's words, let out a sinister laugh and remarked, Are you implying that you wish to stand with the Lu family through thick and thin? What of it? Very well. I shall indulge you. From this day forth Mr. He, you mustn't. The old master is confused. Do not stoop to his level. The current head of the Yin family is I, and I will categorically not involve myself in any affairs concerning the Lu family. And Zay hastily interrupted, drawing a clear line between himself and the Lu family. And Zay, do you even comprehend what you're saying? Father, the Wu family has already been annihilated, rendered powerless by He Jin. Do you truly wish to follow in their footsteps? What are you saying? The Wu family is finished. How could that be? By this young man? And Zay nodded in affirmation, saying, Father, we cannot meddle in the Lu family's affairs. The scale of the myth group may appear modest, yet it possesses an abundance of cash. Old Master naturally understood the implications of cash. If a conglomerate were likened to a nation, then cash would represent the military of that nation. This, Xiaoya, but I have already spoken. How can we retract my words? Old Master now felt a tinge of regret. He had entrusted the family's enterprises to his son a decade ago and had remained oblivious to external matters, unaware that the tides had shifted dramatically. Father, our quarrel has surely left you bewildered. Leave the rest to me. I will ensure your reputation remains untarnished. Do not meet with Lu Tao again. Lippy said that you suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and are now demented. Ah, very well, it must be so. The father and son whispered among themselves while all others observed, eager for the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Enze declared, Father, it is I who now holds power in the Yin family. He-Jin is my good friend, and I shall not consent to this matter. You, very well. You have grown wings, and now I cannot govern you. You ungrateful child. Father, you're growing old. Stay at home peacefully. I shall honor you. But matters of the group must remain beyond your purview. You. Old Master collapsed, and Enze quickly arranged for him to be taken to the hospital. As he watched his father being carried away, Enze addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle. My father has long been detached from the outside world and is unaware of many matters. He-Jin and I are friends, and it is inconceivable that I would oppose him. As for the Lu family's affairs, I urge you all to consider them independently. The Yin family shall not interfere. Upon hearing this, the Lu family members and Lu Tao were taken aback. Mr. Yin, you cannot do this. I saved the old master's life. Enze regarded Lu Tao with disdain, pondering how truly foolish he was. If he hadn't intervened, the bodyguards would have. Could he truly believe that such an act could incite a conflict between myself and the myth group? In the face of self-interest, such a favor is inconsequential. Lu Tao, I will not even inquire why you were in the vicinity, nor why you reacted faster than the bodyguards. I will simply state that if you had not intervened, the bodyguards would have acted. On what grounds do you bind my father with the debt of saving his life? As Enze's words echoed, whispers began to circulate among the crowd, with many speculating whether this entire situation had been orchestrated by Lu Tao. He-Jin chuckled, while Enze stood as one of the most formidable figures in the Linhai region, effortlessly defusing the tense atmosphere. He could hardly believe that the venerable Enlai would be so easily flustered by mere words. Experience, as they say, is invaluable. Lu Ruyan's father had come to grasp the situation clearly, his face darkening as he prepared to leave with his companions, only to be intercepted by Yu Fei. What is your intention, Yu Fei? Lu Ruyan inquired, her voice rising in indignation like that of a ruffled hen. But regrettably, Yu Fei paid her no heed. He-Jin, you have triumphed once more. Let us depart, she demanded. With a smile, He-Jin replied, Very well, you may leave, but Lu Tao must stay. What do you intend to do? I will not allow you to keep Lu Tao at your mercy, Lu Ruyan retorted, her eyes glistening with suppressed tears as she shouted at He-Jin. Then none of you shall leave. Chapter 30. Underhanded tactics. The Lu family and Lu Tao glared at He-Jin in fury, yet found themselves powerless against him. This rogue had a penchant for sending people to deal with Lu Tao, and even calling the police proved futile. The assailants merely compensated for medical expenses, while the perpetrators faced negligible consequences. The root of the issue lay in He-Jin's disdain for Lu Tao's involvement with Lu Ruyan, and his desire to inflict harm upon him. As for medical compensation, it was of little concern to him. He could afford to pay more if necessary. Lu Tao had also hired bodyguards, but to no avail. His adversaries had their own, and for every 2 guards Lu Tao employed, they sent 4, accompanied by 2 thugs. This relentless cycle left Lu Tao too fearful to venture outside. Yet, even within the confines of his home, he was not spared. Late at night, the sound of shattering glass would echo, only to reveal children armed with slingshots. They would pay for the damage, and the torment persisted. Lu Ruyan turned to He-Jin, desperation evident in her voice. He-Jin, spare us. What is it that you truly desire? With a mocking laugh, he replied, In this world, one must honor their word. If I claim I will ruin the Lu family, then I shall. If I vow to annihilate Lu Tao, then that shall be my course of action. He Jiao, are you still a man? Are you unable to part ways with dignity? Dignity? He scoffed. Did you consider my dignity when you chose to be with him? Lu Ruyin wished to assert that her relationship with Lu Tao was innocuous, but Yin Jiao was far from convinced, especially given her continued association with Lu Tao. What is it that you want? She implored. Nothing in particular, he replied, motioning for Yu Fei to clear the way. Witnessing Yin Jiao's demeanor only heightened Lu Ruyin's trepidation. While he might resort to insults and mockery, the presence of surveillance and witnesses deterred him from more sinister actions. What's the hold-up? Are you not leaving? Is your face not yet tarnished? Lu Ruyin's heart raced with anxiety, but remaining there would only lead to humiliation, for everyone sided with Yin Jiao, leaving her without allies. And no one would extend her a semblance of respect. We should go, Lu Ruyin declared, stepping forward. As Lu Ruyin's father brushed past Yin Jiao, he warned, Yin Jiao, you will not escape unscathed. Ha! It is not for you to exact vengeance, Yin Jiao retorted. Once the group departed, Yin Jiao instructed, be cautious, are we ready? Do not worry, Brother Jiao, we have bought enough time. However, Brother Jiao, you are truly wicked, one of his accomplices remarked. Lu Ruyin harbored an unsettling premonition. Today, Yin Jiao was acting unusually. Mom, Dad, Lu Tao, we need to leave now. Yin Jiao seems off today. I fear he may do something to us. We must return home at once. Lu Tao, equally intimidated by Yin Jiao, eagerly agreed. As the four emerged from the hotel and entered their vehicle, before the doors could even close, two men approached. Without warning, one of them hurled a bucket of excrement at Lu Tao, while the other ignited a firecracker and tossed it into Lu Tao's lap. The cacophony of explosions erupted as the firecracker detonated, showering the four in filth. While Lu Tao succumbed to unconsciousness, the Lu family was infuriated and promptly called the police. A day later, Lu Tao awakened in the hospital, having sustained injuries to his groin from firecrackers. Though not severe, the humiliation was profound. The police reported that the two assailants were mentally ill, currently experiencing an episode triggered by their wives' infidelity, which had fostered a deep-seated animosity towards the other man involved. Their guardians had already engaged a lawyer, expressed sincere apologies, and were willing to discuss compensation. Everything could be resolved through legal counsel. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao erupted, exclaiming, It's him, it's him. It's Yin Jiao who is tormenting me. It's him. As he shouted, tears streamed down his face, indicating his mental state was on the brink of collapse. Lu Ruyin, seated by his bedside, observed Lu Tao's despair with helplessness. She too was at a loss for what to do. Discussing compensation seemed futile for Yin Jiao. It was inconsequential. He could easily afford to torment Lu Tao, paying off claims of hundreds of thousands with the assistance of lawyers, as if it were merely a game. Lu Ruyin chuckled bitterly to herself, acknowledging the advantages of wealth. Such unscrupulous tactics seemed to go unchallenged, appearing almost reasonable. Yet, the efficacy of these methods was alarming. Bankruptcy and imprisonment seemed preferable to the constant dread that now plagued their existence. Ruyin, I seek vengeance. If he resorts to such lowly means, I can do the same. We shall inflict harm upon one another, Lu Tao declared, suddenly ceasing his tears. Speaking earnestly to Lu Ruyin. With a touch of pity, Lu Ruyin gazed at him. Alas, Lu Tao, no one can contend with him in Linhai. Do you understand why he dares to act this way? Lu Tao shook his head. He can find the mentally ill and children. We could do that too. Isn't it all about money? Lu Ruyin sighed. It's not that simple. He possesses these resources because when Hong is his ally, Hong Jie from Tinya Club, who also commands the Linhai Intelligence Organization and is the queen of Linhai's underground world, with the local ruffians at her beck and call. This is why many in Linhai hesitate to cross Yin Jiao. Lu Tao was on the verge of despair. Ruyin, what shall we do? Must we endure his tyranny? Ima saw thee, Lu Tao. I know it's my fault that you face this demon. I'm discussing with my parents the possibility of relocating the Lu group, but we are uncertain where to go. Starting anew elsewhere would be akin to beginning from scratch, with no connections or resources. The likelihood of bankruptcy is over 80%. Listening to Lu Ruyin's words, Lu Tao suddenly suggested, let us go to Fuxing. We can leave Linhai and head to Fuxing. I'll ensure my parents support you. It will be fine. Lu Ruyin had been awaiting this affirmation. She understood all too well that He Jiao would never relent. He was playing a cruel game of cat and mouse. Once his amusement waned and he decided to act, the demise of the Lu group would be inevitable. The only option left for her was to flee, to escape Lin Hai, which might offer a glimmer of hope. The province of Fu undoubtedly stands as the most favorable choice. With the assistance of the Lu family, the Lu group is at least spared from the brink of bankruptcy and liquidation. However, Lu Ruyin possesses her own sense of pride. Having already caused Lu Tao considerable distress, she is reluctant to solicit his help once more. Yet, should Lu Tao offer his assistance willingly, she would graciously accept. If He Jiao were to discover Lu Ruyin's approach, he would undoubtedly regard it with profound disdain. Is this not akin to the time they were together? Displaying her financial woes, she compelled herself to give in, attempting to alleviate her own sense of shame and mend her lamentable self-esteem. In essence, it is a case of wanting to have it both ways. Chapter 31. Why He Jiao plays games in recent days. He Jiao has been living a carefree life, indulging in wine, card games, and massages. With an abundance of leisure time, he has taken to gaming, extravagantly spending his wealth within the virtual realms. During his university years, he noticed that many of his classmates were engrossed in games, but at that time, he was struggling financially and later preoccupied with his entrepreneurial endeavors. Now, he has come to realize the sheer joy and relief that gaming brings, especially with lavish expenditures that allow him to ascend to the pinnacle of leaderboards, where strangers shower him with compliments and address him as boss. Women of unknown appearances profess their affections daily, and this sensation is utterly exhilarating. Due to his newfound obsession with gaming, He Jiao has become increasingly indifferent towards Lu Ruyin and Lu Tao. Ironically, their anxiety intensifies in response to his neglect, as they sense he is harboring something significant. Were they to discover that his recent preoccupation stems from his gaming fixation, they would surely be infuriated. In the office of the president of Yun Group, Yun Bing found herself languidly perusing previously captured photographs of He Jiao on her phone, repeatedly gazing at them. This singular man has cast an indelible shadow in her heart. President Yun? What is it? Yun Bing snapped back to attention, glancing at her assistant. Did you not instruct me to investigate why Mr. He has been so unusually quiet lately? Guess what I uncovered? At this moment, a wave of unease washed over Yun Bing. She dreaded the prospect of hearing news of He Jiao's involvement with another woman. Mr. He appears to be engrossed in gaming, and, intriguingly, is a game released by our subsidiary. What? He plays games? Him? Indeed, and his monthly expenditure exceeds 7 million. He dominates all 9 leaderboards. They even call him the King of 9. Are you certain? This cannot be true. A person like him would hardly have the time for gaming, given his relentless schedule. Absolutely, President Yin. The IP address traces back to Shunhua Group, where he is virtually online throughout the day, likely engaging in account boosting during the night. Upon hearing this, Yun Bing rose from her seat and strode purposefully towards the exit. President, where are you going? Do you need a vehicle? Prepare the car. I'm heading to the gaming company. Without hesitation, Yun Bing arrived at the gaming company, where she learned that He Jiao was immersed in a currently popular game titled Hua Xia Shinamo. She instructed her team to extract He Jiao's chat logs from the game. It became evident to Yun Bing that the character named Jiao Sei Kai Chi, a flamboyant mage, was none other than He Jiao himself. The tone of his speech, his arrogant demeanor, and his nonchalant attitude towards wealth were unmistakable. Remarkably, he had only been playing for 8 days and had already spent over 7 million, much of which went toward costumes and mounts, mirroring his lavish lifestyle in reality, adorned with countless clothes, watches, and vehicles. Particularly, his assertion that this game belongs to my women solidified Yun Bing's certainty, leaving her both amused and exasperated. After reviewing the information, Yun Bing uttered a statement that left everyone in stunned silence. Prepare an account for me. I wish to play this game as well. Days passed, and He Jiao continued to indulge in gaming during the day. Whenever someone called him, he would abandon his game for a round of cards, followed by evenings filled with drinking, revelry, and relaxation through massages. His life was nothing short of blissful comfort. Yet, He found himself perplexed by the sudden emergence of a female doctor named Binjiangshan in his gaming realm, who, with an almost unstoppable force, began to dominate the leaderboards, even displacing him from his exalted position. This ignited a fierce competitive spirit within He Yinjiao, prompting him to pour money into the game in a frenzied effort to reclaim his status. He was left wondering how a doctor could be so formidable. Was she attempting to overwhelm others to the point of devastation? Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, for his wealth was ample enough to fuel his ambitions. Meanwhile, Yun Bing was thoroughly enjoying the competition, relishing in the profits she garnered from his expenditures. However, as she contemplated the future, a sense of caution crept in. Should He Yinjiao discover her true identity, he might seek to take advantage of her. Thus, she decided to pause her ascent and joined He Yinjiao's clan, where he appointed her as the vice leader, spending her days fighting alongside him in the game, serving as his dedicated physician. One day, while engaged in a game in the office of Yu Fei and Ning Xin, He Yinjiao was surrounded by his companions, Yu Fei, Ning Xin, Ji Shaolei, and Qi Zhan, who had been commanded by him to partake in the gaming experience. The office had transformed into something akin to an internet CAF. Occasionally, when clients visited the company and witnessed this scene, they were left speechless yet somewhat moved. Indeed, the nouveau riche were carefree and unrestrained. As He Yinjiao was engrossed in a chat with Binjiangshan, he was interrupted. "Brother Jiu, Xiaowei has been waiting for you in your office." Lin Ran cast a disapproving glance, exasperated that this man spent his days gaming while delegating his workload to others, all while living in such ease. Upon entering the president's office, He Yinjiao found Wei Lai pacing anxiously. "What is the matter, Wei Lai? What is causing you such distress?" "Ah, Brother Jiu, you finally arrived. I need your help. I'm in deep trouble." He Yinjiao chuckled softly and, sitting on the sofa, poured him a cup of tea. "Calm down and tell me what is going on." "Brother Jiu, do you recall when I asked you to help me secure a loan?" He Yinjiao nodded, having assisted numerous friends by lending out portions of their funds for interest. "Well, I used that money to invest in collectibles when the market was hot, thinking I could profit." But He Yinjiao couldn't suppress a smile. "So, it didn't appreciate? Instead, it depreciated?" Wei Lai nodded dejectedly. "Not only did it lose value, but now I can't even sell it. I borrowed that money from my father, who needs it now. If he finds out I spent it on these items, he'll surely be furious." "What is your plan?" He Yinjiao inquired, intrigued. Brother Jiu, I spent 120 million on those items. Do you think I could use them as collateral for a loan? I just need a bit of money to settle my father's issues." He Yinjiao pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you estimate their current value to be?" "Approximately 80 million. Is that 70 million then?" Wei Lai responded with a resigned nod. He Yinjiao smiled and said, "Wei Lai, enough of this. We are friends. I shall assist you with this matter. There's no need for you to resort to collateral, as that would only burden you further. Hand over all the receipts to me, and I shall purchase them for 90 million. "Mr. He, this..." Lin Ran began to interject, but was halted by He Yinjiao's raised hand. Wei Lai looked at He Yinjiao. "Brother Jiu, this..." "Wei Lai, I consider you a friend. My assistance stems from the hope that, should I find myself in need in the future, you would extend your help in return." "All right, Brother Jiu, then it is settled." "Aye, Wei Lai. Oh, you won." He Yinjiao nodded with a smile and instructed Lin Ran to proceed with the handover. Chapter 32. Lu Tao fainted from anger upon the completion of the transaction. Lin Ran returned with a pout. "Brother Jiu, have you lost your mind? The market value of those items is indeed around 70 million, but selling them is not a simple task. You actually bought them for 90 million. What were you thinking?" He Yinjiao rose and affectionately ruffled Lin Ran's hair, replying, "Who said I bought them? The Lu family provided me with 120 million to acquire these collectibles. I merely spent 90 million, netting a profit of 30 million. Lin Ran was completely bewildered, struggling to comprehend how it had turned into the Lu family's purchase and how it was at the original price. Observing her perplexed expression, He Yinjiao chose not to elaborate. After playing this game for so long, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I think I'll find Lu Ruyin and Lu Tao for some amusement." He Yinjiao summoned Yu Fei. "Brother Jiu, Xiao Fei, arrange for a container truck tomorrow to block the entrance of the Lu group." "Understood, Brother Jiu." That evening at Qinya Club, He Jiao arrived to be personally attended by the proprietress, Wen Hong. Brother Gio, you've come. Yes, Hongjia. Don't you have any new girls? I'm getting a bit weary of the ones here. Wen Hong could only smile helplessly, well aware of He Jiao's proclivities. He never engaged in anything serious with the women. They had to offer him something intriguing. The few skills those women possessed were tolerable once or twice, but beyond that, He Jiao lost interest. However, he was exceedingly generous, and the girls were eager to accompany him. Brother Gio, it's hard to find good girls these days. The attractive ones with great figures are either taken or doing private gigs. My business isn't easy anymore. He Jiao acknowledged the current situation, knowing they did not resort to coercive methods. He nodded thoughtfully. How about this? Let us have teachers, flight attendants, doctors, and maids, all in uniforms. One of each. Hongjia smiled and nodded. All right, I'll follow Brother Gio's instructions. I'll arrange it immediately. As for you, Fei, take him away. It's been a rather intimidating day. Giggle, all right, I'll go now. He Jiao chuckled softly. He frequented the club, not only for his own enjoyment, but also to support the beleaguered couple of Yu Fei and Wen Hong. Wen Hong was the daughter of a crime lord. After her father's downfall, she was pursued but saved by Yu Fei, who avenged her, allowing her to take over what little remained of her father's empire. With Yu Fei's strength and He Jiao's financial support, she became the queen of the underground in Linhai. Time spent in revelry always passes swiftly, perhaps due to the allure of the women in uniforms, which stirred He Jiao's desires. He found himself almost unable to contain himself, leaving in a somewhat flustered state, much to Wen Hong's observant eyes and sigh. She had never encountered someone like Brother Gio, while he could be deemed lascivious. He only played with the women, never engaging in anything substantive. Yet, he exhibited fervor for Miss Yunbing. Upon reaching the entrance, He Jiao picked up his phone and dialed Yunbing's number. Hello, who is this? Yunbing's languorous voice resonated, melodious and enticing. It's me. Let us have a video call. He Jiao abruptly ended the call and sent a video to Yunbing, who answered almost instantaneously. He Jiao, what's wrong? Yunbing, appearing drowsy, likely hadn't noticed his number. As He Jiao gazed at the woman on the screen, her beauty captivated him, and memories of their shared experiences flooded back, instantly extinguishing any lingering thoughts of other women. Nothing, just wanted to see you, he said before disconnecting the video call and driving home. Soon, his phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Yunbing, berating him for being a nuisance and disturbing her sleep. After a while, perhaps exhausted from scolding him, Yunbing happily drifted off to sleep again. The following day, the entrance of the Lu group was obstructed by a delivery truck, prompting frowns from Lu Ruoyan and Lu Tao. It was unmistakably the handiwork of He Jiao. Infuriated, Lu Tao glanced at Lu Ruoyan, who remained silent. Ruoyan, He Jiao is pushing his luck. Such underhanded tactics. What is he thinking? Blocking the entrance like child? Lu Ruoyan remained quiet, fully aware that He Jiao's latest act of revenge had commenced. Let's call the police, she sighed. Before long, Lu Tao returned, visibly irate. Ruoyan, can you believe it? He claims his truck broke down, and when the police arrived, he was wailing about being broke and having a family to support. In the end, I had to pay for the towing fee. I'm at a loss for words. In the ensuing days, a delivery truck would block the entrance daily. Lu Tao's calls to the police proved futile, as the officers explained that a broken vehicle did not constitute a legal issue, leaving them powerless to act. Frustrated, Lu Tao resorted to sending a truck to block the entrance of the Shanhua group, disregarding any semblance of dignity. If He Jiao could stoop so low, so could he. However, it wasn't long before Lu Tao received a call informing him that He Jiao had ordered the destruction of the delivery truck, subsequently transferring money to the Lu group while brazenly stating that if they were dissatisfied, he would continue, perhaps even replace all the trucks with new ones. This revelation nearly sent Lu Tao into a fit. Aware of Lu Ruoyan's guilt towards He Jiao, he chose to bypass her and commanded that if another truck appeared the next day, it should be smashed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, He Jiao couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking how Lu Tao deserved to be outsmarted by him, with such a feeble mind. He couldn't even foresee the next move in a game. As expected, the next day, a truck appeared right on schedule at the Lu group's entrance. Following Lu Tao's orders, a group of men emerged, armed with tools and ready to wreak havoc, ultimately flipping the truck over. However, it wasn't long before Lu Tao was left dumbfounded. The police arrived, and the truck driver presented a vehicle inspection and repair record, confirming that the truck had indeed broken down unexpectedly and had temporarily stopped in front of the Lu group for repairs. Yet, before the repairman could arrive, the Lu group had already begun their assault on the vehicle. The most disastrous part was that the truck was filled with valuable collectibles, now reduced to ruins. According to the invoice, the value of the antiques in this vehicle amounted to 120 million. Upon hearing this news, Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of darkness envelop her and fainted. With no other choice, she returned to the myth group. In Yinjio's office, Lu Ruoyan remained silent as she gazed at him, aware that any words spoken would be futile. Her sole desire was to be here, to allow Yinjio to vent his frustrations and spare them from further torment. She would accept any scolding or punishment. The torment inflicted by Yinjio had profoundly altered Lu Ruoyan's mindset. She now resembled a soulless automaton, devoid of joy or sorrow, her eyes vacant and her spirit extinguished. At times, she contemplated that perhaps death would offer a welcome release, freeing her from the endless cycle of that man's relentless vengeance. Chapter 33, Each remembrance brings retribution. Lu Ruoyan remained silent, while Yinjio also refrained from speaking. Observing Yinjio's indifferent expression, Lu Ruoyan finally spoke. Yinjio, your demeanor reveals that you have completely forsaken any feelings for me. If that is the case, why do you persist in targeting me so mercilessly? Wei Lai's antique caused him considerable financial loss. I assisted him in resolving the matter. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Tao proved to be quite astute. Yinjio, this shall be my final visit. I implore you once more, can you spare me? Yinjio, upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's words, scoffed and rose to stand before her. Towering over her, he discerned that Lu Ruoyan appeared quite haggard, her complexion as pale as paper, and she had lost considerable weight. Yet, it was still insufficient. Lu Ruoyan, did you ever contemplate the consequences of betraying me? I did not betray you, truly. I was left with no alternatives, and only agreed to be with Lu Tao out of desperation. You still do not recognize that as betrayal, do you? Then we have nothing further to discuss. Let's play this game slowly. I have heard that your father is cutting costs by producing substandard materials. Is that so? Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. She had already cautioned her father to avoid crossing any lines. In this vast forest of intrigue, what could possibly remain hidden from Yinjio, especially with Wenhong's presence? Yinjio chuckled as he tossed Lu Ruoyan the evidence of her father's illicit production. Upon seeing it, her pupils dilated in shock. This was not merely evidence of her father's wrongdoing. It also indicated that some of the materials had already been used in ongoing developments. This revelation left Lu Ruoyan feeling utterly out of control. With this information, the Lu family's projects would collapse instantaneously, and no one would dare to invest. Her father would face imprisonment. Unable to contain herself, Lu Ruoyan knelt before Yinjio once more. Yinjio, spare my parents and Lu Tao. All of this is my fault. I have wronged you. Let me die instead. Please spare them. Yinjio suddenly spoke with a devilish tone. Lu Ruoyan, if you personally eliminate Lu Tao, I shall release you. Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could never have imagined Yinjio uttering such words. At that moment, she understood that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Yinjio to force her into a choice between her family, her parents, and Lu Tao. How could his heart be so cruel? Regardless of the circumstances, she had shared a bed with him for 3 years. Yinjio, must we truly be reduced to this? Do you still harbor any hopes? The moment you stepped into a relationship with Lu Tao, our fates became intertwined in a deadly conflict. Lu Ruoyan, have I ever lost face to such an extent? Do not blame me. It is you who has forced my hand. Yinjio, is your punishment not sufficient? I'm already in this state. Do you still not feel appeased? Lu Ruoyan, do you know why I've kept you around until now? Because your deaths would hardly satisfy my wrath. Therefore, you are but playthings for my amusement. Each time I recall the humiliation you have caused me, I shall retaliate against you anew. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan cried out in desperation. I did not betray you, truly, I did not. Why can't you believe me? I believe you, he replied, I said you wouldn't dare, but others do not share my faith. They all think he and Gio, have been wronged by you. Naturally, I must provide an explanation to them, to let them know the consequences of such accusations. At this juncture, Lu Ruyin realized that he and Gio was primarily concerned with external opinions and his reputation. He and Gio, if I can prove that I remained faithful during our marriage, will you then let me go? Do as you wish. Anyway, you cannot prove it. The things you did, devoid of any boundaries, no one will believe. Lu Ruyin's face turned ashen as she rose to her feet, stating, very well, I understand now. Have you finished? Once you are done, you may leave. Oh, by the way, 120 million. Every cent is essential. The following day, the Lu Group transferred 120 million to He and Gio, claiming that Lu Ruyin had liquidated numerous assets, while Lu Tao's parents contributed 50 million. A video also surfaced, trending online. In the video, Lu Ruyin wept bitterly, desperately explaining that she had never been unfaithful during her marriage to He and Gio, although she had been close to Lu Tao, lacking boundaries. Yet they had never truly engaged physically. Lu Ruyin presented evidence, including hotel footage, showing that during their business trips or vacations, she and Lu Tao had occupied separate rooms and had never shared the same space. Opinions online varied. Some asserted that Lu Ruyin had indeed remained faithful, merely lacking boundaries, while others argued that not having physical relations did not equate to fidelity, suggesting that emotional infidelity could be even more intolerable than physical betrayal. Some contended that for normal individuals, the emotional and physical realms could not be separated. He and Gio, however, paid no heed to Lu Ruyin's explanations or evidence. He was now preoccupied with Lin Ran. Xiao Ran, do you now comprehend why your brother Gio is the leader and you are the little sister? You're far behind. Just with a flick of my fingers, I earned 30 million. Wei Lai still owes me a significant favor. Lin Ran was left speechless, replying, Brother Gio, I did not expect that even with your current status, you would still engage in such petty schemes. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat. A good cat is one that catches mice. This Xinhua group was built on my cunning. What of it? This is simply staying true to my original intentions. Meanwhile, Yun Bing, who had been closely monitoring Lin Hai's updates, quickly learned of the developments. After investigating He and Gio's actions, she couldn't help but chuckle. This rascal is truly incorrigible. Many within the company were left questioning the relationship between General Manager Yun and this Mr. He. The icy beauty of the corporation seemed to exhibit warmth only in connection with this man. One day, while He and Gio was signing documents in his office, Lin Ran entered. Brother Gio, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Junzhe, has requested to meet with you tonight. He and Gio instantly set aside his paperwork. Had this day arrived so swiftly, or had his rapid advancement begun to threaten the Jiang family standing? Understood. Have Wen Hong investigate the matter, and tonight, let Xiao Fei and Xiao Xin accompany me. Got it, Brother Gio. Lin Ran departed. Why does he stand before the window? Is the moment finally at hand for a meeting with the Jiang family? In this realm, two tigers cannot coexist. Soon, it shall be revealed whether this Lin Hai belongs to the Jiang clan or the He clan. The Jiang family, the undisputed sovereign of Lin Hai City, is deeply entrenched within its roots. In terms of both scale and assets, they rightfully hold the title of the foremost in Lin Hai. In the past, I aspired to meet the head of the Jiang family, yet they deemed me unworthy. However, it appears that my myth group has exceeded their expectations. Chapter 34. The ambition of the Jiang family. He and Gio harbored considerable trepidation towards the Jiang family, yet he found himself at an impasse. The expanse of Lin Hai was not conducive to the coexistence of two dominions. The inevitable clash between the myth group and the Jiang group loomed on the horizon. As night descended, He and Gio made his way to the Jiang residence, unprepared for the summons he had received from Jiang Juanze, which was to take place within his own abode. He had consented to the invitation, albeit the Jiang family had only recently disclosed the address to him. Perhaps it was an attempt to instill a sense of intimidation, should he fail to attend. The Moro would undoubtedly herald rumors of He and Gio, the illustrious chairman of the myth group and the renowned god of wealth, failing to even cross the threshold of the Jiang estate. He Ingio conceded that this initial move in the game had already set him at a disadvantage. He was compelled to arrive, whether willingly or not. Bearing gifts, he entered the Jiang household, only to be met not by the servants, but by the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Ruodong, celebrated as the unrivaled beauty of Linhai. "Mr. He, you have arrived. My father has prepared a feast. Please follow me," she said. As He Ingio observed Jiang Ruodong's graceful figure ahead of him, he could not help but acknowledge her exquisite beauty and splendid physique. Indeed, she was often referred to as the most stunning woman across 3 provinces and 1 city. The superiority of generations of carefully curated genetics was undeniably evident. Nevertheless, He Ingio's mind was preoccupied with the weightiness of the moment. This meeting was pivotal, and he remained uncertain of the Jiang family stance. In all honesty, He Ingio was acutely aware that the myth group, in its current state, was at a disadvantage against the Jiang family, with victories being scarce. His sole advantage lay in possessing a somewhat greater cash reserve than the Jiang family. Previously, when confronting the Wu family, the dynamics had shifted due to their waning influence, leading to the collapse of their support. However, facing the Jiang family, which currently basked in its prime, former allies would choose to remain passive, merely spectating from a distance. No one would be foolish enough to hastily declare their allegiance. He Ingio understood the concept of allegiance. It was never merely about choosing sides, but rather about aligning with the victors, for history is invariably penned by those who emerge triumphant. Thus, he recognized that he was without allies. The myth group would have to face this challenge alone. Upon entering the dining hall, Jiang Juanza greeted He Ingio with a genial smile, and the atmosphere exuded cordiality. He Ingio exchanged a glance with Yu Fei, signaling him to present the gifts to Jiang Juanza. "Director Jiang, as a younger generation, I offer this modest token of my esteem. I hope you will graciously accept it." Jiang Juanza examined the gifts: a car key, a check, property deeds, and business premises. Indeed, you live up to your reputation as the god of wealth. Your generosity is unparalleled. Director Jiang, you flatter me. Who would dare to claim such a title before you? This is but a trivial offering, not worthy of your regard. Very well, I shall accept your gifts. Now, let's dine. As the wine flowed freely, Jiang Ruodong continually attended to He Ingio and her father. After a few rounds, He Ingio raised his glass once more, stating, "Uncle Jiang, I know you are a man of many responsibilities. Your invitation today surely entails matters beyond mere dining and drinking. If there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly. I assure you, what I can accomplish, I shall not evade, and for what is beyond my means, I will endeavor to address. And I hope for your understanding should I fall short. Refreshing. I relish engaging with young men like you. Others may label you a nouveau riche, but they're simply envious of your accomplishments." He Ingio remained silent, patiently awaiting Jiang Juanza's next words. Over the years, he had learned when to be audacious and when to be humble. "Ingio, you understand the principle that 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. However, to be frank, I have come to admire you. After much contemplation, I conclude that rather than competing over this territory, it would be more prudent for us to unite as one family. I would entrust my daughter to you, and that give me a sense of reassurance." He Ingio raised an eyebrow and replied, "Uncle Jiang, you are aware that I am divorced. Given this fact, I fear I may not be worthy of Miss Jiang. Nevertheless, if she consents, He Ingio, would have no reason to decline and would be grateful for the affection shown by you and Miss Jiang." Jiang Juanza chuckled and said, "Ruodong, after careful consideration, I believe that in this realm, aside from Ingio, there truly is no one else deserving of you. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Jiang Ruodong's cheeks flushed slightly as she answered, "I shall leave it to my father's arrangement. I am aware of Mr. He's accomplishments. He is indeed a remarkable figure." Ingio, what do you think?" He Ingio smiled and replied, "If that is the case, I shall accept the favor from Uncle Jiang and Miss Jiang. I assure you, I shall not disappoint Miss Jiang." Jiang Juanza nodded in satisfaction. "Wonderful. Tomorrow, I shall announce your engagement under the Jiang Group's name. As for the marriage certificate, you two can discuss it amongst yourselves. Everything shall be arranged by Uncle Jiang." After the meal, Jiang Ruodong blushed as she accompanied He Yinjiao to the door, embodying the bashfulness of a newlywed bride. Once He Yinjiao departed, Jiang Ruodong made her way to her father's study. "Father, you've had quite a bit to drink. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Did He Yinjiao leave?" "Yes, father. Did you not say that you would never allow a threat to the Jiang family to exist in Linhai?" "Why today?" "I understand your concerns. He is a nouveau riche and a twice-married man at that. How could I possibly allow you to marry him? Just based on his reckless vendetta against the Liu family, I harbor reservations. However, I have conducted extensive research, and the myth group is quite formidable. It may appear small in scale, yet their cash reserves are astonishing, which has left me quite taken aback. Furthermore, He Yinjiao possesses remarkable tactics and a certain audacity that makes me hesitant to provoke him lightly." Jiang Ruodong, taken aback, realized it was the first time she had heard her father express such caution after all these years. "Father, are you suggesting?" "Indeed. The young master of the Hu family in Yanjing is infatuated with you. Although I know you do not reciprocate his feelings, he would be a suitable match. What do you think his reaction would be upon learning of your engagement to He Yinjiao? At that point, we could effortlessly seize control of the myth group, and the Jiang family would truly become a colossal force. Regardless of the Hu family's intentions, your marriage would grant us their support and connections, potentially even allow us to scheme against the Hu family. While the Jiang family reigns supreme in Linhai, who wouldn't he aspire to enter that circle? That is the pinnacle of Huagua." Jiang Ruodong pondered thoughtfully. "Father, I understand. I will do my utmost to navigate between the two, inciting them to clash with one another. Well, truly, my daughter, rest assured that once the matter is accomplished, I shall permit that young man you admire to cross the threshold of the Jiang family. I will present him to the world as my nephew, your cousin, so that even if you wed in Yanjing, you may frequently return to your maternal home to be with him." "Very well, I understand. Thank you, father." Watching his daughter depart, Jiang Juanze was filled with exhilaration. He would finally lead the Jiang family into that esteemed circle, fulfilling the aspirations of generations. Once integrated with the myth group, the Jiang family would stand on equal footing with the illustrious families of Yanjing. Chapter 35. They are willing to follow me on the other side. He Yinjiao sat in the car, deep in thought while awaiting news from Hongjia. He understood that reconciliation with the Jiang family was out of the question. The unexpected offer of his daughter from Jiang Juanze had indeed caught him off guard, yet he sensed there must be a reason behind it. However, rumors suggested that Jiang Juanze cherished his daughter like a precious gem. How could he possibly exploit her? Throughout the night, He Yinjiao remained awake, smoking as he waited for Hongjia's verdict. It was not until 4 in the morning that a courier from Wenhong delivered the information. Upon reviewing it, He Yinjiao suddenly smiled. The Jiang family, it seemed, was not as formidable as he had imagined. They actually harbored fears of him. They intended to employ a beauty trap to gain advantage. Jiang Juanze. Oh, Jiang Juanze, you have underestimated Wenhong far too much. Do you truly believe we could not uncover the matters in Yanjing? His years of disguise had evidently borne fruit, surprising even an old fox like him. They had underestimated him, but more so, they had underestimated Yu Fei. In truth, the most formidable force was Yu Fei. He Yinjiao picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Brother Jiu, what's happening at this hour?" "Mubai, the Jiang family is seeking to arrange a marriage with me." He Yinjiao divulged everything to the person on the line. "Brother Jiu, I'll return to the country tomorrow. I'm nearly recovered," came the response. "All right, I'll await your return." The following day, in the office of the president of the myth group, 4 individuals sat on the sofa, exchanging banter, while He Yinjiao observed them from his office chair. "Xiao Fei, is Mubai's health truly stable?" Yu Fei nodded and replied, "There are no significant issues. Just that he will need to take medication regularly to live to 60 or 70 years old. It's manageable." He Yinjiao sighed, "Alas, that is 50 years less than my expected lifespan." The others chuckled at He Yinjiao's words. After all these years, they were bemused by his unwavering confidence in living to 125 years old. "Mubai, how do you propose we handle this? It seems the Jiang group is poised to announce their engagement soon." Mubai's complexion was pale, bearing a sickly demeanor. Perhaps it was the cruel twist of fate. In terms of intellect, none present could rival Mubai, yet his frail health rendered him vulnerable. These 3 constituted the bedrock of the myth group. and sometimes He Jiao found himself reflecting on his role as their spiritual leader. In terms of cunning, he fell short of Mu Bai regarding strength and intelligence. He could not match Yu Fei, and in management, he was eclipsed by Lin Ran. Yet, these three were willing to follow him. They had often expressed that while they might surpass him in specific areas, they would always lack the charisma and leadership that He Jiao embodied. Brother Jiao, it's not insurmountable. Hu Jin is not foolish. He cannot represent the Hu family and may cause us some trouble or even provoke you. However, as long as we remain within our limits, the Hu family will not easily intervene. Jiang Juanze observed your excessive arrogance and refusal to yield an inch to anyone. And coupled with Jiang Ruodong's instigation, Hu Jinlai, the spoiled heir, would undoubtedly target you with fervor. Little did he anticipate that when Ninth Brother was uncertain, he would resemble a stealthy ninja turtle. I shall orchestrate a revelation for Hu Jinlai, exposing the true nature of Jiang Ruodong, demonstrating her disdain for him, and how she toys with him. In that moment, Hu Jinlai will find himself at the mercy of Ninth Brother, whom I trust will ensure Hu Jinlai feels nothing but gratitude. However, a confrontation with the Jiang family is inevitable. No scheme will suffice, and it will boil down to a clash of raw strength. My only contribution will be to diminish the Jiang family support and nothing more. At this juncture, Lin Ran shed her youthful demeanor. No one recognized that this assistant to He Jiao was, in fact, quite formidable, managing the entire myth group with remarkable efficiency. Adjusting her glasses, Lin Ran remarked, Ninth Brother, we still have the Lin group. He Jiao chuckled. Isn't it the dowry your father left you? With a playful scoff. She retorted, then you can prepare my dowry in the future. He Jiao smiled, understanding that the bonds among these individuals transcended mere financial considerations. Be cautious. What of Jixin technology? That is our retreat, he advised. Rest assured, Ninth Brother, all is well. Qizhan is overseeing matters there, she reassured him. Very well. Let us proceed with our respective tasks. I too must go on a date with my fiancée. She has brought her daughter to me. How could I not care for them properly? In the ensuing days, He Jiao kept Jiang Ruodong company, and they were seen together daily, which bewildered onlookers. The populace of Linhai believed a conflict between the newly crowned emperor and the established dominant family was inevitable. However, they were astonished to witness these two unite as one family. Reactions varied widely. Some claimed He Jiao had succumbed, joining forces out of defeat, while others asserted that the Jiang family, wary of the myth group, sought to avoid mutual destruction and thus chose to compromise. There were even whispers that He Jiao had fallen under Jiang Ruodong's spell, willingly becoming her subordinate. Yet, none of this affected He Jiao. Rather, it thrust him into the limelight, making him a notable figure in Linhai. Upon learning of these developments, Yin Bing was infuriated and wreaked havoc in her office, her emotions spiraling out of control for the first time in her life, leading her to a severe illness that required hospitalization. One day, while He Jiao was shopping with Jiang Ruodong, he received word that Hu Jinlai was en route to Linhai from Yanjing. The news of Hu Jinlai's arrival spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of Linhai. His infatuation with Jiang Ruodong had reached a fever pitch, and it was no longer a secret. Everyone was keenly observing the unfolding dynamics between the scion of a prominent Yanjing family and the revered ninth fortune master of Linhai. On the very day of Hu Jinlai's arrival, the Jiang family hosted a banquet to welcome him. Naturally, He Jiao was present, aware that this gathering was a veiled confrontation between himself and Hu Jinlai. Regrettably, Hu Jinlai maintained his usual air of arrogance. When He Jiao arrived at the Jiang family banquet hall that evening, he coincidentally spotted Jiang Ruodong accompanying Hu Jinlai, introducing him to various guests and exchanging pleasantries. The individuals in Linhai eagerly flocked to the young master from Yanjing, nearly elevating Hu Jinlai to celestial heights. Regardless, Hu Jinlai maintained an air of arrogance, incessantly affirming his stature. Upon the arrival of He Jing, Jiang Ruodong instinctively distanced herself from Hu Jinlai, cautiously approaching He Jing, her demeanor suggesting she bore an unjust burden. Jing, please do not misunderstand. Hu Jinlai is a guest still within my Jiang family. He insisted on having my company, and I found it difficult to refuse. Observing Jiang Ruodong's tentative manner, One might genuinely believe she feared his misinterpretation. It is of no concern. I am well aware of your decorum. A guest is indeed a guest, and your intentions are understood. Chapter 36. The Young Master of Yinjing. Hu Jinlai, the arrival of He Yingjiu, captured nearly every gaze in the room. For all were aware that this marked the inaugural clash between the young master of Yinjing and the god of wealth from Linhai. Jiang Ruotong expressed her gratitude to He Yingjiu and then, with an air of familiarity, linked her arm with his, presenting an affectionate demeanor. Hu Jinlai's expression darkened involuntarily as he stepped forward to confront the two, his eyes locked onto He Yingjiu. He Yingjiu, allow me to introduce you to Hu Jinlai from Yinjing, my university classmate. Jinlai, this is my fiancé, He Yingjiu. Jiang Ruotong's momentary hesitation was palpable, evoking a pang of hurt within Hu Jinlai. The animosity in his gaze was directed squarely at He Yingjiu. So, you're He Yingjiu. I have heard tales of your tumultuous personal life and your past divorce. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Ruotong? Hao Shao, Yuyist. I am well aware of my shortcomings, yet Jiang uncle has bestowed this fate upon me, and I must acquiesce. Hu Jinlai regarded He Yingjiu with disdain, realizing that, as Ruotong had indicated, this man was aware of the Jiang family's apprehensions towards him and was perhaps vying for Ruotong's affection. For the sake of the larger picture, Jiang uncle had no choice but to draw him closer. Have you heard the saying, business should not clash with politics? He Yingjiu responded with a smile. Indeed. But what is it that Hu Shao wishes to convey? To speak frankly, I share mutual affections with Ruotong. Yet obstacles lie in our path. Family issues and Jiang uncle's reluctance to see her marry afar. I am addressing these matters, so do you grasp my intent? He Yingjiu scrutinized Hu Jinlai. In essence, Hu Shao intends to claim my fiancé, is that correct? And what of it? Your wife has already been taken. Losing a fiancé, cannot be of great consequence, can it? He Yingjiu smiled at Hu Jinlai, who reciprocated the sentiment. Hu Jinlai understood that the Yinjing family would not easily involve themselves in Linhai affairs due to the extensive ramifications. One was a center of power, the other an economic stronghold. This was precisely why their family had consistently opposed an alliance with the Jiang family. When a political family becomes enmeshed with significant financial interests, it renders them vulnerable to scrutiny from above, which is something the higher-ups would prefer to avoid. Thus, Hu Jinlai sought to provoke He Yingjiu, inciting him to retaliate and thereby tarnish the Hu family's reputation, providing sufficient grounds for their family to disengage, at least to offer a reasonable explanation to the higher authorities and other families. He knew that He Yingjiu comprehended this dynamic as well. The incident involving Lu Rian was a substantial blemish on his record, a subject that the Linhai faction would not broach lightly. It was now brazenly laid bare. Everyone was acutely aware that, given He Yingjiu's character, he would not let this matter rest easily. Hu Shao is correct, yet I must confess, I harbor no guilt regarding my ex-wife. Her actions merely reflect my poor judgment in choosing a partner. I believe Ruotong is different. Should she choose you, I would accept it without reservation, for we are not yet wed. All present were taken aback, including Jiang Junzi on stage, as none anticipated that He Yingjiu would endure such insult from Hu Jinlai with such composure. Hu Jinlai nodded slightly and remarked, Indeed, I underestimated you. You are quite a figure. He realized that He Yingjiu had discerned his intentions, and continuing to entangle himself would only showcase his own lack of vision. Thus, he chose to dismiss He Yingjiu entirely. After Hu Jinlai departed, Jiang Ruotong, observing He Yingjiu's somber expression, spoke apologetically, Yingjiu, I'm truly sorry. We cannot afford to offend young master, Hu So. He Yingjiu nodded and suddenly reached out to gently touch Jiang Ruotong's face, saying, It's nothing. For your sake, I am willing to endure. Having said that, He Yingjiu also took his leave, heading towards a few familiar friends. Jiang Ruotong gazed at He Yingjiu's retreating figure, her mind lingering on the sensation of his hand brushing against her face, momentarily lost in thought. Was he truly enduring for her? Had he genuinely developed feelings for her? How could that be? She pondered, slightly dazed. They had only just gotten to know each other on the day of their engagement, and after spending merely a week together, he had been exceptionally attentive. They had visited amusement parks, savored street food, and even buried a wish bottle together. It was undeniable that this past week in He Yinjiao's company had brought her immense joy, perhaps the happiest week she had experienced in years. Yet, despite this, she could not believe that He Yinjiao could fall for her, just as she could not envision herself falling for him. Jiang Juanze approached Jiang Ruodong's side. I never imagined that He Yinjiao could hold back. Ruodong, you must stoke the flames. We need to provoke Hu Jinlai into taking action against He Yinjiao. Understood, father. In the ensuing days, He Yinjiao found himself increasingly targeted by Hu Jinlai. Yet he bore it all, determined not to give the Hu family any opportunity to strike. While he may not be able to dismantle his own Xinhua group, he could certainly bring it to a standstill, or at the very least, inflict considerable damage. In less than a decade, Xinhua group had reached its current stature. To claim everything was above board would be a fool's errand. Consequently, Jiang Juanze, Jiang Ruodong, and Hu Jinlai felt a sense of helplessness. He Yinjiao was as slippery as a bar of soap, soft as cotton, making it impossible to exert any real force. Jiang Juanze and Jiang Ruodong conferred, deciding that since He Yinjiao feared Hu Jinlai so greatly and was willing to endure anything, they would find a way to provoke Hu Jinlai into a full-blown eruption, compelling He Yinjiao to confront him. Thus, Jiang Ruodong began to interact with He Yinjiao more frequently, the two becoming inseparable. She lavished attention upon him, visiting Xinhua group, dining with him, and even hand-feeding him. All of this was meticulously arranged by Mu Bai and disseminated online, making it known throughout Linhai that their relationship was thriving, with good fortune on the horizon. The employees of Xinhua Group greeted Jiang Ruodong with unparalleled warmth, referring to her as Madam. Each display of affection between the couple only served to irritate Hu Jinlai further. Yet, Jiang Ruodong consistently assured him that her affections lay with him. However, the Hu family remained opposed, leaving her feeling trapped. She could not simply wait indefinitely. Her family was pressuring her to marry, favoring He Yinjiao. She faced a dilemma: either convince the Hu family to acquiesce, in which case she would abandon He Yinjiao to marry Hu Jinlai, or prompt He Yinjiao to lose the Jiang family's regard, achieving a dissolution of their engagement, allowing her to wait a few more years for Hu Jinlai. These words profoundly moved Hu Jinlai, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Jiang Ruodong. He had exhausted all means to confront He Yinjiao, yet every time He Yinjiao saw him, he either offered apologies or pleaded for mercy, rendering Hu Jinlai utterly speechless. Until one day, the news of Jiang Ruodong being taken to a hotel by He Yinjiao reached Hu Jinlai's ears, prompting him to act without hesitation. Meanwhile, Mu Bai had already orchestrated everything, patiently awaiting the conclusion of this matter to engage Hu Jinlai in a serious discussion. Chapter 37 Strategy. On that day, He Yinjiao, having indulged in excess libations, insisted on taking Jiang Ruodong to a hotel room, pleading for her care. Naturally, Jiang Ruodong acquiesced and subsequently instructed a servant to summon Hu Jinlai for assistance. Upon receiving the news, Hu Jinlai was incensed and hurried to the hotel, forcefully bursting through the door. What greeted his eyes was He Yinjiao, inebriated and sprawled on the bed like a lifeless creature, occasionally retching the remnants of alcohol. Ruodong, this. Hu Jinlai, I'm truly sorry. He insisted on bringing me. I thought he meant to, but I never expected he would drink so excessively. Hu Jinlai promptly approached and enveloped Jiang Ruodong in his arms. It's all right, it's all right. You are unharmed, and that is all that matters. Otherwise, I would surely have killed him. Jiang Ruodong felt helpless. She had hoped to reveal He Yinjiao's inappropriate advances towards her, but instead, this scoundrel had entered and immediately succumbed to vomiting, rendering himself completely insensible. The following day, He Yinjiao sought out Hu Jinlai, profusely apologizing. This left Hu Jinlai in a state of frustration without an outlet for his anger. Hu Xiao, to be candid, upon realizing your affection for Jiang Ruodong, I was filled with trepidation, so much so that I could scarcely sleep, fearing you might retaliate against me. I can no longer endure this existence. Hu Jinlai regarded He Yinjiao with a darkened expression. What are you trying to convey? Hu Xiao, come with me to the Jiang residence. I have a proposition. I demand the annulment of the engagement. I cannot bear it any longer. Really? Hu Jinlai's spirits lifted at once. As long as the Yinjiao sought to dissolve the engagement, he would have time to navigate familial obligations, allowing Ruodong to wait for him. Indeed, I would not dare deceive you, Hu Shao. Very well, let us proceed. I shall lend my support. Upon arriving at the Jiang household, He Yinjiao spoke directly. Uncle Jiang, please spare me. I am at my wit's end. I am genuinely terrified of Hu Shao. Let us terminate the engagement, or I fear I shall perish at his hands. Jiang Juanzi was taken aback by He Yinjiao's words. How could this once proud and arrogant individual be reduced to such fear of Hu Jinlai? Despite the Hu family's influence, they could hardly exert control over the Shenhua group, especially given the strict regulations forbidding political families from meddling in business affairs. As long as the Yinjiao did not provoke the Hu family, they truly had no leverage against him. Yet now, Uncle Jiang, you see, since Mr. He has expressed such sentiments, perhaps. Sighing, Jiang Juanzi replied, Ah, Jinlai, I am aware of your mutual affection with Ruodong, and I have no desire to separate you. However, your families. I have reached an age beyond 50, with few years remaining. All I wish for is to hold a grandchild in my arms. What am I to do? This indeed pierced Hu Jinlai's heart, elucidating why he never dared to press the issue. His own family matters were not yet resolved, so how could he interfere with Ruodong's affairs? This marriage cannot be annulled. It is not merely a matter of face for the Jiang family and He Yinjiao, but rather a lifelong commitment for my daughter. Jinlai, to speak frankly, you both have graduated for several years now. Not to mention Ruodong, even I have been waiting for you yet. Sigh. Hu Jinlai found himself in a state of helplessness, which elucidated his lack of assertiveness within the Jiang family. After all, others had waited for so many years, while he remained stagnant. At that moment, a plethora of videos surfaced online, including those targeting He Yinjiao, recordings, and the recent video regarding the broken engagement. The comments flooded the internet in an overwhelming tide. Can the young master of Yanjing truly seize love by force? He refuses to marry, yet does not allow others to do so. How tyrannical. Indeed, leveraging his power to coerce a broken engagement is unexpected. I never anticipated such a person to emerge from the Hu family. I have seen Hu Jinlai targeting General He several times. Despite all his apologies, it seems to be a blatant bullying. At that juncture, Hu Jinlai's phone rang. It was a call from home. Hello, father. Get back to Yanjing immediately. Look at the disgraceful mess you've created. Prepare to face the consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu Jinlai glanced at He Yinjiao and said, He Yinjiao, do you dare to scheme against me? He Yinjiao chuckled. What do you mean, young master? Aren't these matters the result of your own actions? If you intend to intimidate me, perhaps you should consider how to explain this to your family and the public. Fuming, Hu Jinlai's face flushed crimson as he replied, Fine. Fine. However, He Yinjiao, you must understand that once the truth is unveiled, the Hu family will have just cause to intervene. This opportunity is of your own making. Haha. Just wait for my return. With that, Hu Jinlai departed, determined to provide an explanation to his family. The machinations against him had significantly impacted the Hu family, giving them ample reason to confront He Yinjiao. Watching Hu Jinlai leave, Jiang Juanzi felt a mix of emotions, neither disappointment nor elation. His discontent stemmed from the delay of their plans and the uncertainty of Hu Jinlai's potential return. Yet, he was relieved that the Hu family finally had justification to act. Rising from his seat, Jiang Juanzi patted He Yinjiao on the shoulder and remarked, A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to act. I have not misjudged you. My excellent son-in-law. He Yinjiao smiled and nodded, responding, Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Jiang. Ruodong, no one can hinder us any longer. My patience during this time, for you, has been entirely worthwhile. Jiang Ruodong, gazing at He Yinjiao, averted her eyes and said, But you have also provided the Hu family with an opportunity to target you. He Yinjiao approached her, taking her hand, and reassured her, It matters not. The myth group is not so fragile. Even if it were to face bankruptcy, I would willingly accept it. However, from now on, you shall be the one to support me. Is it truly worth going to such lengths for me? Absolutely, for I have genuinely fallen in love with you. No one has ever treated me as kindly as you have, visiting me at the company, bringing me food, showering me with gifts, even feeding me. Jiang Ruodong felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing that they had shared countless intimate moments over the past month. He had indeed been exceptionally good to her. Yet she pondered, if that day were to come, she would strive to make amends. With Hu Jinlai gone, and no one left to oppose them, He Yinjiao showered Jiang Ruodong with kindness, preparing daily surprises for her. Yet, Jiang Ruodong increasingly finds herself unable to discern her own heart. The boy she loves, Han Feng, is overshadowed in every regard by the man before her. Even Han Feng's long-standing concern for her pales in comparison to the attention she receives from this man. She has always been the one resolving Han Feng's problems and providing him with financial support, while He Yinjiao has consistently shielded her. Just a few days ago, when she was harassed, he boldly defended her, disregarding his own image and engaging in a fierce altercation, which subsequently made headlines. Notably, the sight of him, bloodied yet determined, embracing her in public with a kiss profoundly stirred her soul. Perhaps being with him is indeed a splendid choice. Chapter 38. The capture at Cloud Ice Bar in the city of Jinling, Jiang Province. At the Jiangnan Star Bar, He Yinjiao found himself in the manager's office, engaged in a cloud of smoke with Qian Ziliang. Old He, you've been causing quite a stir in Linhai. How do you find the time to come to Jiangzhou, especially at this hour? He Yinjiao, with a cigarette in hand, replied, I couldn't help it. I missed you. But Jiang Ruodong is far too clingy, so I had no choice but to come at this hour. Qian Ziliang rolled his eyes and remarked, You don't even believe your own words. Why should I? He Yinjiao chuckled softly, Old Qian, I'm bound to have a confrontation with the Jiang family. If, and I emphasize if, anything unexpected occurs, I will need your support. Is that all? A phone call would suffice. Was it worth your special trip? Rest assured, even if it's the Jiang family, or even if you were to clash with the Hu family, your brothers will stand by you. He Yinjiao shook his head, Old Qian. Hearing you say that brings me great comfort. Qian Ziliang exhaled a puff of smoke, lamenting, What can I say? You've been supporting me for a semester. The two were university classmates and roommates, with Qian Ziliang being a wealthy second-generation heir, albeit somewhat frail and prone to showboating. During their school days, He Yinjiao often assisted him and even engaged in a few brawls on his behalf. However, during their sophomore year, a quarrel with his family led to Qian Ziliang's financial support being abruptly cut off. Fortunately, He Yinjiao had some money at that time and took it upon himself to support Qian Ziliang for an entire semester, spending more on him than on himself due to the latter's high demands. Such experiences, coupled with 4 years of shared living, forged a strong bond between the two, along with 2 other roommates, collectively dubbed the Haidai F4. He Yinjiao's rapid ascent can be attributed not only to his own abilities and luck, but also to the unwavering assistance of his 3 brothers. Perhaps feeling fatigued, He Yinjiao rose and approached the window. This bar belonged to Qian Ziliang, who had a penchant for nightlife, leading him to open his own establishment, which quickly became the most upscale bar in Jinling City due to his wealth. The manager's office was situated above the bar's main hall, with a floor-to-ceiling glass wall offering a clear view of the men and women mingling below. His visit was twofold, to converse with Qian Ziliang and to contemplate how to explain the situation with Yunbing. The news of his engagement to Jiang Ruodong had already caused quite a stir, and he had heard about Yunbing's recent illness. To him, it seemed utterly baffling. When he sought her out, she had driven him away, only to become ill upon learning of his engagement. Though he initially wished to disregard the matter, he found himself inexplicably agitated, as thoughts of Yunbing invaded his mind whenever he saw Jiang Ruodong. Memories of her anger, sorrow, and illness swirled in his thoughts. Eventually, he decided to wait for the situation to unfold, believing Yunbing would come to understand in due course. However, just days prior, an incident involving Jiang Ruodong, where he had bloodied her face in a scuffle, had gone viral online, but he had paid little attention, viewing it merely as a performance. Yet, Ning Xian informed him that Yunbing had spiraled into another emotional breakdown, resorting to heavy drinking and had been hospitalized. This time, He Yinjiao could no longer contain himself. Despite the risk of exposure, he ventured to Jiang Province, intending to clarify matters with that woman. However, he found himself at a loss for words. If he withheld the truth, she would undoubtedly disbelieve him, yet revealing it might lead her to think he was merely toying with her affections. Although it was the Jiang family that had first schemed against him, prompting his pursuit of Jiang Ruodong, He Yinjiao was acutely aware that a woman's thought process could be utterly perplexing. As He Yinjiao grappled with his turmoil, he suddenly noticed a group of 3 men and 3 women in the bar's lounge, one of whom was Yunbing. The trio appeared to be enjoying drinks together, and it was evident that they were likely comprised of 3 couples. 2 of the women were particularly close to the men, while Yunbing was accompanied by a man as well. Although there was little physical contact, it was clear they were engaged in conversation, toasting, and drinking together. Their relationship seemed nascent, characterized by mutual understanding and budding familiarity. This scene nearly sent He Yinjiao into a frenzy. He understood the source of his agitation. Witnessing this tableau ignited a visceral urge within him to lash out, akin to the sensation of something he cherished dearly being snatched away. At that moment, Qian Ziliang approached He Yinjiao, draping an arm around his shoulder and following his gaze. "What are you looking at?" "Oh, isn't that President Yin? Quite the rare sight. By the way, Lao He, I haven't asked you about the last incident. What is this? Are you interested in Yunbing?" He Yinjiao's expression darkened as he inquired. "Who is that man?" Qian Ziliang glanced over and replied, "I don't know him." "Why? Feeling jealous?" "It's not unusual, with a beauty like Yunbing. Not to mention her wealth, it's natural to have admirers. However, she has maintained her integrity, and it's been years since I've seen her with a man." He Yinjiao remained silent and took out his phone to message Yunbing. "Where are you?" "Below." Yunbing picked up her phone, hesitated for a moment, then replied, "At home. Is there something you need?" "I'll ask you once more, where are you?" "He Yinjiao, are you out of your mind? Don't bother me if there's nothing wrong. Am I interrupting your romantic liaison with another man?" "He Yinjiao, don't assume everyone is as despicable as you." "Is that so?" With that, He Yinjiao snapped a photo of the scene below and sent it to Yunbing. Both men watched as Yunbing's reaction unfolded. Upon seeing the photo, she instinctively rose to her feet and glanced in the direction from which the picture had been taken. "What's wrong, Xiaobing?" one of her friends asked. The man beside her also inquired, "President Yun, what is the matter?" Yunbing's complexion paled as she typed a response. Have you come? Where are you?" "I'll come keep you company." "Wait there. I'll have someone come to escort you," He Yinjiao replied. Qian Ziliang, having read He Yinjiao's message, smirked and instructed the bodyguards, "Go, please bring Miss Yun and her friends up." He Yinjiao observed as 3 bodyguards approached their table, engaging them in conversation. Just then, Yunbing sent another message. He Yinjiao remained silent, visibly upset. Shortly thereafter, Yunbing and her companions were ushered into the office. Upon entering, Yunbing spotted a man gazing out the window, a silhouette she knew all too well, the very man she had longed for. Qian Ziliang remarked, "Not bad. I thought Yun's bodyguard would clash with my men, yet I didn't expect Yun to ascend so effortlessly." Yunbing chose to disregard his comment. Ordinarily, no one could easily take her away. Her bodyguard were just next door, yet with this man present, her resolve to come was unwavering. Chapter 39. "Who are you to me?" Yunbing gazed at the silhouette of the man, momentarily lost in a haze of confusion and guilt. Had he misconstrued something? Why had he come? Was it to seek her out? However, she quickly recalled that this man was engaged to another woman, had fought on behalf of that woman, and had publicly kissed her. "He Yinjiao, what is your intention?" He Yinjiao turned around, fixing his gaze upon Yunbing, silently scrutinizing her. Under his intense stare, she felt a pang of guilt. No matter his actions, she remained a traditional woman at heart, convinced that she was destined to be He Yinjiao's woman for eternity. "He Yinjiao, I merely came to drink, feeling somewhat disheartened." "Xiaobing, what is going on?" "Who is he?" Qian Xiao, one of her close friends, exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting Qian Ziliang. Qian Ziliang nodded in acknowledgement. "Li Man from the Li family? You and President Yin are close friends, I see. For now, this matter doesn't concern you." Qian Ziliang appeared to dismiss Li Man entirely, even displaying a hint of disdain. President Yun, didn't you mention you were single?" The man accompanying Yunbing remarked. He Yinjiao's expression darkened as he strode over, delivering a resounding slap to the man's face. The man, taken aback by the blow, retorted, "Who the hell are you to hit me?" "He Yinjiao, what are you doing?" "This has nothing to do with them," Yunbing said, a hint of anger in her voice. He Ingio regarded her coolly. What? Are you defending him now? Which of your eyes saw me defend him? I simply disapprove of you striking my friend. Friend? He Ingio had no desire to further debate with Yunbing. Instead, he addressed the man. What are you doing by her side? Do you have feelings for her? Are you out of your mind? Kid, I advise you to speak respectfully. He is my brother, Qian Ziliang interjected, his countenance icy. The intimidation of the Qian family heir was palpable, being one of Jiang province's foremost aristocratic families. Well, Qian Xiao, I am classmates with Zhang Dong. We both attend Jiang University, seniors. He brought me here to introduce me to an older sister, claiming that if I made her happy, I could land a job at Yun's group after graduation, the man explained. Qian Ziliang suddenly chuckled. Oldie, let me clarify things. President Yun's friend is Miss Li from the Li family, the fiancée of Wang Zidong, the one who served you drinks last time. However, this woman prefers younger men. You know how it is with aristocratic marriages. Everyone plays their own game. He Ingio found it amusing that Yun Bing associated with such a friend. So, Li Man's young boyfriend sought to introduce his friend to Yun Bing, both attempting to take shortcuts, it seemed. And what about these two? Xia Shuei from the Xia family. The person by her side is her assistant, but they have always been in a romantic relationship, although the Xia family disapproves. In this regard, Xia Shuei is quite commendable, Qian Ziliang remarked nonchalantly. Yet he spoke of the three men with a noticeable flush on his cheeks. He Ingji squinted as he looked at Li Man and said, So, you two are playing matchmakers for them, are you? Li Man chuckled softly and replied, Don't speak so harshly. Besides, even if we are matchmaking, what of it? Xiaobing is single, and Chen Kai is also single. What's wrong with a little romance? Do you have a say in that? Without a second thought, He Ingji struck her hard, causing Li Man's lip to bleed and making her head spin. Xiaobing, is this the kind of shameless friend you associate with? Xiaobing was taken aback. After all, Li Man was her close friend, and it was not as if she had forced her to drink. He Ingji had actually hit her friend, showing no regard for her feelings. He Ingji, what are you doing? On what grounds do you hit someone? It was I who wanted to drink and asked Xiaoman to bring me along. I only met Shinkai after I arrived. Furthermore, what did Xiaoman say wrong? I am single, unlike you, who is engaged, sticking your nose into others' affairs while flaunting your affection. Upon hearing Xiaobing's words, Li Man was about to retort but held back, glancing at Ingji, who seemed somewhat familiar. You are the Jiu Kaishan of Lin Hai, the chairman of Shenhua Group? He Ingji did not respond, but instead said, Li Man, I warn you, if any other man appears around Xiaobing in the future, regardless of whether it's you or not, I will hold you accountable. Xiaobing, witnessing He Ingji bully her friend, finally erupted. He Ingji, you have no right to mistreat my friend. Who do you think you are? You have no business interfering in my life. Don't say I just met Shinkai and exchanged only a few words. Even if I slept with him, what concern is it of yours? Who are you to me? You should tend to your fiancé instead. My affairs are none of your concern. None of my business? Who am I to you? Fine, Xiaobing, you can do as you wish. Lao Qian, have them leave. After finishing his words, He Ingji turned around, no longer looking at them. Xiaobing wanted to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. She could only leave with her friend, knowing He Ingji would soon lose his temper, and Li Man would be in trouble. Once they exited the bar, tears streamed down Xiaobing's face. She understood that her earlier words had hurt him, yet he was the one who was engaged. Why did he still provoke her? Li Man sighed as she looked at Xiaobing. Xiaobing, that He Ingji is the man you've been yearning for, isn't he? Xiaobing nodded. Xiaobing, I'm all right. Your words were too harsh earlier. I feel he has feelings for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so furious. I know your words were meant to protect me, but they were indeed. If you still wish to be with him, you should return and explain. You are different from me. I have become a victim of my family, resigned to my fate, but you can pursue your own love and happiness. I know you love him dearly. After all these years as sisters, this is the first time I've seen you cry. Go on. Xiaobing nodded and walked back toward the bar once more. After Yun Bing departed, Li Man wore a sullen expression and struck her young boyfriend across the face. Did you not claim that you encountered Chen Kai by chance at the entrance? Have I not warned you against harboring intentions toward my close friend? Have I not reminded you to recognize your own place? Upon finishing her admonition, Li Man turned to Chen Kai and remarked, What about you? Do you also aspire to emulate him? I advise you to abandon that notion. Yinbing has already informed you that they are merely drinking companions, not even friends. Do not be deceived by her beauty. Her methods are beyond your comprehension. Tread carefully. With that, Li Man departed alongside Xia Shuei and her boyfriend, leaving the two young college students stranded on the roadside, exchanging wry smiles. Chapter 40. The ice which before their bittersweet smiles could fade, a group of bodyguards appeared, swiftly taking the two away. Meanwhile, Heinzhou was smoking, his frustration evident as he lit one cigarette after another, which amused Qian Ziliang. Old He, the last time I saw you this out of control was when your uncle and aunt passed away. Do not speak to me. Let me be in silence. Or beware of my wrath, Heinzhou retorted. Just then, the door swung open, and Yunbing returned. Observing Heinzhou's fury, she addressed Qian Ziliang. Qian Shao, could I ask you to take your leave for a moment? There are some matters I wish to discuss with him. Qian Ziliang shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, no problem. But Yunzong, do be cautious. He is quite dangerous at the moment. Yunbing nodded, expressing her gratitude. As Qian Ziliang departed, Heinzhou fixed his gaze upon Yunbing, his eyes resembling those of a frenzied beast, instilling fear. With a sigh, Yunbing sat beside him, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head on his chest. Enough of this anger. You have misunderstood me. Yunbing, are you incapable of distancing yourself from men? Heinzhou, calm down and refrain from speaking in anger. You know better than anyone what kind of woman I am. As Heinzhou prepared to retort, his phone buzzed. It was a monitoring video from Qian Ziliang, capturing the conversation between Yunbing and Li Man, along with the footage of Li Man reprimanding two male university students. After viewing it, Yunbing smiled and said, "Now do you believe me?" Heinzhou tossed the phone aside, grumbling, "Even a drinking buddy is unacceptable. Goodness, it seems fate is unkind. I rarely visit such places, especially since knowing you. This is my first time, and look what happened. However, if you wish for me to behave, you must provide an explanation." What explanation? What do you think? Heinzhou, you're engaged to someone, yet are affectionate with others. You nearly drove me to the brink of madness, you heartless scoundrel. In time, you will understand. Do not overthink it. If I seek someone, it will surely be someone more beautiful than you. Until then, we shall make do with one another. Yunbing, incensed by Heinzhou's words, pinched his waist. Hey, that hurts. Heinzhou, can you not speak like a human? Make do with me? I, Yunbing, would settle for you? Release me. Who taught you to pinch people? Humph. Yunbing let go, suddenly struck by a thought. Squinting, she remarked, Heinzhou, it seems you were quite jealous just now. Tell me, have you fallen for me? I merely refused to use something tainted. What did you say? Yunbing was on the verge of anger again. Enough, enough. I'm exhausted and must return to Linhai tomorrow. Returning tomorrow? Then why did you come today? Quit the chatter. Come, accompany me to sleep. I missed you. Heinzhou, are you dreaming? I am merely placating you. As I said, if you do not marry me, you shall not lay a finger on me. Heinzhou, looking at Yunbing with resignation, realized that if he did not appease this ancestral spirit, he would not enjoy her company today. I have heard that you have been causing a ruckus in the office, falling ill, indulging in excessive drinking, and even ended up hospitalized. I came to see you and to clarify a few matters. Clarify what? My relationship with Jiang Ruodong is not as you may perceive it. I shall explain everything to you in due time. Really? Heinzhou nodded. So, you made a special trip just to tell me this? What else? Do you think I would go out of my way to meet Qian Ziliang? Yunbing looked at Heinzhou, feeling a sweetness in her heart. She could sense that beneath his tough exterior, he truly cared for her. Very well, for now. I shall trust you, but if you fail to provide me with an explanation, our matter will not be settled. Fine, I understand. Let us go. I'm utterly exhausted. Where to? To a hotel. No way. It's filthy. Let South return to my place. All right. Suddenly, a thought struck Yunbing, and her cheeks flushed as she said, but you mustn't get any ideas. I've said it before, if you don't marry me, don't lay a finger on me. Heinzhou retorted, Yunbing, are you ever going to let this go? You're quite old enough. Don't you have needs? Yunbing replied defiantly, how am I old enough? And don't assume everyone is like you. I do not have such needs. Heinzhou was at a loss for words. Why was she so stubborn? They had been through this countless times, and now she was merely trying to force him into marriage. That was out of the question. How could he live freely if you were married? Noticing He Yinjiao's silence, Yun Bing assumed he was angry again. Yet, she truly missed him, and she was quite pleased with his behavior today. I can assist you in other ways, she offered. He Yinjiao raised an eyebrow, surprised that she would say such a thing. He knew all too well how exquisite her petite feet were, especially when adorned with stockings, simply unbeatable. Since President Yun had graciously extended her invitation, he decided to oblige. Yun Bing shot him a disdainful glance. You big pervert, how annoying. After returning home and finishing their showers, the dynamics of their resting in bed were no longer dictated by Yun Bing. However, despite her feelings for him, she couldn't easily retract her words. If she allowed him to break through her defenses too easily, her plan to compel him in a marriage would be futile. Thus, Yun Bing held her ground, yet other areas of her being were indeed compromised. The following morning, Yun Bing curled up like a little kitten in He Yinjiao's embrace. He gently stroked her hair and placed a kiss on her forehead. This woman was truly enchanting, and the disparity between her demeanor towards him and others was striking. According to Qian Ziliang, she was no ordinary woman. She was exceptionally cold and unapproachable, and her ruthlessness was well known. She had a remarkable talent for winning people's hearts. If it weren't for the influence of old Master Yun, along with his extreme favoritism, Yun Tao and his son would have been no match for her. Despite all odds, she ultimately triumphed, seizing control of the Yun group as a woman, a feat nearly unimaginable among other aristocratic families, where women were traditionally seen as mere tools for marriage and the exchange of interests. In Jiang province, many enterprises had fallen victim to her cunning, and numerous individuals had stumbled at her hands, earning her the nickname Ice Demon. However, this woman has devoted nearly all her patience and tenderness to herself. As a man, it is nearly impossible not to be captivated by such a woman. Even Qian Ziliang was taken aback by Yun Bing's attitude towards He Yinjiao. Yet, as He Yinjiao gazed at the woman in his arms, there was nothing frightening about her at all. The image of her blushing face from last night, when he had playfully teased her, was still vivid in his mind. Yun Bing, in a daze, had yet to open her eyes and tightened her grip around He Yinjiao's arm. You're awake? Stay with me a little longer. He Yinjiao replied, Yun Bing, I must return to Linhai. There are pressing matters to attend to. Once I resolve the issues in Linhai, I shall return to accompany you. Yun Bing nodded softly in his embrace. Go on, I won't see you off. Focus on your tasks. I will behave myself. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. All right, I shall take my leave now. Give me a kiss. Chapter 41. A plea for my share in a classroom at Linhai University. A boy with a clean and clear demeanor had just finished his class. Han Feng, a recent graduate who remained at the university as a teaching assistant, was now facing a woman with tears streaming down his face. Feng, do not cry. I understand your grievances. My actions have hurt you, but you must believe that everything I do is for our future. Ruodong, why? Have you fallen for He Yinjiao? Is it merely because he is wealthy and can offer you a better life? No, not at all. Yang Rutong tenderly embraced Feng. Feng, I love only you. However, you are aware of the situation with the Jiang family. Whether it is with He Yinjiao or Hu Jinlai, I have never harbored affection for them. My father promised that if I could incite conflict between them, he would allow you entry into the Jiang family, providing you with all the assistance you need, and publicly claiming you as his nephew. Nephew? Why nephew? Feng, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me. I must marry Hu Jinlai, but rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you. After our union, I will frequently return to be with you. I have no choice. To be with you, I must endure this. Feng, can you accept this? I genuinely love you, and I cannot bear to be without you. Even so, I do not wish to part ways. I know I am being selfish, but Ruodong, do not say anymore. I love you as well. As long as I can be with you, enduring some hardship is insignificant. However, I need you to promise me that you will return often and that you will not bear children with Hu Jinlai. I fear that if you have a child, you might... My Feng thinks that way too. Do not worry. I will only bear your children. When the time comes, I will strategize for our offspring within the Hu family. You will always be their father. Yes, Ruodong, I trust you. I truly regret putting you through this. It is not you who should feel regret. It is I. As the two poured out their hearts to one another, they were unaware that a pinhole camera had captured their every word. Watching the footage, He Jiao chuckled and remarked, "Mu Bai, it is all under your control. Step by step, Brother Jiao, this is the extent of my capabilities. Ning Xin, arrange for a flight. Accompany me to Yinjing to discuss matters with Hu Jinlai." He Jiao stood, stating, "Go ahead. I entrust this to you. Be careful. I await your news." At Yinjing Hospital, Hu Jinlai was in a pitiful state. The upbringing of these young masters was exceedingly strict, and this incident had significantly impacted the Hu family. Hu Jinlai's attempt to forcefully break off his engagement with He Jiao had already tarnished the Hu family's reputation. Furthermore, his intentions to form an alliance with the Jiang family had come to the attention of higher authorities, leading to a meeting with his father. When power and money intertwine, chaos ensues. Consequently, Hu Jinlai was left battered and bruised, serving as an explanation to those in power. "He Jiao, you schemed against me. Just wait. I will not let this go." Lying on a hospital bed, Hu Jinlai could hardly contain his fury. For the first time in his life, son had dared to scheme against him so ruthlessly, dragging his family into the turmoil. Why should young master Hu be so agitated? After all, every cloud has a silver lining. As Hu Jinlai listened, his gaze fell upon a man and a woman entering the ward, causing the nurse and bodyguards beside him to tense up immediately. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Ah, young master Hu, I am Mu Bai. Here today on behalf of He Jiao to quell your anger," the man replied with a smirk. "Dream on. Tell He Jiao that the enmity between us is irreparable." Hu Jinlai retorted, "Do not be so hasty, young master. You and Brother Jiao are, in essence, both unfortunate souls. Might I inquire if you are acquainted with someone named Han Feng?" "Han Feng? Yes, I know him. He was a classmate of mine in university." "Why do you mention him? He is just an ordinary person." "An ordinary person, you say? I wonder if you still consider him so after watching this video," Mu Bai said as he handed over a phone. Hu Jinlai, perplexed, took the phone and pressed play. Upon hearing the opening lines, he immediately paused it, saying, "You all leave. Master's fine, just go. They won't harm me." The bodyguards and nurse exited, and Hu Jinlai resumed watching the video. He completed it with a composed expression, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. After finishing, he tossed the phone aside and asked, "Do you have a cigarette? Seeing you in such poor health, I presumed you did not smoke. But here, I have a pack just for you. If you desire, I also have some alcohol." Mu Bai replied. Hu Jinlai waved his hand dismissively, lighting a cigarette. One puff, two, until he had consumed 5. "Mu Bai, inform He Jiao that I have noted this favor. He shall be my ally henceforth." Mu Bai nodded, thinking to himself, the heir of the Hu family truly possesses an unmatched demeanor, elevating him far above the ordinary. Has young master Hu truly swallowed this indignation? Hu Jinlai chuckled softly, saying, "How should I put it? I am angry, yet not entirely so. She is akin to my moonlight. I may feel a sense of possessiveness towards her, but do I truly love her? Not quite. It is merely a tinge of regret. Moreover, my father has made it abundantly clear that marrying the daughter of a business family is out of the question. Such is my destiny as a member of the Hu family. Thus, their schemes are trivial and unrealistic." Upon realizing her disinterest, I felt a wave of relief. The family's pressure regarding her had become unbearable, and now I feel considerably lighter. Mu Bai smiled, remarking, "It seems that if not for your misguided concern, Brother Jiao may not have managed to ensnare you after all. The heir of the Hu family is indeed a cut above the rest. Enough with the flattery. He Jiao is a formidable character. Tell him I shall cooperate in his assault on the myth group. The rest is up to him. Let him assist me in reclaiming my share," Hu Jinlai stated. Mu Bai chuckled, conversing with young master who is truly effortless and utterly captivating. "Go ahead. I truly need to rest well." "All right. I shall not disturb Hu Xiao's repose." After Mu Bai and Ning Xin departed, an indeterminate amount of time elapsed, during which Hu Jinlai's body on the bed began to twitch uncontrollably, weeping silently, suppressing any sound from escaping his lips. A week passed, and throughout this interval, He Jiao continued to indulge in romantic exchanges with Jiang Ruodong, sharing meals daily, with He Jiao even donning the chef's hat to prepare delectable dishes. They strolled through the streets, enjoyed films, experienced bungee jumping, skydiving, and surfing, and on one occasion, when Jiang Ruodong expressed a desire to visit an art exhibition, He Yinjiao promptly took her aboard his private jet, flying directly to Italy. Chapter 42. The end of the game on this day. He Yinjiao did not go to the He group. Instead, he went directly to the Jiang family to pick up Jiang Ruodong. They had agreed to visit a temple to pray and partake in vegetarian meals. In the car, Yufei was driving while He Yinjiao's hand rested on Jiang Ruodong's thigh. She did not object, and as time passed, her thoughts of Han Feng diminished significantly. She often found herself involuntarily comparing the two men, ultimately realizing that Han Feng paled in comparison to the man beside her. Although He Yinjiao lacked Han Feng's delicate features and pure appearance, he provided her with an overwhelming sense of security and reliance. She even began to think about He Yinjiao when alone, reaching out to him with calls and invitations. Now, she was uncertain about her feelings for He Yinjiao and what she truly felt for Han Feng. She liked Han Feng, yet when it came to marriage, she believed He Yinjiao was the more suitable choice. Today, Jiang Ruodong had invited He Yinjiao, explaining that it was the anniversary of her mother's passing, and she wished to visit the temple to recite scriptures, pray, and partake in a vegetarian meal. Without a moment's hesitation, He Yinjiao agreed, even postponing all his meetings and engagements for the day. Jiang Ruodong was deeply touched, for this was something her father had never done. Upon arriving at the temple, they first bathed and changed, then began their recitations. They shared a vegetarian meal together at noon. In the afternoon, He Yinjiao's phone rang, and Jiang Ruodong noticed his expression darken. However, after hanging up, he smiled at her and continued to keep her company. Confused, Jiang Ruodong texted him to inquire about the matter. She soon learned that the Xinhua group was under severe investigation, with multiple departments involved, rendering the company nearly paralyzed in an instant. Shocked, she realized that the Hu family was behind it. Yet He Yinjiao remained calm, still by her side. Yinjiao, is the Xinhua group really in trouble? She asked. Yes, he replied, but you need not worry. I promise to accompany you in honoring your mother, and I shall not abandon you halfway. At that moment, Jiang Ruodong's heart fluttered once more. She felt a tumultuous struggle within, a faint ache in her chest. Yinjiao, let us leave now. The company matters are urgent. He Yinjiao turned to look at Jiang Ruodong and replied, All right, I will wait for you in the car. The Xinhua group had been under relentless scrutiny, with various departments conducting frenzied inspections. Even if nothing was discovered, the harassment would persist. Yet, He Yinjiao appeared unaffected. He remained steadfastly by Jiang Ruodong's side, whenever she desired his company. Yinjiao, is there truly no issue with the company? He Yinjiao sighed, saying, It is fate. In this world, there is no absolute black and white. If they want to investigate, there is no escaping it. Ruodong, if the Xinhua group is doomed, then so am I. I just wish to spend these final moments cherishing your company. Yinjiao, after the first time, Jiang Ruodong collapsed into He Yinjiao's embrace, weeping openly. The following day, the Jiang group commenced its assault on the Myth group, which was already in a state of stagnation, with numerous projects and markets snatched away by the Jiang group. In an instant, the Myth group found itself on the brink of collapse. Everyone believed that He Yinjiao was beyond redemption. The official suppression and the Jiang province's onslaught were each capable of delivering a fatal blow. Yet at that moment, He Yinjiao was building castles in the sand. Jiang Ruodong stood quietly behind him, tears flowing uncontrollably. It was she who had brought misfortune upon the man who adored her so deeply. Yinjiao, I'm sorry. My father. It's all right, Ruodong. I bear you no ill will. Having spent this time with you is more than enough. You are the best woman for me. He Yinjiao continued, Ruodong, do you remember my promise to give you a castle when we marry? Unfortunately, I can only build you one now. He spoke with a hint of bitterness. Yinjiao, please sign this document. I beg you. Jiang Ruodong produced a file. It was a transfer agreement for her 20 shares in the Jiang group. Yinjiao, I'm truly sorry. This is the only compensation I can offer you. While it may not compare to the Myth group, it will ensure you a place in the Jiang group, allowing you to live well. It's my fault, Yinjiao. Please accept it. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to forgive myself. He Yinjiao took the document, signed it, and handed it to Ning Xian while he resumed his task of building castles. 2 hours later, He Inxio's phone rang. "Hello, it's me, Brother Jiu. The share transfer has become effective. The people from Hu Xiao's side have withdrawn, and the authorities have issued a statement declaring that everything regarding the myth group is legitimate and compliant." He Inxio smiled, stretched lazily, and suddenly kicked over the castle he had built. "All right, the game is over." Jiang Ruotong stared blankly at the scene. At the moment, the castle crumbled. It felt as though her heart shattered as well. "Ning Xian, take Miss Jiang back to my villa and inform everyone that the counterattack has begun." Jiang Ruotong was brought back to the villa by He Inxio and unceremoniously tossed onto the bed. "Inxio, you, Miss Jiang, do you find it amusing to deceive me? Did you truly believe that you and your father could conspire against me? The time has come for my retaliation. And the first step is to thoroughly enjoy the company of the daughter sent to me by that old fool." The two became entangled. Miss Jiang, is this your first time?" "He Inxio, you devil, why are you treating me this way?" "A devil?" With a sharp slap, He Inxio struck Jiang Ruotong's face. "Call me husband. You are unworthy." Slap. "Will you say it?" "Dream on." Slap. "Call me husband." "Impossible." Slap. "Say it. Husband. Now that's more like it." An hour later, He Inxio rose from the bed and looked at the weeping woman, saying, "Jiang Ruotong, you and your old fool of a father have greatly underestimated me. He Inxiao, I must admit, my father and I have plotted against you. However, my feelings for you are genuine. Yet with such a flawed starting point, how far can one truly go? He Inxiao, do not presume that possessing my 20% stake grants you any advantage. The Jiang family is far more intricate than you might imagine. Are you threatening me? Or are you expressing concern? Allow me to issue a warning." Understood. In the ensuing month, the Myth Group and the Jiang Group engaged in a fierce battle against one another. Following the revelation of the Jiang family's machinations involving the sale of their daughter to ensnare He Inxiao, Jiang's stock began to plummet. Furthermore, Hu Jinlai exposed a video featuring Han Feng and Jiang Ruotong, declaring that both he and He Inxiao were pitiable victims. This revelation sparked an uproar, even shaking the foundations of the Hu family. In a fleeting moment, the Jiang family found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the Myth Group's relentless assault. At this juncture, the people of Linhai once again bore witness to the formidable prowess of the Nine Wealth God. The cash flow was so abundant it inspired awe, with claims that the Myth Group was earning money faster than it could be printed. Chapter 43. Yunbing's unconditional love given the current circumstances. It seemed inevitable that the Jiang Corporation would be defeated and acquired by the Myth Group. However, the tenacity of the Jiang Corporation was underestimated by all. The Hui Province Zhongda Information pledged all its assets, infusing the Jiang Corporation with 10 billion. Meanwhile, Yin Province Huichun Pharmaceuticals mortgaged all its holdings, contributing an additional 15 billion. The resolve of these two companies to support Jiang was instrumental in revitalizing its stock prices and replenishing its funds. Just as many believed Jiang was poised to turn the tide, a staggering announcement emerged. Huaxia Bank provided 28 billion, supplemented by Ms. Yun Bing's personal contribution of 2 billion, culminating in a staggering 30 billion infusion into the Myth Group. This revelation left everyone, including He Inxiao, in utter disbelief. Lin Ran lamented, "An idol is indeed an idol. Always a step ahead of me." As Lin Ran prepared to contact her father regarding the Lin Corporation as potential involvement, she observed Yun Bing taking monumental action. It appeared she had mortgaged her half of the Yun Corporation shares, while her own assets had likely been liquidated to amass the 30 billion. He Inxiao couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had intentionally gathered 30 billion, a sum tenfold of what he had originally lent her. Undoubtedly a calculated move. This 30 billion had been transferred and was solid cash, not mere verbal support. This girl was all in, ready to accompany He Inxiao on this wild venture. At that moment, He Inxiao's phone rang. Yun Bing was calling. "Hello, Yun Bing. Have you lost your mind?" he asked. "Perhaps, He Inxiao. Would you let me lose?" "Never." "That's good. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. I still have a gaming company left. If we lose, come to Jiang Province and I'll take care of you." At that moment, He Inxiao was genuinely touched. She had staked everything and, in doing so, had provided a safety net for both of them. Her words, I will take care of you, brought a lump to his throat. All right, wait for me in Jiang province, he replied. As he ended the call, he felt, for the first time, the profound impact of a woman who had invested everything in him. It was also the first time he contemplated the depth of a woman's commitment to paving a way for him, preparing to support him. He was eager to see Yun Bing and express how much he missed her. He rose, declaring, "Within 10 days, this farce will come to an end. I have had my fill." With that, he left, while the others in the office exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Lin Hai stirred the waters once more. One Hong Entertainment infused $5 billion into the Myth Group. Feiyu Network contributed another $5 billion. The Lin Corporation invested $10 billion. The Xinjiang Group followed suit with an additional $10 billion. These four announcements ultimately shattered the Jiang Corporation. A week later, the Jiang Corporation declared bankruptcy, fully acquired by the Myth Group. Following the integration of the Jiang Corporation and several others, the Myth Group emerged as a true behemoth under Lin Hai's stewardship. The Myth Group has welcomed a new sovereign. He Ingio, having risen to prominence through the War of September 1st, has become a celebrated figure, his name resonating as the divine melody in recent times, truly embodying the spirit of the god of wealth. In the Jiang family villa, Jiang Junzi appeared to have aged a decade overnight, his former glory now a distant memory. Gazing at He Ingio seated before him, he offered a wry smile, remarking, "The realm has its talents, and you, He Ingio, have triumphed while I have grown weary." He Ingio responded with a gentle smile, "Indeed, it is a favorable outcome. The Jiang family, a formidable entity, even amidst significant depreciation of stock prices, the funds I have acquired will ensure prosperity for your lineage for generations. Indeed, a respite could be beneficial. However, I can't help but lament, if only I had allowed you to become my son-in-law." Jiang Junzi mused. He Ingio remained silent. Jiang Junzi then inquired, "How did you come to know my plans?" "Each step you took was executed with remarkable precision." He Ingio chose not to respond, feeling no need for clarification. "What is your connection with Yun Bing?" the woman proclaimed as the most beautiful in the 3 provinces in one city. Jiang Ruodong asked in a low tone. "She is my partner. Thus, Miss Jiang, while you are indeed lovely, you do not captivate me." He Ingio stated as he stood up. "Well, we have spoken all that is necessary, and the contracts are signed. Farewell, Jiang Elder and Miss Jiang." As he turned to leave, Jiang Ruodong could no longer contain herself and called after him, "He Ingio, was everything between us a facade? Did you ever love me?" He Ingio did not pause, merely raising his hand in a dismissive gesture before exiting. Jiang Junzi regarded his daughter without a hint of reproach, and after a long silence said, "Perhaps I was mistaken, my dear. Tomorrow, bring Han Feng to see me. Il shall acquiesce." Jiang Ruodong remained silent, for Han Feng was already aware of her relationship with He Ingio and had swiftly distanced himself, reasoning that being with her, now that she belonged to He Ingio, would render him a target, potentially facing a fate akin to that of Lu Tao. When she heard this, Jiang Ruodong felt no sorrow, even finding Han Feng's decision commendable. He was merely an ordinary university assistant, and in the presence of He Ingio, any misstep could be fatal. "Dad, let go of Han Feng. I believe I have fallen for He Ingio. If I pursue him, will you?" The unpredictability of life, my daughter. You have matured, and I have aged. Pursue what your heart desires. If you truly find happiness with him, I shall rejoice, for he possesses greater prowess than I. He Ingio took 2 days to rest before embarking on his journey to Jiang province on the 3rd day. Upon arrival, he attended a ribbon-cutting ceremony, followed by a discussion with government officials. In the afternoon, he toured the company and factory with a host of reporters and officials, engaging in inspections and promotional activities, working tirelessly until evening when he concluded the day with a banquet, consuming considerable libations. As before, he allowed them their freedom, covering all expenses, while he himself made his way to Yun Bing's villa. Before He Ingio arrived at the villa, he called Yun Bing. "Hello, open the door." "Oh, got it." He Ingio, where are you?" "I've opened the door, but where are you?" "Nonsense. I'm right at your doorstep." "At my doorstep? Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Yun Bing, I've had a bit too much to drink. Stop teasing me and open the door. I'll send you a video so you can see where I am." As the video connected, Yun Bing was left speechless. He Jiao, I sold everything I could under my name. Have you forgotten? I'm currently residing in a commercial apartment near the Yun Group. He Jiao fell silent and said, come pick me up then. It's impossible to get a taxi in this villa area. Yun Bing chuckled and replied, all right, just wait for me a moment and don't wander off. Am I insane? I'm not going anywhere. Hurry up. Chapter 44. Quarrel again before long. Yun Bing arrived before He Jiao in her modest BMW 3 Series. He Jiao expressed a hint of disdain, remarking, is this the car you drive, General Yin? Yun Bing's expression soured instantly. He Jiao, have you no conscience? I sold everything to accompany you in your madness. Are you truly oblivious to that? He Jiao chuckled. Oh, the refined and elegant General Yun can curse too. With that, He Jiao embraced Yun Bing. Do you know, Yun Bing, how much I miss you? Apart from you, no other woman stirs my heart. Held in his arms, Yun Bing softened upon hearing his words. You've had too much to drink. Let us get in the car and go home. As they drove, Yun Bing focused on the road, while He Jiao's hand kept wandering over her exquisite legs. He Jiao, do not overstep. I am driving, she cautioned. He Jiao continued to gaze at her. What are you staring at? I am pondering what kind of foolish woman would give up everything for me. Indeed, I am quite foolish, unaware of my own thoughts. Unfortunately, you, the god of wealth, do not require my sacrifice. You possess 2 major corporations and the backing of both the Lin and Qian families. Without me, you would still prevail. He Jiao remained silent, his eyes fixed on Yun Bing. Speak up. What are you looking at? Yun Bing, you are truly stunning. His words instantly flushed her cheeks. Thank you, He Jiao. In comparison to others, you are the most unexpected and touching presence in my life. You have endured immense pressure. Haven to you? Yun Bing sighed. Not particularly. He Jiao, I cannot explain why, but in that moment, I simply wanted to face everything with you. Even if we were to lose with my game company, we could still lead a prosperous life. Do you recall when I borrowed 30 billion from you? What was your condition? He Jiao felt a pang of guilt. What do you mean? I spent 51 days with you. Now, I'm offering to lend you 300 billion without interest. How about you accompany me for a year? I will transfer the funds tomorrow. Yun Bing, displeased, retorted, why wait until tomorrow? Let's do it now. Ah, very well. After which, He Jiao picked up the phone. Chalet, transfer 310 billion to Yun Bing. Shortly thereafter, Yun Bing received the notification of the transfer. Through gritted teeth, she declared, that 10 billion is interest. I assent it? He Jiao, you certainly keep meticulous accounts. Just you wait. I hope you won't regret this. Upon arriving home, Yun Bing still bore a frown, while He Jiao paid her no mind and proceeded to take a shower. Returning to find Yun Bing seated on the sofa, he sat beside her and began to make advances. Yun Bing interrupted, He Jiao, do you not intend to marry me? Yun Bing, are you truly anxious to wed? Is our current situation not satisfactory? He Jiao, I have sacrificed so much for you, willingly giving up everything. Can't I at least receive a promise in return? He Jiao rose to his feet and gazed at Yun Bing, saying, if you insist on conflating these two matters, then I have nothing further to say. I appreciate your assistance, and I have repaid you, including interest. Furthermore, without you, I would not have suffered defeat. However, I refuse to equate monetary value with what you deem affection. It holds no significance. He chuckled. He Jiao, how utterly repugnant you are. To suggest that feelings can be measured in currency is a statement you dare utter? Have you forgotten how you won my heart? I allowed you to accompany me. Yet I never implied that you could purchase my love. He Jiao, are you suggesting that I am cheap, that after 50 days of being with you, I would fall in love? Yun Bing, can we refrain from quarreling the moment we meet, especially over such trivial matters? I do not wish to argue with you. But what am I to you? Your lover? Or merely a fling? I reiterate, on my bed, only my husband will do. Very well, I shall take my leave. He Jiao donned his clothes and prepared to depart. Yun Bing, witnessing his unwillingness to utter the words of marriage, shouted, tell me, what is it about me that makes you so averse to the idea of marrying me? At the doorway, He Jiao paused, realizing it was better to clarify his feelings to Yun Bing. Yun Bing, it is not you I reject, it is everyone. I have lost all my family in this world. My only kin was Lu Ruyin, and you know how that ended. Although I do not claim to be a virtuous man, I would give everything for my future wife, as she would be my sole remaining family. Thus, after Lu Ruyan, I cannot, nor do I dare, trust anyone again. I do have feelings for you, but the thought of marriage is something I cannot accept at this moment. I am leaving. Heinshou opened the door and stepped outside. The last time he left, Yinbing endured great anguish and regret. This time, she refused to let him slip away. She hurried after him, embracing him from behind. "Do not go. Comfort me." Yinbing wept, fully aware that she could not live without this man, her closest companion. When she learned of his engagement, she nearly succumbed to illness upon discovering the truth. She willingly offered her unwavering support. Heinshou sighed. "How can I comfort you? Marriage? I can only accept this current state of our relationship. If you cannot abide by it, then I am sorry." "Heinshou, you are but a coward. Is your fear of failure with Lu Ruyan truly so paralyzing? I am not Lu Ruyan. You have investigated me. You know what kind of person I am, do you not?" He chuckled. Lu Ruyan was not the same as she is now. Otherwise, I would not have very well, I understand. We need time. Heinshou, you have one. I will accept this relationship, and I shall make you understand. Heinshou felt a tinge of regret, acknowledging that perhaps he was indeed a coward, as Yinbing suggested. Those 3 years had left an indelible mark on him. Otherwise, he would not still be calculating the past with Lu Ruyan. He turned to Yinbing and said, "Yinbing, grant me some time. If I could so easily let go, how heartless would I be?" Yinbing nodded gently, her voice imbued with a melancholic charm. "All right. Shall we return home?" On the bed, the two remained still, Heinshou merely holding her tightly in silence. "Heinshou, don't you feel that this is rather unfair to me?" she queried, a hint of laughter in her tone. "Well, if you have any conditions, feel free to express them. No need for subterfuge regarding our collaboration. What do you take me for? Do you truly believe I covet your empty promises? Then state your terms. Let's forget the past. But in the future, please refrain from seeking other women, all right? I cannot bear it. If you wish, you may come to me. I promise you may also come." "Silence. I shall not." Yinbing. "Yes. I miss you. How vexing. I knew you would play tricks. Come here." Chapter 45. The perverse childhood friend of Yinbing. The first beauty of the 3 provinces in one city is not merely a boast. Yinbing, this woman, whether taken out or kept at home for personal enjoyment, is undeniably of the supreme T0 caliber. After a passionate encounter, Heinshou felt an unparalleled sense of bliss, while Yinbing nestled like a kitten in his embrace. After all, Yinbing is also a woman. Heinshou needs her, and she, in turn, requires him. "Heinshou, you truly are remarkable. Both the Wu and Jiang families have succumbed to you," Yinbing remarked lazily. "Indeed, they look down upon me as a nouveau riche. Yet they have all lost to this very nouveau riche." "How ironic," he replied. "What nouveau riche? Those so-called scions of wealthy families are more hypocritical and cowardly than one another, harboring thieving intentions but lacking the courage. Do you know what I admire about you? Heinshou, you are authentic. You dare to act upon your desires. When you made that proposition to me, my initial reaction was not one of disdain, but astonishment. You are the first man to openly express such desires towards me." Heinshou chuckled. If one desires something, one should pursue it. Concealing one's intentions is unbecoming of a man. Perhaps all nouveau riches think this way. "Huh, and you still claim to be a nouveau riche?" "The persona of a nouveau riche is merely a facade you put on," she teased. "Indeed, you understand me better than anyone. They label me as a nouveau riche simply because they cannot accept that I have attained in less than a decade what has taken them generations to achieve. Calling me a nouveau riche merely serves to soothe their pathetic pride. When I learned about the Jiang and Wu families, I was somewhat apprehensive that you would manipulate me." She confessed. "Yinbing, I have never plotted against you, nor have I ever intended to. Otherwise, with the state of affairs of your Yin family, it would likely bear my surname now." Giggling, Lu Ruyan must be blind. As your closest confidant, she has been deceived by your facade, just like an outsider. How tragic. Perhaps the true tragedy lies with me. For 3 years, she has never truly understood me. "In the future, I shall understand you," she declared. "Very well, but first, call me husband so I can hear it," he teased. "Then you must first call me wife," she countered. Wife, your turn, he prompted. TSK. You men are so casual with the term wife. I could never do that, she replied. Are you being obstinate? Call me husband. No, unless you marry me. You shan't have it. Come on, it's just a title, he exclaimed. All right then, husband. Are you satisfied now? Much better, he acknowledged. Suddenly, Yin Bing flipped over. Resting atop He Yinjiao, her playful face scrutinizing him. He Yinjiao, do you still hold on to Lu Ruyan? He Yinjiao tightened his embrace around the beauty. It's not that I cannot let go. There are no lingering feelings. I simply do not wish for them to have it easy. Giggling. Why do you harbor such a strong sense of vengeance? Perhaps so. That is simply who I am. If you dare not serve me the dishes I adore, I shall flip the table. Hee hee. Rest assured, here, every dish is one you love. I promise. Very well, for now, I shall take your word for it. He Yinjiao. Yes. We'll we to each other now. What do you wish us to be? I have come to understand your thoughts and feelings. I previously neglected to consider your emotions. He Yinjiao. Shall we embark on a romantic relationship? Indeed, I have never experienced love either, and I am uncertain of what it truly feels like. They say that being in love is a beautiful and blissful experience. He Yinjiao, suddenly feeling pensive, remarked, very well. Let us engage in a romance. I too have never been in one. With a chuckle, I replied, who are you trying to fool? You are already married. You cannot claim to have never been in love. He Yinjiao shook his head. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. My situation with Lu Ruyan is quite similar to yours. She approached me seeking assistance, and I proposed marriage to her. How utterly distasteful. When someone seeks your help, you immediately propose marriage. Yet when I express my desire for marriage, you reject me. Is it your habit to make such repugnant demands of any woman who asks you for a loan? Not all, just the two of you. During my university days, Lu Ruyan was my ideal, yet I was in a humble position. Later, when her family faced difficulties, I had already begun to flourish hence. As for you, at that time I was still embroiled in a divorce with her. And you are truly stunning, the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered, which stir my desires. Typical of men like you, I scoffed. He Yinjiao smirked and responded, and what do you mean by men like us? You seem to have encountered many. I shrugged and replied, I have a childhood friend named Zhao Bo, whom I have always regarded as an older brother. Upon graduating from high school, he unexpectedly confessed his feelings for me, which nearly terrified me. It felt utterly bewildering. And what happened then? He Yinjiao inquired, intrigued to hear about my past. I declined him. I intended to leave it at that, not thinking much of it. He was rather honest, consistently following me around in college, the kind you simply cannot shake off. I was indifferent to him. The gifts he bought me were returned to his mother, and I passed on the presents to my close friends, who ended up rather well-fed because of it. It wasn't until I graduated from university and joined a corporate group that I developed a habit. If my stockings were damaged the previous day, I would dispose of them in the trash the following morning. One day, the elderly caretaker informed me that Zhao Bo would come to my villa every morning, rummaging through the trash for my stockings. If he found them, he would take them. If not, he would leave. Upon learning this, I was nearly sickened. I never spoke to him again, and I lost track of him thereafter. He Yinjiao couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, that fellow is rather peculiar, but my dear, I too have a fondness for stockings, he teased. Humph, I am well aware. During those 50 days we spent together, how many of my stockings did you not exploit? He Yinjiao smiled, acknowledging the truth that during those 50-plus days, he was indifferent to my feelings, treating the relationship merely as a transaction to indulge his own preferences. Yet, Yin Bing, I must express my gratitude toward Zhao Bo. You must be out of your mind. Why would you thank him? Of course, after being his devoted admirer for so many years, without him, perhaps during my university days, you might have been snatched away by someone else, and I would have lost my chance. Ha ha ha. You scoundrel, are you aware of the fortune you've stumbled upon? Indeed, in this day and age, it's remarkable if a woman can even be a firstborn. Yin Bing listened to this fellow's absurd reasoning, unable to suppress her laughter. However, considering your words, it is true. Back in university, he often found himself embroiled in disputes every few days. According to my friend, he indeed shielded me from many adversaries. Well, it will be delightful to encounter him. I have resolved to present him with a gift. Yin Bing paused, her brow furrowed in curiosity. What kind of gift? I shall gift him 2 pairs of stockings that you have worn. He chuckled heartily. Ah, Hee-Jio, you are insufferable, utterly vile. Just jesting. He had better not appear, or else. Yun Bing shot him a playful glare, nestled closer into his embrace, and tenderly said, All right then, let us retire for the night. We have work awaiting us tomorrow. Chapter 46. Well done. Keep up the good work. The next morning, Hee-Jiao awoke to find that Yun Bing had already left. Descending the stairs, he discovered her in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. You can cook? He inquired, surprised. I can manage simple dishes. Anwang usually takes her grandson to school in the morning, so I typically eat something light. But now that you're here, Yun Bing responded. Hee-Jiao felt a wave of emotion. Lu Ruoyan had not prepared breakfast for him in 3 years. In terms of status and standing, Yun Bing was several tiers above Lu Ruoyan, yet she willingly took to the kitchen for him. My dear, please wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly, she urged. What did you call me? He asked, bemused. Didn't you say you didn't want me to address you by name? However, I prefer this name, she replied, smiling. Once they finished their morning routines, they sat down to a lavish breakfast, clearly a labor of love from Yun Bing, who must have risen early to prepare it. Last night, she had expressed her feelings, suggesting they date for the time being, as she had never experienced a relationship before, allowing Hee-Jiao the time to accept her proposal. He naturally agreed, though it seemed he could no longer frequent those clubs, but that didn't matter, as he had never engaged with those women, finding them distasteful and fearing disease. Yun Bing, you needn't have gone to such lengths. I've endured many years of hardship and am not picky, he remarked. Then I must compensate you for the time I was absent, she countered, a playful smile gracing her lips. Who would have thought the icy CEO had a romantic side? He teased. That's none of your concern. But dear, my title has changed. What does that mean? What would you like me to call you? He inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Bing replied, Call me Bing. My family calls me Xiao Bing, but Binger is special for you. Very well. My dear, how long will you be in Jiang province? About a week. I need to finalize the partners for the new energy vehicles. Oh, I see. Binger, why not discuss the collaboration? I have my own pride and disdain for backdoor dealings. After breakfast, they left together, with Yun Bing escorting Hee-Jiao to Jixin Technology Company. However, she did not proceed to the corporate headquarters, but instead took 2 assistants to the mall, intending to procure some essentials for Hee-Jiao. At that moment, Hee-Jiao was engaged in discussions regarding partnerships, with a government representative recommending 2 options. He refrained from commenting, fully aware of the underlying politics. Mr. He, I find Andy Motors to be quite impressive, one of them suggested. Hee-Jiao regarded him thoughtfully. To say it plainly, what are the connections? Well, Mr. He, my nephew works as the vice president there, the representative replied with a grin. Hee-Jiao shot a glance at Lin Ran, who understood and added, Mr. He, while Andy Motors is decent, public opinion is rather unfavorable. They have faced significant recalls due to defective parts, so, upon hearing Lin Ran's words, the government official appeared somewhat embarrassed, acknowledging that his nephew's company had indeed encountered several serious missteps. Mr. He, I find Feiyun Automobile to be quite commendable. Although its brand influence is modest and sales are rather average, it has never encountered significant quality issues, and its after-sales service is exemplary. Hee-Jiao glanced at her, then suddenly chuckled. Xiao Ran, how about I recommend you for a position at Yun's? That sounds great. I can learn from my sister-in-law how to become a woman of exceptional grace and strength. Hee-Jiao rolled his eyes, tousled Lin Ran's hair, and said, Get lost. You ungrateful brat. All right then, let's go with Feiyun Automobile. Make the announcement. After a busy morning, Hee-Jiao treated everyone to a sumptuous meal, and in the afternoon, instructed them to head out to nearby cities to investigate industries that could benefit from the new type of battery. However, Lin Ran insisted on staying in Jinling to engage with the automotive manufacturing company under Yun's. Hee-Jiao acquiesced, allowing her to learn from Yun Bing. As this girl was destined to take over Lin's group and would undoubtedly become a significant asset in the future. With little to occupy his afternoon, Hee-Jiao visited Yun's group, bypassing the reception and making his way directly to the president's office. To his surprise, the president's office was located on the 9th floor of the Yun Group building, a level personally selected by Yun Bing, and the entire floor was dedicated to her and her executive office. Excuse me, sir, whom are you seeking? A woman interrupted him. I'm looking for your president. Yun Bing. I'm sorry, sir, but please wait in the reception room while I consult with President Yun. If she agrees to see you, she will come. He Jiao felt exasperated and asked, Where's the reception room? On the 8th floor. Do I have to go all the way down again? Yes, sir. Our company has a policy that prohibits men from entering President Yun's office. What if I'm her boyfriend? That doesn't count? Our president has no boyfriend. There are plenty of imposters, though. Please leave. All right. I will wait in the reception room. Please inform her. As he Jiao departed, the woman did not seek permission from Yun Bing and disdainfully remarked, Another shameless pretender. After waiting for over half an hour without any sign of Yun Bing, He Jiao grew impatient and called her. Hello, dear. Where are you? At the office, why? I've been waiting for you in the reception room for an hour. You certainly have a high opinion of yourself. Oh, I was aware. Just wait for me. I'll come right over. Shortly after, Yun Bing rushed in, immediately noticing the grim expression on He Jiao's face. Darling, why are you in the reception room? And why have you waited so long? I would like to know why I am waiting here for so long as well. What on earth is going on? A woman told me that men are not allowed in your office and instructed me to wait here while she sought your approval. I thought you were in a meeting. Oh my goodness, they don't recognize you. Please don't be upset. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? Isn't it acceptable to conduct a covert inquiry? All right, let us go to my office. Please, don't be angry. Yun Bing led He Jiao to the 9th floor, and her expression instantly darkened. Everyone come out? Yun Bing commanded. Among those who emerged, one woman, upon seeing Yun Bing holding He Jiao's hand, turned pale. Could it be true? Is he really President Yun's boyfriend? Yun Bing, maintaining her composure, addressed the crowd. Who was it that obstructed my fiancé? Step forward. It was me, a voice stammered. Li Rong? I do not hold it against you for stopping him, given that I instructed you to do so. However, why did you not inform me for an entire hour? President Yun, I apologize. He claimed to be your boyfriend, and I thought he was just an imposter, so. You thought? You believe that absolved you from informing me? Yun Bing interjected. All right, Li Rong, you've done well. Keep up the good work, but remember, you're not to act without my consent. Hearing He Jiao's words, Yun Bing couldn't help but chuckle. You rascal, how annoying. Cool, me. Let's discuss this in my office. President Yun, may I? Li Rong asked, still apprehensive. What he said is as good as what I said. Return to your duties. There is nothing to worry about. Chapter 47. Safe travels. My love, as the two entered the office, the entire 9th floor erupted in astonishment. My goodness, is that the fiancé of President Yun? Indeed. How could President Yun possibly have a fiancé? This is so unexpected. Li Rong, impressive. You managed to intercept President Yun's fiancé on his very first visit. Fortunately, President Yun's fiancé was reasonable. Otherwise, Li Rong would have been in quite the predicament. Did you see President Yun's expression? She looked utterly smitten. Absolutely. Witnessing President Yun escorting her fiancé to the office was a first for me. I've never seen her so gentle. Ladies, the Ice Queen has melted. Perhaps our fortunate days are on the horizon. Meanwhile, He Jiao stepped into Yun Bing's office and was greeted by a delightful aroma, one reminiscent of the fragrance surrounding Yun Bing herself. Bing, this office of yours is quite impressive, even more so than mine, and it smells wonderful. Really? Then you should come by more often. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. It's rather embarrassing to make such a scene on my first visit. What is the matter? Are you displeased that I don't allow other men into my office? Not at all. By the way, darling, do you have any plans for this afternoon? What brings you here? They asked me to go out for an inspection. I was free and thought I'd drop by. Upon hearing this, Yun Bing quickly inquired. My dear, which company has Xin partnered with? Fengting Motors, of course. In your Jiang province, Fengting stands out for its brand, quality, and scale. Yun Bing's face soured at this news, and she pushed away He Jiao's wandering hand. He Jiao, are you completely out of your mind? Don't you understand the saying about not letting the fat water flow to outsiders? You choose an outsider over your own woman's company? What is the matter? Afraid I'll earn money and you want to get to spend it? He Jiao, sitting on the sofa, found amusement in Yun Bing's reaction. Didn't he? I asked this morning. Who was it that claimed to be proud? How could I possibly insult a proud woman? Yun Bing shot He Jiao an annoyed glance. The contract hasn't been signed yet. So cancel it. Feigning difficulty, He Jiao replied, is that really appropriate? The negotiations have been finalized. I don't care. I want you to cancel it. President Yun, your words carry a bit of ambiguity. It's easy to misinterpret. Realizing her slip of tongue, Yun Bing blushed. I meant I want the cooperation project for new energy vehicles. Oh, that complicates things. He Jiao, with such a significant opportunity, are you seriously considering feeding someone else instead of your own woman? Are you out of your mind? Yun Bing's anxiety was palpable. Darling, I genuinely intended for fair competition this morning. I have confidence in my abilities. However, those below have high expectations for this project. Do you understand my point? I understand, but you know I'm a person of my word, making it quite difficult to accommodate. Yun Bing fell silent, but upon noticing He Jiao's half-smirking expression, she comprehended his intentions. Yun Bing approached and boldly settled herself on He Jiao's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and speaking in an insufferably sweet voice. Oh, darling, I implore you, grant me the project. He Jiao was utterly taken aback by this unexpected side of her. Indeed, it seemed that being coy was an innate talent of women. Yun Bing, with her extraordinary beauty, coupled with her flirtatious demeanor, left He Jiao utterly unable to maintain his composure. An hour later, He Jiao lounged on the sofa, playfully toying with Yun Bing's delicate little feet. You scoundrel! You are incorrigible! This is my office, and you dare. He Jiao chose not to respond to her, but instead inquired, Binger, how tall are you? 172. She replied, 172? That defies logic. What is the matter? Your feet must be around size 36. How can they be so small? Yun Bing stifled a giggle, well aware of He Jiao's fondness for her feet. For the first time, she felt a twinge of gratitude toward her mother's past decisions. My mother hailed from a scholarly family and was particularly traditional in her upbringing. She insisted that having large feet was unbecoming for a woman, so during my growth years, she bound my feet and made me wear tiny shoes. I was quite upset about it at the time. Your mother certainly understood, man. Haha. Oh, be gone with you. As they exchanged playful banter, a knock echoed through the room, prompting Yun Bing to swiftly slip her feet into her high heels. Her vice president entered, and upon seeing He Jiao, a sense of awkwardness enveloped the room. Mr. He? You. Xiao Yu, what brings you here? President Yun. I came to report that our automotive manufacturing subsidiary has secured the new energy project from Jixin Technology, so... Yun Bing's enchanting eyes widened momentarily before narrowing in irritation as she glared at He Jiao. You scoundrel, you deceive me? He Jiao burst into laughter. Silly woman. Not only does your company require this project, but I would never dare to offer it to anyone else. Yun Bing shot a furious look at He Jiao. Feeling betrayed after her attempts to please him only resulted in this farce in the office. Fine, I understand. You may leave now and make the necessary arrangements. Once the vice president departed, Yun Bing glared at He Jiao with intensity. He Jiao, you rogue, you tricked me again. He Jiao found it amusing and replied, Come now, was it really that serious? It was merely a jest. I can always make it up to you. Yun Bing instantly perked up. How will you compensate me? He Jiao sighed, feigning a sense of grievance. I have wronged you. So let it be your turn to wrong me once. How does that sound? You rascal, you seem rather put upon. Do you even have any shame? In the afternoon, Yun Bing decided to skip work, marking the first time she had done so since joining the group. She took He Jiao out for a leisurely day, culminating in a sumptuous dinner at her hotel, followed by a movie, and they did not return home until well past 10 o'clock. Upon arriving home, He Jiao collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. I am truly exasperated. Are you accompanying me, or am I accompanying you? It's utterly ridiculous. Is it really that exhausting? Well then, off to take a bath. I wish to bathe with you. Yun Bing's delicate face flushed crimson, yet she acquiesced. Although a week is a fleeting moment, it has ignited an intense passion between He Jiao and Yun Bing. Throughout this week, Yun Bing has made every effort to carve out time to be with He Jiao, dutifully accommodating his rather peculiar demands. With the arrangements in Jiang province nearing completion, He Jiao must return to Linhai. Yun Bing, though reluctant, understands that the myth group is his true stronghold. That evening, Aware that her beloved would be heading back to Lin Hai the next day, the two indulged in a night of revelry. The following morning, as Yun Bing tended to He Ingio's clothing, she admonished, "Remember your promise to me. No more reckless behavior. Furthermore, when you have free time, come visit me. And take good care of yourself over there. Drink less, and remember to send me videos or call me at night." And He Ingio listened, amused, thinking, is this the so-called icy female CEO? Binger, I can't shake the feeling that I've found myself a mother. Go to hell, heartless man, Yun Bing retorted, turning to leave, only to be pulled back by He Ingio. He kissed her gently, saying, "I quite enjoy your care. I must go now." Yun Bing nodded in response. "Yes, go ahead, and be obedient once you return." He chuckled, such a little rascal. As He Ingio opened the door to depart, Yun Bing chased after him, pulling him in for a prolonged kiss. "My dear, remember, you have another woman in Jiang province, a woman who loves you fervently. I know, I'm leaving now, and I will have Ning Xin come over when I return." "All right, darling, safe travels." He Ingio smiled and said, "Hurry back. Do you truly wish to make me reluctant to leave? How annoying, you stubborn man." Chapter 48. It turns out women can also make sacrifices upon returning to Lin Hai. The first task that He Ingio undertook was to send Ningxin away. Not only Ningxin, but Lin Ran was also dispatched, much to Lin Ran's delight, which lasted her an entire evening. The following day, she set off with Ningxin, harboring no lingering feelings for He Ingio or the organization. He Ingio sat in his office, observing Yu Fei, Ji Xiaolei, and Qi Zhan, and remarked, "You three needn't hold back. Feel free to laugh." As soon as He Ingio finished speaking, they indeed burst into laughter. Even the usually stoic Yu Fei managed a rare smile. He Ingio rolled his eyes and lamented, "I suddenly feel like a failure. I treated that girl Lin Ran like a younger sister for so many years, and yet, she truly lacks conscience." That afternoon, Yun Bing called. Upon answering, He Ingio was immediately bombarded with grievances. "He Ingio, what do you take me for? There was no word from you on the way here, and now that you've arrived in Lin Hai, still nothing. This morning, both Xin Jie and Xiao Ran have arrived, yet you remain absent. Is it only when I don't call you that you realize to reach out to me?" He Ingio pondered for a moment before replying, "Binger, haven't you heard that distance can create beauty? Get lost, He Ingio. I'm telling you, distance may create beauty, but that beauty is fleeting. What distance truly fosters is estrangement and unfamiliarity." All right, I understand. This girl is as ferocious as a tigress. Get lost. You'll be satisfied when I cease to concern myself with you." He Ingio fell silent, while Yun Bing grew flustered. "Darling, are you upset?" "No." "Well then, I want to talk about you. But as my fiancé, you ought to show some care." He Ingio sighed. "When did I become your fiancé?" "You say that in front of others. I'm merely affording you face. We are simply boyfriend and girlfriend. Furthermore, when I'm not around, who do you seek for concern?" The response from He Ingio was met with the sound of Yun Bing hanging up. He Ingio chuckled. A bit of irritation wasn't so bad. He could either go out and have fun or endure the incessant calls. Now, it seemed this woman would at least refrain from disturbing him for 3 days. With that thought, He Ingio made his way to the underground parking lot. "Xiao Fei, let us set off for Tianya Club." 3 days passed swiftly. Sitting in his office, He Ingio mused, "It's truly remarkable. The more I visit that club, the less inclined I feel to pursue romance. However, the women there are untouchable. The risks are too high. If only I could enjoy the club at night and return home to Yun Bing, what a splendid life that would be." As He Ingio contemplated how to ensure Yun Bing would not hinder his outings, the door to his office was abruptly pushed open. Damn it, who dares enter my office without knocking? The person who appeared before him instantly quelled his anger. "Binger, what brings you here?" Noticing Yun Bing's icy countenance, He Ingio hurried over to placate her. There was no choice. She was here now, and enjoyment awaited him in the evening, but first, he certainly needed to smooth things over. "He Ingio, do you remember the promise you made to me? Is it true that 3 days without contact is all it takes? If you wish to end things with me, could you please say it outright?" Upon hearing this, He Ingio thought to himself that this simply wouldn't do. If he didn't mend things, he wouldn't be able to enjoy his evening at all. "Binger, what are you talking about? What do you mean by ending it? I agreed to give this relationship a try with you. How could we part ways so easily? Then why the silence for 3 days? Observing that Yun Bing's demeanor had softened somewhat, He Jiao stepped forward and embraced her. He couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty, having shared intimacy with her. He found it impossible to be interested in any other woman, always subconsciously comparing them to her. Yun Bing did not resist his embrace. After all, they had engaged in the most intimate acts countless times, and she was already his. You standing here is precisely my intention. What do you mean? Sigh. I find it hard to be without you. To put it plainly, I'm addicted to you. I want you close, yet I fear that if I cling to you right after a breakup, you might look down on me. So I resorted to this game of feigned indifference. Listening to He Jiao's explanation, all her anger and grievances evaporated, leaving her feeling elated. Really? You scoundrel. If you miss me, just say so. We could simply arrange to meet whenever we have the time. Must it be this complicated? He Jiao chuckled inwardly, realizing that women in love often displayed a lack of discernment. Of course it's true. We've been apart for 4 days, and I've suddenly found it quite disconcerting. I haven't slept well at all during those nights. He Jiao expressed this sentiment sincerely, knowing that his friends would be appalled if they heard him. Indeed, 4 days of poor rest had taken their toll. Each afternoon was spent playing cards, followed by dinner, then off to a club with young models to drink and dance. And when tired, he would wash up, enjoy some fruit, and be pampered to sleep by 3 beautiful masseuses. Under such circumstances, anyone would struggle to find rest. Naturally, Yun Bing was unaware of the true reason behind He Jiao's sleeplessness, but her heart ached for him nonetheless. Darling, I recall you have a private jet, correct? Yes, I do. It should be the most luxurious private jet in the country. Can I use it? Huh? For what purpose? I want to fly back from Jiang province every day after work to accompany you. He Jiao abruptly sat up straight, feeling as though he were losing both his fortune and his soldiers. Well, Binger, there's no need for that. It sounds exhausting, and I would feel bad. It's all right. I rested well yesterday, and I'll gradually adapt. It's nothing. Being with you is what matters most. Once things stabilize with the Yun family, I could return home for 2 days each week and spend the rest of the time with you in Linhai. How's that sound? Not good. He Jiao instinctively replied, albeit in a hushed tone. What? I said that sounds wonderful. I'm thrilled that you can be with me. All right then, please wait for me a while. Let your staff know that I will be using the jet from now on. He Jiao, feeling helpless, picked up the phone with a vacant expression to make the arrangements. How had he been so easily ensnared by this woman into agreeing to a relationship? If one were to refrain from conversation, embracing the freedom to revel in one's own whims, whenever the desire struck, seeking her out for a delightful escapade, how blissful that would be. Yet, here he finds himself, feeling as though he is tethered. He pondered, despite the discomfort of this sensation, he recognized that he had become somewhat dependent on Yun Bing, for she bestowed upon him the utmost joy this world has to offer. This joy transcends mere physicality. It encompasses her affection for him. For the first time, He Jiao experienced what it feels like to be cherished by a woman of wealth and beauty, who seemingly would sacrifice everything for him. This was a sentiment he had never encountered with Lu Ruyan, who had perpetually demanded love and resources from him. He realized that in a relationship, it is not solely the man who must give. The woman, too, is capable of offering. Chapter 49. The Past of He Jiao. That evening, He Jiao unexpectedly brought Yun Bing to the seaside. Hand in hand, they strolled along the shore. My dear, have you never been here before? He Jiao mused. How do you know? She replied, because you couldn't even locate the nearby parking lot and had to rely on navigation. I find it hard to believe that someone from Linhai, like you, isn't familiar with this place. I'm not from Linhai. I grew up on a farm. I only came to Linhai for university. After my parents passed away, several properties were demolished, and their land was taken. I received a substantial amount of money, around 12 million. In college, my friends were not well off. After I acquired wealth, I wanted to help them, but they often felt embarrassed. Some even claimed I was belittling them. In a fit of frustration, I decided to lead them in starting a business. Perhaps it was fate. I thrived and never faced failure until I established the Myth Group, which is why they refer to me as a nouveau riche. During that time, I was so busy, either working or socializing, that I had no time to come here. Once I found success, I lost the desire to visit. The only time I wanted to was when I mentioned it to Lu Ruyin. I suggested a walk by the sea, and she dismissed it as childish and lacking in taste, saying it was better to focus on self-improvement. Do you know? As a child, I had a dream of my parents taking me for a walk by the sea. I had never seen the ocean while growing up on the farm. I longed for it, but after they passed away, I married Lu Ruyin and considered her family, so I wished to share that experience with her. Yet, I never brought it up again. That's why I asked you if you wanted to walk by the sea. I thought you might refuse. Listening to He Yinjiao's words, Yun Bing paused, stepped in front of him, and gently touched his face. My dear, do not concern yourself with others' opinions. To me, you are the best. Wherever you wish to go, just tell me, and I will accompany you. I understand that you've come this far on your own. It must have been painful and exhausting. You have silently borne it all. My love, I will be by your side. I will be your only family. Upon hearing this, Yun Bing noticed the hint of moisture in He Yinjiao's eyes. Yet the man proudly lifted his chin and gazed elsewhere. How amusing. My brothers from university do not understand, nor do my later acquaintances, and even my wife of 3 years fails to grasp me. The one who truly understands me is you, a woman I have known for just a few months. Yun Bing smiled and replied, because I am your woman. I love you, and I wish to understand you, to know what you like, what you dislike, what you desire, and what you detest. Looking at He Yinjiao, she realized that at that moment, she had taken a small step into his heart. He Yinjiao ceased his reflections, gathered his thoughts, and took Yun Bing's hand. Wife, let's go home. The next morning, when He Yinjiao awoke, Yun Bing had already departed. He went downstairs, and, upon seeing the breakfast she had prepared for him, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He Yinjiao walked over and picked up the note on the table, surprised to find that the woman had a beautiful handwriting. Dear, there are matters to attend to at the company. I have commandeered your plane. Remember to have breakfast. I put a lot of effort into making it. He Yinjiao sat down and quietly began to eat. To be honest, thus far, Yun Bing appeared to be perfect. Perhaps she was indeed a worthy candidate, but he decided to observe a little longer. Over the years, many women had employed various means to entice him, yet none truly loved him. They were all motivated by money, including Lu Ruyin. He could accept a woman approaching him for financial gain and was willing to engage in monetary exchanges, even to the extent of tolerating deceit regarding finances. However, he could not endure a woman deceiving his heart. This was why he harbored such deep resentment towards Lu Ruyin. Given the chance, he would always plot against her. During the following days, both he and Yun Bing were engrossed in their work. Yet, Yun Bing was a woman of her word, consistently returning to Linhai, sometimes even arriving home in the dead of night. He Yinjiao found himself softening, beginning to travel to Jiang province, and their relationship blossomed. One day, as he was en route to Fuxing to meet Lu Ming, he thought it best to inform Yun Bing of his business trip, urging her to rest well and not return. After 2 failed attempts to reach her, he felt puzzled. Such a situation had never occurred before. He called Ning Xin, and the line connected. Jiuge, where is Yun Bing? Why isn't she answering her phone? She just went to the restroom. Ning Xin replied hesitantly. He Yinjiao narrowed his eyes, asking, Be careful. Are you trying to deceive me? Sister-in-law. You answer. Jiuge knows me too well. I can't fool him. Hello, darling. What is wrong? Nothing much. Just feeling a bit unwell. Unwell and not answering my calls? All right, let us do a video call. Without giving her a chance to respond, He Yinjiao hung up and immediately initiated a video call. After a moment, he sensed that she was hiding something from him, hesitating. Perhaps realizing she could not evade him, she eventually accepted the call. He Yinjiao's heart sank upon seeing Yun Bing, pale and lying on a hospital bed, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Without uttering a word, he ended the call abruptly. He instructed Lu Ming to reschedule their meeting for Jiang province. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Yun Bing and Ning Xin exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of guilt. Sister Xin, do you think he will come? Of course. He knows what will happen. Will he really confront my uncle? He is my uncle. After all, his elder. In Jiuji's eyes, they're all just carbon-based life forms. Should we keep this from him? Ning Xin shook her head and said, If you wish to conceal the truth, go ahead and try, but the likelihood of success is negligible. You must devise a sound strategy. In truth, sister-in-law, have you considered that perhaps you should not be so lenient? Yun Bing sighed and replied, have I ever desired to be lenient? Yet my grandfather is on the brink of. This is his final request, and he has already granted me everything he promised. Let us wait for Jiuge to arrive. But sister-in-law, you must brace yourself. This matter has already encroached upon Jiuge's limits. Alas, my grandfather, though partial, is still my grandfather. His dying wish is something I truly find difficult to refuse. In fact, I envy him to some extent, though he has lost his family. He has also shed his shackles. Ning Xin sighed and remarked, what is it that people truly lack, and what do they pursue? Chapter 50. Yun Bing turned her gaze towards He Ingio, who had been silent for a long time, before finally speaking. Sister-in-law, Brother Jiu has entrusted me to protect you with utmost dedication. However, could you promise me one thing? Yun Bing was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Ning Xin had made a request. What is it? Sister-in-law, do you know why Brother Jiu treats Lu Ruyin so well? After Lu Ruyin betrayed their love, was Brother Jiu's reaction and subsequent vengeance truly justified? Yun Bing smiled softly and replied, of course. He has no family left. He regarded Lu Ruyin as his only kin and invested so much in her. Her betrayal was a double blow to him, both as a lover and as family. Ning Xin nodded in understanding. Therefore, sister-in-law, please do not hurt Brother Jiu again. He has had a difficult time. I once contemplated ending Lu Ruyin's life, but I feared it would only complicate matters for Brother Jiu. Yun Bing shook her head, saying, rest assured, I understand him and feel for him deeply. He has confided everything to me. I, Yun Bing, am not Lu Ruyin. In my life, there will only be one man. Otherwise, I would not have endeavored so earnestly to accept him, nor made repeated compromises in pursuit of him. Ning Xin was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, Brother Jiu, he has shared his innermost thoughts with you? What else would it be? Ning Xin suddenly smiled and remarked, it seems Brother Jiu truly loves you. These are words he has never uttered to anyone else, not even Lu Ruyin. Hearing Ning Xion's words, Yun Bing felt a surge of joy. Just then, He Ingio barged into the room, grumbling as he entered. I say, Yun Bing, are you a child? Can't even take care of yourself. Yet here you are in the hospital. Do you know how to go all the way to Fuxing today? Because of you, the collaboration has fallen through. Yun Bing shot him a glance, exasperated. This rascal, despite his concern, had a knack for infuriating her with his words. Were it not for her understanding of him, she would have certainly engaged in a quarrel. Is that so? You're cursing but still came, weren't you? If you're so capable, why come at all? TCH, seeing you ill, I won't stoop to your level. Now tell me what happened. Yun Bing's gaze suddenly shifted, and she replied, it's nothing. I was just looking over some documents while heading downstairs and lost my footing. He Ingio scoffed, rolling his eyes. If you're not going to lie, then don't. The first rule of lying is to manage your gaze and body language. I'm not lying. Not saying anything, huh? Xiao Fei, check it out. Yes. Brother Jiu. As Yu Fei turned to leave, Yun Bing suddenly called out, all right, fine. I'll tell you, I've been in a car accident. Who hit you? It was just a regular accident, and I don't know the person. Do you understand the phrase, to deny is to confess? Really, it was my uncle who arranged for someone to hit me. Upon hearing Yun Bing's words, He Ingio ceased his inquiries, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Yun Bing realized he was angry. Dear, please listen to me, all right? All right. My uncle, driven by a desire for inheritance, seeks to harm me. Though anger courses through me, my grandfather, on the brink of death, implores me not to retaliate against my uncle, urging me to spare them, for they are still members of the Yun family. Did you agree? How is this any of your concern? How could not be? Do not trouble them. I shall handle this matter myself. You think you can manage this? Listen closely. Should they attack, you must retaliate. If you cannot, I shall intervene. Yun Bing, let me remind you that we are merely dating, not even engaged. Thus you do not represent me. With that, He Ingio rose abruptly, taking Yu Fei with him as they departed. Ning Xin sighed in exasperation and remarked, I told you it wouldn't be easy to deceive them or to stop them. However, do not take what Jiage said to heart. He merely wishes to alleviate your guilt. Yun Bing suddenly smiled, replying, I understand, Sister Xin. I know him better than you might think. Regardless, I've spoken my piece and made my stance clear. I am but his girlfriend, not his wife. And thus I cannot restrict his actions. Ning Xian, listening to Yun Bing, realized that this young lady was far more formidable than she had initially perceived, with a heart that could be just as ruthless. It was not until evening that Yin Jiao returned. Without uttering a word, he tossed his phone at Yun Bing. Take a look. Yun Bing picked up the device, her eyes widening as she witnessed her uncle and Yun Tao kneeling, their limbs brutally severed, ultimately rendered mute by poison. A wave of dread washed over her. How could he be so violent? Darling, why render them mute? She inquired. Yin Jiao shrugged. Otherwise, would you have them call for help or arrange for revenge? Let them learn sign language instead. Yun Bing rolled her eyes dramatically, acknowledging his meticulousness. Suddenly, Yin Jiao fixed his gaze on Yun Bing and exclaimed, "What the hell are you using me? What is wrong? Isn't it your duty as my fiancé to stand up for me when I am wronged? Then why were you just now feigning respect for the elderly and the young? I must honor my grandfather's wishes, but your desires are of no concern to me." Yin Jiao laughed in disbelief. "Fine, Yun Bing, you have a sharp edge." Yun Bing chuckled and said, "Sister Exen, Brother Fei, you may leave. I wish to speak with him." Once they had exited, Yun Bing turned to Yin Jiao, playfully saying, "Dear, come here." "Why? Please sit beside me, I beg you." Yin Jiao rolled his eyes but complied. Yun Bing propped herself up, embracing Yin Jiao and planting a kiss on him. "Darling, do not be angry. My grandfather has promised that if I spare them, he will promptly sign the share transfer agreement. Moreover, as it is his final request, it is only right that I comply. Given the many witnesses present, I could not act personally, but how could I let this go? They sought my life. If I were to forgive them, would I still deserve to be your woman? Thus, I can only rely on you, my husband. You take action, and afterwards, I will have ample room for explanation." Yin Jiao remained silent. Yun Bing, feeling helpless, said, "All right, don't be angry. In the future, I wouldn't mind being at your disposal. Would I? Besides, haven't you always desired that? Once I recover, I shall fulfill your wishes." Yin Jiao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Really? Look at your demeanor. You truly mean it." Then it's settled. I'll let it slide this time." Yun Bing rolled her eyes, thinking him rather peculiar, always preoccupied with the notion of employing her lips. She had previously declined, yet it seemed this time there was no escape. Yin Jiao, undeterred, leered playfully and said, "Binger, I hope your accident left no scars." "None at all. Sister Xian protected me during the incident, though I do have quite a few bruises. That simply won't do. I'm not at ease. I must conduct an examination." "Ah, you scoundrel, Yin Jiao, you are insufferable." Chapter 51. Lu Tao's despair. Yun Bing's injuries were not severe, and the expense was not in vain. The safety rating of the Rolls-Royce was indeed commendable, allowing for a swift discharge from the hospital. Yin Jiao once again returned to Fuxing, and the moment he set foot in the Lu group, Lu Tao and Lu Ruyin were immediately alerted. Lu Tao was on the verge of a breakdown, consumed by regret for provoking such a lunatic as Yin Jiao. He felt an overwhelming sense of entrapment, as though fleeing would only provoke relentless pursuit. This individual was mercilessly targeting him at Lin Hai, persistently undermining the Lu group, pushing them back to a state reminiscent of 3 years prior when they were barely surviving. With no viable alternatives, Lu Ruyin contemplated relocating the Lu group to Fuxing, hoping that a partnership with the Lu group would provide a solid foundation for growth. Upon returning to Fuxing, they had just finalized discussions with Lu Tao's parents regarding potential sites for the Lu group when news reached them that Yin Jiao had arrived in Fuxing and sought out Lu Ming, Lu Ruyin's brother. The two were left speechless, finally comprehending the meaning of an unrelenting specter. "What shall we do, Ruyin? My brother already harbors animosity towards me. If Yin Jiao aligns with him, what hope do I have left?" Lu Tao was teetering on the brink of mental collapse. It had been the same at Lin Hai. Wherever Lu Tao went, Yin Jiao or his associates would inevitably follow, targeting him incessantly and causing him great humiliation on numerous occasions. There was no escape, no victory. The torment continued to plague him. Now that he had returned to Fuxing, just as he thought he could catch his breath, trouble came knocking once more. Lu Ruyin, equally exhausted, understood Yin Jiao's temperament, but had never anticipated his relentless obsession. The Liu family's market share had been significantly encroached upon by competitors, and they had lost numerous projects. He Ingio, like a vulture, offered interest-free loans solely to seize the Liu Group's business. Despite her attempts to reach out and apologize, her pleas fell on deaf ears. His response was that in this game, one must honor their word. If he aimed to dismantle them, he would see it through. Rian, I can't endure this any longer. Either we sell the Liu Group and escape abroad, or I will be haunted by nightmares of his torment, Liu Tao lamented. Liu Ruyan, feeling helpless, sighed as she observed Liu Tao's dismal demeanor. Have you considered, domestically, he is bound by certain restraints? Once we venture abroad, he may not hesitate to eliminate us, she replied, harboring no doubts about He Ingio's ruthlessness. Regret washed over her. 3 years had passed, and she had forgotten the true nature of the man who had once treated her kindly. Otherwise, how could she have dared to entertain a flirtation with Liu Tao, fully aware of the potential consequences? Rian, abandon the site selection. Let us return home. I wish to escape this earth, Liu Tao declared. Startled, Liu Ruyan gazed at him, noting the intensity in his eyes and the weight of his words. She realized that Liu Tao's mental state was deteriorating. He Ingio, you possess a heart of stone. Following the clash with the Jiang family, the Myth Group has ascended to a dominant position in Linhai. You could easily crush them, yet you choose to torment them mercilessly. Piece by piece, Liu Ruyan shed tears as she helped Liu Tao, who lay directly on the ground. Liu Tao, I will take you home. Then I will plead with him for our survival. Please don't be like this. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. At that moment, Liu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Liu Tao. It was she who had drawn him into this maelstrom, subjecting him to such pressure and torment. Meanwhile, He Ingio had already met with Lu Ming, who welcomed his arrival with great enthusiasm. Mr. He, I have long admired you, Lu Ming remarked. He Ingio smiled and replied, Mr. Liu, I prefer to be straightforward. I believe that an enemy's enemy is a friend. I want Liu Tao out of the Liu family. Can you make that happen? What assistance do you require? Lu Ming chuckled, aware of the enmity between He Ingio, Liu Tao, and Liu Ruyan, but he had not anticipated that He Ingio would go to such lengths. Mr. He, the Liu Corporation has a 65% stake held by my family, while I hold 15 and my father retains 50. However, he intends to leave 25 of the shares to Liu Tao, which I cannot accept. He Ingio interjected, I am not interested in the details. Just present the plan so I can assess its feasibility. Mr. He, I require a substantial project, something close to 10 billion. Only then will my father agree to use his 50 stake as collateral in this shareholding. He Ingio laughed upon hearing this. Lu Ming was quite something, willing to undermine even his own father for the sake of wealth. Very well, I will provide the project, and I will lend you the funds. However, afterward, I expect Liu Tao to be cast out, left with nothing. No problem, Mr. He. I look forward to our collaboration, to a fruitful collaboration. Upon returning to Jiang province, He Ingio found only the study light illuminated. This girl is truly a workaholic, he thought as he quietly entered the study. Upon opening the door, he saw Yun Bing, with her exquisite face framed by golden-rimmed glasses, intensely focused on her computer. Hearing the door, she looked up, adjusting her glasses in a manner that was utterly captivating. Darling, you're back. Have you eaten? I have some work to finish, but I'll join you once I'm done. No, now. Yun Bing paused momentarily, then smiled, rising to say, all right, I will accompany my dear husband now. He Ingio felt a sense of disinterest and waved his hand, saying, I was just teasing you. Please continue with your work. After taking a shower, he found that Yun Bing was already in bed. Finished with your work? He asked. Not yet, but being with you is my priority. He Ingio climbed into bed, holding Yun Bing close. Binger, let's discuss something. As you know, I work in finance and cash flow, while you handle tangible business. Do you have any projects nearing 10 billion? You need it? Yes. All right, I will prepare it for you tomorrow. Binger, aren't you going to ask anything? No need. I trust you. Even if you were to let me down, I would still willingly accept it. He Ingio was momentarily at a loss for words. Yun Bing was undoubtedly a rational person, yet she had come to this point for him. Binger, He Ingio turned over. Due to the matters concerning He Ingio, Yun Bing was quite concerned and resolutely dedicated an entire day to convening 3 meetings. ultimately securing a monumental project nearing the 100 billion mark. When He Yinjiao appeared before Lu Ming alongside Yun Bing, Lu Ming was taken aback. How could He Yinjiao be in the company of such an ethereal beauty while still clinging to his wretched brother's wife? Yun Bing, with an air of nonchalance, placed the project proposal before Lu Ming and said, "Mr. Lu, the development and construction of the Huajiao Manor Villa complex will be entrusted to you. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 52. Let her entire family perish. Lu Tao gazed at the project proposal, astonished by the formidable strength of the Yun Group. A development for a villa complex, a staggering project worth 9 billion, was set to commence without hesitation. He Yinjiao exchanged a glance with Yun Bing, both of them recognizing the astonishment reflected in Lu Ming's eyes. Although it was described as a villa complex, it comprised merely 9 luxurious villas, and of the 9 billion, 2 billion was allocated to the 9th villa. This particular villa, positioned in the most prime location and boasting the largest scale, was intended as a gift from He Yinjiao to Yun Bing. She had sold 3 of her own villas for him, and now resided in a commercial apartment. Thus, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. After reviewing the proposal, Lu Ming remarked, "Mr. He, Ms. Yun, this proposal is flawless. I shall discuss the mortgage equity loan with my father this afternoon. Await my good news." "Very well, Mr. Lu. My fiancé and I shall take our leave. Once your funds are secured and the budget is prepared, I will return with a contract." Certainly. Allow me to see you both off." On their return journey, Yun Bing squinted at He Yinjiao, who appeared slightly uncomfortable. "He Yinjiao, you certainly know how to orchestrate quite the spectacle. All ostensibly to take revenge on your ex-wife and Lu Tao?" He Yinjiao remained silent, deeming it prudent to hold his tongue. Observing his demeanor, Yun Bing realized there was no point in pressing him. He would not divulge anything. Upon arriving at the Lu Group's entrance, she finally grasped the situation. "He Yinjiao, do you still love her? What are you saying? Have you lost your mind? How could I love her and orchestrate this?" Furrowing her brow, Yun Bing retorted, "But they say true indifference stems from lack of love, not revenge." He Yinjiao scoffed. "And where did you glean that piece of toxic wisdom? Indifference arises from impotence, from the inability to retaliate, and people cling to the notion of indifference to protect their fragile pride. I possess more wealth and prowess than she does. Why should I stifle my feelings? It's utterly ludicrous." Yun Bing regarded He Yinjiao, suddenly finding a semblance of reason in his words. "Darling, if one day I were to resemble Lu Ruyan, would you treat me similarly?" "Absolutely, and you would fare far worse than Lu Ruyan." Yun Bing, perplexed and slightly irked, retorted, "On what grounds?" "Because my vengeance against Lu Ruyan is all-consuming, yet with you, it's different. I can scarcely bear the thought of you in another's embrace. It incites a murderous rage within me." With a chuckle, Yun Bing responded, "You truly are something else." She laughed, disregarding Ning Xian, who was driving, and leaned into He Yinjiao's embrace, unconcerned about his wandering hands. He Yinjiao returned to Beihai, while Yun Bing headed back to Jiang Province. Upon arriving home, He Yinjiao was surprised to find Jiang Ruodong waiting at his doorstep. As soon as she spotted him, Jiang Ruodong rushed forward. "Yinjiao, you're back. Ms. Jiang? What brings you here?" Jiang Ruodong offered a bittersweet smile. "Is your heart truly so unforgiving? You led me to fall for you, deceived me regarding my shares, and now you treat me this way?" He Yinjiao gazed at Jiang Ruodong's slightly flushed face and remarked, "Miss Jiang, the marketplace resembles a battlefield where deception is commonplace, and everything is merely a game of calculation and strategy. I don't believe you, He Yinjiao. I refuse to accept that you have never harbored feelings for me." Jiang Ruodong retorted. He Yinjiao chuckled heartily and replied, "Miss Jiang, I am uncertain of your interpretation of feelings. If you refer to affection or the desire for intimacy, then I confess, I am fond of you and do wish to share a bed. The truth is you are undeniably beautiful, and I am drawn to all stunning women." Jiang Ruodong looked at He Yinjiao and said, "Is that so? Yet, as far as I know, you have never approached those beauties at Tianya Club. You must admit that you are fond of me. I have not denied it. I indeed admire you. So what are you suggesting? Shall you spend the night with me?" "You, He Yinjiao, do you feel compelled to insult me in such a manner?" "Insult? I have spoken nothing but the truth." As for those women at Tianya Club, if they were like you, I would be interested. Is that all there is to your feelings for me? He Jiao was rendered speechless. He had never imagined that Jiang Ruodong would come to him to discuss matters of the heart. It was remarkable to think that her family's downfall had been orchestrated by his own hands, and yet here she was, seeking him out. He was baffled by her thought process. Jiang Ruodong, do you truly believe there exists any semblance of love between us? We are adversaries. Besides, are you not enamored with that fellow foam? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Ruodong hesitated momentarily before resolutely declaring, He Jiao, my love is for you. Enough of this nonsense. I will not return the Jiang group to you. Jiang Ruodong was at a loss for words. What sort of person was he? Had she ever mentioned the Jiang group in their conversation? I have no desire to reclaim the Jiang group. I simply wish to be with you and marry you. Leave? Then, is it not still the Jiang group you covet? When it comes to divorce, you would demand half of my fortune. And I certainly will not relinquish the myth group to you, so... Jiang Ruodong, cease your petty tricks. I am quite astute. Jiang Ruodong felt utterly defeated. He Jiao, do you truly believe every woman who approaches you is motivated by your wealth? Is there any other reason? He Jiao inquired, puzzled. Jiang Ruodong gazed at him and, after a long moment, managed a bitter smile. Very well, I understand. I shall demonstrate my sincerity. He Jiao found her reaction utterly unfathomable. Jiang Ruodong, in ancient times, I would be considered your father's nemesis. Do you not find your current behavior rather amusing? Without a word, Jiang Ruodong suddenly kissed him on the cheek and departed. He Jiao touched his face, cursing under his breath as he entered his home. A rational man, he understood one thing above all, the amalgamation of economic value, emotional worth, and physical appeal ultimately rendered Yun Bing as the one possessing the highest overall value in his life, leading him to believe that being with her was indeed the right choice. As for other matters, particularly those of physiological value, such commodities are entirely negotiable. With wealth at one's disposal, every place becomes a paradise. Within a few days, Lu Ming arrived at the myth group with his father's signed equity transfer documents, and He Jiao readily acquiesced, promptly transferring 9 billion to him. Subsequently, it will be intriguing to observe how Lu Ming confronts Lu Tao. The anticipation is truly exhilarating. As for Lu Ruyan, what will she do once Lu Tao is devoid of the means to assist her? He Jiao felt somewhat fatigued by the game. With Yin Bing by his side, thoughts of Lu Ruyan had become infrequent. Given this, perhaps it would be best to orchestrate a scheme to eliminate her entire family. Chapter 53. Does He Dong still remember he has a woman? On this day, in the conference room of the myth group, many individuals gathered. For He Jiao was to announce the final merger between myth and the Jiang group. He Jiao occupied the foremost position, flanked by Mu Bai and Ji Shaolei. Following Lin Ran's departure, Ji Shaolei had taken her place and ascended to the role of vice president. Lin Ran had previously called to voice her grievances, questioning why she had to serve as an assistant, while Ji Shaolei was elevated to vice president. He Jiao's explanation was simple, because you are the beloved little sister of everyone. Ji Shaolei's appointment as vice president brought a wealth of management acumen and financial expertise that surpassed Lin Ran's, garnering greater trust from their peers. Given his status as a true veteran, the position had long been rightfully his. However, He Jiao had intended to cultivate Lin Ran, preparing her for future leadership of the Lin family enterprise. He Jiao surveyed the assembly and inquired Mu Bai, how do you believe the two groups should best navigate this merger? Mu Bai pondered briefly before responding, Brother Jiao, the Jiang group, in terms of scale and infrastructure, far surpasses myth. After all, it is a century-old conglomerate with a depth we cannot rival. Our recent victory owes much to the 20% stake you skillfully negotiated. He Jiao's face flushed with embarrassment at the term deceit. What you refer to as deceit is merely strategy. Let's not revisit this matter. Please continue. Mu Bai chuckled softly and shook his head. Brother Jiao, what I mean is, we should declare myth bankrupt, using the Jiang group as a new foundation to absorb myth. Both you and the myth group are still relatively unseasoned, and your current prominence in Lin Hai places you under scrutiny. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Given the merger of our two groups, it would be wise for both you and the organization to adopt a low profile for a while. The commotion from this merger is considerable, and I believe many forces are beginning to take notice of you. Yishale echoed Mubai's sentiments, with Yu Fei behind them, nodding in agreement. He Jiao acknowledged this perspective, reflecting on the numerous plots and schemes directed against him over the years. He recognized that he had spent too much time at the center of attention, often being the first to attract gazes in Linhai, which was not a favorable position. Very well, he concluded, we shall establish the Jiang Group as the foundation and integrate Myth, renaming it Myth Investment Company, a subsidiary of the Jiang Group. Mubai will serve as the president of the Jiang Group, and I will retreat for a few years. The others nodded in agreement. This arrangement appeared to be the most prudent for long-term stability. The Jiang Group would retain its name, thereby deflecting potential blame away from them. After all, the details of the conflict between Myth and the Jiang Group were known only to a select few in Beihai's upper echelons. This strategy served to protect He Yinjiao, who remained the ultimate decision-maker of the group, albeit stepping back from the limelight. The lengthy process of integrating the two groups necessitated time to solidify, allowing He Yinjiao a much-needed respite after years of relentless toil. Moreover, his brilliance often attracted unwanted danger. The day after the meeting, Jiang Group and Myth Group simultaneously announced that Myth Group had merged into Jiang Group. Some insiders in Beihai lamented that He Yinjiao truly knows how to bend and stretch. He is not one to seek glory recklessly, but has made the optimal choice. Upon learning this, Jiang Jiunza, infuriated, smashed his cup and berated He Yinjiao as ungrateful, asserting that even in this situation, He Yinjiao still expects the Jiang family to serve as the first line of defense. Meanwhile, those outside Linhai, unaware of the circumstances, also redirected their gaze, marveling at He Yinjiao's audacity. How could a group that has existed for less than a decade possibly contend with a century-old behemoth? Being defeated and acquired is, after all, entirely expected. In her office, Yin Bing could not suppress her smile as she read the news from Linhai. This rascal is indeed cunning. His maneuver has shifted everyone's attention and even relieved him of the presidential position. Truly thorough. However, after this move, does he find himself less busy? Does he have time now? Is he attempting to spend time with her through this? Simultaneously, astonishing news emerged. He Yinjiao had embarked on a solo journey, flying and wandering about. This further convinced everyone that Myth Group had faltered, and He Yinjiao, having liquidated his shares, was now enjoying life with his newfound wealth. Although Yun Bing comprehended He Yinjiao's intentions, she felt a pang of anger. This scoundrel could not take her along on his escapades. A month later, He Yinjiao returned to the country. During this month, he certainly relished himself, genuinely contemplating the notion of not returning to work. Upon arriving in Jiang province, he picked up the phone and dialed Yinbing. Hello, Binger, I'm back, right here in Jiang province. I didn't even return to Linhai. Yinbing scoffed. And then, what do you think? Of course, I missed you. Oh my, it's not easy for you, Mr. He, to remember that you have a woman in Jiang province. I thought you had forgotten. Binger, I mentioned it before my travels. Yes, you did mention it. But you could reach me while I could not contact you. What does that imply? I prefer to venture into uninhabited areas. All right, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Yun Bing, on the other end of the line, was exasperated. This scoundrel only sweet-talked her when he desired her. Yet, she felt helpless. She had completely succumbed, with no resistance left against this man. Although angry, she longed for him even more. I'm at Jiang University for the anniversary celebration. Later, not only will I be giving a speech as an outstanding graduate, but I will also be recruiting there. Come find me. Huh? Then I'll wait for you at home. No, come here. Keep me company. Everyone else is in pairs. And I feel so lonely. Can you bear to leave me like this? Oh dear, I've just spent a whole day on a plane and am utterly exhausted. Don't trouble me. I dislike the chaos of the anniversary. Yin Bing sighed. All right then. It's just a few single bosses and those underclassmen constantly asking for my contact information. So annoying. Forget it. You go rest. I'll manage on my own. Yin Bing could only hear a man's voice emanating from the phone. Binger, Jiang University is your alma mater. It would be worthwhile to take a look and see what your school is like. Wait for me. I'll call you when I arrive. As Yin Bing listened to He Yinjiao in the call, she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. However, this elicited a puzzled reaction from several executives nearby. The once feared female tyrant was laughing, and her laughter was beautiful. Yet, those present felt a chilling discomfort rather than appreciation. Chapter 54. Why He Yinjiao was supported in truth. Who would dare to provoke Yunbing? Setting aside the formidable influence of the Yun group in Jiang province, which inherently disqualifies many from approaching her. It is also well known among certain business executives in the region that Yunbing possesses a ruthless and cunning nature. The men who dare to express their affections for her typically face one of two fates. Either they are utterly disregarded, left humiliated, or they become mere pawns in her game, ultimately encountering no favorable outcome. Once, a young heir from the Zhang family in Jiang province confessed his love to Yunbing. She merely smiled at him, leading him to believe she harbored feelings for him, prompting him to lavish her with extravagant gifts. It was only later that he realized her smile was merely a facade, aimed at securing his family's lucrative suburban land and assets. In the end, the young heir found himself destitute and bereft, never having even touched Yunbing. Since that incident, many have kept their distance from her, viewing her as a cold-blooded opportunist, one who is solely motivated by profit. They believe that while one may engage in business with her, any discussion of romance is utterly out of the question. Her icy demeanor, scrutinizing gaze, and the air of superiority she exudes have deterred many so-called campus heartthrobs from approaching her, despite their hidden desires for shortcuts to her affections. However, upon witnessing Yunbing smile, these individuals feel an unsettling chill, uncertain of who might next fall victim to her schemes. At that moment, Yunbing received a call from He Yinjiao. She promptly rose and exited the room. Before long, she returned, entwined with a man, sharing laughter and joy. Those who had witnessed her previous interactions were taken aback, having never seen her so intimately engaged with anyone. Yunbing took her seat next to He Yinjiao, her arms draped possessively around his. He attempted to gently push her away, but to no avail. Yun, if you continue like this, the icy persona of our esteemed So will surely shatter, he teased. Yunbing merely giggled, unfazed. Let go. You're making me feel quite restless, he playfully remarked. She shot him a playful glare, but released her grip, though the banter continued, punctuated by laughter and light-hearted nudges, embodying the essence of a couple in love. Entirely indifferent to the gazes of others, He Yinjiao, resigned to her nature, understood that she was an exceedingly extreme woman. When she disliked someone, she could freeze them with her indifference. When she favored someone, she wished the entire world to know. It must be said, however, that Yunbing was truly captivating, her presence drawing the attention of numerous admirers, particularly the young men on the verge of graduation, whose eyes frequently wandered in her direction. Before long, it was time for Yunbing to deliver a speech. The instant she stood up, leaving He Yinjiao's side, her previously radiant smile vanished, her expression transforming into one of icy detachment. As she addressed the audience, she adopted the demeanor of an aloof and commanding figure, serious and unsmiling. Yet, upon returning to He Yinjiao, she instantly reverted to the charming, love-struck woman she had been before. At that moment, Lin Ran approached, greeting the duo. Sister Bing, we have submitted our recruitment requirements and plans to the school. They will conduct selections and recommendations, subsequently organizing interviews with our group. Brother-in-law, when did you return? Listening to Lin Ran's address, Yunbing couldn't help but chuckle, while He Yinjiao's expression darkened. What did you just call me? Brother-in-law? Is there an issue with that? He Yinjiao nodded, responding, what a splendid brother-in-law it is, no problem at all. Lin Ran exchanged a playful smile with Yunbing, reveling in the mischief of the moment. As the school celebration concluded, the group approached their vehicle to return home. Ning Xian now served as Yunbing's bodyguard and driver, while Lin Ran acted as her assistant. Just as He Yinjiao was about to enter the car, a voice called out from behind. Cousin, is that you? You're He Yinjiao, right? He Yinjiao turned, bemused, to face a young boy. Who are you? Amidst. Don't you remember? We used to play on hay bales at the farm when we were kids. Zhuangdi? Oh, I remember now. So you're studying here? Yes, cousin. I never expected to run into you here after so many years. I can't believe you're with Yunzhong. Yunbing remained silent, allowing He Yinjiao and Zhuangdi to converse, though Zhuangdi's occasional glances at her stirred a sense of irritation within her. However, being Hyunjio's cousin, she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Hyunjio, wishing to keep their interaction brief, stated, "I have things to attend to. Let us catch up over dinner sometime." With that, he turned to enter the car, but Zhuang Di grabbed his arm. "Cousin, could you share your phone number with me? We should keep in touch." Reluctant to engage further, Hyunjio pondered for a moment before relenting. After all, there was a familial connection. He provided his number. Once inside the vehicle, Yun Bing disregarded the presence of both the driver and passenger, throwing herself into Hyunjio's embrace. "You big bad wolf, tell me, have you missed me?" "Of course. Didn't you see that I bypassed Beihai and came straight to you?" "Well, that's more like it. Was that person just now your cousin? Didn't you say you had no relatives?" "That? Not quite a relative, I suppose. Let me think. He is from my grandmother's sister's son's family. We just played together for a short while at the farm when we were young." Yun Bing nodded. "That indeed doesn't count as family, which explains your lack of interest in him." Upon returning home, they gravitated toward each other like magnets, having missed one another intensely during Hyunjio's month-long absence. In bed, Yun Bing, feeling utterly exhausted, remarked, "You rascal, you must have all sorts of ways to torment me. At this rate, you'll be the death of me. And how many expensive stockings do you plan to ruin with this behavior?" Hyunjio shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. Money is no object. I could buy you a whole production company tomorrow if you wanted." Yun Bing rolled her eyes, choosing not to dwell on that topic, wary of where the conversation might lead. "My dear, what are your plans for the future?" "I intend to remain low-key for a few years. The merger of the two conglomerates requires time, and the upcoming moves will also need careful preparation. I need time to fade from the public eye." Yun Bing nodded, understanding that Hyunjio's approach was indeed correct. The merger of two colossal conglomerates entailed numerous complexities. Achieving such integration was not a matter of mere moments. And Hyunjio certainly required a period of tranquility. After all, which chairman of a corporation frequently graced the news or trended online? Those who wield true power often remain discreetly in the shadows. As for our relationship, how can we conceal it? Our affair surely cannot remain under wraps for long. "Oh, that's simple," Hyunjio replied. "We can just announce that I have gone bankrupt, and you will take care of me." Upon hearing this, Yun Bing burst into laughter. "All right then, you said it yourself. From now on, you shall be my kept man, my little lapdog." Hyunjio shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, "Do I really look like that to you?" Chapter 55. Making a call and giving orders. Yun Bing smiled, for Hyunjio certainly did not resemble any typical pretty boy. He was not the kind of man with strikingly handsome features, nor did he indulge in elaborate hairstyles or makeup like many of the younger gentlemen. He maintained a straightforward and efficient image, adorning himself only with a watch and eschewing any form of cologne. Yet, he exuded an air of confidence and dominance. Anyone who beheld him for the first time would instantly sense his remarkable presence. Yun Bing herself felt this unmistakable confidence when she first encountered Hyunjio. Although he occasionally peppered his speech with profanity and exhibited a hint of machismo, his every gesture radiated a certain masculinity. He was the first man who instilled a sense of security in Yun Bing, especially that moment when he stood on the second floor in his pajamas, smoking and gazing at her. It was as if he were silently assuring her, "Go ahead, with me by your side, you cannot fail." That was also when Yun Bing first felt deeply moved. Despite being known in Jiang province as the Ice Demoness, bearing a certain reputation, she was still a woman yearning for a shoulder to lean on, longing for affection and protection. Hyunjio was the first man capable of fulfilling that need. As for those so-called rich young masters, devoid of influential families or elders, they paled in comparison to her own strength, leaving her to ponder how they could possibly offer her support. Nestled in Hyunjio's embrace, Yun Bing caressed his face and declared, "Darling, I love you so much." Hyunjio gazed at her with a tender smile, tightening his hold around her smooth form. These past few days had brought her immense joy. She would attend to affairs at the company in the mornings, share lunch with Hyunjio, and then play hooky in the afternoons, enjoying leisurely outings with him. Whatever Yun Bing desired, Hyunjio would procure for her, for he understood that this woman deserved to be cherished. However, unlike Lu Ruyan, Yun Bing never accepted gifts without reciprocating. Whatever he presented to her, she would think to gift him something even more extravagant. The love and dedication that Yun Bing exhibited in their relationship were things Lu Ruyin could never aspire to. He Injio still vividly recalled a particular month when a friend of his faced financial difficulties. He lent out nearly all his funds, leaving insufficient wages and bonuses for his employees, around 7 million. When he mentioned this sum to Lu Ruyin, she not only refused to help, but also looked down upon him, offering sarcastic remarks instead. Contrast this with Yun Bing, who, amidst her own battles with the Jiang family, never asked for anything but willingly entrusted everything to him. When he expressed a need for a project worth nearly 10 billion, she immediately convened 3 meetings the following day and secured the project without even a question. The disparity between Yun Bing and Lu Ruyin was stark. One was a girlfriend, the other a wife, yet their differences were monumental. This epitomized the distinction between love and indifference. Thus, within a fortnight, He Injio and Yun Bing once again found themselves trending on social media, primarily due to their extravagant displays of affection, which could even be construed as flaunting their wealth. The gifts they exchanged grew increasingly lavish, with He Injio gifting one item followed promptly by Yun Bing reciprocating with another. From the initial adornments of jewelry, watches, handbags, and belts to the present luxury cars and villas, that evening, He Injio was dining with Yun Bing. "Binger, where have you been all day? So mysteriously elusive," he inquired. "Hee, I won't tell you. You'll find out soon enough," she teased. After their meal, Yun Bing led He Injio to a square by the river, where a transport truck was parked, its cargo covered by a cloth with a simple inscription: "Yun Bing will always love He Injio." He Injio realized that this girl must have purchased a surprise gift for him. As the cloth was lifted, a white alpha eagle emerged. He Injio shook his head. Just a few days prior, he had remarked on the impressive vehicle during a launch event, and Yun Bing had evidently taken note. "Darling, do you like it?" she asked. "I do. Thank you," he replied. Yun Bing smiled and leaped into his embrace, looking up to say, "As long as you like it." Then, she rose on her toes and kissed him, a moment captured by many, once again trending on social media. The following day, He Injio took Yun Bing back to Linhai, and as night fell, he brought her to the seaside, where a luxurious yacht named after her floated at the dock. Yun Bing was overwhelmed with emotion, embracing He Injio. Speechless, what should have been an exceptionally romantic moment was interrupted by He Injio's remark, "Wife, compared to your husband, you still have a long way to go in terms of financial prowess." Yun Bing shot him an incredulous look. "Are you out of your mind? Who wants to compete with you financially? If you can't articulate properly, just keep quiet, you brute. Now I understand why they call you a nouveau riche." He Injio chuckled. "Binger, we've made headlines several times this past half-month. We've acquired everything we need. Let us take a breather." "All right, I'll heed your words. I truly can't compete," she conceded. He Injio knew she was merely jesting, and he lifted Yun Bing onto the yacht, where they spent an unforgettable night, which He Injio humorously referred to as boat shaking. Their bond deepened, resembling that of a young couple rather than mere lovers. One morning, Yun Bing received a phone call, and He Injio, still groggy, asked what is the matter. Yun Bing sighed, reluctant to ask He Injio for help, fearing he might misinterpret her intentions. "Darling, our group is experiencing some financial strain regarding the new energy battery sector. Could we?" Before she could finish, He Injio handed his phone directly to her. "Do what you need. Make the call yourself." Yun Bing was taken aback. She knew him to be a quintessential businessman who prioritized profit above all else. Yet, in that moment, she felt a surge of joy. This man truly regarded her as his wife. Yun Bing picked up the phone, but found herself stumped by the password. 6 nines. If you find it bothersome, record your facial recognition, He Injio instructed. Looking at him, Yun Bing felt deeply touched. It was evident how significant He Injio's phone was, and yet he had opened it completely to her. Yun Bing located Guan Jia's phone number and dialed it. "Hello, Chairman He. Manager Guan, it's me, Yun Bing." "Huh? Oh, Miss Yun, greetings. What brings you to call?" "Well, our group is currently experiencing some financial constraints, and I would like to request a deferment on the final payment for the new battery. Since Gio is asleep, I took the liberty of contacting you myself." "Oh, certainly, Miss Yun. If it's your request, there will be no issue. Chairman, he has already instructed that your word is as good as his." Chapter 56. The revelation of the Ice Cloud Fairy account after hanging up the phone. Yun Bing lingered on the words he had just uttered. Had he truly given the orders? His words were indeed his own? He had never communicated this to her. Still touched by the moment, she noticed He Jiao rising with a hint of irritation, leaning against the headboard. He reached out, snatching the phone from her hand and dialing a number. "Hello, Brother Jiao." "Yes, please transfer 50 to Yun's company." He Jiao concluded the call and, with a firm embrace, pulled Yun Bing into his arms, murmuring sleepily, "All right, don't worry, just sleep." Yun Bing gazed at He Jiao, her eyes glistening with tears. Her relentless efforts had finally led him to acknowledge her, and he had effortlessly resolved his dilemma. Embracing him, she planted a gentle kiss on his lips. "Husband." What is it?" He Jiao replied, his eyes remaining shut, having exhausted himself the previous night. That day, He Jiao occupied himself with video games at home when Ice Cloud Fairy suddenly announced she had matters to attend to, suggesting they tackle the dungeon later in the afternoon. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to visit Yun Bing instead. Her exceptional tea skills had left a lasting impression on him. Navigating seamlessly through the city, He Jiao's status as Yun Bing's fiancé was well known throughout the group, and no one dared to impede his progress. Upon arriving at her office, he learned she was in a meeting and opted to wait for her there. Approaching her desk, he immediately spotted a photo of them together, taken during their first official date when Yun Bing had sneakily captured a moment of him enjoying cotton candy. He chuckled softly, aware of her penchant for stealthily photographing him for her social media, even having blocked him from seeing those posts. Had it not been for Lin Ran's revelation, he would have remained oblivious. However, upon glancing at Yun Bing's computer screen, his eyes widened in shock. Ice Cloud Fairy? Yun Bing? Damn it. This woman had deceived him thoroughly, competing against him and draining his finances. Well. An hour later, the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor, accompanied by Yun Bing's voice. The door swung open, and her cold demeanor instantly transformed into a warm smile upon spotting He Jiao seated in her chair. "Husband, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me?" she inquired. He Jiao replied, "If I had informed you, would you have uncovered this monumental secret?" Startled, Yun Bing realized she had lost track of time, engrossed in gaming with him and forgetting about her meeting. Hastily, she rushed over to her computer, only to find Ice Cloud Fairy's character still idling there. Caught in an awkward situation, she stood before He Jiao, both embarrassed and amused. "Damn it, you developed this game, and yet here you are playing it, competing with me and draining my funds. You could have just created a GM account to eliminate me instantly." Seeing the frustrated look in He Jiao's eyes, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, setting down the documents and plopping onto his lap. "My dear husband, I sincerely apologize. It was never my intention to conceal anything from you. At that time, knowing you were engrossed in gaming, I thought to nurture our connection within that realm. However, I needed to create an account akin to yours, so do not evade the truth. How many times have you usurped my rank? Is that what you call similar? You are merely siphoning my funds, with the boss himself logging in as a ringer. Is that truly an act one could commit?" Yun Bing resorted to her charming tactics. "Darling, I admit my fault. Please do not be upset. Look at the exquisite stockings I'm wearing today. They are of high quality. Feel them. Enough. This matter requires an explanation. All right. Tell me what you desire, and I shall fulfill your wishes." He Jiao, while caressing Yun Bing's thigh, replied, "Procure for me a pair of exceptional soul weapons, along with that level 100 skill. Flame Eruption. I have yet to acquire it after 3 months." Upon hearing this, Yun Bing chuckled lightly. "Is that all?" He Jiao nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to adjust the data. As long as my husband is not angry, anything is permissible. Hey, you promised that. I expect to see it when I return home tonight. Just a game, yet you take it so seriously." He Jiao gazed at Yun Bing. All of this seemed rather peculiar. I thought to myself, what competition could a doctor and a mage possibly have? I assumed that Ice Cloud had money to burn, but it turns out she refrains from spending. Yun Bing stifled a laugh. This was the first time she discovered such an endearing side of this man. When she inquired about his compensation, he surprisingly requested to cheat in the game. She also added He Jiao as a friend on Feixin. "My dear, this is the chief planner of the game company. In the future, should you need anything, feel free to communicate directly with him. He Jiao was utterly elated, and witnessing his joy, Yunbing couldn't help but smile. It was merely a game, yet he appeared more delighted than when she gifted him countless treasures. Indeed, a man remains youthful at heart until the end. In the afternoon, the couple resumed their sweet romance, but throughout the day, He Jiao was engrossed in his phone, seemingly preoccupied with conversations unknown to Yunbing. Out of curiosity, she peeked and discovered he had spent the entire afternoon chatting with the game's chief planner, which left her feeling a twinge of regret. That evening, upon returning home, they removed their shoes, and He Jiao dashed into the study to power on the computer, leaving Yunbing alone in the living room. For the first time, she questioned whether she had not yet found a game that could captivate a man like him. What surprised Yunbing even more was the following day when He Jiao vanished for the entire day, neglecting to pick her up after work. Upon returning to the villa he had gifted her, she sensed something was amiss. It wasn't until she followed a sound and opened the door to a guest room that her expression transformed into one of utter disbelief. This guest room had been converted into a gaming den, with two brand-new, high-end computers prominently displayed. Yunbing timidly asked, "Darling, what does this mean? You can't possibly expect me to play games with you." He Jiao turned back, nodding seriously. Yunbing felt a sense of helplessness. She had initially believed that the issue of her gaming account being discovered had been resolved perfectly. However, she soon realized that the true torment was only beginning. Nevertheless, Yunbing came to terms with the fact that, as He Jiao, it was impossible to play games indefinitely. She had merely been relatively free lately, and her occasional companionship in gaming could indeed strengthen their bond. As a result, Yunbing worked during the day and returned at night to play games with He Jiao. After gaming, He Jiao would still want to engage with her, and after a few days, Yunbing found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, it seemed that He Jiao's fervor had waned, and life returned to its normal rhythm, with the two of them playing together only occasionally. Just as Yunbing had anticipated, her company in gaming appeared to have deepened He Jiao's affection for her. Chapter 57. Yunbing is a romantic that afternoon. He Jiao continued his date with Yunbing as usual. At times, He Jiao pondered the profound influence a truly exceptional woman could have, ensnaring one in a realm of tenderness. At least at this moment, his sentiment was one of indifference towards ambition and financial pursuits. Wasn't this idyllic existence what everyone yearned for? A life filled with joy, devoid of worries, unburdened by monetary concerns, possessing both status and prestige, accompanied daily by stunning beauty. By day, she provided emotional sustenance, while by night, she fulfilled his physical desires. He Jiao found himself wishing to confront those who criticized the likes of King Zhou. Was King Zhou truly at fault? Perhaps they should endeavor to walk in his shoes. Hand in hand, the couple frolicked in the amusement park, Yunbing savoring an ice cream cone, taking a bite for herself before feeding He Jiao, an embodiment of affection. Suddenly, He Jiao's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. He Jiao, he answered, a customary display of confidence. Cousin, it's Zhuang Di. Oh, what is it? My parents have arrived and wish to meet you after learning about our acquaintance. Do you have time? I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight. He Jiao hesitated to decline, but ultimately acquiesced, not wishing to provide fodder for gossip upon their return home. He understood that their curiosity stemmed from his relationship with Yunbing. Such relatives merely sought to cultivate connections, which he deemed inconsequential, being just a recent graduate. All right, I shall host you this evening at the private room in Jiangshui Yuntian. Upon ending the call, he noticed the love-struck gaze of Yunbing upon him. Darling, are you dining at Jiangshui Yuntian tonight? Yes. Then I shall make the necessary arrangements. What specifications do you require? Just something simple will suffice. Zhuangdi's parents are insistent on meeting me. Understood. He Jiao playfully pinched Yunbing's cheek, marveling at the unexpected nature of the icy CEO of the Yun Group, renowned as the Ice Demon, being so enraptured by romance. During this time, He Jiao comprehended that as long as it pertained to him, he would always hold the utmost significance in Yunbing's eyes. Meetings, projects, negotiations, everything else fell by the wayside. Whatever he undertook, this girl had a peculiar way of interpreting his actions as being solely for her benefit. In her realm, He Jiao was paramount. He could do no wrong, and all his endeavors were for her sake. In his presence, and absent from it, Yun Bing appeared as two distinct individuals, prompting He Jiao to suspect she might be suffering from a split personality. Yet, her explanation was simple. He Jiao, my heart, consumed by love for you, has taken control. Who would believe that a frosty beauty like her would, without hesitation, learn cheesy romantic phrases to share with him? However, He Jiao could not help but acknowledge that the affection and adoration bestowed upon him by such a magnificent beauty, with her esteemed identity and status, was indeed quite delightful. That evening, He Jiao and Yun Bing arrived punctually at the upscale restaurant, Jiang Shui Yun Tian, under the Yun Group's auspices. Upon entering the private room, they were greeted by the Zhuang family, who were already seated and awaiting their arrival. As the two entered, the trio hastily rose to greet them. Yet they directed their salutations first to Yun Bing before acknowledging He Jiao, which instantly evoked a sense of dissatisfaction in Yun Bing. After all, without her husband present, who were these individuals to her? He Jiao smiled nonchalantly, for he was currently cast in the role of a man supported by Yun Bing after his financial downfall. During the meal, Zhuangdi's parents endeavored to curry favor with Yun Bing, simultaneously extolling their son's virtues, though they would occasionally offer compliments to He Jiao as well. Yun Bing engaged in polite conversation, her tone icy towards the trio as she primarily tended to He Jiao's needs throughout the evening. Zhuangdi's mother whispered, "Son, this He Jiao does not seem to be the soft-handed man you described. Look how much Yun is valuing him." To which Zhuangdi replied, "Mother, the whole city knows He Jiao has gone bankrupt and is now reliant on Yun. I heard he once assisted her in the past, which is why." Zhuangdi's mother nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yun, since we are here, we truly appreciate your hospitality. I've heard that your company is recruiting at Jian University, correct?" Yun Bing nodded in affirmation. "Yun, considering you and He Jiao are in a romantic relationship, we are practically family now. My son has submitted his resume. Could you take a look?" Yun Bing's eyes lit up with delight as she glanced at He Jiao. He Jiao recognized that her heart was stirred by the notion of family. "Darling, what do you think?" He Jiao nodded and replied, "Handle it as you see fit. If an opportunity arises, then so be it." Upon hearing this, Yun Bing immediately declared, "Zhuangdi, you need not participate in the school selection process. Report to the company directly tomorrow. I will make the necessary arrangements." "Ah, thank you, Sister Yun Bing," Zhuangdi exclaimed. Yun Bing nodded, oblivious to the address. However, He Jiao took note. "Sister Yun Bing, you best not harbor any intentions towards that woman. Otherwise, you will witness her icy wrath." After dinner, the couple returned home. It was Sunday, and a siege battle awaited them in the game. After showering, they entered the gaming room, where Yun Bing had prepared some fruit, and they began to indulge in their game together. Once the ID Bing Yun Xian was revealed, they no longer concealed their identities in the game and swiftly tied the knot. During this period, they frequently logged in and out together, leading others to believe they were in a real-life relationship. The couple did not feel the need to clarify. The game served merely as a seasoning for their bond, with Yun Bing having adorned her character beautifully. While undertaking missions together, it was not uncommon for their real-life interactions to intertwine with their in-game activities. As they logged in, they entered the main city to engage in battles, with Yun Bing focusing solely on healing He Jiao's mage, a scenario that the clan members had grown accustomed to. "Wife, please restore my status." "All right. Dear, could you replenish my health?" "Sweetheart, can you not see that someone is attacking me? Fight back. It's all right. That low-level character cannot defeat you. Just consume some potent medicine." "You fool. It isn't merely a matter of life or death. Are you not concerned about someone harming your wife? They cannot vanquish you." "You imbecile, such a typical man." "Darling, there are several of them. You should unleash the flames." "It's fine. These foes pose no substantial threat. There's no need for immediate action." "My love, do you not comprehend? Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Hurry and restore my health. Stop your grumbling. It ought to be done." "What nonsense. Does a lion's skill have a cooldown?" "Oh, I express my gratitude to all those who have sent motivation charms. I feel a bit remiss if I do not update." Chapter 58. What kind of person is lousy? The following day, Yin Bing was in her office when Lin Ran walked in. Sister Bing, what's the situation with that Zhuang Di? Yin Bing looked up and replied, He*s his cousin. Really? Lin Ran exclaimed in surprise. Yin Bing, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Sister Bing, you're unaware. Last night, Zhuang Di was boasting in their school group, claiming you were his cousin's girlfriend. He said he wouldn't need to participate in the school's election process and that he reported to Yun Corporation this morning. When he arrived today, the HR department arranged for him to join the sales department. Within half an hour, the entire sales team knew you were his cousin's girlfriend. Listening to Lin Ran, Yin Bing furrowed her brow slightly. Since he had already made such claims, placing his cousin in the sales department as a mere employee seemed to undermine his face. Let us do this. Transfer him to the president's office and let him stay there as a pet, she decided. Lin Ran nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, such a person shouldn't be in a significant department. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. Yin Bing nodded, choosing to remain silent as she focused on the documents in her hands. Sister Bing, Lin Ran called out, leaning closer. Yin Bing raised her head, asking, What is it, Xiao Ran? What is going on between you and Jiuge? What do you mean? Oh, Jiuge and Lu Ru Yin have been childless for 3 years. There have been some issues between them. Jiuge doesn't fully trust her, fearing that if they have a child, Lu Ru Yin might use it to threaten him. Additionally, Lu Ru Yin isn't particularly keen on having children with Jiuge, hence they're 3 years without a child. But you and Jiuge are different, Sister Bing. I'm telling you, once you get pregnant, Jiuge will never escape your grasp. Yin Bing shot Lin Ran a sideways glance and said, Get back to work, little girl. Stop worrying about such matters. Oh, Sister Bing, I'm speaking the truth. I truly hope you become my sister-in-law. I recognize no one but you. Yin Bing sighed, putting down her documents to gaze at Lin Ran. You silly girl, what nonsense are you thinking about every day? Whether or not there are children, he is still mine. I, Yin Bing, am not so desperate as to use a child to bind him. Also, Xiao Ran, are you quite free lately? This afternoon, go to Qinjiang Group and discuss the joint venture factory project with Qin Xiao. Lin Ran's expression suddenly turned sour. Sister Bing, can't you send someone else? Qian Ziliang always picks on me. Yin Bing ignored her, picking up the documents once more. No, your Jiuge instructed me to do this, saying you are the type Qian Ziliang likes, and he wants to match you two up. I go on. Lin Ran glanced at her cold sister-in-law and could only leave in resignation. After Lin Ran exited, Yin Bing lost her inclination to continue reading, contemplating Lin Ran's words and arriving at a decision. That scoundrel, when he bullied her, showed no concern for her well-being, leaving her with no choice but to rely on medication. Now that she was willing to become pregnant for him, he had suddenly started paying attention. Humph, you despicable scoundrel. Just wait. Upon returning home today, I shall secretly puncture all your little umbrellas. Meanwhile, He Yinjiao is currently in the chairman's office of his conglomerate, where Mu Bai is reporting on recent affairs. He Yinjiao gestures dismissively, saying, Mu Bai, you needn't report every little matter to me. Just manage things as you see fit. What concerns me most now is the integration of the two groups. Mu Bai shakes his head and replies, Brother Gio, the greatest challenge in this integration lies in personnel allocation. However, it appears to be going quite well. He Yinjiao looks up in surprise, fully aware of the complexity of this issue, as it necessitates a foundation rooted in the Jiang family, while also confronting the need for significant personnel changes. It is essential to ascertain who retains their surname and who has already adopted Jiang. Those who belong to Jiang must be dismissed, and finding suitable replacements is another daunting task. Yet, He Yinjiao did not anticipate Mu Bai's seemingly nonchalant assertion that things were progressing well. He appears to be quite confident. Noticing He Yinjiao's apprehension, Mu Bai continues, There is someone who has greatly aided us. Since her arrival, the stability among the previous Jiang personnel has improved significantly. He Yinjiao suddenly feels a foreboding sense of dread. He knows all too well who possesses the capability to effect such change. Only 2 individuals come to mind, and he is certain that the old Coot Jiang Junzi would not lend assistance. Jiang Ruodong? Mu Bai chuckles and responds, Nothing escaped your notice, Brother Gio. He Yinjiao, exasperated, scratches his head and says, My mind is a mess, Mu Bai. Don't you realize what schemes that woman is concocting? With a smile, Mu Bai replies, Brother Gio, As you said, you should only focus on the outcome, regardless of the methods I employ. So, you're the one being set up, huh? Haha, Brother Gio. That's no concern of mine. I trust that this minor issue 1T pose a challenge for you. After finishing, Mu Bai swiftly departs, leaving He Jiao helpless. He knows Mu Bai is the type who will resort to any means to achieve his goals, as long as the integration remains stable. Sure enough, shortly after Mu Bai's departure, there's a knock at the door, and in walks Jiang Ruodong. My fiancé, it's been a while. What's the matter? Has the renowned beauty of the 3 provinces in 1 city, Yun Bing, become tiresome? Upon seeing her, He Jiao feels a headache coming on. Although they have both deceived one another, he nonetheless forcibly engaged with her, leaving him feeling awkward and uncomfortable. Tell me, Jiang Ruodong, what on earth do you want? Have I not made myself clear enough? Jiang Ruodong appears to ignore his question, moving closer to him and placing his hand on her waist. What do I want? I wish to pursue you. He Jiao is utterly speechless, unable to comprehend her thought process. He feels that Jiang Ruodong would be more justified in chasing after a beggar on the street than pursuing him. Jiang Miss, I already have a girlfriend. As you must know, he states. Jiang Ruodong nonchalantly nods. Of course I know. It's that Yun Bing, the so-called beauty of the 3 provinces in 1 city. Though I hesitate to admit it, she is indeed more beautiful than I. Then why are you still? Before He Jianxiu could speak, Jiang Ruodong interrupted, stating, I am well aware that she is an exceedingly feudal woman, but who is He Jianxiu? To be candid, it is her beauty that captivates you. Yet over time, can you truly endure it? I, however, am different. When you are with me, I will surpass her in every aspect. Furthermore, should you occasionally visit the Tinya Club, I can turn a blind eye. Upon hearing Jiang Ruodong's words, it must be said that He Jianxiu felt a flicker of temptation. After all, which man does not desire to maintain a stable home while enjoying the allure of external enticements? Yet He Jianxiu suddenly recalled all that Yun Bing had done for him, envisioning the profound sadness she would experience if he were to leave her. His thoughts drifted to Yun Bing's flawless form, exquisite from her toes to her tresses, and he imagined the heartbreak should she find herself in another's embrace. Jiang Ruodong, you underestimate me. I am not that kind of person. Chapter 59. The past of Yun Bing. Listening to He Jiao's words, Jiang Ruodong was taken aback. She had not anticipated such shamelessness from him. She recalled that during the ambiguous period between him and Yun Bing, he had insisted on having her, and after getting involved with Yun Bing, he had secretly gone to the Tianya Club in Linhai. However, it soon dawned on Jiang Ruodong that he might genuinely have developed feelings for Yun Bing. He Jiao, have you truly fallen for her? He Jiao pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Jiang Ruodong, to be honest, I am not entirely certain what love entails. I can only articulate that I derive immense joy from being with her, both mentally and physically. I do not wish to lose her, and I cannot bear the thought of her being with anyone else. That is the crux of it. This encapsulated He Jiao's true sentiments. He possessed certain principles. He could deceitfully engage a woman who did not love him without remorse, yet he could not bring himself to deceive one who did. His initial intention was merely to retaliate against the manipulations directed at him, to ensure that she lost everything, to not only triumph over her, but to also humiliate and insult her. Yet now, despite having taken a significant part of her, He Jiao found himself reluctant to continue the charade, especially considering that the 20 share he had acquired was quite a generous concession on her part. Jiang Ruodong listened to He Jiao's words, remaining silent for an extended period. All right, He Jiao, I understand. With that, she turned to leave, leaving He Jiao in dismay. He wondered if she might resign and disappear, which would undoubtedly hinder the grand amalgamation of the group. As evening descended, He Jiao had yet to receive any news of Jiang Ruodong's resignation. Instead, he learned that she was acting as if nothing had transpired, which relieved him. Later that evening, He Jiao's phone rang. Bing, it's me. Darling, where are you? Why didn't you come and pick me up? I've returned to Beihai for some matters. Oh, I see. He Jiao detected a hint of disappointment and grievance in Yun Bing's tone and ventured to ask, why don't you come back to Beihai? Upon hearing this, Yun Bing's spirits lifted immediately. You rascal, I was just wondering why you suddenly returned to Beihai. Tell me, are you planning a surprise for me there, enticing me to come back? He Jiao was left speechless by her naive enthusiasm. Yet, with his beloved speaking so eagerly, he could only muster the courage to reply, "You'll find out when you return." All right, I'm heading back right now. Wait for me, darling. After hanging up, He Jiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He began to contemplate what he could possibly prepare on such short notice. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he picked up the phone to make arrangements with Wenhong. That evening, He Jiao went to the airport to fetch Yunbing. He took her directly to her yacht, the Yunbing Hao. A lavish dinner had already been prepared aboard the yacht. As they set sail, the two of them savored the exquisite cuisine, relishing the evening sea breeze while gazing at the enchanting nightscape of Beihai receding into the distance. As the two individuals had nearly finished their meal, the yacht approached a small island in the sea. Suddenly, a multitude of fireworks erupted from the island, illuminating the sky with breathtaking beauty. He Jian removed his coat and draped it over Yunbing's shoulders, embracing her from behind while they gazed at the splendid display. "My dear, do you like it?" he inquired. Yunbing remained silent, tightening her grip around his waist, urging him to hold her even closer. He Jian did not speak either, cherishing the moment as he inhaled the delicate, refreshing scent that clung to her, a fragrance he found utterly delightful. "My love, do you know, I truly adore fireworks. But ever since my mother passed away, no one has set them off for me," Yunbing confessed. This was the first time He Jian had witnessed this vulnerable side of her. To him, she was a strong, formidable woman, cold and relentless, yet in his presence, she revealed a softer persona, though never had she appeared so melancholic. He Jian had always perceived Yunbing as the cherished daughter of her parents, but now, he began to understand that perhaps, "Binger, do not dwell on the unpleasant memories of the past. From now on, I will be here for you, ensuring your happiness and joy," he reassured her. "Thank you, my love. There is something I must explain. Despite us having established our relationship for some time, I have never mentioned introducing you to my parents. My mother was a refined lady from a scholarly family, raised with traditional values, and her marriage to my father was a strategic alliance. However, when my maternal grandfather's family fell from grace, she too became undervalued. My father, though lacking ambition and talent, possessed striking looks and an insatiable romantic appetite, having had numerous affairs. Yet, he remained infatuated with his first love, the white moonlight, and even after marrying my mother, he never severed ties with that woman. When my mother eventually learned the truth, the emotional toll was unbearable, leading to her tragic demise. My father, before the mourning period for my mother had concluded, brought that woman and her son into our home, and that was the day I severed all ties with him. The last time I manipulated you was to coerce my grandfather into transferring my father's shares to me. I warned him that if those shares fell into my father's hands, it would likely benefit that woman's son in the future. Ultimately, my grandfather relented under my persuasion and threats, but as a result, my father, that woman, and her son harbor immense resentment towards me. Do you understand why I love you so deeply? Because upon discovering your past, I realized we are kindred spirits, both solitary in this vast world. Hence, I yearn to be the closest person to you, just as I wish for you to be the closest person to me." Listening to Yunbing's heartfelt words, He Jian replied earnestly for the first time, "Binger, rest assured, as long as you do not betray me, I will never let you down." Yunbing turned to caress He Jian's face and said, "My dear, due to my mother's teachings and my father's influence, I harbor a profound disdain for those who are unfaithful in love. In my lifetime, there will only be you as my one and only man thus." He Jiao chuckled softly and remarked, "All that was merely prelude. This is the crux of the matter." Yunbing also let out a light laugh and replied, "What I said is indeed true, and I have long since come to terms with it. However, I genuinely wish to convey that I will remain devoted to you for a lifetime. Can you promise the same?" He Jiao, with a beaming smile, playfully pinched Yunbing's cheek, then lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply while gazing at the fireworks overhead. "I can," He Jiao stated with utmost sincerity and gravity. Upon hearing this, Yunbing looked at He Jiao, her face radiant with a smile and her eyes filled with affection. In truth, for He Jiao, nothing held greater significance than this bond with Yunbing, They were lovers, and in the future, they would become family. Chapter 60. Zwang die Assertive. The ruthless Yun Bing embraced He Jiao and expressed, "Thank you, my love. Since the day we became together, I have never entertained the thought of disappointing you. In the future, I shall dedicate myself to being the perfect partner for you." He Jiao leaned against the yacht's railing, smoking a cigarette. "Do not speak such words to me. Do I need you? Am I your husband, or are you mine?" Yun Bing smirked and replied, "Humph, such male chauvinism." He Jiao discarded the cigarette and lifted Yun Bing into his arms. "Focus on being yourself. I shall not be your burden, but rather your support. As long as it is not a matter of principle, I can be accommodating." "You naughty one," understood. He Jiao carried Yun Bing back to the master cabin of the yacht and gently placed her on the bed. Once their tender moments reached a comfortable point, He Jiao remarked, "I forgot to prepare the small umbrella on board." Yun Bing blushed and retrieved a few from her bag, handing them to him. Upon seeing them, He Jiao's lips twitched. Binger, if you wish to poke holes, must you use such a thick needle? Do you take me for a blind man or a fool? Where's the needle? I used a pen." He Jiao regarded Yun Bing, questioning her sincerity. He promptly discarded the items into the trash bin. Startled, Yun Bing asked, "Darling, are you upset?" "Not all. That is unnecessary." "What do you mean? What do you think?" The couple spent a sleepless night, engaging in playful antics until dawn. Yun Bing found herself at a loss. It was the first time she had not experienced her monthly cycle, but had to resort to wearing a pad. After a night of heartfelt exchanges, their relationship deepened, and Yun Bing could distinctly sense He Jiao beginning to consider her in all matters. Upon returning to Jiang province, Yun Bing discovered that He Jiao was away on a business trip due to Ning Xian's brother, a medical research prodigy, having made groundbreaking progress in developing a cure for diabetes in Yun province. Although still in the experimental stage, the potential success left her in awe. She could scarcely imagine the extent of her man's fortune if it materialized. What left He Jiao both amused and exasperated was that Yun Bing was already contemplating the prospect of the Yun Corporation acting as a distributor. One day, having just finished a video call with He Jiao, Yun Bing picked up the phone. "Please bring me a cup of coffee." Shortly after, the door swung open, and without lifting her head, she instructed, "Just place it on the table." "Understood." Hearing a male voice, Yun Bing frowned and looked up to find Zhuang Di entering. "Who permitted you to enter? Has no one informed you that my office prohibits male visitors?" Zhuang Di felt a twinge of anxiety. He was indeed aware of that rule. Yet he perceived himself as different from others. Young, handsome, and well-built with an 8-pack. He could not help but wonder if Yun Bing was subtly suggesting her intentions to support him, since she had transferred him to the president's office without assigning him much work, essentially allowing him to be taken care of. During this period, Zhuang Di had been observing Yun Bing, who had treated him rather well. She had not assigned him any crucial tasks, yet his salary was no less than that of others. Moreover, she had even allowed assistant Lin to accompany him. Zhuang Di could not fathom why Yun Bing would not take him under her wing, especially considering that He Jiao was neither as youthful nor as handsome as himself, and his physique paled in comparison. Zhuang Di believed that Yun Bing, being the president and a woman of stature, might feel too shy to broach the subject herself. So he resolved to take the initiative. Gazing upon Yun Bing's exquisite visage and flawless figure, coupled with her esteemed position, he thought, would being supported by her truly be mere sponsorship? No, it would be an indulgence. Thus, when he learned that she desired coffee, he seized the opportunity to offer his services, disregarding the admonitions of others who warned that men were not permitted in the president's office, confidently asserting that he was an exception. At that moment, he observed a hint of irritation in Yun Bing's demeanor, which he misinterpreted as shyness. "Sister Yun Bing, I heard you want a coffee, so I brought some for you. Besides, other men cannot enter. Surely I am allowed?" Yun Bing narrowed her eyes and retorted, "What gives you the right? Just because you were his cousin?" Suddenly emboldened, Zhuang Di grasped Yun Bing's hand and placed it upon his abdomen. "Sister Yun Bing, I must be superior to my cousin in every aspect, right?" "I." A resounding slap echoed through the room as Yun Bing struck Zhuang Di's face. "How dare you?" she exclaimed in fury, pulling out a wet tissue to clean the spot where he had touched her. Sister Yun Bing, I. Another slap followed. Who permitted you to address me so? Guards. As her command fell, for bodyguards entered promptly and restrained Zhuang Di. Sister Yun Bing, why are you treating me this way? Do you not like me? I like you. He protested. What are you to me? You even fancy He Yinjiu. I am younger, more handsome, and have a better physique. Why do you? Yet another heavy slap landed on him, and at that moment, the office door stood ajar, drawing the curious gazes of many, while Yun Bing made no effort to stop them, intent on setting an example. In recent times, her relationship with her husband had brightened her spirits and tempered her temper. Had these people forgotten who Yun Bing truly was? Do you think you can compare yourself to my husband? Have you lost your wits in school? Do you imagine my standards for a partner are akin to those of the girls in your university? Such trivialities as appearance and physique matter little. They only come into play after considering emotional foundation, economic stability, and social standing. Zhuang Di, now thoroughly intimidated, began to comprehend that his so-called charm and physique held no value in her eyes. President Yun, I'm misunderstood. I am sorry, Silence. No one has touched my hand but my husband. You dare to. The bodyguards obediently forced Zhuang Di's hand down to the ground, securing it firmly. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Yun Bing lifted her foot, the slender stiletto heel of her black shoe piercing through Zhuang Di's palm in an instant. Zhuang Di let out a heart-wrenching scream, his other hand instinctively reaching to dislodge Yun Bing's foot. Do you wish to lose that hand as well? The chilling voice echoed once more, causing Zhuang Di to freeze in place, sweat pouring down his brow from the excruciating pain. Yun Bing continued to glare at him in fury, showing no intention of lifting her foot. Blood from the impaled palm began to pool on the ground. Enduring the agony, Zhuang Di pleaded for mercy. Ms. Yun, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me. Yun Bing turned to one of her bodyguards and commanded, take a photo and send it to my husband. This is my explanation to him. Chapter 61. Remembering Lu Ru, Yin the bodyguard took a photograph, prompting Yun Bing to finally lift her foot. Zhuang Di, your entry into the Yun Corporation is solely due to your cousin being my husband. I assigned you to the executive office, not to belittle my husband's dignity by relegating you to a menial position. The absence of a formal role for you stems from your lack of capability. However, out of respect for my husband, I shall not dismiss you. You may remain, akin to a pet. Yet, how dare you harbor intentions towards me or lay a finger on me? I shall make it clear, for my husband's sake. I am sparing you this time, but you must vacate Jinling. Otherwise, I shall take your life. Zhuang Di clutched her palm, trembling in fear or pain. She could not discern which. I understand, General Yun. I shall leave at once. Once Zhuang Di departed, Yun Bing maintained a composed demeanor, resuming her work as if crushing a person's hand was an inconsequential matter. The others promptly returned to their tasks, paralyzed by fear. Yun Bing requested the photograph from the bodyguard and sent it to He Yinjiu, succinctly outlining the events that had transpired. He Yinjiu's reply was, Darling, I purchased a traditional ethnic outfit from Yun Province. You must wear it for me when you return. Upon reading He Yinjiu's message, Yun Bing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. For He Yinjiu, Zhuang Di's actions were trivial, overshadowed by the flirtations exchanged with Yun Bing. A few days later, He Yinjiu returned, accompanied by Ning Xian's younger brother, Ning Chun. That evening, the group gathered to welcome Ning Chun. Yun Bing held a favorable impression of him, as his gaze towards He Yinjiu was filled with admiration, respect, and gratitude. The way he looked at her was also respectful, devoid of the lust displayed by other men. Upon learning of the relationship between Ning Xian's siblings and He Yinjiu, Yun Bing understood why Ning Xian was so loyal to him, while Ning Chun regarded He Yinjiu as both benefactor and idol. During the meal, He Yinjiu remarked, Darling, it would be prudent for Xiao Chun to remain here with you. It is better for the siblings to be together. Regarding the new medication Xiao Chun is developing, my corporation is undergoing a significant merger, making it unsuitable to embark on such a major project. Consider it a concession for you. Yun Bing shot him a glance, retorting, What do you mean a concession? You know that the money I earn is far more than what I spend on myself. He Yinjiu could only shake his head with a wry smile, acknowledging that Yun Bing truly indulged him. All right, Then please assist me, my dear. That is more like it. I say, Bing Jie Jiefu, you both should tone it down a bit. There's still 3 single folks here, Lin Ran interjected, exasperated. Ever since he Yin Jiao and Yun Bing became a couple, she had been inundated with their affectionate exchanges. Yin Jiao turned to Lin Ran, asking, so, how are things between you and Qian Ziliang? At the mention of his title, Lin Ran's eyes widened in surprise, while Yun Bing and Ning Xin couldn't contain their laughter. Jugo, what did you just call me? Little sister-in-law, he replied. Didn't you call me brother-in-law first? All right, my dear sister-in-law, what's so remarkable about that? Yun Bing hastily intervened, saying, come on, you know Xiaoran was just joking with you. She's south not as close to you as she is to me. She's just a little ungrateful. So, how are things between you and Ziliang? Lin Ran sighed and replied, brother, don't go meddling. I have someone I like. Yin Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. This girl has someone she likes? Who? You know him, it's... Yin Jiao shot her a glare and said, please don't tell me it's Chu Han. Lin Ran shyly nodded her head. I'm not eating anymore. This is nauseating. Let us head home. Yin Jiao's reaction astonished everyone, except for Lin Ran. Yun Bing quickly grabbed him and asked, what is wrong with you? Why are you acting like this? Yin Jiao was furious and exclaimed, wife, do you even know what kind of person Chu Han is? He's such a sissy, even more so than Lu Tao. I suspect he was born asexual. Lin Ran, I'm telling you, don't bring him around me to disgust me. What kind of man speaks like that? After saying this, Yin Jiao picked up his phone. Lin Ran was at a loss for words and said, brother Jiao, he may lack some masculinity, but he treats me well and takes good care of me. What you need is someone who can protect you. A caregiver is not a husband. Damn, speaking of Lu Tao, I just remembered I need to check on that situation. Yun Bing listened to Yin Jiao's words, utterly speechless. It seemed this guy was still fixated on his ex-wife, and the revenge was far from over. While Yin Jiao was on the phone, Yun Bing and Lin Ran discussed Chu Han. It turned out he was Lin Ran's neighbor, and they had grown up together. Although his personality was a bit effeminate, he was indeed gentle, attentive, and romantic, always doting on Lin Ran and caring for her, revolving around her whenever they were together. Yun Bing looked at Lin Ran and shook her head, saying, Xiaoran, I feel your brother Jiao is right. You're looking for a husband. You may not realize how difficult it is for us women to face everything alone while always being by your brother Jiao's side. But Sister Bing, he is the only one, apart from brother Jiao, who knows about my past abortion, and he has clearly stated that everyone makes mistakes at a young age. He doesn't team mind, and he has indeed treated me well over the years. Yin Bing sighed and said, all right, I understand this matter has always been a burden on your heart. After they finished talking, Yin Jiao returned and said, I'm going to Fuxing for a couple of days tomorrow. Wife, are you coming? Yin Bing was intrigued, realizing there had been progress on that front. This guy was about to confront someone. Sure, I'll accompany you and explore a bit. That evening, Yin Jiao asked Wen Hong to gather information on Chu Han over the years. Although he still appeared rather effeminate, it must be said that he truly cared for Lin Ran. He often came to Lin Hai to be with her, and whenever Lin Ran returned to Su province, he was always focused on her. While he may seem soft, his circle was quite clean. Yun Bing, clad in her pajamas, sat beside Yin Jiao, feeding him fruit as she remarked, you should not be so harsh. Perfection is but an illusion. We must not let others blame you for their own happiness. Yin Jiao nodded, remaining silent. The following day, the two arrived in F province and entered Lu Ming's office, where they encountered Lu Ruyin and Lu Tao. Upon seeing Yin Jiao, Lu Tao instantly became flustered, seeking cover, which only deepened Yin Jiao's disdain, while Lu Ruyin could only shake her head in exasperation. Yin Jiao arrogantly settled onto the sofa, while Yun Bing comfortably took her place beside him. Isn't this Director Lu? It seems our paths cross once more. It appears that without my newfound wealth, someone of your caliber is not faring quite as well. Chapter 62. Fireworks prepared by her husband Lu Ruoyan remained silent in the face of Yin Jiao's mockery, her gaze fixed on Yun Bing. Yun Bing, in turn, returned Lu Ruoyan's stare, neither willing to be the first to avert her eyes. Yin Jiao wrapped an arm around Yun Bing's shoulders and remarked, what are you doing? Why are you looking at her? She was never as beautiful as you, and now after being tormented by Lu Tao, she is even less so. Yun Bing let out a dismissive laugh, diverting her gaze away from Lu Ruoyan. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan turned to He Yinjiao and pleaded, "Yinjiao, can you please let us go? You must have noticed that Lu Tao is no longer mentally stable. What more do you want?" He Yinjiao lit a cigarette and replied, "But he is still alive." Seeing the mocking glint in He Yinjiao's eyes, Lu Ruoyan could no longer contain her frustration. "He Yinjiao, do you truly wish to drive us to our deaths? You and Lu Ming have already left Lu Tao homeless, and now my Lu family is bankrupt. Is that not enough to atone for my previous transgressions? You pursued us relentlessly in Beihai, and when we fled to Fuxing, you still wouldn't relent. What do you want from us? Must I die for you to be satisfied?" He Yinjiao reveled in Lu Ruoyan's helpless fury. "Lu Ming, are we still discussing business? What are these two doing, making such a fuss?" Lu Ming found the situation somewhat amusing and called for someone to throw Lu Ruoyan and Lu Tao out. After they departed, Lu Ming approached He Yinjiao with a smile, pouring him some tea. "Mr. He, I have followed your instructions and expelled Lu Tao from his home. Upon learning that my father's shares were mortgaged to you, he couldn't bear the shock and has started to lose his mind. As for Lu Ruoyan, she has shown some loyalty, remaining by Lu Tao's side to care for him." He Yinjiao chuckled and said, "Well done, a pleasant collaboration. Now, let us discuss the villa complex. How much longer until completion? The main construction should be finished in a month, but the remaining landscaping and installation of certain facilities will take time. However, it can be completed within 6 months," Lu Ming replied. He Yinjiao nodded, saying nothing further, and they discussed various topics before he took Yun Bing and left. Upon returning to the hotel, He Yinjiao gazed thoughtfully out the window. Yun Bing approached and embraced him, asking, "Darling, what are you thinking about so intently?" "I was contemplating something quite intriguing," he replied. "Oh, what is it?" "Dear wife, in a few days, I will take you to witness the grandest fireworks display." Yun Bing chuckled. "Stop it. You keep insisting on taking me to see fireworks just because I mentioned I like them. My love, this fireworks display will be exceptionally special." Yun Bing did not dwell on it further. For the next few days, she accompanied He Yinjiao, and they enjoyed their time in Fuxing. On a whim, they even went to an island to take wedding photos, which delighted Yun Bing immensely. On the 5th day, He Yinjiao took Yun Bing to a tall building. Standing by the window, they could clearly see the Lu family's villa. He Yinjiao held a telescope, cradling Yun Bing in his arms, positioning the telescope between them for each to peer through one side, gazing down at the Lu family's residence. Yun Bing gazed in confusion and inquired, "A wedding? Why is the Lu family suddenly hosting a wedding? Whose wedding is it?" "It is Lu Ming and Lu Ruoyan's," came the reply. "What? How can this be possible?" "Nothing is impossible. I told Lu Ruoyan that I no longer harbor hatred towards her. My animosity lies solely with Lu Tao. I merely wish to provoke him. As long as Lu Ruoyan and Lu Ming hold a wedding, I shall let them be. As for Lu Ming, wealth can indeed bend wills. I suggested that he marry Lu Ruoyan. I will persuade her. If he marries her, not only will he gain Lu Ruoyan, but he can also forego the 9 billion I lent him. My only motive is to exact revenge on Lu Tao." "You cannot be serious. They actually agreed?" Yun Bing questioned. "Lu Ruoyan feels guilty towards Lu Tao and wishes to save him. Lu Ming, on the other hand, has long harbored feelings for Lu Ruoyan, and the allure of wealth, coupled with the thrill of usurping Lu Tao's love, is irresistible to him." Yun Bing frowned and remarked, "But darling, this is utterly unworthy. Is Lu Tao truly worth 9 billion? He Yinjiao laughed heartily. "Of course, he is not worth that. Yet they are oblivious. A man in his lifetime inevitably experiences a moment of glory. Lu Tao has lost everything. What he cherishes most is Lu Ruoyan. He has been reclaimed by the Lu family. However, he cannot possess the fortune nor the love of Lu Ruoyan, which has been taken by his elder brother. And what of Lu Ruoyan? Having caused him such harm, she now cheerfully weds the brother he despises most, with the in-laws who have always looked down upon him, along with his biological parents who aided his brother in all of this. Binger, tell me, when a man is utterly shattered, stripped of all he holds dear, and wishes to no longer live, could he not attain his moment of glory?" Yun Bing gazed at He Yinjiao, suddenly realizing how terrifying and ruthless her seemingly unkempt husband could be. "But darling, what if Lu Tao does not collapse? He has already crumbled. I contacted his close friend, provided him with funds to provoke Lu Tao, encouraging him to seek revenge, even facilitating a means for Lu Tao to acquire explosives. This, my dear, is the special fireworks I have prepared for you, he chuckled ominously. Listening to He Ingio's chilling yet joyous laughter, Yun Bing replied, Darling, you are truly frightening. Yet I adore you. Only a man like you can protect me. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, Darling, your aim is not merely revenge. You seek to seize the Lu Corporation, am I correct? Once the Lu family is gone, no one will know of the share mortgage loan, and you can easily sign a transfer to seize control of the Lu Corporation, correct? My clever little wife, indeed. Revenge on Lu Ruyin and Lu Tao. Huh, why would I need to do that myself? From the day I collaborated with Lu Ming, I had already set my sights on the Lu Corporation. Yun Bing looked at He Ingio, now comprehending that the so-called integrity and unyielding promises he portrayed were but mere facades crafted to instill trust in others. How perilous her dealings with him had been. Yet, she felt fortunate that he was now her husband. At this moment, He Ingio picked up the phone and inquired, Xiao Fei, have you obtained the mortgage contract from Lu Ming? Listening intently, Yun Bing asked, Is the wedding, in fact, a means to distract these individuals, allowing Yu Fei to steal the contract? Indeed, he replied, I have long since bribed Lu Ming's secretary, and I assured him that he would be the new president of the Lu Corporation. Darling, you are truly remarkable, Yun Bing said, at a loss for words. She now comprehended that during the days this man spent with her in Jiang province, he must have been orchestrating his plans all along. He Ingio remained silent, leaning down to gently kiss Yun Bing's delicate lips. My dear, behold the fireworks I have prepared for you. They are about to commence. Brothers, one of them interjected, Let's change the subject. After arguing with someone all day, we still reached no conclusion. Do you look down upon those who work in nightclubs? The kind who serve drinks, sing, and take advantage of others. Chapter 63. A Man's Resolve. A stable home with a resounding boom. A small black mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Wow, ha ha ha, splendid. This is the kind of spectacle a man should behold. In that moment, Yun Bing found herself at a loss for emotions, watching her partner revel in his audacious laughter. His satisfaction with his own creation and his nonchalance towards life sent a shiver through her. He Ingio, grinning, lifted Yun Bing into his arms and spun her around. Darling, what do you think? Are you pleased with the fireworks? Honey, I'm a bit frightened. Will you always treat me this way? Noticing the pale hue on Yun Bing's face, He Ingio pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. Fear is warranted, Yun Bing. You know well how I treated Lu Ruyin. Let me assure you, should you ever dare to betray me, I will ensure your suffering surpasses hers tenfold. As he finished speaking, he nestled his head against Yun Bing's shoulder and softly confessed, For I love you 10 times more than I ever loved Lu Ruyin. Yun Bing felt a twinge of emotion, but quickly regained her composure, defiantly retorting, I don't need your concern. You should worry about yourself. And I tell you, if you dare betray me, I will. He Ingio narrowed his eyes. You will what? I will. I will ignore you, humph. He Ingio let out a derisive laugh. Coward. With that, he picked up the phone. Xiao Fei, ensure that Lu Tao must die. Only then will this matter come to a close. After hanging up, He Ingio dialed another number. Xiao Bai, clean up the aftermath in Fu province. I am returning to Jiang province. Afterward, bring Xiao Kai to see me. Having concluded his calls, he took Yun Bing's hand and departed. As Yun Bing gazed at He Ingio, she pondered if this was truly the man she had yearned for. The Lu family of 4, the Lu family of 3, along with a dozen relatives, had vanished just like that. And yet this man remained as calm as a placid lake, laughing joyfully. Her own minor schemes paled in comparison to his, rendering them insignificant. Indeed, Lu Ruyin had suffered terribly. She vowed never to emulate her fate and to remain steadfastly devoted to him. He Ingio sensed Yun Bing's current mindset. This was the outcome he desired. He genuinely wished to spend his life with her. Having erred in his dealings with Lu Ruyin, he had lost his intimidating presence. He wanted Yun Bing to remember just how formidable he could be for all her days. Alas, He Ingio now understood. A man must be resolute for a home to be stable. Upon their return to Jiang province, just after alighting from the plane, Yun Bing received a phone call. She frowned at the caller ID, reluctant to answer. He and Joe cast a sidelong glance and saw the words bastard displayed on the screen. His expression darkened instantly. Did this woman have another man? Answer it, why not? Who is it? He probed, scrutinizing Yun Bing's demeanor. I don't want to. Answer it. Why should I? I said I don't want to. I insist that you answer. Seeing He Jio's growing annoyance, Yun Bing reluctantly picked up the phone. Hello? Yes, understood. With a simple pair of sentences, Yun Bing abruptly ended the call. She gazed at He Jio, utterly perplexed as to why he was agitated. You answered. Were you satisfied? She queried. Who is it? My dad. He Jio was momentarily taken aback. Your father? Yun Bing. Do you really label him as jerk in your contacts? Yun Bing shot him a sidelong glance and replied. Isn't he? She continued. What about my mother? Suddenly, an idea struck Yun Bing. Darling, you aren't feeling jealous. Are you? He Jio turned away, realizing he had indeed overthought the situation, as Yun Bing often referred to him as a jerk, though he would never admit it. Please, I had a hunch it was your dad. I wanted you to answer just to hear if he intends to bully you. Huh, and if he does, what then? Yun Bing burst into laughter, finding this man both fierce and endearing. If he dares to bully you, I'll avenge you. My wife cannot be bullied by my father-in-law. Yun Bing rolled her eyes. Look at what you're saying. But darling, my dad wants me to bring you home for dinner. He Jiu lit a cigarette and stretched his neck, saying, Fame brings trouble. Let us go entertain that old man. Yun Bing giggled, wrapping her arms around He Jio's. All right, darling, don't hold back on my account. Show that woman what the power of a nouveau riche is all about. All right, now I feel reassured. What are you planning to do? Yun Bing asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. In a moment, I shall charge into your home with the speed of a cheetah, and before they can react, I will unleash the strength of a bear upon your stepmother. You jerk, you're insufferable, always teasing me. As they walked, He Jio suddenly remarked, Jess aside, you might want to adjust your, assets a bit. I'm struggling to cope. They soon arrived at the villa of Yun Bing's father, Yun Shan. Upon learning that Yun Bing's father was named Yun Shan, He Jio couldn't help but chuckle. Yun Bing, puzzled, inquired, what is so funny? Oh, nothing. I just fear he might call me arrogant later. Yun Bing regarded He Jio with confusion, uncertain of his demeanor, but chose not to press further. As they entered the villa, they found a family of 3 seated on the sofa, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Oh, little Bing has brought her boyfriend home. Cool. He Jio smirked. Wife, why do you return home like a guest? Have you been usurped? The moment his words left his mouth, the atmosphere became tense. The family exchanged awkward glances at He Jio, while only Yun Bing found amusement in the situation, feeling a sense of vindication. Her father had always wielded his title to overshadow her. Now, she was eager to see how her audacious, morally unrestrained husband would fare against them. After changing shoes, He Jio strode confidently inside, his first words being, Uncle, this is my stepmother's first visit, and I didn't bring a gift. So do as you please. Yun Bing nearly succumbed to laughter behind him. Was this fellow merely paying a visit? It seemed more akin to a confrontation. Indeed, Yun Shan's expression darkened considerably. Ah, so you are my daughter's boyfriend, the nouveau riche who has amassed wealth through lending. He Jio, is it? You certainly possess a certain audacity. Huh, uncle, do you also follow dope at Sangqiong? He Jio countered, causing Yun Shan to momentarily falter, perplexed by the young man's words. What was this about the firmament? What nonsense was he spouting? Oh, never mind. Do speak. What does Binger wish to bring me here for? I am pressed for time. Both Yun Shan and his current wife, Lu Yanran, wore grim expressions. Xiao Bing, is this the man you've chosen? He exhibits not a shred of decorum, Lu Yanran remarked directly to Yun Bing. Unfazed, Yun Bing retorted. What kind of husband I choose is hardly a matter for you to comment on, Aunt Lu. Chapter 64. Such is the way of the nouveau riche. Yun Shan observed Yun Bing confronting his first love, the ethereal by Yue Guang, and felt a surge of anger. Xiao Bing, how can you speak to your stepmother so disrespectfully? Have you no sense of propriety? As Yun Bing prepared to retort, He Jio raised a hand to intervene. He Jio rummaged through his clothing pocket, producing a handful of bank cards, inspecting them closely. This one appears to hold 500 million, that one 200 million, and this one, 10 billion? Found it. This one, he declared, tossing a card onto the table. This card contains over 50 million. Consider it a welcoming gift. Am I not courteous now? His audacious display left the others momentarily speechless. What a peculiar sight. Who carries around a collection of bank cards like that? Lu Yinran hastily seized the card, exclaiming, "Courteous indeed. I told you Xiao Bing's standards were too high to settle for an ordinary man." This Xiao Jiao must have been jesting with us earlier. Observing Lu Yinran's expression, He Jiao turned to Yun Bing and remarked, "Darling, does she also bear the surname Lu? Why do those with the surname Lu tend to be so base?" To all the Lu siblings present, this is purely for effect. Please do not take it personally. Yun Shan slammed his hand on the coffee table, asserting, "He Jiao, do not mistake your wealth for a license to disrespect us. While you are with my daughter, we are your elders." "Excuse me?" He Jiao picked up a cup of water and smashed it onto the floor. "Let me tell you, volume does not equate to strength. I am wealthy and formidable. What of it? This is how we nouveau riche conduct ourselves." "What do you mean by that?" Yin Shan retorted. "Listen, I will not tolerate your arrogance. You ought to treat Binger well, and I, He Jiao, will dutifully respect you. But are you even aware of your own shortcomings? Who do you think you are? My wife toils incessantly within the corporation, facing relentless oppression. What assistance have you provided her? Instead, she has to remit money to you every month, simply because she is soft-hearted and recognizes you as her father. If it were up to me, I would have dealt with you harshly. You, Yin Bing, is this the man you have chosen? I must inform you that I disapprove." Yin Shan, incensed and at a loss for how to contend with He Jiao, resorted to moral coercion against Yun Bing. Rising from her seat, Yun Bing faced her father, declaring, "Father, I have but two matters to address today. First, I am here to announce my intention to marry He Jiao. Take note, this is a notification. Second, I intend to take my mother's ashes with me." "Yin Bing, have you grown wings? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Yun Bing ignored him. Yet He Jiao felt the firmness of her grip on his hand. At that moment, Lu Yinran rushed in to mediate. "Old Yun, why are you behaving this way? It is the first visit of your son-in-law. Let's not escalate matters. Let us speak amicably. By the way, Xiao Jiao, what is the password for this bank card?" He Jiao chuckled. "Oh, the password? I want to tell you." He stared at Lu Yinran with exaggerated defiance. Her irritation left her momentarily off balance. "Yun Bing, He Jiao, what are you two implying? If you do not wish to stay." Smack! He Jiao struck Lu Yinran's son, Su Kairan, across the face. "Damn it! Do you even have say in this matter? You parasite and your old man. How impressive you are, playing the role of surrogate with such merriment. Nurturing another son with utmost dedication. I admire that." He Jiao then commanded, "Bring this rebellious daughter and this nouveau riche to me. Today, I shall enforce the family law." 3 bodyguards swiftly entered the villa, but halted upon seeing Yun Bing. He Jiao scoffed. "What? Are you really intent on keeping me here?" Yin Shan, infuriated, gasped. "How could I? Those I, Yin Shan, wish to retain shall never escape." He Jiao smirked. "You old fool, still claiming you've never seen Do Pitsong Qiong?" Yun Bing, with a stern expression, interjected, "Father, your entire family relies on me. Given that you are my father, who gave me life, I have never neglected your financial needs. But do not forget, everything you possess is due to me, including these bodyguards." "Husband, let us go," Yin Bing stated, pulling He Jiao toward the exit. Truthfully, she did not wish for things to escalate to this point. She still desired to maintain a semblance of harmony. Yet, in standing by her husband, she felt compelled to support him against her family. He Jiao chuckled. "Old man, I shall take my leave. Remember, our game has only just begun. I hear you have diabetes, right? I await your plea. You, Yun Bing, if you dare step out of this door today, I shall disown you as my daughter." Yun Bing halted, coldly responding, "Are you certain? In that case, I would save quite a bit." With that, she exited. Once in the car, Yun Bing's mood was evidently sour. He Jiao, smiling, asked, "Wife, how was that? Was your husband impressive?" Yun Bing looked at He Jiao and burst into laughter. "You, avenging your ex-wife, intimidating your wife, bullying your father-in-law. Tell me, what have you done?" "I'm not as wishy-washy as you. Women are far too emotional. Even after all that, you still endure your father's moral coercion? I've told you before. In this society, It's better to instill fear than to seek recognition. Only fear is truly tangible. Yunbing rolled her eyes, wrapping her arms around He Yinjiao. All right, you're right, husband. You are the strongest. Go on, just a little squeeze. No way. Oh dear, stop joking around. Hurry. What's wrong? Call to report the lost bank card. I was just putting on a show, and that card has no password. He Yinjiao, flustered, hurriedly called to cancel the card. Finally exhaling in relief, he then embraced Yunbing. Husband. Yes. What is do pat song xiong? Don't ask about things you shouldn't tea. Just know that your father has a name that deserves a beating. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Jiang Ruodong was meeting with a rather handsome young star. Miss Jiang, may I inquire as to the reason for your summons? Han Song, I have heard that you grew up alongside Yunbing. Indeed, our families were neighbors in the past. But eventually, the Yun family prospered and relocated. Yunbing is undeniably beautiful. Do you not harbor feelings for her? Hee, what does it matter if I do? Sister Bingbing does not regard me highly, claiming I lack masculinity, which is indeed true, as she often assisted me during our childhood. As a budding star, how much do you earn? Yunbing is currently the chairwoman of the Yun Group. If you were to pursue her, it would be a remarkable opportunity for you. What do you mean? Collaboration. I am fond of her boyfriend. We can disrupt their relationship, each benefiting from the arrangement. What do you think? Given Sister Bingbing's discerning taste, her boyfriend must be quite extraordinary, no? Merely wealthy, a nouveau riche, nothing more. Sister Bingbing is with him out of necessity, having been coerced into the relationship. But now that she has weathered the storm, your chances are quite favorable. Very well, let us assist one another. I indeed hold deep affection for Sister Bingbing, as no one can compare to her. Chapter 65. What can I do about you? Gratitude is extended to the brother Quizzes, who relishes braised pork skin. In return, there will be 4 updates today. In the presidential office of the Yun Group, Yunbing was diligently engaged in her work, while seated on the sofa before her was He Yinjiao, clad in a suit, casually crossing his legs and immersed in a game, a cigarette dangling from his lips. It was strictly forbidden for men to enter Yunbing's office, let alone lounge there playing games. Smoking in her office was utterly unthinkable. Yet, not only was He Yinjiao smoking, but Yunbing had even personally provided him with an ashtray. Had it been anyone else, Yunbing would have erupted in anger, but for He Yinjiao, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and Yunbing called out for the visitor to enter. To her surprise, it was her close friend, Li Man. The moment Li Man stepped inside, her eyes fell upon He Yinjiao, engrossed in his game, which brought back memories of their previous encounter at the bar, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Ah, Mr. He, long time no see, she greeted hesitantly. He Yinjiao replied with a glance, dismissing her with indifference. Yunbing shot him a reproachful look. It was evident that He Yinjiao regarded Li Man with disdain, and he needn't be so overt about it. Man, what brings you here? Yunbing greeted her warmly. The previous incident was not Li Man's fault, and she cherished her friendship with her 2 close friends, as none had ever betrayed the others in their years of sisterhood. Xiao Bing, help me, Li Man implored. Yunbing furrowed her brow and asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiao Bing, my company is facing some issues. My brother. Well, you know how our father's health has been declining these past 2 years. My brother, and I couldn't dare to tell him. So I had no choice but to seek your help. What exactly happened? Please, tell me, Yunbing urged. Sighing, Li Man continued. My brother is in charge of our company, and he invested 10 billion, a matter our father is unaware of. However, my father has struck a business deal that requires funds, and now we have this 10 billion gap. Yunbing pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are you suggesting I help you cover this 10 billion for the time being? Li Man nodded. Yes, if you could lend me 10 billion for about 40 days. Once my brother's investment returns, I will repay you. Yunbing frowned and replied, Man, I don't have that much at my disposal right now. I've recently invested in new energy vehicles and am building a pharmaceutical factory. If it weren't for GXIN Technology being my husband's, I would be in dire straits. I still owe GXIN money. By the way, what about your husband? Have you asked Shui? I can manage to scrape together around 3 billion. Let us see if we can make that work. Why? Yunbing, if you have 3 billion, why not settle your debt with GXIN? Are you taking advantage of my good nature? He Yinjiao interjected, still engrossed in his game, not bothering to lift his head. Yun Bing shot him a glare, aware that he knew about her 3 billion in liquid assets, yet he had previously advised her to retain it for emergencies, not to rush in settling with Xian technology. Now, it seemed he was deliberately making things difficult for Li Man. Li Man felt the awkwardness of Yin Jiao's comment weigh heavily upon her. Forget him. What is the situation with your husband and Shui? Li Man sighed and remarked, you know well that he and I do not like each other. We each lead our own lives, indifferent to one another, and neither of us seeks anything from the other. As for Shui, she has been dismissed and is now at home reflecting on her actions, all due to her romance with her assistant, which she refused to compromise with her family. Yun Bing contemplated the plight of her 2 close friends. Both were rather unfortunate. Li Man had become a victim of familial alliances, while Shui was compelled by her family to part ways with the one she loved. As Yun Bing glanced at He Yinjiao, who was engrossed in his game, she felt a wave of gratitude and happiness wash over her. Xiao Bing, help me think of a solution. The company is still under my father's name, so securing a bank loan is currently impossible. Li Man said, tugging at Yun Bing's hand and casting a meaningful glance towards He Yinjiao. Yun Bing rolled her eyes at Li Man in exasperation and called out, darling. No. He Yinjiao replied curtly. Why not? You have 10 billion in your account. I won't lend it. He reiterated, showing no regard for sentiment. Yun Bing felt a pang of anger. This rascal was undermining her efforts in front of others, effectively slapping her in the face. She approached and sat beside He Yinjiao, unabashedly reaching into his pocket. Hey, wife, what are you doing? Are you stealing? What if I am? You call me wife, and even if you report me, no one would care. Stop it. I'm fighting a boss here. Don't scratch me. After a playful scuffle, Yun Bing successfully retrieved a handful of his bank cards. She mischievously winked at Li Man, who was filled with envy. The earlier scene clearly indicated the couple's strong bond, with her causing a ruckus while he laughed. Darling, which card holds the 10 billion? Let's get serious. Stop playing around. Yun Bing snatched He Yinjiao's phone and closed the game. He Yinjiao, feeling helpless, realized he could not refuse Yun Bing's request. Li Man, since my wife has asked, I cannot refuse. However, I am one to avoid disputes. 10 billion is not a problem, but what collateral do you have? How will the interest be calculated? Yun Bing wrapped her arms around He Yinjiao's, saying, darling, Man and her brother have no authority to mortgage the company's assets. Can't I vouch for them? He Yinjiao spluttered, nearly choking on his drink. Yun Bing quickly handed him a tissue. Your guarantee is the least reliable. If they fail to repay me, how can I hold you accountable? Despite the rejection in his words, Yun Bing felt a sweet warmth in her heart. His statement implied that he indulged her. Yun Bing continued to plead, darling, do you not trust your own wife? The least trustworthy of all is you, he chuckled. All right, fine. Man is my good friend. Please help her. I beg you, dear husband, tonight. Yun Bing leaned close to He Yinjiao's ear. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered sweetly. He Yinjiao looked at Yun Bing and asked, really? Yun Bing nodded. Very well. As He Yinjiao finished speaking, he casually tossed a card to Li Man. It contained 1 billion with a password of 6 nines. Li Man was momentarily taken aback, holding the card and saying, Thank you, Mr. He. I truly apologize for what happened last time. Are you free this evening? I would like to treat you and Xiao Bing to dinner. He Yinjiao rose and replied, You can discuss that with my wife. I will take a stroll outside. Dear, I'm going to buy you a cake. Darling. I want a peach-flavored one, she responded. He Yinjiao waved his hand and departed, aware that once the 2 young women concluded their business, they would inevitably delve into private matters, a conversation in which he felt neither comfortable nor interested. After He Yinjiao left, Li Man's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, Xiao Bing, what did you discuss with him? 1 billion. He simply lent it to me like that. Goodness, you truly have a way with words. Indeed, Xiao Bing replied. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I have made quite a significant sacrifice for you. What kind of sacrifice? Li Man pressed. Xiao Bing shyly admitted. What else could there be between a couple? I merely promised him that I would attend to every part of him this evening. Chapter 66. Why did he soften his heart? Li Man was astounded by Yun Bing's words. Could this truly be her icy friend? Xiao Bing. I never noticed that the Ice Queen CEO could be so playful with her husband. Come on, it's all for your sake. I assent it? Yun Bing replied dismissively. Since you can bring it up, I suspect Mr. He has experienced it countless times. Yun Bing, disinterested in further debate, acknowledged that in this realm, she was no match for her friend. However, Xiao Bing, I genuinely envy you. I know how much you adore Mr. He, and it's evident that he dotes on you as well. Yun Bing nodded with a smile, recognizing that He Ingio regarded her entirely as his wife. In the past, he would never have lent out that 10 billion without collateral. Man, have you ever considered trying to accept your husband? Perhaps make him fall in love with you? Otherwise, this situation is quite torturous for both of you. Li Man seemed disinterested in discussing the matter. Xiao Bing, does Mr. He really keep 10 billion just lying in his pocket? Doesn't he even carry a wallet? Yin Bing chuckled at Li Man's remark. It's not merely 10 billion. When you combine all his cards, it's nearly 100 billion. He mentioned it's safer to carry them this way. If he loses a few cards, it's not a catastrophe, but if he loses his wallet, he loses everything. Did he really say that? What a character. When He Ingio returned with the cake, Li Man had already departed. He placed the cake on the coffee table, and Yun Bing began to indulge, feeding him bites while taking some for herself. Suddenly inspired, she smeared a dollop of cream onto He Ingio's face, causing him to frown at her. Yun Bing felt a twinge of anxiety. She had merely intended to jest, and she hoped he wouldn't be angered. He Ingio stared at the cream that had fallen onto his clothes. Stop fooling around and hand me a wet wipe. Yun Bing responded with an "oh" and rose to fetch a tissue. Just as she turned, He Ingio retaliated by pressing a piece of cake on her face from behind. That's what you get for being naughty. Realizing she had been outsmarted, Yun Bing launched a counterattack, and their laughter echoed through the hallway, prompting bemused shakes of the heads from the office staff. Lin Ran, who had been close to both He Ingio and Yun Bing, felt joy at their shared happiness. It had been a long time since he had seen his brother so delighted. Before long, the couple left hand in hand, remnants of cream still adorning He Ingio's clothes and Yun Bing's hair. However, this left the assistant responsible for tidying up Yun Bing's office in quite a predicament, as the room was left in utter disarray, with cake crumbs and cream scattered everywhere. Upon returning home, they shared a bath, engaging in playful antics before settling on the couch to watch television together. Darling, thank you for today, Yun Bing said. It's nothing. How could I refuse your request, even if I'm not fond of her? In truth, Li Man, I understand. There's no need to elaborate. She may be a good confidant, yet she might not necessarily be seen as a suitable friend for our wives from a man's perspective. Do you understand? Oh, very well. Yun Bing noticed that He Ingio was silent, absorbed in his laptop, and curiously leaned over. Darling, are you considering investing in an entertainment company? I recall you have one in mind, and it seems quite substantial. I am searching for a promising entertainment company for you to invest in. Why? I have an aversion to the entertainment industry. It appears quite chaotic. He Ingio chuckled and replied, You see, this is precisely why Yun Group lacks even a single entertainment company under its wing. My dear, an entertainment company is necessary. It transcends mere profit. Primarily, it serves to shape the public opinion surrounding the group. Nowadays, the populace is prone to sensationalism and blind idolization. When the group faces public scrutiny or rumors, the influence of celebrities becomes evident. Sometimes, a mere insinuation from a star can outweigh our extensive explanations. The public tends to approach our clarifications with skepticism, yet they exhibit unwavering trust in their beloved idols. Listening to He Ingio's words, Yun Bing nodded and playfully fed him a piece of watermelon. Naughty husband, you've bitten my finger. However, dear, wouldn't it be better for us to establish our own entertainment company? He Ingio shook his head. Currently, most celebrities are already affiliated with management, and many have even founded their own companies. The challenge lies in nurturing new talent, which demands substantial financial and temporal investment, with no guarantee of success. Thus, it is prudent to invest in an entertainment company that has an established foundation but is currently struggling with operations and funding. Yun Bing nestled closer into He Ingio's embrace, gazing at the screen. But many of these entertainment companies feature past their prime stars, which is akin to cultivating new talent. Not quite. The concept of an outdated star is a misconception. It fundamentally hinges on visibility, and they invariably have a dedicated fan base. Our goal is to enhance their exposure endlessly, thereby allowing established stars to mentor newcomers. Visibility can be achieved through various avenues such as variety shows, films, television, concerts, and new music releases. These are straightforward for us, requiring only capital infusion. Yunbing nodded, recognizing the validity of He Inchio's reasoning. The entertainment industry not only directs public sentiment, but also appears profitable in the current market. But darling, I am not capital. I lack funds and still owe you money. He Inchio gazed at the petite woman nestled in his arms, her head tilted upward with a look of feigned innocence. What did I tell you? You only know how to burden your husband, and now you want to guarantee Furly Man. If I trust you, I might as well risk everything. It's fine, darling. I've purchased plenty of underwear for you. They're all in the drawer in our room. He Inchio shot her a bemused glance, fully aware of the implications of her words. Enough with the playful antics. You know I am your provider, so why the distress? You are my beloved wife, and I shall protect and cherish you without the need for your cryptic remarks. You truly are wonderful, my dear. He Inchio cast a glance at her and remarked, let us focus on the Kaiwang Entertainment. It boasts numerous seasoned performers and talented vocalists. However, due to insufficient funding, they are unable to allocate ample resources. Please have someone reach out to discuss potential collaborations. Very well. Once I finalize the negotiations, you shall treat me, dear husband. He Inchio gazed at his enchanting partner, playfully pinching her delicate cheek. Indeed, if you find yourself in need of finances, do not hesitate to inform me. There is no reason for you to fret over matters I can easily resolve. Understood? I understand, but at times it feels a bit awkward. Once we are married, I shall indulge in spending your money daily. Observing Yunbing's hopeful expression, He Inchio felt a sudden tenderness and said, let us find a moment to obtain our marriage certificate. As for the wedding, grant me some time, for I wish to present you with nothing but the best. Chapter 67. Let us marry. I love you. Yunbing's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing He Inchio's words. He Inchio let out a chuckle. Why the surprised expression? Is it that strange? Everything you have done and sacrificed for me has not gone unnoticed. Although I am not a paragon of virtue, I possess a conscience. Yunbing remained silent, but the redness in her eyes and the tears welling up spoke volumes about the tumult of emotions she felt at that moment. He Inchio stepped closer and gently embraced Yunbing, saying, Yunbing, let us marry. I love you. Yunbing was rendered speechless, merely nodding vigorously in response. That evening, she threw herself into preparations with fervor, utilizing every skill she possessed and learning anew where necessary. The following morning, when He Inchio awoke, Yunbing had already departed but had prepared breakfast for him. They had yet to hire a housekeeper, planning to do so when they moved into the Huangjingno Nove Villa. Thus, every morning, it was Yunbing who prepared the meals, and she never faltered, ensuring that each breakfast was both sumptuous and to He Inchio's liking. As He Inchio enjoyed his meal, a message arrived on his phone. Darling, are you awake? After breakfast, come to the company. There are 2 documents that require your signature. I'll be waiting. He Inchio was puzzled. What documents could possibly require his signature at Yun's corporation? It seemed absurd. Nevertheless, after finishing his meal, he headed to Yunbing's office. Upon his arrival, Yunbing sprang up, akin to a little bird, and exclaimed, Darling, did you miss me? I've only been awake for less than 2 hours. Come on, you straight man. Does saying I miss you really cost that much? I would never deceive the woman I cherish most. How annoying you are. Yunbing giggled as she pulled He Inchio in her office chair and produced 2 documents. Darling, take a look. If you have no objections, please sign. I've already signed them. He Inchio, perplexed, opened the documents and quickly realized that one was a property notarization while the other was a marriage agreement. The property notarization seemed standard, yet the marriage agreement left him both amused and bewildered. The content stipulated that should Yunbing be unfaithful during their marriage, including any ambiguous relationships with other men, or betray him by actions detrimental to his interests or reputation, she would automatically forfeit all her assets, including the entirety of Yun's corporation, and leave with nothing, while He Inchio would inherit everything. This agreement made no mention of any consequences for He Inchio should he err. It was wholly imbalanced. Wife, I haven't objected. But is such a document truly necessary? As you said, we aren't even married yet. Why preoccupy ourselves with such thoughts? Yun Bing approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around him. This is my choice. I love you, and I pursued you. I am the one in a vulnerable position, so it is my duty to do this. However, there is no need for such things. Previously, I was fearful, but now I love and trust you. From this day forward, we are one as husband and wife, inseparable. You are my pride, and I am yours. Yun Bing shook her head in response. Husband, please sign this, she implored. This is my declaration of devotion to you. I understand your cautious nature, and I wish to earn your unconditional love through this gesture. He sighed, reflecting deeply in that moment. Yun Bing had done so much for him. Truthfully, too much, even to the point of seeming subservient. For such a stunning woman, wealthy and of noble status, to humble herself to this extent melted even the frostiest of hearts. Wife, this agreement is unequal. What if I err? Yun Bing playfully nipped at He Yinjiao's ear, replying, Then I shall accept my fate, blind to my own folly. All right, dear husband, I know you care for me. Your assurance that these things are unnecessary is more than sufficient. Now, please sign. He Yinjiao stood up, seized both copies of the document, and tore them in half. Should you betray me, I shall accept that as well. We shall meet our end together, buried in the same grave. At that point, what do possessions or wealth even signify? Let us go and register our marriage. Yun Bing gazed at He Yinjiao, chuckling, to meet our end together? Are you threatening or merely teasing me? Enough chatter. Shall we go or not? If not, then let us be done with this indecision. With that, He Yinjiao strode ahead. Wait for me, she called, exasperated. Soon, they emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yun Bing clutching 2 marriage certificates. She handed one to He Yinjiao. Husband, one for each of us. He smiled, replying, You keep it, silly wife. The divorce certificate is what each of us should have. Let us store the marriage certificate together. Yun Bing nodded, carefully placing both red books in her bag, patting them gently after securing them. Seeing her adorable demeanor brought a smile to He Yinjiao's face. The moment they held the marriage certificates, both felt as if their bond had deepened significantly. This sensation was absent when He Yinjiao obtained a marriage license with Lu Ruyan. He had never regarded the red booklet with much importance. It was only at this moment that he realized, surprisingly, it felt as though something was indeed missing without it. Having forgotten about Li Man's invitation due to He Yinjiao's proposal of marriage the day prior, Yun Bing was reminded when Li Man called again, inviting them to dinner that evening, which she gladly accepted. In the afternoon, He Yinjiao accompanied Yun Bing to the amusement park. Perhaps emboldened by their marital bond, Yun Bing became much more daring with him. She insisted on riding the Ferris wheel and carousel together, adorning him with cartoon hairpins for photographs. Although He Yinjiao wore an expression of indifference, he complied. Understanding this was the treatment Yun Bing deserved, creating cherished memories for them both. Especially when she revealed these were activities her mother had promised to partake in with her. He Yinjiao ceased his resistance. It was only when Yun Bing insisted on taking various photos of them together and later showed them to him that he discovered her phone gallery was filled with candid shots of her, capturing him while he slept, cooked, and worked. He realized he was the sole male presence in Yun Bing's collection. In response to this, He Yinjiao said nothing, yet it lingered in his heart. The two spent an entire afternoon together, and He Yinjiao truly devoted himself to the beauty. Throughout that time, Yun Bing radiated joy, her smile unwavering, while He Yinjiao found himself utterly at her mercy. Before they were officially married, Yun Bing had never dared to be so bold. However, she was astute. Sensing He Yinjiao's fatigue and a hint of irritation, she promptly concluded their delightful rendezvous. My dear husband, today has been the happiest day of my life. Thank you for being with me, she declared. He Yinjiao shook his head and replied, No need for thanks. As long as you keep those photos from prying eyes, I owe you my gratitude. Chapter 68. It is wonderful to have you. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, the two discovered that Li Man, accompanied by her husband Wang Zidong, as well as Xia Shui and her assistant boyfriend Li Fan, were already awaiting their presence. Before Li Man could rise to greet them, her husband Wang Zidong had already stepped from his seat and approached He Yinjiao directly. Grasping He Yinjiao's hand, he exclaimed, Mr. He, It is truly a pleasure to see you after such a long time. Wang Zedong's demeanor was notably humble, a stark contrast to the high-handed arrogance he typically displayed, leaving Li Man and the others quite astonished. He Jiao nodded and motioned for Yun Bing to take a seat beside him. Please sit down. How is the group faring? Is everything well? He inquired, looking at Wang Zedong. Yes, we are nearly there, Wang Zedong replied, gratitude evident in his tone. Thanks to your and Mr. Chen's assistance. We would have been in real trouble otherwise. Rest assured, I will return the 5 billion to you shortly. There's no rush. You're a friend of Ziliang's. He Jiao reassured him. It then dawned on the others that Wang Zedong owed this significant debt to the esteemed personage before them. Zedong, I was wondering why you took the initiative to join us today. It turns out you were here to see Mr. He, Li Man remarked, a hint of mischief in her tone. Wang Zedong shot her an annoyed glance and replied, that is not the case at all. Xue, Xiaobing, and I have known each other since childhood. Now that we have our own careers, opportunities for gatherings have become rare. Given the gathering today, is it not natural for me to attend? He Jiao remained silent, yet Yun Bing quietly explained to him, Darling, Man and Wang Zedong are in a business marriage. Neither of them genuinely likes the other, and they often undermine one another. How curious it is that such a relationship persists, He Jiao mused, perhaps oblivious to the complexities of the affluent circles. Did their union truly benefit both families? He pondered whether, once the elders retired, the two families might not end up at odds. Darling, Wang Zedong's Wang group is slightly more powerful than my Yun family, which is why he has always exuded superiority before us. Both Xue and I are not particularly fond of him. He often bullies Man, Yun Bing disclosed, her words laced with subtle implications. He Jiao, discerning the underlying currents, gently patted Yun Bing's hand and said, such matters do not concern us. Let's not dwell on them. Yun Bing nodded obediently, understanding that He Jiao was the kind of person who, as long as he was unaffected, remained unconcerned by the world's troubles. He was unafraid of conflict, but would not provoke it lightly. As they dined, Wang Zedong was notably attentive, serving He Jiao with chopsticks and pouring wine for him, all while ignoring Li Fan entirely. This behavior elicited disdain from the three women, even causing He Jiao to lower his opinion of him. While one could be proud and aloof, to neglect even the semblance of courtesy was indicative of a lack of potential. In that moment, had it been her, Yun Bing would have ensured a more harmonious atmosphere, particularly considering the need to alter her impression of Wang Zedong, for he was indeed the partner of her creditor. Why is He Jiao so attentive to Li Fan, clinking glasses with him and engaging in conversations that traverse a myriad of topics? This not only astonishes Li Fan, but also leaves a remarkably favorable impression on the three women, particularly Yun Bing, whose eyes seemed to brim with affection. Brother Jiu, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. I want to beat around the bush today. Xue pleaded with Li Man to bring me here for this very reason. He Jiao peeled a shrimp for Yun Bing and fed it to her delicate, rosy lips. He then turned to Li Fan and Xia Xue, saying, you can discuss this with my wife. She has the final say regarding Jixin. Both Xia Xue and Li Fan were momentarily taken aback, looking towards Li Man, who quickly waved her hands. This isn't something I mentioned. I haven't said anything. He Jiao chuckled and remarked, all right, I'm just guessing. You've been dismissed from your family, and Li Fan has been expelled as well. He was just chatting with me, talking about some academic topics I couldn't grasp, and mentioned his specialty is chemical engineering, which clarified everything. Listening to He Jiao's words, Yun Bing gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, particularly enchanted by the phrase, Jixin technology, my wife is in charge, which greatly bolstered her pride. Li Fan, filled with excitement, implored, Brother Jiu, please assist me. I swear I will work diligently at Jixin. You must believe in me. He Jiao raised Yun Bing's hand and stated, as I said, these matters can be discussed with my wife. If she believes in you, then you are capable. If not, that is acceptable too. At this moment, Yun Bing playfully cleared her throat. Ah, Xue, I've heard that wild sea cucumbers are quite beneficial. I was hoping to nourish my husband with them. Xia Xue chuckled and replied, all right, I shall buy some for you tomorrow. Li Fan doesn't have much money, so don't take advantage of him. Fine then. Little Li, go to Jixin tomorrow, and upon arrival, seek out Guanjie. Mentioning my name, it will be advantageous. Observing Yun Bing's playful demeanor, everyone burst into laughter, with the Yinjiao affectionately tapping her nose. Ha! My husband, I must say this feeling is absolutely delightful. I finally understand the thrill of your newfound wealth. The three women were engaged in light-hearted banter when Wang Zedong interjected. Xiao man, look at how Shui is helping Li Fan. Perhaps you could assist me as well? Could you see if Mr. He might waive the interest on the money he lent me? A reduction would suffice. As soon as Wang Zedong spoke, the three women fell silent. Xia Shui wore an expression of disdain, while Yun Bing continued to focus on preparing food for He Yinjiao. Li Man scoffed and replied, how could the esteemed Wang Xiao expect assistance from someone like me, who merely clings to the grand Wang family? You, Li Man, enough of that. If you help me, I can assist you and your brother in settling that 1 billion. No thanks, my little Bing has already resolved it. Do you really think the woman of the god of wealth, Jiao, would lack 1 billion? You. The atmosphere momentarily descended into awkwardness as He Yinjiao spoke. Mr. Wang, the reason I am asking to borrow money is due to Ziliang speaking on your behalf and providing his endorsement. If you wish to alter the interest rate, that is acceptable. Let Ziliang discuss it with me. No, Mr. He, that was not my intention. I was merely joking, Wang Zedong replied. Oh, I see. I must have misunderstood. Since it was a jest, let us continue, as the atmosphere has become rather tense. It was evident to all present that He Yinjiao's remark not only struck a blow to Wang Zedong's pride, but also dismissed him, thereby alleviating the awkwardness in the room. The group resumed their banter and laughter, while Yun Bing playfully traced her fingernail along He Yinjiao's waist. Darling, it is truly wonderful to have you. The preceding chapters have taken on a somewhat romantic tone, perhaps overly so, as Yinjiao seeks to make amends with the female protagonist, thereby solidifying their bond and ensuring stability for the future. Furthermore, one should refrain from incorporating the plot of a short drama into this narrative. This book will categorically not feature any themes of infidelity. The men surrounding the female protagonist serve a singular purpose: to demonstrate her loyalty to the male lead, to highlight her ruthlessness towards others, and to illustrate her innocent and naive affection solely for him. Once again, I extend my gratitude to Brother Keeses, who has a fondness for braised pork skin, as well as to all my friends for their unwavering support and attention. I reiterate, please voice any opinions you may have. I'm always open to constructive feedback. Chapter 69, He Yinjiao tidied herself up, feeling a sense of security. Grateful to her beloved son Xiao and other friends who had gifted her, she felt indebted and continued to push through with more updates. Brothers, it's almost there. Your generosity truly compels me to write more. There are not many chapters left in reserve. After a sumptuous meal, Yun Bing's affection surged once more, and with her vitality replenished, she was ready for battle, while He Yinjiao, the beneficiary, reveled in the experience. Days passed, and Yun Bing prepared for a business trip to Sichuan province. Having nearly finalized discussions with the entertainment company, she needed to negotiate matters concerning investment or acquisition. In her office, He Yinjiao playfully pinched her cheek, torn between annoyance and affection. You little rascal, I asked you to discuss investment, yet you ventured into acquisition. You truly are something, born to trap your husband, aren't you? Oh, dear husband, stop pinching, it hurts, Yun Bing exclaimed, prompting He Yinjiao to release her grip. Yun Bing then perched herself on He Yinjiao's lap, indulging in her charm. I don't care, I want to acquire it, and you'll foot the bill. According to business principles, your spending on me is an investment. The more you invest, the more you cherish it, the greater the potential loss. The more you care about its success. That is my logic. Smart, right? He Yinjiao was left speechless, utterly baffled by the girl's thought process. Indeed, you're quite clever, he replied. Yun Bing smiled brightly. Then, dear husband, will you accompany me? I'll treat you to Sichuan cuisine. He Yinjiao shook his head, initially believing her to be a sophisticated and aloof woman, only to discover her playful naivety in love. You go ahead. Let Xiao Ran and Xiao Xin accompany you. I must return to Linhai to handle some matters. And Timu by taking care of things? Are you planning to enjoy yourself while I'm away? He Yinjiao was taken aback, surprised that she had guessed his intentions. Yet, he maintained his composure, replying, "What are you talking about? Mu by isn't well. And since you're on a business trip, I'll give him a break. Mostly, it's because I miss you while you're away. I'll return to work to distract myself until you come back." Yun Bing's eyes sparkled with affection. "Husband, you're so wonderful. Please wait for me. I'll return quickly to keep you company. There's no need to rush. Don't wear yourself out. Besides, take the opportunity to explore Sichuan a bit." "No, I'll finish quickly and come back to you." "All right then." He Jiao handed her a card. "Take this. It's a supplementary card to my main one." Yun Bing's face lit up with joy. "Husband, what does this mean? Is this the legendary handover of wages from husband to wife?" He Jiao smiled and nodded. "Oh, husband, I adore you." He Jiao could only shake his head in bemusement, realizing that her affection was not tied to money, but rather to his attitude towards her and her standing in his heart. Sometimes, even the smallest matters can bring her immense joy. A woman who is willing to entrust her entire fortune to you is indeed someone worthy of trust. Suddenly, He Jiao recalled something and said, "Dear, please note down this phone number." Yinbing looked puzzled. "This is my university classmate Wang Yinbin, who shared a dorm with me and Qian Ziliang. Back then, his father was the deputy mayor. Now, after 10 years, his father has risen to prominence in Sichuan province. We maintain a good relationship, and if anything arises over there, you can reach out to him. Just mention you're my wife." Yun Bing jotted down the number and remarked, "But dear, didn't you say that during your university days, your friends were of rather ordinary means? How come they've all become so accomplished?" He Jiao chuckled softly and replied, "That was true in my freshman year, but by sophomore year, I had attained financial stability. While I would never forsake my past connections, it is essential to forge new ones. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, back then, they weren't as formidable as they are now. We cared for one another in the dormitory for 4 years, and after graduation, we began to lean on each other, thus nurturing our relationships. Ultimately, the crux of it lies in the fact that your husband has also fared quite well, allowing us to mutually benefit from one another's strengths. It is inseparable from the support we three provided during his father's swift descent." "You three?" He Jiao nodded. "Yes, I am the third, Ziliang is the fourth. Wang Yinbin is the second, and the eldest is Fu Guang. I provided financial resources while the eldest offered connections, and that is how it was." Yinbing nodded in understanding. "All right, my roommates Man and Shui are similar. However, there were only the three of us. Another roommate withdrew shortly after. Our arrangement to share a dorm was facilitated by someone. Me too. I recognized their exceptional qualities, but during my freshman year, I had no standing. It was only in my sophomore year that I mustered the courage to spend money to join their dorm. At that time, they didn't regard me highly. But relationships take time to cultivate. Every little interaction accumulates. We are human beings. After all, emotional creatures, are we not?" Yun Bing gazed at He Jiao with a fierce expression, reaching out to caress his face. "No wonder you succeeded so young. You truly possess abilities beyond the ordinary and endure what many cannot. Darling, were you not feeling inferior and aggrieved back then, being ever so cautious?" At that moment, Yun Bing felt a pang of sympathy for him, knowing that He Jiao must have been giving his all, wearing a welcoming smile despite the struggles. He Jiao recognized that Yun Bing understood his past and felt a sense of empathy. He pulled her closer, pressing his lips against hers. "Dear, those days are behind us. Always remember, your husband is the type who will rise up even while clutching another's shoelaces." He Jiao smiled, fully aware that one must be cognizant of their status when acting or speaking. In those earlier days, when the four of them dined together, he would often run errands to buy cigarettes whenever they ran out, and he was primarily responsible for maintaining the dorm's cleanliness. It was only after he achieved entrepreneurial success and began accumulating wealth that their statuses started to level out. However, He Jiao could not deny that his accomplishments were inextricably linked to their support. But what of it? This society is undeniably pragmatic. The age-old tenet of the strong prevailing over the weak remains unaltered. The four of them are entwined in a web of interests, yet also share a bond of camaraderie from their school days. He Jiao believes that this intermingling of relationships is the most resilient form of connection. Aware of her impending business trip, which would necessitate a separation from her beloved, Yun Bing chose to accompany He Jiao home after their midday meal. leading to a cascade of demands and requests. Her reasoning was clear, with Lin Hai's numerous affections for other women and her own upcoming departure. Ensuring He Yinjiao's affairs were in order would provide a sense of security. The following day, Yun Bing departed, and He Yinjiao returned to Lin Hai. Upon entering his office, He Yinjiao reclined on the sofa, remaining there even as Mu Bai entered. Observing He Yinjiao's demeanor, Mu Bai inquired with concern, "Brother Jiao, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" He Yinjiao sighed and replied, "It's nothing, just a backache. How are matters progressing with the Liu family from Fuxing?" "Almost there," Mu Bai responded. "Only some final touches remain, which Chiao Kai will handle. Once concluded, he will come to see you." Chapter 70 depicts my earnest endeavor. He Yinjiao nodded and remarked, "A person who is betrayed once is unworthy of trust. Keep a watchful eye on his family. Ensure they receive calls from familiar voices every 10 days or so, reminding him that strangers are always watching them. Moreover, instill fear in him. Make him aware of the consequences of his treachery." "Understood, Brother Jiao. I shall confer with Brother Fei." He Yinjiao stood and scrutinized Mu Bai intently. "Xiao Bai, is your health truly restored? If you feel any discomfort, you must confide in me. Compared to the group, your well-being is of greater concern to me. Rest assured, brother, I am well aware of my condition. Should anything arise, I will certainly inform you." He Yinjiao patted Mu Bai's shoulder, urging him to tend to his tasks. As Mu Bai departed, He Yinjiao reclined back onto the sofa, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, that vixen Yun Bing is truly insufferable. Could she possibly scheme to eliminate me and claim my fortune? I must exercise restraint. Such a demise, while exhilarating, would be utterly disgraceful." Before long, exhaustion overtook him, and he drifted into a slumber. It was not until noon that He Yinjiao felt a tickle in his nose, slowly opening his eyes to find Jiang Ruodong brushing her hair against his nostrils. Startled, he bolted upright, exclaiming, "Who the hell let you in here?" In that instant, fear gripped him. If Jiang Ruodong intended to harm him, he would be utterly defenseless. Giggling, she replied, "Look at you, so frightened. Who told you to leave the door unlocked? But fear not, just glance behind you." Upon turning, he noticed Yu Fei's expression resembling that of a corpse, fixated on Jiang Ruodong. "Xiao Fei, you allowed her to enter just like that?" "Brother Jiao, it is noon. It's time to eat. I saw you sleeping, so I stood guard at the door. Miss Jiang expressed her desire to invite you to lunch, so I brought her in." He Yinjiao rubbed his stomach. Indeed, he was hungry. Xiao Fei was aware of his overexertion the previous night and that he had yet to eat breakfast. "Xiao Fei, in the future when I am resting, no one is permitted to approach except for you and Yun Bing." "Understood, Brother Jiao." He Yinjiao's utmost trust lay with Yu Fei and Yun Bing, especially since Yun Bing had countless opportunities to harm him if she so desired. Giggling, Jiang Ruodong remarked, "Pray tell, He Yinjiao, have you committed some transgressions? Why so cautious? Without deep-seated enmity, who would resort to murder?" She observed He Yinjiao, noting his excessive caution, while Yu Fei remained unwaveringly loyal, ready to protect him at a moment's notice. Disregarding Jiang Ruodong's words, He Yinjiao considered her a sheltered flower, oblivious to the trials he had faced on his journey from nothingness to his current standing. "Xiao Fei, let us proceed to dine. It has been far too long since I last saw my beloved employees." With that, He Yinjiao and Yu Fei made their way outside, followed closely by Jiang Ruodong, who called out, "He Yinjiao, where's your conscience? I kindly invited you to lunch, and you couldn't even muster a simple thank you?" He Yinjiao shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, "You invited me to partake in my own meal. Should I really thank you for that?" Jiang Ruodong was left speechless, finding his words incredibly vexing. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, all the dining employees warmly greeted He Yinjiao, who responded with a cheerful smile. After a brief stroll around, He Yinjiao remarked, "Why has the food quality declined while I was away for just a few days?" The director of the project department replied, "No, Mr. He. It has always been 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup." He Yinjiao retorted, "Just because you say it hasn't changed, doesn't mean I declare it's worse. Starting tomorrow, the standard meal allowance will increase by 10 yuan per person. Our group is thriving now. I cannot let my comrades, who have toiled alongside me, suffer unduly." With that declaration, the cafeteria erupted in applause. As He Jiao settled down to eat, Ji Shaolei inquired, "Brother Jiao, why the sudden increase in meal standards?" He Jiao chuckled and replied, "After my extended absence and relinquishing the presidency, it is only fitting to bring some benefits and surprises to the employees. First, I want them to remember my kindness and look forward to my return. Second, we are indeed growing stronger. Besides bonuses and dividends, we must ensure that our employees are well treated in all respects, so they know their efforts are valued." The others nodded in agreement, admiring He Jiao's ability to win hearts. Like them, they relished being part of his circle. He Jiao smiled quietly, focusing on his meal. However, there was a crucial third point He Jiao did not voice, to assert that the group operates under his authority. His word is law when it comes to employee benefits. Without his nod, no one would dare to offer anything. While he was enjoying his meal, Jiang Ruodong suddenly sat down beside him with her tray. "You can't eat without me beside you?" she teased. "How did you know?" He retorted playfully. "Fine, I won't come tomorrow. If you don't starve, then we'll have a deal." He Jiao, "I never realized how much I detest you," she replied. "I can be even more detestable. So, Miss Jiang, it's best you keep your distance." "I quite like your irritating nature," she responded. "If you ever find yourself in heat, I can arrange for you a partner." With such words, "Do you think Yin Bing can endure?" He Jiao replied, "I don't speak to her like this. I am quite gentle with her, even more so than I was with you." Jiang Ruotong, upon hearing his words, was instantly taken aback. He Jiao, "You," she stammered, leaving her meal untouched as she stood to leave. Yet, as she turned, He Jiao's voice nearly caused her to stumble. "The organization has a policy against wasting food. A fine of 50 yuan will be deducted from Miss Zhang's salary." After finishing his meal, He Jiao entered his office to find Jiang Ruodong seated on the sofa. His expression darkened immediately. "Who permitted you to enter? Do you treat this place as your home?" "I am the chairman's secretary, and when the chairman is not present, I have the authority to enter for cleaning and retrieving documents," she stated. "Jiang Ruotong, I caution you, enough is enough. My patience is finite. Considering the 20% stake you granted me, I have shown considerable leniency. Do not attempt to take advantage of my goodwill." Jiang Ruodong observed He Jiao, sensing genuine ire in his demeanor, and cautiously suggested, "Shall we discuss this?" He Jiao narrowed his eyes. "What is there to discuss?" He Jiao, "I have truly fallen in love with you." "I am married," He Jiao retorted, briefly displaying a photo of the marriage certificate to Jiang Ruodong. Instantly, her complexion paled. "You, how could you marry? What does that make me? What does it make you?" He Jiao countered, "What does it have to do with you? You are being unreasonable." He Jiao, "You took my innocence. Do you not bear any responsibility?" "Goodness, sister, I have plenty of innocence to spare. Do I need to be accountable for it all? Moreover, stop using that as leverage." "What? The flesh on your body is different from mine? You didn't tea-toy with me? And let us be clear. It was I who invested effort, all right? You merely reclined. What have you contributed?" Chapter 71. Ignorance, yet must pretend. Jiang Ruodong, upon hearing He Jiao's words, could no longer bear to stay and chose to depart. She understood that He Jiao had no intention of accepting her. The moment she laid eyes on the marriage certificate between He Jiao and Yun Bing, despair enveloped her. She had conducted her investigations and delved into the nuances of He Jiao's character, recognizing his formidable defenses, particularly after his past experiences with his ex-wife. Jiang Ruodong was acutely aware that He Jiao would not easily remarry unless a woman could evoke in him love, trust, and profound emotion, each of these elements indispensable. Furthermore, she comprehended that a man like He Jiao, once wed, would genuinely aspire to share a life with that woman, barring any significant missteps on her part. Should she err? However, He Jiao would not betray her. Such fidelity was his solemn duty as a man. Now, Jiang Ruodong found herself placing all her hopes upon Han Song, wishing he might incite Yun Bing to falter, for otherwise her chances seemed bleak. After Jiang Ruodong's departure, Mu Bai entered the office. "Brother Jiao, Xiao Kai has arrived in Linhai and is en route to the group." Yin Jiao nodded. Initially, he had contemplated silencing Xiao Kai. Yet the Lu Corporation lacked suitable candidates for succession. Xiao Kai, however, was a commendable choice, competent and well acquainted with the Lu Corporation. Yet, the multitude of weaknesses he possessed was undeniable. The saying that loyalty and filial piety are often at odds rang true. For the sake of a better life for his family, Chiao Kai had indeed been disloyal. Nevertheless, one could not overlook his deep filial devotion and his inclination to dote on his daughter. Just days prior, his family had inquired about the sudden arrangement of a villa and the hiring of numerous servants and bodyguards. Chiao Kai recognized this as the handiwork of Mu Bai, or rather, He Yinjiao. To quell his family's worries, he feigned that his elevation to president necessitated such measures. Yet, he also understood this was a means by which He Yinjiao exerted control over him, a blade suspended above his family, capable of striking at any moment. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief. As long as he performed well, the servants and bodyguards were competent and posed no threat. Upon learning of He Yinjiao's return to Linhai, he hastened to arrive, intent on pledging his loyalty to him. He Yinjiao, seated on the sofa with Mu Bai and Yu Fei, shared laughter and conversation. He Yinjiao brewed tea and served it to them. "Brother Jiao, I was abroad and found myself inexplicably enamored with this rock tea," he mused. "What is there to love? I cannot discern the quality. It merely quenches thirst. It differs from the 50-yuan tea I used to drink, but what can one do? The big shots indulge in this. So we must feign appreciation. Were it not for my status and its detrimental effects on health, I would still prefer Waha iced red tea." His companions chuckled knowingly at He Yinjiao's words, appreciating his unpretentiousness. After a brief interlude, Ji Shaolei entered with Chiao Kai, who, without a word, seized He Yinjiao's cup and began to drink heartily. He Yinjiao glanced at Jiao Bai and remarked, "Ah, this tea is rather expensive, though we may lack understanding. We ought to at least feign appreciation. Can one truly drink it like mere water?" Ji Shaolei wiped his mouth after finishing and said, "We're all brothers. Let's not make a fuss." He Yinjiao ignored him and gestured to Chiao Kai behind him. "Please have a seat." Chiao Kai sat down, somewhat apprehensively. He Yinjiao poured him a cup of tea and stated, "We are all men here, so I shall not beat about the bush. I find it hard to trust those who have betrayed, and I believe you can understand that, correct?" Chiao Kai nodded, admitting, "Indeed, I also feel quite untrustworthy myself. Therefore, you can comprehend my arrangements, can't you?" Chiao Kai nodded again, expressing gratitude. "I must thank Mr. He for taking such excellent care of my family. I know that as long as I serve you well, those servants remain servants and the bodyguards remain bodyguards." "Ha! Very well said, Chiao Kai. Your words are truly intoxicating." He Yinjiao replied, "You know who I am, and you are aware of how my people regard me. Remember, whether as brothers or as dogs, all are my trusted confidants. I treat my brothers well, and I shall not neglect my dogs either, understand?" Chiao Kai nodded, saying, "Mr. He, I understand, and I am also grateful for your promotion. Though I am your dog, I'm also a grandfather to many others." "Ha, splendid. You articulate that quite profoundly. I have high hopes for you. Now, you may return. I am quite satisfied with our meeting today." After Chiao Kai departed, Ji Shaolei commented while sipping tea, "This Chiao Kai is a clever man, but I sense he harbors some ambition." Mu Bai chuckled, responding, "Ambition is natural and can be a good thing. At least it means he will strive. What matters is that he is clear about his own identity. One must recognize the distinction between ambition and identity, just as Jiao Gu did back in the day when he started. For the sake of connections, he served as a driver for Lin Hai No. 1, cleaning and cooking. He and Jiao reminisced about those times, recalling how, without a solid backing, aspirations of development felt like mere dreams. One would be left to chew on bones until they were ground to dust. He smiled and shook his head, gazing at the tea in his hand. Isn't it true that this tea is favored by successful individuals precisely because it embodies the essence of enduring hardship before savoring sweetness? There's a saying, one who has never been a grandson does not understand how to be a grandfather. Mu Bai nodded, drinking the remainder of his tea in one gulp. What can ensnare an adult's addiction is never the sweet or sour, but rather the bitter and spicy. Meanwhile, Yin Bing disembarked from Yinjiao's private jet, exclaiming, "When one sits for a short time, one doesn't feel much, but after a lengthy duration, one realizes how he truly enjoys the experience." Lin Ran, grinning beside her, added, "Sister Bing, there are still many things on Jiao Ji's plane that you haven't yet experienced. It's not an exaggeration to call a villa in the sky. Little sister, it seems you have enjoyed yourself quite a bit, mingling with your ninth brother, which is rather splendid. By the way, what is the status with that fellow, Chu? Not much to speak of, as ninth brother has already indicated. I am also contemplating the matter, for he surely has my best interests at heart and would never lead me astray. Yun Bing chuckled as she affectionately tousled her younger sister's hair, reminiscent of how Hien Jiu often did with Lin Ran. Despite being 26, this girl possesses a petite stature, resembling a charming little fairy. Xiaoran, she said, while your sentiments are understandable, do not place too much weight on what your ninth brother says. He has always kept you close as his little sister, and his domineering personality, coupled with your reliance on him, leads him to believe you require someone to shield you in his stead. However, dear sister, you need not depend on anyone else for protection. Chapter 72. Yun Bing's fury. Listening to Yun Bing's words, Lin Ran fell into deep contemplation. She felt a twinge of greed within herself, recognizing the truth in the words of the ninth brother. A man should possess masculinity and the ability to protect his woman. Yet, she found herself enamored by Chu Han's attentiveness and presence. Lin Ran understood that Chu Han and the ninth brother represented two distinct types of men, and the possibility of merging these two was an impossibility. Upon arriving at the prearranged hotel, Yun Bing's first action was to send a video report to Hien Jiu. With their itinerary set, the three women sought out a Sichuan restaurant for a meal. While they were enjoying their food, a familiar voice suddenly resonated through the air. Yun Bing turned around and was taken aback. Sister Hui, what a coincidence. I was just thinking about contacting you after completing my business, and here we are, meeting unexpectedly. The person she encountered was none other than Lin Hui, the sister of Yun Bing's aunt. The two women shared a good rapport, as Lin Hui had distanced herself from the affairs of the family after her aunt's marriage, adopting a non-competitive demeanor that fostered a harmonious relationship with Yun Bing. However, after graduating from university, Lin Hui had entered a state of semi-estrangement from her family due to a man marrying him and relocating to Sichuan province. Consequently, their contact dwindled over the years. It was only known that the man had prospered in Sichuan, and Lin Hui had become a wealthy lady. Lin Hui promptly sat beside Yun Bing, grasping her hand as they began to converse. Yun Bing felt a surge of joy at encountering a relative. After their meal, Yun Bing discovered that this upscale Sichuan restaurant was, in fact, Lin Hui's establishment. Naturally, she felt delighted to learn of her sister's success in Sichuan. And Lin Hui was equally pleased to hear that Yun Bing wielded considerable influence within the Yun family, especially since Yun Tao and Yun Long had always looked down upon them, having not seen each other for many years. The two women seemed to have an endless array of topics to discuss. After their meal, they sought out a CAF to continue their conversation until 4 in the afternoon, when Lin Hui needed to pick up her daughter from school. Yun Bing, filled with curiosity, expressed a desire to meet her niece, thus accompanying Lin Hui to the kindergarten. Upon arriving at the kindergarten's entrance, Lin Hui received a phone call, informing her that her daughter had been struck. The group hurried inside, witnessing a crowd gathered around, where a woman was vociferously confronting the teacher who was protecting a small girl. The teacher appeared quite distressed, and upon seeing Lin Hui, seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, swiftly delivering the child to her side. Lin Hui's expression hardened as she gazed at the imprints of distress on her daughter's face. Even Yun Bing's countenance darkened. How could anyone inflict such harm upon child? You must be the mother of this little wretch. Your daughter has marred my son's face. What do you propose we do about it? The woman, who had been shouting moments earlier, now directed her ire towards Lin Hui upon her arrival. Lin Hui, characterized by her serene and gentle nature, was no match for the aggressive demeanor of the woman before her. Sweetheart, please tell Mommy what happened, she implored. The little girl, visibly aggrieved, recounted, Mommy, Zhang Wei said I was a bastard without a father. I couldn't bear it, so I scratched him and accidentally hurt his face. I didn't mean to. Listening to her daughter's words, Lin Hui felt a pang of sadness. She rose and said, Madam, I apologize. It was indeed my daughter who initiated the altercation, but you also struck her. Let's consider this matter closed. Closed? How naive, the woman retorted. My husband is on his way, and he is a powerful figure in Wang Yanbin's circle. You two will certainly pay for your transgressions today. Yun Bing furrowed her brow. She held Lin Hui's actions in disdain. Had it been her daughter, the woman would have faced dire consequences. However, Lin Hui had always been gentle and submissive, and now, among her kin, Lin Hui was her only remaining family. Yun Bing gazed at the woman, her voice icy as she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The woman scanned Yun Bing up and down, recognizing her elevated status. "And who might you be?" "Actually, I am her aunt. Speak plainly. What do you desire?" "Humph. Let me inform you that my Xiao Wei is of utmost importance. Your niece has marred her face, and there shall be no resolution without recompense." Yun Bing smiled. "State your demands, and spare us the superfluous dialogue." The woman, impressed, thought, "No wonder she holds a distinguished position. She truly knows the score." 1 million, the woman declared. With a cold smirk, Yun Bing squatted beside the little girl and asked, "Sweetheart, what is your name?" "Auntie, my name is Xian Xian." "Very well, Xian Xian. Although you were wrong to act first, why don't you accompany your aunt to apologize?" The little girl, feeling aggrieved, nodded reluctantly. Yun Bing guided Xian Xian to apologize to Zhang Wei, then handed the woman a check for 1 million. "Humph, if that is the case, we shall consider this matter resolved." The woman turned to leave with her son. "Wait," Yun Bing called out. The woman turned back, asking, "What is it?" "My niece struck your son, and we have apologized and compensated you. Thus, this matter should be settled. However, you struck my niece, and that must be addressed." At this point, the onlookers began to understand. The woman, so beautiful and poised, could not possibly tolerate such indignities. "Huh, you wish to confront me? Do you know who I am? What can you, a lowly wretch, do?" Slap. Ning Xian delivered a resounding blow to the woman's face, causing her to fall to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I would dare to kill you. Do you believe it?" Ning Xian replied, her expression devoid of emotion, her tone chilling. Just then, a man entered, witnessing his son in tears and his wife assaulted, his rage igniting. "Who dares to harm my wife and child?" "I do. What will you do about it?" The man turned to Yun Bing, his eyes reflecting astonishment and desire. Yet he restrained his impulses with his wife present. "Do you understand what it means to strike my wife and child in this city, or even in this province?" "I am uncertain. All I know is that your wife struck my niece, and unless I receive an explanation today, none of you shall depart unscathed." The man gazed at Yun Bing, pondering for a considerable time, unable to fathom that such a character existed in Chuan. However, it is the unknown that instills fear. He assisted his wife to rise and inquired about the incident's origin, which clarified the circumstances. "Miss, may I inquire what sort of explanation you seek? Your wife claims that your child is precious, yet my Xian Xian is equally treasured. An apology is in order, accompanied by a sum of 100 million. Anything less is unacceptable." Yun Bing's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, as though discussing a trivial matter. "Miss, is this not excessive? We can return your 1 million and extend our apologies. After all, children are prone to playful scuffles. It is quite normal. The one who initiated the altercation was your wife, and she must face the consequences today. I have heard you are affiliated with Wang Yanbin. Summon him, and I shall speak with him upon his arrival." Chapter 73. A youngster from Sichuan province gratitude to Brother Quaces, who loves eating braised pork skin. "I only just noticed the gift you sent yesterday. My heartfelt thanks also extend to other friends who have given gifts. I salute you all. As an expression of my appreciation, I shall continue with 4 updates." The man across from Yun Bing was taken aback by her words. Knowing Wang Yanbin, the young master, and seeing him maintain such an attitude towards her, he realized that she was not someone to be trifled with. His relationship with Wang Yanbin was merely that of ordinary high school classmates. He had no grounds to request anything from him. Moreover, calling upon the young master for a child's brawl was utterly foolish. Yun Bing regarded the man with a cold laugh. In this day and age, there are far too many who wield the power of others as if it were their own. Having met once, they would boast of their close ties. "What? Are you unable to summon him?" The man felt a twinge of embarrassment and fear. This woman exuded an unwavering confidence. "Ma'am, to involve young Master Wang over a child's scuffle does seem a bit excessive. If he cannot be summoned, then an apology is required. 100 million. 100 million is excessive, is it not?" We can return the check and perhaps settle for 100,000 instead, he suggested. Yin Bing, having lost her patience, was disinclined to engage in further discourse with such individuals. Sister Exine, break that woman's hand. Consider the 1 million as medical expenses. With that, she departed with Lin Hui and her little niece, showing little interest in what transpired thereafter, trusting that Ning Xian would handle the situation adeptly. Aunt, you are truly formidable. From now on, you should be Xuan's idol. Yin Bing chuckled, pinching the chubby cheeks of her niece. Then Xian shall study diligently and grow up to be like her aunt. Shall she not? Yes, Xian wants to be like her aunt. Sister, is this not a problem? I heard that Zhang Wei's father indeed has connections with Wang Yinbin. Is Wang Yinbin truly that formidable? Not merely formidable, but exceptionally so, in Sichuan province. No one dares to oppose him. Yinbing nodded. It is of no concern. I am well aware. By the way, why did Zhang Wei claim that Xian has no father? Li Hui sighed. I divorced him. Yinbing was perplexed. Her sister had seemingly forsaken everything for that man. How could she have divorced him? Lin Hui glanced at Xian, prompting Yinbing to refrain from further inquiries. Upon returning to the hotel, Xian was taken to play by Xiao Ran, allowing Lin Hui to finally speak. It turned out that Lin Hui's husband, Su Jie, was a subordinate of Wang Yinbin. Over the years, he had thrived alongside the young master in Sichuan province. However, Wang Yinbin, a cunning man, harbored some affection for Lin Hui, but refrained from expressing it due to her being Su Jie's wife. Yet, in his quest to ingratiate himself with Wang Yinbin, Su Jie had the audacity to propose that Lin Hui become Wang Yinbin's mistress, insisting that he would not mind and would treat Lin Hui even better. Lin Hui found this utterly repulsive and saw Su Jie for who he truly was. Their disagreements escalated, and she refused to allow him any further physical contact. In a fit of rage, he struck her, prompting her to file a lawsuit and ultimately seek a divorce. Due to Su Jie's actions, the division of assets between the two resulted in Lin Hui receiving 70, while Su Jie obtained 30. This disparity left Su Jie feeling quite unsettled, and a tinge of regret washed over him. After all, Lin Hui was indeed a remarkable woman, cultured, gentle, and exceptionally beautiful. He had always yearned for reconciliation, promising never to raise such demands again. However, a shattered mirror cannot be restored. Lin Hui had been with him out of love, and upon hearing his words, her heart had irrevocably closed. Yinbing shook her head in disbelief, recognizing that Su Jie and her husband were polar opposites. He Yinjiu, in particular, was someone who would likely crumble at the slightest provocation. Now there was a man. Yinbing could only feel sympathy for Lin Hui. There was nothing else she could do, knowing that her friend had acted impulsively in marrying him. After a night of rest, Yinbing returned to negotiate the acquisition with the entertainment company the following morning. Despite an entire morning of discussions, no progress was made, primarily due to the shareholders' conflicting opinions and their desire for a higher price. Growing weary of the futile negotiations, Yinbing bluntly suggested they come back with a well-researched offer. With her afternoon free and without He Yinjiu to accompany her, Yinbing lacked the desire to go out shopping. Instead, she opted to visit the restaurant that Lin Hui had opened the day before. As they engaged in conversation, the door to their private room swung open, and a man entered, casting a glance at Lin Hui before letting out a deep sigh. Yinbing noticed Lin Hui's body tense up. Lin Hui rose and said, "Young Master Wang, what brings you here?" The newcomer was Wang Yinbin, his cold and serious demeanor contrasting with the casualness of his arrival as he took a seat opposite the two women. There is no need for such formalities among friends. I wonder what brings you here, young Master Wang. L'ami inquiète. Wang Yinbin lit a cigarette and replied, I've dealt with the one who attacked Xian yesterday. I'm here to explain. He paused, looking directly at Lin Hui. I have never harbored any inappropriate intentions towards you. After all, you are Su Jie's wife. Even if I were lacking in decorum, I wouldn't set my sights on you. He conjured up his own notions and has since regretted them. Let us put it behind us and consider reconciliation for Xian's sake. You know, had Su Jie been present, what happened yesterday would never have occurred. This time, Lin Hui stood her ground firmly. Young Master Wang, there is no way I could remarry such a repulsive person. Wang Yinbin narrowed his eyes and said, "What if I insist on your remarriage?" Lin Hui stared at him defiantly. "Are you truly intent on driving me to despair? Bring Su Jian. He must be waiting outside. Once you finish your threats, he can stroll in and pick up the pieces as he always does. He remains as revolting as ever." The door to the private room opened once more, and Su Jie stepped inside. Upon seeing Yun Bing, his eyes brightened momentarily. But he quickly turned to Lin Hui and pleaded, "Xiao Hui, I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me. Wasn't he at all for our family? L'âme y retorted, Shuji. I assure you, even in death, I will not remarry you. Lin Hui, let us put an end to this. The situation arose because of me, so grant me this favor and agree to remarry. Should further conflicts arise between you two, I will wash my hands of it." Lin Hui trembled with rage, exclaiming, "Is young Master Wang truly intent on pushing me to my limits?" Wang Yinbin remained silent, yet his intentions were crystal clear. "Wang Yinbin, Su Jie, and I, Lin Hui, wish to make it unequivocally clear today that I shall never reconcile with someone like Su Jie, who sells his wife. Wang Xiao, should you have any means, direct them at me." At this moment, Yin Bing suddenly interjected with a frigid tone, addressing Su Jie. "Is it enough for you yet?" It was then that Lin Hui and Wang Yinbin realized that Su Jie had been unabashedly appraising Yun Bing with unhidden desire. "La rigesped, Waning, Shuji. I caution you not to overstep. She is my sister." "Huh, I truly did not expect this." The reality is indeed more shocking than the reputation. A prominent young man from Sichuan province turns out to be a person who coerces a woman into divorce. Wang Yinbin listened to Yun Bing's scorn and turned his gaze toward her, curious to see who in Sichuan province dared to speak to him so. Yun Bing, unfazed, retrieved a photo from her phone featuring herself with the Yinjiao to show Wang Yinbin. Upon seeing it, Wang Yinbin's expression shifted to one of bittersweet amusement. "Lin Hui, I wondered why you were so resolute. It turns out your sister is involved with my brother. Sister-in-law, you too, knowing who I am. Are you here to witness your brother's folly?" Chapter 74. A mutual pursuit. Su Jie observed the bemused expression on Wang Yinbin's face, filled with curiosity. After all, it was rare for someone of his stature to display such a sense of helplessness. Yun Bing smiled gently and remarked, "My husband has referred to you as second brother, so I shall do the same. Second brother, Lin Hui is my sister, and you see. Ah, my dear sister-in-law, let us put this matter to rest. I have done my part and have no regrets. Lin Hui, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Wang Yinbin rose and looked at Yun Bing, saying, "Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave. That fellow is rather petty, so I want to extend an invitation to you. In Sichuan province, feel free to call me any time. He has undoubtedly provided you with my number." Without a trace of hesitation, Wang Yinbin departed, feeling utterly humiliated. He was a man of dignity and refinement, and today's events had left him feeling quite the opposite. Once downstairs, Wang Yinbin lit a cigarette, followed closely by Su Jie. "Young Master Wang, about today's incident, Su Jie, I truly did not expect you to be so foolish. I had always assumed your divorce stemmed from a lack of affection, yet it appears otherwise. Do you even consider yourself a man? Moreover, what do you take me for? Have I ever acted unjustly towards those around me? Are you attempting to ensnare me in disgrace?" Su Jie immediately grew anxious. His sole intention had been to please Wang Yinbin, regardless of the cost, but he certainly harbored no ulterior motives. "Young Master Wang, I apologize. I made unwarranted assumptions." Wang Yinbin nodded. "Let us consider this matter concluded. Do refrain from bothering Lin Hui in the future." "Understood, young Master Wang." "I wonder about Lin Hui's sister Wang." Yinbin suddenly turned, fixing Su Jie with a penetrating gaze. "Very beautiful? Interested? Su Jie, you cannot afford to provoke a man. Do not blame me for the warning. Should you dare to entertain thoughts of her, I assure you, it will not end well for you." "I wouldn't dream of it. I understand, young Master Wang." Wang Yinbin dismissed the conversation, entering his vehicle and instructing the driver. "Investigate the situation regarding the third young Master-S woman. Discover her purpose for coming to Sichuan province, and regardless of her intentions, be prepared to assist." In a private dining room, Lin Hui was astonished by her sister's apparent influence over the esteemed young Master Wang. "Little sister, Did young Master Wang refer to you as sister-in-law? And he seemed rather flustered. Sister, I'm married. My husband shares a close relationship with Wang Yinbin. Hence my goodness, little sister, you're married? Which young master is so remarkable as to win your heart? Yunbing's cheeks flushed crimson as she replied, well, I pursued him. Early the next morning, Yunbing received a phone call from the entertainment company, which surprisingly agreed to her acquisition offer at a price lower than the previous day's. With a knowing smile, she shook her head. She was not naive. It was evident that the esteemed young Master Wang had conducted an investigation into her and orchestrated these developments. Yunbing, accompanied by Lin Ran and Ning Xian, arrived at the entertainment company, where Wang Yinbin's chauffeur awaited them at the entrance. The other employees of the entertainment company were gathered around the driver, fawning over him. Yunbing couldn't help but exclaim how, indeed, Yang Jin's celestial dog, though a mere canine, held a prestigious status. Upon noticing Yunbing's arrival, the driver quickly approached her. Miss Yun, greetings. The young master has sent me to assist you with all matters concerning Sichuan province. Yunbing, not one to be overly formal, replied. I appreciate your help. Of course, it is no trouble at all. However, the young master asked me to convey a message. Yunbing, with a playful squint, remarked, I came here without seeing my second brother. I only encountered you. The driver paused for a moment, then chuckled. Miss Yun, your intelligence is truly remarkable. The events of yesterday left the young master feeling quite diminished in stature. With the assistance of the esteemed figure from Sichuan, negotiations for the acquisition became significantly more straightforward, and the once arrogant shareholders were now utterly subdued, almost as if they would comply with whatever Yunbing proposed. Having successfully completed the acquisition using her husband's funds, Yunbing was elated. She longed to grasp every penny of Yinjiao's wealth, ensuring he would never leave her side. Upon returning to the hotel, Yunbing perused her phone and was suddenly struck by the news that Fujian province would be auctioning this year's mother tree to Hong Pao. This revelation thrilled her, for she knew how much Yinjiao cherished to Hong Pao, which is rare and invaluable. Determined to secure it for her husband, she resolved to personally brew it for him. That very day, Yunbing departed Sichuan province, setting her sights on Fujian province. The following day, she attended the auction, which was organized to raise funds for a county in Fujian that had suffered a natural disaster. Otherwise, such a prized item would seldom grace the market. Upon arriving at the auction, Yunbing was momentarily rooted to the spot at the entrance, mirroring the reaction of a man across from her. They locked eyes for a moment before breaking into knowing smiles and advancing toward one another, with Yunbing affectionately linking her arm through his. Husband, what brings you here? Indeed, the man was none other than Yinjiao. I know you adore rock tea, so I came to buy some for you. Yunbing chuckled, filled with joy. The couple's thoughts aligned remarkably. This was what one might call a mutual pursuit. I came because I knew you liked it too. I hadn't even told you, intending to surprise you. I didn't expect. As they gazed into each other's eyes, love radiated between them. The mother tree to Hong Pao was renowned, and the auction drew quite a crowd, including several familiar faces. Wang Yinbin, Qian Ziliang, and even Hu Jinlai. Upon seeing Yinjiao approach, Hu Jinlai felt an urge to flee, for he had been thoroughly humiliated by Yinjiao. The incident in Linhai had left him subject of ridicule even in Yinjing. Ah, isn't this young master Hu? We are old friends. Why the rush? At this taunt, Hu Jinlai halted reluctantly, turning to face Yinjiao with a disgruntled expression. Yinjiao, get lost. Stop disgusting me. Upon hearing Hu Jinlai's words, he was taken aback at the sight of Yunbing, who was linked arm in arm with Yinjiao. Yinjiao, you have gone too far. What are you trying to do by bringing along a woman even more beautiful than Jiang Ruodong? Yinjiao chuckled and replied, Hu Xiao, we are both victims here, comrades on the same front. What is this about? Hu Jinlai glanced around, noting the absence of others, and retorted, Bah, Yinjiao, you truly have no shame. Don't think I'm oblivious to your antics. Did you not pursue her? Yinjiao was momentarily taken aback and responded, Old Hu, you can't still be hung up on this, can you? Of course I care. You take advantage while forgetting about me? I even assisted you in this charade. Hu Jinlai replied. Listening to Hu Jinlai's words, the two men exchanged glances before breaking into laughter and embracing each other. Yunbing shook her head with a wry smile, often perplexed by the nature of male friendships. Chapter 75. Not only beating you, but also insulting you, Hu Jinlai gazed at He Yinjiao and remarked, Old he. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude until now. He Yinjiao chuckled lightly, responding, Why be so polite? Ultimately, I am aiding myself while extending a hand to you. Hu Jinlai shook his head, saying at that time I was utterly bewitched. I failed to see through such a base deception. Although they may not stir up much trouble, if subsequent events transpire, while the Jiang family may bear the consequences, my name, Hu Jinlai, will become a laughingstock throughout Yanjing. He Yinjiao patted Hu Jinlai on the shoulder, stating, Let bygones be bygones. In comparison, you are far superior. I have been deceived into a marriage. Hu Jinlai recalled He Yinjiao's past and chuckled in understanding. To be honest, you have had it worse than I, haha. And who is this? Shouldn't you introduce her? This is my wife, Yunbing. My dear, this is Hu Jinlai, the young master of the Hu family in Yanjing. A friend I met through a rather unconventional introduction. Greetings, young master Hu, I am Yunbing. Ha, what a delightful way to meet. Miss Yun, it is a pleasure. After exchanging pleasantries, the three took their seats. Before long, Wang Yanbin and others approached. The group engaged in lively discussions, getting to know one another. As Hu Jinlai hailed from a prominent family in Yanjing, many were eager to establish connections with him. Hu Jinlai, in turn, exuded grace and charm, treating everyone with courtesy, whether it was Qian Ziliang or others acquainted with He Yinjiao, devoid of any arrogance. Old Hu, are you here for that mother tree to Hong Pao? Of course. My grandfather's birthday is approaching, and I must prepare a gift worthy of the occasion. You must know that my cousins are all eyeing the prize. He Yinjiao scoffed slightly. Ah, the internal competition within your esteemed family must be exhausting. Hu Jinlai nodded with a wry smile. And you, old he? Are you here for the Dahong Pao as well? He Yinjiao nodded affirmatively. Ha, then let us compete on our merits. Absolutely. Upon finishing, He Yinjiao felt Yunbing's hand tighten around his, her beautiful eyes gazing at him. He Yinjiao smiled in return and nodded. As the auction commenced, the initial items garnered little interest from the attendees, for they were not lacking in such possessions. However, when the auction for the 248-gram Dahong Pao began, individuals of notable status became active participants. The bidding escalated to 13 million before Hu Jinlai raised his paddle, calling out 15 million. Many were aware of Hu Jinlai's reputation, and offending him over a mere tea leaf was hardly worth the risk. He Yinjiao smiled without placing a bid. After all, Hu Jinlai was merely fulfilling his filial duty, while he himself was simply indulging in a whim. 20 million. A voice rang out, startling many in attendance, for it was clearly a challenge to Hu Jinlai. He Jinlai turned to see who had spoken. After a fleeting glance, Hu Jinlai withdrew his gaze, his expression darkening. He Yinjiao smiled and inquired, Do you know him? Indeed, that's Xiang Beilu, the scion of the Xiang family. In terms of influence, he pales in comparison to my Hu family, but when it comes to wealth, Hu Jinlai had prepared 20 million for this visit. After all, they belong to a prominent family. Sometimes, even with substantial riches, one must not flaunt it. Moreover, their family was genuinely quite frugal. 100 million, He Yinjiao declared outright, an aura of affluence immediately enveloping him. Everyone present was taken aback. Was he mad? 20 million was already an astronomical sum. Who would spend 100 million on half a pound of tea leaves? Xiang Beilu, with a sullen countenance, turned to He Yinjiao. So it's the Linhai Kaishan, no wonder. Truly, he is the epitome of a nouveau riche, extravagant indeed. But tell me, He Yinjiao, do you even know how to appreciate tea? Haha, no need for you to worry, young Master Xiang. As a nouveau riche, I certainly cannot discern the good from the bad. I merely wish to contribute to the disaster-stricken areas. Upon hearing this, Xiang Beilu was instantly incensed, feigning nobility with his talk of contributing to disaster relief. Fine, since it's for the disaster areas, my Xiang group shall also contribute. Let us see if the Linhai Kaishan is truly a god of wealth. I say, young Master Xiang, whether I am genuine or not, I doubt you can ascertain. Be careful not to upset your shareholders back at the Xiang group. You might as well play with my wife instead. You won't even get past her. He Ingio's words dripped with contempt, igniting Xiang Beilu's fury. 120 million. Ha ha! Oh my, young Master Xiang. Adding decimals to your bid? This is utterly hilarious. My dear, let him witness how a nouveau riche raises the stakes. Yunbing glanced at He Ingio with a resigned smile, understanding that her husband never engaged in a losing venture. His actions surely held deeper significance. Yunbing raised the paddle and proclaimed, 300 million. Magnificent! It must be double the amount with a twist. Young Master Xiang, listen well. Today, not only will I outbid you, but I shall also humiliate you. Xiang Beilu was infuriated, yet 120 million had already exceeded his limits. He Ingio was correct. He was merely one among the young masters of the group, while He Ingio was the true power holder. 300 million was beyond his reach. HMPH, a nouveau riche, a grand fool. Only a fool would spend 300 million on half a pound of tea leaves. No one will indulge your folly. Cut it out, Xiang Beilu. Your words are less dignified than simply leaving. If you cannot, then just admit it. There's no need for all this chatter. Xiang Beilu, no longer wishing to engage with the nouveau riche, stood up and departed. As the auction concluded, He Ingio led Yunbing to Hu Jinlai. Yunbing cautiously separated a small packet of tea leaves, approximately 10 grams. She handed the remaining tea leaves to Hu Jinlai. Hu Xiao, my husband instructed that we, as a couple, keep a portion to savor, while the rest is for you to honor the elder Hu. This is our humble gesture, and my husband also wishes to express that he considers you a friend, sincerely hoping that you may regard him as such. After Yunbing finished speaking, she departed, leaving Hu Jin momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed at the tea leaves in his hand. Was He Ingio's ambition truly so vast? 300 million. Just like that? Meanwhile, in the car, He Ingio held Yunbing's hand. Xiaoran, make arrangements for the video of the Dahong Pao auction today. I want it to make headlines. Also, contact the reporters and inform them that I, He Ingio, am raising prices to donate to the disaster-stricken areas, provoking the Xiang family. No matter the cost, ensure it makes the news. Lin Ran nodded. Understood, Brother Gio. At that moment, Yunbing regained her composure and, looking at He Ingio, leaned in to kiss him. Darling, I truly admire you. With 300 million, you have firmly intertwined yourself with the Hu family. Chapter 76. The Attitude of the Hu Family. Han Song returns home the day after the auction. Videos of the event flooded the internet headlines, garnering countless likes and comments from netizens. The couple He Ingio and Yunbing's extravagant spending of 300 million for charitable donations quickly went viral online. Concurrently, interviews and news broadcasts corroborated the veracity of the situation, resulting in an exponential rise in the reputation of both He Ingio and Yunbing, as well as their respective companies. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, Hu Jinlai found himself in his grandfather's room, where a half-pound of Dahong Pao tea lay between them. Hu Jinlai was at a loss for words, realizing he had once again been outmaneuvered by that rogue. While not entirely unfortunate, he nonetheless felt he had been manipulated. His grandfather shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Grandson, I intend to send you to Linhai to engage with that nouveau riche. What do you think?" Hu Jinlai replied with a bitter smile, "I will comply with your arrangements." "Ha, good. Since things have unfolded this way, make an effort to get along with He Ingio. He is an astute individual and may not pose a threat to the Hu family. He could even become your ally." "Ah, Grandpa, it frustrates me to have been outsmarted by that scoundrel again." "Ha ha, one learns from failure. Besides, this is not a setback. It could be beneficial for you. Why not embrace it?" Upon viewing the videos and news online, Hu Jinlai comprehended the truth. He Ingio's supposed magnanimity was merely a facade for his strategic maneuvers against him. The reality was that a family known for its integrity, like the Hu family, had accepted a gift of 300 million from He Ingio, thereby risking enmity with the Xiang family and binding the Hu family to him irrevocably. Hu Jinlai's grandfather, observing his grandson, rose and patted his shoulder, saying, "Enough of this childish behavior. My dear grandson, throughout history, power and wealth have always been intertwined to achieve great things. Go to Linhai and work diligently. You possess authority, while he holds wealth. Do you understand?" Hu Jinlai nodded. He actually held a favorable impression of He Ingio, as their previous interactions had allowed them to set aside grievances. As he watched his grandson depart, the elder who smiled and instructed the driver, Lao Lu, get in touch with that young man in Linhai. Inform him that I graciously accept his gift and request that he looks after my grandson well. My gratitude to him. Understood, sir. At that moment, in Jiang province, He Yinjiao was playing hide-and-seek with Yun Bing in their villa. Yun Bing hid, while He Yinjiao sought her, wagering that if he found her within 3 minutes, they would add a new position to their evening's activities for each successful discovery. After locating Yun Bing 18 times, his phone rang. A call from an unfamiliar number in Yanjing came through. Upon answering, He Yinjiao discovered it was the elder whose driver. After listening to the driver's words, He Yinjiao hung up the phone delighted. With the Hu family support, many of his plans could now be set in motion. Awaiting Hu Jinlai's arrival in Linhai to assume his role. Despite Hu Jinlai's youth and relatively low rank, the prestige of being the Hu family's heir commanded respect, compelling even figures like Uncle Jiang and Mayor Jiang to consider his requests with careful deliberation and utmost courtesy. Although the Hu family may not necessarily promote you, if they obstruct you, your chances of advancement will be utterly thwarted, especially considering the elder Hu's influential position. He Yinjing held Yun Bing closely, both of them playfully breathless, when Yun Bing's phone rang. Hello, who is this? Sister Bing, it's me, Xiaosong. Xiaosong? Is it really you? It's been ages since we last connected while you were in Korea. Sister Bing, I've terminated my contract here. The culture and environment don't suit me. I wish to return home. Haha, that's wonderful. Come back. I just acquired an entertainment company, and your return is perfectly timed for you to join us. Really? That is fantastic. Sister Bing, I have a flight tonight. Could you pick me up at the airport? Sure. Send me your flight details. Tonight, I'll go with your brother-in-law to welcome you and introduce him to you. After hanging up, He Yinjing glanced at Yun Bing. Who was that? A neighbor's younger brother I played with as a child. He has been developing in the entertainment industry in Korea and wants to return home. He Yinjing smirked. I hope he is not yet another hidden admirer. A little green tea, perhaps? Yun Bing chuckled. Oh, what are you thinking? He is just a brother. Besides, my heart is solely yours. There is no room for anyone else. He Yinjing nodded. That is the best scenario. I might have some new moves soon, and won't have time to deal with those rival suitors. Don't create troubles for me. Haha, don't worry, trust me. That evening, Ning Xian drove as they sat in the back seat, arriving at the airport shortly. Before long, Han Song emerged, looking quite dashing, albeit somewhat lacking in masculinity. He Yinjing stood by the car, smoking, while Yun Bing linked her arm with his, merely waving at Han Song without approaching. Han Song reached them and called out, Sister Bing. Yun Bing nodded. It's good to have you back. Settle down and develop your career here, Xiaosong. Let me introduce you. This is your brother-in-law, He Yinjing. Han Song looked at He Yinjing with a hint of jealousy and disdain, thinking, is this the nouveau riche who threatens to take Sister Bing away? He Yinjing scrutinized Han Song. Why do I sense some hostility from you? Han Song quickly masked his expression, extending his hand. Not at all, brother-in-law. Nice to meet you. He Yinjing scoffed lightly and shook his hand. Yun Bing found it amusing. Her husband was quite the jealous type. No wonder Wang Yanbin said he was petty. Let us get in the car. Your brother-in-law and I haven't eaten yet. We've been waiting for you. After Yun Bing spoke, she opened the door and got into the car. To her surprise, Han Song also opened the back door, intending to sit beside her. Yun Bing furrowed her brow and said, Xiaosong, you should sit in the front. A flicker of disappointment crossed Han Song's eyes, yet he obediently took the front seat. Darling, get in, you must be hungry, Yun Bing called to He Yinjing. He Yinjing glanced at Han Song in the front seat, sneering slightly before taking his place inside. In the car, Yun Bing persistently inquired about what He Yinxiu desired to eat. For her, the culinary preferences of He Yinxiu were of utmost importance. As for Han Song, he believed in allowing guests to choose at their leisure. Suddenly, He Yinxiu's interest peaked. Eat you, he declared, embracing Yun Bing and kissing her unexpectedly. Yun Bing was momentarily taken aback and felt a touch of embarrassment, yet she swiftly comprehended his intentions and acquiesced. As the wife of her husband, who sought to assert his claim, she felt it imperative not to undermine his pride, regardless of her own discomfort. Han Song, without needing to glance back, was well aware of the current state of affairs between the two in the back seat, his beloved Bing Jia unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Ning Xin, who was driving, cast a glance in their direction, smirking disdainfully as she remarked, "Mr. Han, if you grip the seat that tightly, you might damage it. These seats are rather expensive." Chapter 77. A man need not be handsome, but he must have charisma. The four arrived at the restaurant, and Yun Bing ordered swiftly, hardly glancing at the menu. As she was well-versed in the dishes that Yin Jiao adored, Han Song suddenly sensed a change in his sister. She no longer cared for him as she once did. Previously, she would inquire about his preferences when dining out, yet now, his heart was filled with thoughts of the enigmatic man who exuded a certain rugged charm, unbothered by notions of gentility. He could not fathom how a woman of such caliber as his sister could ever be drawn to someone like him. Indeed, she would not be interested. Jiang Ruodong had mentioned that this nouveau riche was coercing sister into their relationship, and he must have some leverage over her. He felt compelled to rescue her. Unbeknownst to Han Song, Yun Bing's intentions were quite different. Had she known, she would have surely been exasperated. Her actions were primarily aimed at dissuading her husband from overthinking while simultaneously conveying to Han Song that she had no interest in him and was utterly enamored with her current companion. As they dined, Yun Bing lavished attention on Yin Jiao. In turn, showed little inclination to engage with Han Song. It was evident to him that Han Song harbored feelings for Yun Bing. However, he understood that it was hardly surprising. Few men could resist her allure, given her beauty, intellect, and financial standing. Yet, Yin Jiao chose to remain indifferent. If Yun Bing could not manage such trivial matters, he would need to reassess their future, as he had far more pressing concerns than engaging in petty rivalries. "Brother-in-law, may we connect on Feishin? I know you are a prominent figure, and I look forward to your guidance," Han Song said. Yin Jiao initially intended to decline, but curiosity piqued his interest in how this young man would navigate the situation. He trusted Yun Bing, especially after witnessing her remarkable prowess in managing a confrontation. Since that incident, his admiration for her had only deepened. Handling minor affairs with finesse could serve as a delightful seasoning in their marriage. In a display of magnanimity, Yin Jiao accepted Han Song's request to connect on Feishin. Yun Bing was taken aback by her husband's willingness to entertain Han Song, interpreting it as a gesture of goodwill on his part. "Xiao Song, now that you have returned to the country, Jiang province has undergone significant changes. I will arrange for someone to help you find accommodation tomorrow and show you around to procure some essentials," Yun Bing remarked. "Oh, sister, there's no need to trouble yourself. Any room in your house will suffice," Han Song replied. Yun Bing shook her head, insisting, "That won't do. Those rooms are subject to my husband's schedule, and it would be inconvenient, especially since they contain some of our belongings." Hearing Yun Bing's words, Han Song felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His sister had indeed transformed, and the changes were profound. "Then sister, will you be free tomorrow? I feel somewhat awkward around others," he asked. "Unfortunately, I must accompany your brother-in-law tomorrow. The people I arrange for you are my subordinates. There is no need for any embarrassment." With a soft chuckle, Yin Jiao couldn't help but laugh, suddenly realizing how delightful this feeling was. This little green tea was quite entertaining. Ning Xin, standing beside him, also struggled to contain her amusement. Did this fellow truly understand his sister? Han Song observed Yin Jiao's laughter, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Sister, your relationship with your brother-in-law is truly admirable. Of course, your brother-in-law is my one true love," she replied. Han Song was at a loss for words. Did sister not consider his feelings at all? Displaying affection for another man in front of him, the one who loved her deeply, was a painful ordeal. At that moment, 3 young girls entered the restaurant, visibly excited upon seeing Han Song. "Wow, isn't that Han Song from the South Korean idol group? He is so handsome," one exclaimed. "Yes, he is back in the country. Han Song, can I get your autograph?" While managing his fans and signing autographs, Han Song couldn't resist glancing back at Yin Jiao with a sense of pride. "Oomph, I'm young and handsome. Look at all these girls who adore me. Mimi, what are you doing?" Just then, 2 elegant ladies entered, clearly affluent businesswomen. They approached out of curiosity upon seeing the 3 girls gathered around. "Mr. He, Ms. Yun, I didn't expect to see you both here. I am Chui from Eason Design, and this is my partner, Li Xin." We appreciate your choice in collaborating with us on the renovation of the Huanjiang Villa. He Jiao nodded and inquired, do you know these three? Ah, Mr. He, they're all employees of my company. They worked overtime today, and I brought them out for a bite. I hope I didn't disturb you, Chui explained. Fortunately not. However, please take them away. I prefer tranquility, He Jiao replied. All right, Mimi, let us go. Don't disturb Mr. He and Ms. Yun's peace, Chui instructed. At that moment, Han Song interjected, hello, beautiful. I am Han Song from the idol group. Your three employees are my fans seeking an autograph, so it's nothing to worry about. Chui frowned and said, what group? Who is Han Song? I don't know him. Mr. He, Ms. Yun, I apologize. I'll take them away now. He Jiao nodded, watching them leave. Yun Bing playfully pinched He Jiao and asked, what are you looking at? Tell me, why did you choose them for the villa design? Are you smitten with those two beautiful bosses? He Jiao affectionately flicked Yun Bing's nose, saying, what nonsense are you talking? That was arranged by Xiaoran, and I had no knowledge of it. Yun Bing pondered for a moment and realized it indeed was Lin Rant's arrangement. Thus she ceased to dwell on it. TCH, you are quite ignorant. I didn't even recognize them. Han Song, feeling somewhat defeated, murmured as he watched the two beautiful bosses depart. He Jiao stood up and said, I'm full now, my dear. Let us head back to rest. Yun Bing nodded and replied, all right, Sister Ixin, please escort my husband and me back, and then arrange a hotel for Xiao Song. With that, she linked arms with He Jiao and headed outside. He Jiao, passing by Han Song, suddenly smiled and inquired, hey, isn't it rather peculiar? You are young, handsome, and even a star, yet those two female bosses pay you no heed. Han Song gazed at He Jiao. Feeling genuinely disheartened today, He Jiao patted his shoulder and remarked, a man need not be handsome, but he must possess charisma. Ha ha ha. After saying this, he departed, leaving Han Song to ponder whether he could truly grasp that a man's charisma derives from strength, and the most straightforward emblem of strength is wealth. Upon arriving at the villa, He Jiao alighted from the vehicle, but Yun Bing remained inside. Xiao Song, let me impart one piece of advice. Do not provoke your brother-in-law's displeasure, or do not blame me for lacking compassion, Yun Bing stated. And without waiting for Han Song's response, she exited the car and immediately entwined her arm with He Jiao's as they proceeded towards the villa. Chapter 78. My tender heart in the days that followed. The two continued to indulge in their intimate world, seemingly unaffected by Han Song's arrival. Yun Bing promptly arranged for an assistant, directing Han Song to communicate directly with her, allowing the assistant to handle matters at her discretion. Han Song's mother even made a special call to express her gratitude to Yun Bing, who reciprocated with utmost courtesy, recalling the close relationship between their mothers during their youth. This connection was a significant reason why Yun Bing was willing to assist Han Song. He Jiao was indifferent to this. After all, Yun Bing was his wife, yet an independent woman, and he could not restrict her social interactions or engagement with the outside world and other men. As long as she maintained her boundaries and managed these affairs wisely, He Jiao was more than pleased to see her embrace happiness and freedom. He harbored trust in her. Thus far, every aspect of Yun Bing had satisfied him, making her an exemplary partner. However, should she lose her sense of propriety like Lu Ruyin, he would not hesitate to intervene. He Jiao was no permissive parent. That morning, as Yun Bing assisted He Jiao in dressing, she expressed her reluctance about his impending return to Linhai, where numerous matters awaited resolution, especially with Hu Jinlai assuming a position there. Darling, the timing is tight. I have matters to attend to here. Otherwise, I would accompany you to Linhai. I truly wish to spend every moment with you, she lamented. He Jiao gazed at the beauty before him, increasingly cherishing Yun Bing. He found himself reliant on her presence. Once you finish your tasks, return to me. Ziliang and I have planned a trip with Hu Jinlai to go out to sea for a few days. All right, I will hasten my duties and then return to be with you. Their embrace lingered, each separation laden with reluctance, often extending over half an hour. Upon returning to Linhai, He Jiao first picked up Hu Jinlai from the airport before heading to the group. Upon entering the company, Hu Jinlai felt a wave of nostalgia. Oldie, I used to visit Zhang's group frequently, yet this time, everything feels different. Old Deng isn't scheming against us, though though he is quite harmless. I won't be his match anytime soon, He Jiao replied dismissively. Indeed, but Zhang's downfall was due to that woman. Old He, you truly are cunning, pretending to be the most devoted in Lin Hai, and managing to deceive her out of 20 of the shares. TSK. He Jiao smirked. I simply understood her desires, delving into her innermost feelings. It was intentional, a performance where I portrayed the ideal partner in her mind. If I were genuinely involved, would I have the leisure to amuse her daily? To be her devoted admirer? That is not my style. Even during that brief period, I found it rather distasteful. Hu Jinlai raised an eyebrow at He Jiao's remarks. You must have employed similar tactics to woo that stunning beauty, Yin Bing, did you not? Upon hearing the phrase that stunning beauty, He Jiao's thoughts drifted to Yun Bing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. No, she is different. I, He Jiao, have lived nearly 30 years. I owe nothing to anyone. Only others owe me. Yet, in the case of Yun Bing, my debt to her may never be repaid in this lifetime, for she has given me everything she could offer. Damn it, Lao He, stop right there. Hearing you speak this way makes me somewhat nauseous. He Jiao merely chuckled in response. It's just a moment of reflection. Come, let us head to the office. I prepared a welcome banquet for you tonight, with the finest that Lin Hai has to offer. All right, I want to be polite. You've already schemed against me twice. He Jiao understood precisely what he meant by those two instances, but it mattered little. No choice. Lao Hu, I'm just eager to be your friend. Upon hearing this, Hu Jinlai rolled his eyes, but quickly responded, Lao He, it's truly impossible for us not to be friends now. From this point forward, we are brothers. Come what may. No problem, brothers in arms. Upon arriving at the office, He Jiao brewed tea. Lao Hu, since you've come to Lin Hai, I have prepared 3 gifts for you. Xiao Bai, nearby, promptly produced 2 checks, one for 300 million and another for 30 million, placing them before Hu Jinlai. He Jiao continued, Lao Hu, while the tea from last time was precious, it served little practical purpose. This 300 million is to be given to your grandfather in gratitude for his trust, and the 30 million is for you. I know your family values discipline, so it will be for your personal use. Hu Jinlai regarded He Jiao and suddenly smiled, unpretentiously taking the checks and flicking one with his fingers. No problem, thanks Lao He. But let us not talk about strict upbringing. We're brothers now, so you might as well say I'm poor. The two exchanged glances, sharing a smile. Some things need not be spoken. He Jiao spoke again, Xiao Fei. Yu Fei nodded and exited. Hu Jinlai watched Yu Fei's retreating figure, exclaiming, the king of assassins, the astonishing Fei Hong, is actually by your side. He Jiao was taken aback. Lao Hu, no wonder you're so well informed. TCH, if it weren't for fearing that you'd be pushed too hard and Yu Fei would take me out, do you think my methods are so trivial? He continued. And this one, known as the young Jiang Taigong, it was all his doing last time, right? Lao He, you're truly fortunate. He Jiao smiled lightly. Indeed, the heir of a distinguished family was remarkably well informed. Lao Hu, now that we call each other brothers, my brothers are your brothers too. Lao He, after all this time, you've finally done something worthwhile. At that moment, Yu Fei re-entered, bringing with him a person, none other than Han Feng, the very one from before. Lao Hu, here's the second gift. Even someone of Hu Jinlai's stature and composure could not mask his emotional reaction upon seeing Han Feng. He stared at Han Feng for a long while without uttering a word. With Hu Jinlai silent, He Jiao and the others also kept to themselves, engrossed in their own affairs. Han Feng gazed at Hu Jinlai, trembling all over, fully aware of Hu Jinlai's feelings for Jiang Ruodong. Suddenly, Hu Jinlai chuckled and addressed Yu Fei, saying, Brother, you have friend abroad, don't you? Yu Fei nodded in affirmation. Send him to northern Myanmar, exchange some money, and I shall treat Jiang Ruodong to a meal upon his return. Yu Fei cast a glance at He Jiao, who nodded in agreement, and then he replied, Understood. Who shall? Just as Han Feng was about to plead for mercy, Hu Jinlai abruptly stood up and smashed the ashtray on a Han Feng's head. With a resounding crash, the ashtray shattered into countless pieces, and Han Feng collapsed, rendered unconscious. Hu Jinlai took a deep breath and turned back with a cheerful smile, remarking, I do not wish to hear his voice, nor do I want to hear his pleas for mercy. I am a soft-hearted person. Chapter 79. After over 2 decades of struggle, is there no room for enjoyment? After the departure of the Korean wind, Hu Jinlai continued to engage in light-hearted banter with Yin Jiao and a few others, occasionally sharing a risque joke, seemingly unperturbed by the absence of the Korean influence. Before long, there was a knock at the office door, and a somewhat lean man entered. Though he appeared frail, a palpable aura of menace emanated from his eyes. Unlike Yu Fei, whose gaze resembled a stagnant pool, viewing others as mere livestock awaiting slaughter, this man's eyes were filled with cruelty and ferocity, sending shivers down one's spine. Old Hu, upon your arrival in Linhai, it is paramount that we ensure your safety. The third gift, Monkey, Yu Fei's disciple, will follow you from now on. What do you think? Hu Jinlai lit a cigarette, observing Yin Jiao with genuine curiosity. Old He, why don't we download a couple's app? You can monitor me at all times. Yin Jiao understood Hu Jinlai's insinuation. Old Hu, I mean no offense. I am genuinely concerned for your safety. Nothing is more important than this matter. If it makes you uncomfortable, I apologize. How about having someone stay by your side? Hu Jinlai looked at Yin Jiao, seeing no hint of pretense in his expression, only sincerity. Monkey, splendid. Following me will undoubtedly be better than trailing behind your brother Jiao. While your brother Jiao is generous, I shall shower you with affection. In truth, Hu Jinlai relished having Monkey by his side. Being a young man, he would inevitably encounter various unpleasant tasks, and Monkey's presence was fortuitous. As a member of a privileged family, he had to be cautious in many aspects. His position in Linhai was modest, and it was unlikely that his family would assign him a bodyguard in a conspicuous manner. In other words, aside from select few, very few people in Linhai were aware of Hu Jinlai's true identity, and those who did would not be foolish enough to flaunt it. This also explained why Old Hu had sent word to Yin Jiao, instructing him to take care of his grandson. Without Yin Jiao, the old gentleman would not have felt comfortable dispatching his precious grandson so far away. That evening, the entire Tianyan Night Club ceased operations, and many were granted a day off, leaving only those trustworthy individuals under Wenhongxin. Additionally, a few beautiful women were summoned from other provinces overnight, ensuring that all faces were unfamiliar. Yin Jiao's arrangements delighted Hu Jinlai immensely. He had never experienced such comfort throughout his life. Dining while being pampered by beautiful women, he needed not lift a finger. Everything was provided for him. As Hu Jinlai would put it, after toiling for over 20 years, should I not enjoy myself? After an entire night of revelry, Hu Jinlai finally grasped the essence of joy, regretting his birth into such a seemingly illustrious family that, in truth, was fraught with complexities. In contrast, he observed Yin Jiao with a hint of envy. What was wrong with being nouveau riche? The happiness of the newly affluent was beyond his imagination. Hu Jinlai believed that the treatment he received that day was something he had not experienced since the age of 3, a time he could scarcely recall. The two of them, somewhat dazed, stumbled into Yin Jiao's villa. Old He, every time I think of the extravagant life you've been leading these years, it brings tears to my eyes. It's all right, Old Hu, your prosperous days have only just begun. Occasionally, if my grandfather finds out, neither of us will have it easy. Old He, I'm off to bed. I can't take it anymore. I have to report back to work tomorrow. All right, sleep well. I've had a bit too much to drink myself. You should focus on work, but come the weekend, let us set sail for some fun, completely discreetly. Understood. You plan it. I trust you. After speaking, Hu Jinlai casually opened a door and walked in, mumbling to himself, damn it. This is the life a man like us ought to lead. Watching Hu Jinlai enter the room and close the door, Yin Jiao's drunken demeanor vanished in an instant, and he shook his head. This kid, though born into a prominent family, seems to be bursting at the seams. Yin Jiao returned to his room, took a shower, and checked his phone to see a call and messages from Yunbing. Glancing at the time, it was already past 2. He replied to the message, Dear, I was entertaining Hu Jinlai and didn't see your message. I just got home. To his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, a video from Yunbing came through. Yin Jiao answered the call, seeing Yunbing wearing blue light-blocking glasses in front of her computer. Dear, why aren't you asleep? What time is it? I couldn't sleep because you hadn't replied. I just happened to be busy with work. This way, I can finish early and return to Linhai to be with you. Yin Jiao felt a surge of emotion. Dear, I was entertaining Hu Jinlai today and left my phone aside while playing. I didn't check it, but I'll make sure to do so more often. Giggles. It's fine. I'm not blaming you. Have you been drinking? Yes, a little, but not too much. Then rest up. Now that I know you're home, I can relax. I'll also go to bed. After they hung up, He Jiao soon fell asleep. In the following days, He Jiao busied himself with arrangements. After discussions with Mu Bai and others, the first priority was to stabilize Lin Hai, ensuring that it faced no enemies. Just like a man can have numerous homes, there must be one luxurious and stable base to serve as a stronghold and retreat. He Jiao pondered for a moment and said, in half a month, it will be my birthday. During this time, I will officially rename the Jiang Group to Myth Group. I want everyone to know that in the battle back then, it was I, He Jiao, who emerged victorious. Then, the group would start to operate with high visibility. 3 days before my birthday, invitations will be sent out, simply stating that He Jiao is celebrating. No further explanations are necessary. Those who come can be considered friends, while those who don't, well, Mu Bai nodded, saying, understood, Brother Jiao. After preparing for so long, it's time for the new monarch of Lin Hai's business world to ascend. Yes, with Lin Hai stabilized, and with Jinlai and Uncle Jiang by our side, no one could shake us. Next, we shall focus on Fuxing. Utilizing the Lu Group as a foundation, we shall gradually strategize for Fuxing. Brother Jiao, wouldn't Jiang province be a better option? Yi Shaolei inquired. In his mind, with the assistance of the Yin Group, it will be simpler to scheme for Jiang province. He shook his head and remarked, the affairs of Jiang province pertain to that young lady. With my financial backing, she has already commenced her strategic planning. In the future, Jiang province will be divided between the Yun family and the Qin family. I cannot possibly incorporate the Yun family into our fold. The best course of action for us is to maintain our respective dominions, enabling mutual support and serving as each other's refuge, thus avoiding total annihilation. When necessary, we may acquire a divorce certificate, no matter how grave the situation. It would not implicate either of us. In all matters, we must prepare for the worst, strategize, and act accordingly to minimize the chances of failure. We shall do our utmost, and the rest is left to fate.